Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. November the 12th, and it's a date we've had circled for quite some time. Once the NBA schedules got released, we wanted to see when Klay Thompson would return. Well, that day is today as the Dallas Mavericks are in town for the first game of group play in the Emirates NBA Cup. The court is different at Chase Center. It's going to be different in the building, seeing Klay in the number 31 in Dallas, not in the number 11 in the Warriors uniform. So we're going to talk all about it, man. We got a fun guest list to talk about some of the different stages of Klay's career. Dorell Wright's going to join us at 8 o'clock to talk about Klay's rookie season and a young Klay Thompson who wouldn't speak. Then we'll get to Festus Ezeli, who, of course, hung out with him in Cameroon and won a championship with Klay back in 2014-15. And, of course, they go 73-9 in 2015-16, have a dynamic run and losing Game 7. And then we'll talk to Zaza, who got a chance to hang out with Klay later in his Warriors tenure. But then we'll talk about Klay and how it ended and whether or not we appreciate him or whatnot. Everybody's going to get a Captain Hat, more details on that. But, Chassie, finally here. And it's kind of weird. I'm really looking forward to Klay getting his love. And I'm also really forward to just getting back to basketball.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a level of anxiety on all sides. And when I say anxiety, I don't mean like this crazy negative energy. I'm talking about just like an uneasiness. And I think that, on one level, you got a ton of Warrior fans that are sad that this is where we're at, but also recognizing that this is probably the best for everyone involved. And I can't imagine what Klay's going through. They say, I was listening to a bunch of NFL players, and they say when you return back, it's like you're going to your own quote unquote funeral because people are talking on your behalf. You're like, hey, bro, I'm still in the middle of my career. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's not over. Like, I still have stuff to do, and I want to rip your heart out because you think I'm done, And so I think there's many, many, many layers baked into this cake for today. But more than anything, I mean, this is one of the all-time greatest players in Golden State Warrior history who needs to be celebrated and will be celebrated with unanimous applause.
No doubt. He's going to get so much love today from the crowd. Again, all fans attending the game will get a Captain Klay hat. And at some point, he's going to get his video tribute. Steph will step out, speak mid-court, and then everybody in attendance will take off their Captain Klay hats, and it's salute Klay Thompson in his direction to say, hey, thank you, man. Thank you for a storied career. And I've been trying to think about this. Raymond Ritter hit me up about this, and I've been thinking about it long and hard. I can't recall a Bay Area legend who's come back it is during his playing career and come back to this region. Like I'm having a hard time. T.O. didn't come back here, right? I don't think T.O. never played in San Francisco. I don't think he ever played in Candlestick Park.
I don't remember that. Jeff Kent is really the only one that I could think of. But to me, the degrees of beloved on Jeff Kent. I mean, if Dwight Clark and Joe Montana and Klay Thompson are up in the penthouse, like, Jeff Kent is in the middle of that hotel, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Doubt.
He was never the beloved player that Klay was. And I think the way that he left
had a lot to do with it.
Absolutely. And then the injury and lying about the injury, I'm talking about Jeff Kent's injury, and lying about it, I think there was a lot of bitterness and sourness on all parties. And I think it's taken almost 15 to 20 years for Giants fans to really come around and go full circle on him.
No Juan Uribe came back, but he's not on the same level as a Klay Thompson, Dwight Clark, Jeff Kent. Not even close.
No.
And he got a standing ovation for coming back after helping win the 2010 championship for the San Francisco Giants. But after that, he got booed left and right. I wonder what it was for Reggie Jackson. Honestly, in the 70s, I would love to hear from an OG Bay Area fan, 888-957-9570, because Reggie Jackson moved on to the New York Yankees. I wonder how that played out.
How about Madison Bumgarner when he came back? It was during COVID.
Yeah.
So it really made it awkward. You didn't have, I believe it was only a fraction of fans.
It was very strange.
It just was
so Bum was going to get his love. He was going to get his love because I think so many fans were like, screw Farhan. He's the guy. Screw Farhan. Like, he made this happen. But it's a good one there. I can't think of many. Guys who's had to come back to the Niners with the Kansas City, and they took out Joe Montana at Arrowhead Stadium.
I believe the one game for Jerry Rice was at
the Coliseum when the Niners won in overtime.
Yeah, that's off the top of my head.
Right.
02 or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was at the Coliseum. The Niners won that game in overtime with Jeff Garcia, Terrell Owens, Steve Mariucci and company beating John Gruden. But this one's going to be different. This was going to be different because of everything that Klay went through as a player, who he became, the All-NBA player that he became. I don't remember Tim Hardaway's comeback.
Not really. I remember Brian Wilson, when Brian Wilson came back, and he was injured, I believe, at the time, and screaming and yelling at Larry Bear, who was in the front row.
Yeah, he lacked class.
Well, I just think the whole thing was odd. I mean, look, in a similar vein, I did feel like Brian Wilson gave his right arm to the organization in the same way that I look at Klay Thompson. You mean the guy gave his legs to the Golden State Warriors and their fans. And so there's a level of sacrifice that I think that when I view those individuals through that lens, Navarro Bowman, same thing. Like, you gave your body for the sport, for the team, for everyone. And so my appreciation only notches up. But there was a bitterness from Brian Wilson. I felt that he felt he wasn't appreciated by ownership, not the fans, ownership in particular, and the way it went down.
This is a good one. Monte Ellis, not bad. Monte was beloved, not even close to the same level as Klay Thompson.
He was pretty beloved at that time.
He was beloved, though.
Klay usurped him.
Yeah, but if that,
4 times over. But that is good.
That's a good one. Willie Mays with the Mets.
I don't remember Mully's return.
Right, Mully he discussed it.
Yeah, what did he say?
Coming back, he just said, and this is where we're going to get into the Klay sound, where he goes, Mully, I asked him on air, and he was just like, you don't think much about it. You think it's another game. And then you start to descend in the San Francisco Bay Area. You start to see the Bay Bridge. You see Coy Tower. You see the Golden Gate Bridge. You see the buildings. And you're like, oh, snap. I'm back home. This is where I grew up. This is where I became a man. This is where I matured. This is where I raised my kids. And now Klay doesn't have kids, but he's gonna fly back in here. And when he flew back in last night or yesterday coming in, and he's looking at the Bay Area thinking, damn, I don't play ball here no more. I'm going into the visiting locker room. I'm going into different entrance. This is strange.
I mean, this is where he went from, a young, or I guess, a boy to a man, right? In the words of San Quentin. But it's the truth. I mean, think about any person that you know. Think about yourself, Bonte. From the day you were 21 to the time you were 33.
Yeah.
How dramatically different were you as a human being?
Very different.
Right?
Very
and so
different.
Now, inject sports fame, sports money, reaching the pinnacle of your industry 4 times over, having a devastating injury. Like, I can't imagine it. I think there's been a lot about people, he said this at a podium wearing a Dallas Mavericks, pullover. I would be guarded if I was Klay Thompson. I would be guarded of my emotions, and I would be not flippant, but I would probably be tamping it down as well. Because I think about all the times where I have to approach something head on, and I know it's going to be difficult, and I know that it's going to be packed with emotion on my end. I myself guard and try not to give anyone any ammunition to make the situation more heated than it needs to be, to make it have more on it. Like, there's already going to be all the icing. I don't need to add the birthday candles well to the cake.
Klay hasn't said much. He has been guarded, and I think Jordan Poole, he's been guarded when it comes to his Warriors tenure and everything. And you still see the love. By the way, some breaking news. Chicago Bears just fired their offensive coordinator, Shea Waldron. So you knew that was coming. Who's going to call plays there? Eberflus going to be gone there. Somebody's going to get a damn good job in Chicago. They've got 23 straight possessions without scoring a touchdown. It's pretty bad.
That's 2005 Niners.
It's pretty bad. 277 yards per game. Rick's is third worst in the NFL. Wow, I thought they were turning the corner. Anyway,
who's worst?
I mean, that's bad.
If they're third worst, who's worst?
It's got to be New England. It's got to be.
Win, baby. I mean, Drake May, baby.
Raiders.
Oh,
who else?
Raiders. Yeah, I forgot about
what
that.
A nasty game that
New
was.
York Giants.
19-3. Yeah, Daniel Jones got to be up there.
Jags, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're bad. Mac Jones wasn't good. So I'm reading here, Skills of Vallejo. Our boy Skills of Vallejo, Comcast Business Sex Line. Not sure if Reggie played in Oakland as an Oriole. He had out the first month. I forgot he was in Baltimore before the Yankees. But in his book, he said that Oakland fans booed the hell out of him as a Yankee, as did all the other jealous road fans. That is Skills in Vallejo. Yeah, it's going to be strange. And look, a lot of Warrior fans, I see it already with him speaking out Sunday after the Denver Nuggets game. They lost that game 122-120. And Klay said, man, I'll let Klay take it. And I think a lot of people took this the wrong way. Here's Klay Thompson on the return to Chase Center. Excuse me.
Be good to see people that you grinded with, obviously, but to me, it's just another regular season game in November. Obviously, there's bigger implications with the NBA Cup, so that's what's on our mind. In my mind, is just to win that because I haven't been a part of it yet. I know it's young, but it'd be fun to play for that title.
All right, Klay Thompson on compartmentalizing his feelings.
Do you think it'll be difficult to kind of compartmentalize just everything that you're probably going to feel going into that arena and actually playing in the game?
No, I don't think so. I've been doing this a long time, and basketball is basketball.
Were you surprised that they're giving out the captain's hats?
I guess it's a good thing for the fans, so kudos to them.
So a lot of fans are salty with that answer there as Klay Thompson is trying to check. What he's trying to do is check his emotions.
Exactly.
We know how sensitive Klay Thompson could be. He listens to the fans. He hears things. He reads things, probably too much. And it really got to his dome over the last couple of years, realizing that he's never going to be the player that he was in 2019 when he was probably entering his prime as one of the best two-way players in all of basketball. That was taken away from him off a dunk attempt in the NBA Finals trying to win a championship by Danny Green, and he's never been able to be the same. There's no doubt he's not the same defender. No doubt. But he's also trying to compartmentalize his emotions, and he knows once he gets out there on the floor and after today, I'm willing to bet a small wager that Klay will say, yeah, it wasn't just any other game.
Well, of course, but I also believe that, like, he's got a tightrope to walk, and I think people need to understand that. Like, just put yourself in the position of you're with a new company, you see the old company, and it can be awkward, and you don't want to put too much on anything to upset your new coworkers or your old ones. And I just think that I'm a big believer in less is more. And I think the way Klay has handled this leading into it is probably the best for him. It's probably the best for his new situation and teammates. And I think people are looking to be triggered just in general by the internet, Bonte, and maybe the internet, or maybe it's the world as a whole. Maybe that's just where we're at now. But I actually think it's the appropriate tack to take is, keep yourself guarded.
I did hear Chris de San Jose on the way in, listening to Spadoni. And Chris de San Jose started his call by saying, we love you, Klay. We're going to support you. And then he just drops the sledgehammer on him and just crushes him. You're not a good defender. You can't do anything off the dribble. You can't do this and that. And I think the last 2 years, it's been a roller coaster for Klay. It's been a roller coaster for the Warriors. And Klay wears the brunt of the blame for whatever reason. I don't know why we point the finger all at Klay Thompson, but, it is what it is. I don't think he's going to be bothered by that. But it has skewed how Klay Thompson's career went down. This guy, instead of we don't appreciate anything. We talk about this all the time, Shasky, about sports radio. It's hard for people to appreciate wins, appreciate greatness. We just want to wait for negativity. Like if the Niners lose that game against Tampa Bay yesterday, would have been fire Shanahan, Purdy's not the guy, all over again, like a broken record. Same thing with the Warriors when it came to Klay Thompson. He had a bad game. Oh, man, you got to move him to the bench. You got to move off of him. You got to trade him. He has a good month, and nobody calls about it. Nobody says anything. It's nothing but crickets. And I say all that to say we should appreciate what Klay Thompson did pre-injuries. This guy was at the top of his game as a two-way player. Defending. And think about what he did, helped Steph do, and what he did for Steph's career. Sacrificing offense to defend guys like Damian Lillard, Donovan Mitchell, Kyrie Irving, the cream of the crop when it came to wing players in the Western Conference. And if you want to switch, I could DM Kevin Love in the post. I could help with my lower body strength and defend in the post and box some dudes out. Klay Thompson did it. He did everything. And unfortunately, the last 2 years, two and a half years, it felt like the fans just kind of forgot it. I know fans don't forget about it. They're going to remember everything. And we'll talk about our favorite members. But it's clouded a lot of what he's done and what he's accomplished. And that's the part that kind of bothers me.
Well, it's hard to stomach.
Klay Thompson.
I hear you. And I think about, they don't get past the various versions of Houston without him and his on-ball defense on James Harden in very crucial situations. People are going to take this as Steph slander. I personally do not believe Steph Curry becomes this version of Steph Curry, maturation-wise, without playing alongside Klay Thompson. And I mean more defensively than I mean offensively. And I think it's a kudos to the two of them. But the emotion of the last few years has clouded the judgment and the logic and the practicality of a lot of people. And I think as time goes on, all of the negative stuff will dissipate and time will heal the wounds and people will start to be a little more pragmatic about it. And they'll say to themselves, this is one of the greatest Golden State Warriors of all time.
I know.
The couple of down years or whatever you want to call them and file them as will be long forgotten. They just will. Like, for example, I bring up Jeff Kent. There was a point in time Jeff Kent was enemy number one.
Yep. For a long time.
T.O. was enemy number one for a lot of Niner fans. And I think as time has gone on, we're about 20 years removed from both those situations. Those guys are beloved. Neither had the unanimous approval from the fan base in the same way that Klay Thompson did. Neither had the accolades and the team accomplishments of Klay Thompson. And so I think it's just going to be a matter of time for some people, and there's always going to be a hater. I mean, that's just
the way it is. That's
just
the way
society.
It is. That's the way it is. It is what it is. I mean, and look, it's kind of like the San Fran Frisco conversation. I've kind of stopped fighting that fight when it came to San Fran Frisco, Carter Fog. I'm just done.
I'm not going to quit it.
Yeah, I don't have the time and energy to try to sway people anymore. I'm not going to do that. I'm not a politician, so I'm just like, look, you want to call us San Fran, I just know you're not from here. So that's what it, and then if I'm in the conversation with you, I'll educate you and say, we don't really say San Fran, but with that, it's the same thing with Klay. Like, I just don't even fight the fight no more. He's an all-time warrior. He had a solid last 2 years considering what he went through, and considering the up and down nature of the roster. I mean, the entire roster, we don't have to go through this again. We know what went down last year with the roster the season before, but I'm not going to fight that fight anymore on Klay Thompson. I refuse to try to sway people about, because I walked into the Bruce Mahoney game, fan walked up to me, he's like, boy, replacing Klay was the best thing ever, man. We remove him and da-da-da-da-da. I was like, that's it? Just Klay?
Well, I'll tell you, I've learned a long time ago, people are all talk. I'll never forget, I walked into a Boston Red Sox stadium that Dan Shaughnessy wrote an article on a Friday morning. Boston Red Sox fans should stand up and turn their backs to Barry Bonds. Oh, steroids for Barry Bonds. You know what happened? He stepped into that batter's box and all the smack talk, this is the Red Sox fans, not Giants fans. Their jaw was dropped and they were giving him a standing ovation because they were marveling at one of the greatest players who ever played the game. So I think online, from afar, people talk big, but in reality, I think the majority of like-minded people are going to stand up and give a universal applause to one of the beloved legends of all time in Klay Thompson.
That'll happen at Chase Center. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. And I'm not going to focus on the people who are overly critical or think he's this or that because the internet says this and the internet says that. I can care less about that. But it will be fun to talk about Klay Thompson all day long. 888-957-9570. What's your favorite memory? What's the thing you miss most about Klay Thompson as a member of the Golden State Warriors? I know there's some jokes coming in after that one, but 888-957-9570. What does Klay know more for? Is it Rocco? Is it his three-point shooting? Is it the 37 and a quarter? Is it 60 on 11 dribbles? Is it Game 6 against Houston? Is it Game 6 against OKC? Let's discuss it, man. Klay Thompson is back in the Bay, and we'll give him a standing ovation. Everybody's getting the Captain Klay hat today who comes to the game at Chase Center. Going to be a lot of fun, and it will be emotional. But, by the way, shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Or actually, I don't think you're going to be flushed anymore. We're not going to flush nobody, Spadone? Why?
I know. Keep it.
I know.
Why? Whose decision was that?
We can
Flowing
rebrand
Water's
it.
decision. They're deciding to let people be dry, I guess.
I think it's hearing a toilet over and over again on the radio. It doesn't translate.
We're flushing that many people.
I mean, Pete Franklin in this market started sports talk radio using the flush.
Oh, man. I got to read some text here. It's going to be a wild day when it comes to Klay Thompson. More coming up on Klay. It's Klay Day here on 95.7 The Game. And in the Bay Area, Klay Thompson is back in the Bay, getting ready to take on the Warriors. Warriors and Mavs in the first game of group play in the Emirates NBA Cup. Emirates NBA Cup. That's brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. It's Bonte Hill.
This is Klay Thompson.
Because it's looking good, man. Same old Klay to me.
Yeah, honestly, Bonte, it's been a pretty seamless transition. I mean, it does have its benefits as far as letting the game settle.
And you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Not.
Klay, I'm trying to hold up my end of the bargain. The streets say I'm your agent. They say I'm your agent, your biggest cheerleader. Same old Klay to me. Klay Thompson's coming back to the Bay. He's back in the Bay. He was a shoot-around last night with the Dallas Mavericks. And the Mavericks, of course, had chasing tonight to play the Dubs in the first game of the Emirates NBA Cup group play. Of course, the Warriors and Mavericks are in the same group. And we'll all be celebrating his return by wearing these cool Captain Klay hats. And let me grab it right here in the studio. Maybe I'm the only one that's been wearing it, but you know what? They feel good. Captain Klay hats, and by giving away, everybody's going to get these. 18,000 fans and more. And today on 95.7 The Game, we'll be giving out some Klay Thompson jerseys. We'll do one during the 8 o'clock hour right here on the Morning Roast. We'll give out another one during Steiny and Goo during the 12 o'clock hour, and then one during Will and the Dibs in the 4 p.m. hour. And be sure you locked in all day long today to find out how to win. Maybe we get that updated, Lubman, with Klay Thompson. Oh, we got the jerseys. Oh, and give me some details on how to win, because I don't even know. I don't even have the details, Lubman. Let me know when you got that. These are cool Klay Thompson jerseys. Wow.
You know, B, that is a really cool Klay Thompson jersey.
Coke
I like
white.
that a lot.
Coke white. Look at that.
Yeah, white. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Coke white. That's what they street say, right?
Sure.
It's a type of white. So if you want to win the jersey, make sure you're listening during the 8 a.m. hour. And at some point, you will hear a sounder. It's probably going to be the air horn, because we love doing that air horn sounder.
What about a Klay 3 or something? What about something creative instead of air horn? Let's get a little. Let's spice it up.
Well, we do the air horn because it's loud and it gets your attention. But you know what, Bonte? We'll workshop that here. Spino and I will get to work.
Does air horn work? Is that
That's too late. We're doing the air horn.
No, air
Executive decision.
No. Air horn. Well, you guys are just lazy.
He's just
you don't
audible
want to
to
do
the line.
anything.
You got to go with it.
It's a hot route. Brock Purdy
We got Antonio Pierce out here audible, and I don't know how I feel about that.
All right, well, let's not think about that right now, because the important thing is you got to answer the Klay Thompson trivia question correctly to get the jersey.
Oh, there's a trivia question.
There is a trivia question.
Wow.
Don't read it out right now.
I don't know. I don't even think it's.
Don't want to give any hints. But it's a Klay Thompson trivia question. If you are a true fan of Klay Thompson, you should have no problem answering the question correctly. So make sure you have that contest saved in your phone. I'm going to read it right now. 415-523-4652. Save in your phone right now. Don't call it now. Just save it. And when you hear the sounder, do we have that sounder? I guess we're going to be air horn. Be the first person calling with the correct answer, and you're going to score a Klay Thompson jersey. Pretty cool setup, if you ask me. I wish I could win, but I can't because I'm an employee here.
Same old contest to me.
There are certain
Same old Klay to me. Love that.
He does.
I remember watching that in real time, and just like I could feel your happiness through the TV screen.
It wasn't happiness. Wasn't happiness. Just me trying to do my job.
Oh, Bonte, man, coming off the bench, like,
let's try to prop them up, man. Like, we root for these guys. We root for these teams. Hey, I want these guys to play at a high level. I love when the Niners and Giants and the Warriors are humming. It's good for business. It's good for business. We get to go to playoff. Think about how many games Shasky and I have gone to over the last 5 years. Philadelphia, the Rams, the Super Bowl, Boston, and the Warriors. Like, I've gotten to go to Toronto to cover this team. I love it when they get to play deep into a season. It makes our jobs easier, less off-season talk. Let's talk about the Farhan Zaidi Giants. I mean, all that stuff. Ratings were high. Yeah. Business was booming.
I wish we were able to go to Hawaii with the team earlier this year.
That would have been a lot of fun. That would have been a lot of fun.
It bothers me.
We would have been doing shows at 3 a.m. Now I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, this is what bothers me more. There are certain athletes that I think of, and on a sports sadness level, I feel like we as consumers and they as the individuals were robbed of what could have been their primes. Bo Jackson comes to mind, and he returned in baseball. He was never the same.
Never.
Hurting his hip the way he did, never return to a football field. Derrick Rose is someone that I think of, like the litany of injuries.
Oh,
and
my gosh.
he returned, but like it, and he made the best of it. You know what I mean? But it's almost impossible to have the Derrick Rose conversation without the woulda, coulda, shoulda. I think about Grant Hill and what he went through. And I look at Klay Thompson.
Penny Hardaway?
Penny Hardaway's a great one.
I mean,
Navarro Bowman.
Antonio McDyess was a top 3, top 5 pick out of Alabama. Knee injuries killed his career.
Amari Stoudemire.
Stoudemire is another good one. There's so many examples in basketball.
It's one thing, I think, to have an injury late in your career, I mean, Chris Webber had a big knee injury late.
Meniscus, but the Kings are rolling.
No doubt.
They may have been going to the finals. He was never the same.
I look at Klay. I mean, he was robbed of multiple years, robbed of the superpower of what made him so unique. He was an absolute Wolverine, Iron Man. And I'm sad for the guy. And I think that, it's easy for all of us, like, accept what you are, accept what's happening. And I think it's a lot more difficult to be going through that in real time. And I think it's easy from afar to tell someone how to feel, how to adjust, how to accept. And I think it's a lot more difficult when you're the individual going through it. And I have tremendous empathy for him and all of these different athletes. And I know we're going to hear from a lot of people, like, what's your favorite moment? It's hard for me to not think of the moments with Klay Thompson and not go directly to Danny Green undercutting him the way that he did and basically changing the arc of his career for the worse. And it's one of the all-time moments as a sports fan for me.
Well, being in that building for that moment, and Anthony Slater wrote a great article in The Athletic about Klay Thompson's return, and for 3 quarters, he talks about Game 6 of the 2019 NBA Finals. Klay Thompson was the best player on the floor. He was the best player on the floor. 30 points on 12 shots. He hit a shot from the Oracle Arena logo. I swear, he hit the shot right. Oracle's going crazy. On my laptop, I get an alert. Your flight to Toronto will be leaving such and such in one day. And when he hit the shot, I said, there will be a Game 7. This guy was in a zone. It was unlike anything else. And in that series, we never discussed this. Coming back from a hamstring strain, he missed one game, Game 3, had a hamstring strain, came back by Game 4. Game 5, Steph and Klay helped extend the series. I wasn't even in the building, Shasky. I was with Khalid Azubuike because they were like, hey, look, if the Raptors win, we can't run the post-game show for 30 minutes. ABC has it. So Papa and St. Jean are going to be in the building. I need you and Khalid to start the post-game show in a hotel room outside the arena. So I'm getting hustled out by Devin Fox out of the arena. And by the time we get up to the hotel room, we're like, wait a minute, how did the Warriors take the lead? So I didn't even see Klay and Steph go back to back to back and flip a game from a 6-point deficit to a 3-point lead. It's like, wait, we're going back to Oakland for a Game 6? And so we get to these Game 6, and he comes out, he tears the knee up, and I'm thinking, boy, that's Klay. He never withers in pain on the court. Never.
J.R. Smith almost literally decapitated his knee backwards, and he came back like a day later.
I mean, a day later.
A couple years prior.
Yeah, no doubt. And then he comes out and hits the free throws. And I'm thinking, this guy's a savage.
Yeah.
And he tries to get back on defense, and Steve Kerr's like, no, your ACL's gone, homie. You can't play defense. But that just showed where his mind, he was trying to do anything it took to help this organization win a championship and three-peat and cement his legacy even further. And he was entering his prime. Then you think that he's all coming back, and then he tears his Achilles the same day James Wiseman gets drafted, number 2 overall by the Golden State Warriors. And I know players who were in that pickup game, and I've heard stories about the pickup game. They said Klay looked like the Klay, the two-way player. He was balling. However, he got cleared for 5-on-5. He wasn't being watched by Rick Celebrity, so he decided to play 5-on-5, even though he was cleared. But he admitted he was about 10 pounds overweight. And the Achilles just went.
There's like a Shakespearean tragedy attached to Klay Thompson that I just it's so hard. Like the other like Bowman is someone that I think about a lot. Like was one of the greatest players I've ever seen. I'm not even saying that flippantly. Navarro Bowman was one of the best players I've ever seen, ever play the position. I thought I was watching a first ballot Hall of Famer, and to hurt himself in that fashion, in that way, he's lucky to walk again. Like Dave Dravecki is obviously a horrible. I mean, the whole Dravecki story for the older crowd, horrible, horrible. Klay is as bad as it gets, not named Dravecki and Navarro Bowman. In terms of Bay Area sports history, woulda, coulda, shoulda.
But you know what, though? We scoff at it, and we have over the last 2 years as a fan base. I don't think everybody has. I know I haven't, but collectively, He did come back and lead the league and made threes.
No doubt. I'm just saying.
He did come back and like he's not the same player. No doubt. Like
robbed
Navarro
of his
Bowman,
prime, I guess,
no
is
doubt,
the way
no
I
doubt,
would phrase
because
it.
Navarro Bowman was borderline unplayable.
Well, he was okay for a couple weeks, and then
it was done.
It was sad. It was very sad. He was completely done.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get into the favorite moments of Klay Thompson as it is Klay Day. Dorell Wright's going to join us at 8 o'clock. He's feeling good because his Dodgers won the World Series. Festus Ezeli will join us at 8:30. Zaza Pachulia at 9 o'clock. Zaza, nothing easy. It's going to be a lot of fun on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. All right, Klay Day. More on him coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. If you had to pick one moment, folks, one moment from Klay Thompson, and I take off the board the 37-point quarter, the 60-point game, what moment would that be? Let's think a little deeper on Klay Thompson's career with the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number. That's brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
He's 50 and 37 and a quarter.
And you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Is that Jimbo? All jumping in? Oh, absolutely not. Jimbo, relax. Relax. We'll see you tonight. As a segment is sponsored by Go to State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. It is Klay Day. D. Wright's going to join us at 8 o'clock. Festus Ezeli at 8:30. Zaza Pachulia at 9 o'clock. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. 37-point quarter. I already told you the story, Shasky, what I did that Friday night against Sacramento. Had a credential. First year. Friday night. I'm young. I'm single. So I'm going to lay on the couch for this one. It's just Sacramento. That's it. It's just the Sacramento Kings. I don't need to go to this one. Warriors got this. Game be over by halftime. And I missed history. 37 and a quarter. He had a couple shots that didn't even count. I mean, it's the greatest scoring quarter in NBA history. It's absurd that a guy could score 37 and a quarter, which he did, which was like, wait a minute, what? And I feel like that's when the love affair really started to jump for Klay Thompson, where early on we didn't know much about Klay. He was quiet, kind of, it's like, man, is he a chucker? Is he hogging? Klay ups, remember that was the whole thing?
Well, he couldn't dribble.
And then all of a sudden he scores 37 and a quarter. It was like, oh, wait, this guy's a flamethrower. May have something here at the 2-guard spot.
Well, going back in Warrior history, because we do this kind of like for like the Niners and the Giants, and, Mitch Richmond was here for such a short time, and it was like, oh, the one that got away. Jay Rich was really like the shooting guard for most people around our age. Like that was a guy who was beloved. And you want to talk about like the one that got away. I mean, I don't know, he spent 5 or 6 years here, and then they traded him away because of salary cap stuff, and it's one of the worst trades in Warrior history. It felt like they were chasing that shooting guard and looking for that guy to play that position. And they needed somebody opposite Steph, clearly. And we always talk about like offensively how they fit, but defensively it was just dynamic. For me, like everything starts and ends with Game 6 against OKC. Because when you do it in the playoffs for this team, when the adversity is at an all-time high against what I believe to be one of the great teams to not win a championship in Oklahoma City during that particular, reign that they had at that time, that game, Memorial Day weekend, I believe.
It was Saturday, yeah.
So Memorial Day weekend.
Game 7 was on Monday.
Yeah. So I mean, I'll never forget watching on the little tiny tube up the Russian River at the Porter cabin, and literally standing above this tiny little TV, which is archaic from the 80s, and the whole place was going absolutely bonkers with every shot. What do you have, 40, 41 in that game?
41 points.
I mean, that is just unbelievable. What were they down going into the fourth quarter?
They were down 8.
To me, OKC Game 6 is one of the greatest games of all time.
It's...
Even though they didn't win a championship.
No, it's... Pardon me. I was one where I thought I was watching a funeral. I remember I was fortunate enough to cover that series, all the home games. And OKC stole Game 1. And they walked off the floor ticked off. I'm like, they just stole Game 1. Why are they ticked off? And you go in that locker room, there's Deion Waiters, and there's Kevin Durant, there's Russell Westbrook, and there's Anthony Morrow, there's Steven Adams. And they were just sitting there, and they were saying, damn. They were like, we didn't even play well. They were ticked off. They was like, we got to clean up so many mistakes and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, boy, this is going to be a tough series. But going back to Super Bowl weekend when they first came out to the Bay Area, OKC, they came out for Super Bowl weekend. They played that Saturday at Oracle Arena, and Kevin Durant missed a late 3 late in that game to kind of steal it. And the Warriors won that game, but I thought this Facebook status came up not too long ago. Somebody shared it with me. I had a crazy Facebook status like, boy, if we get 7 games of this in the playoffs, we'll all get our money's worth. Well, we got 7 games between OKC and Golden State. And we got 7 games because Klay Thompson went berserk in Game 6 with the 41 points and 11 threes. And I contend it was Marv Albert's last great game on the microphone. He was unbelievable. And so... Good 30 games, Shasky. I thought my boy front office, Igor Spivak, I said, just come over, dude. We'll watch the funeral together. It's been a great ride, whatever.
Can we explore something? Just a quick second. You used to post things on Facebook like it was like Twitter or whatever?
Everybody did. Everybody
I don't
did.
think I ever did.
Well, you joined Facebook late, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Facebook's been around since 07.
Yeah, I know.
08.
You're an old white guy. We get it.
No, it's not an old white guy. My black family uses Facebook a lot.
So let me ask you this.
Blacker and black.
You would post like
statuses, yeah. We all did. That was the thing. And then about 2017, you start getting on Twitter, and you're like, all right, let me just leave this alone. Because Facebook's algorithms just got all out of whack, and it became a different thing. You start getting all these news filters, and like, dude, I don't want to see all this stuff. So
you would post this to your timeline, and then everyone would chime in.
Gotcha. Yeah, it was like Twitter.
Yeah, I missed out on that.
You missed it. Yeah, you missed that wave. Facebook used to be cool. It used to be cool, and then everything got crazy. So,
no, I love that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to just pause on that.
No. But I would have Facebook statuses, and people would go crazy.
When was the last time you think you posted a status on Facebook?
I have no idea. No clue.
Because mine's just photos. Like,
yeah,
right?
I'll
hit the like button
photos.
when people make comments or whatever.
It's been a long time.
Okay.
Probably just thanking people for birthdays. That's been a thing. Hey, thanks for everybody for wishing me a happy birthday.
Oh, my pops used to be so active on there. Oh my goodness!
Well, they all do. Oh, geez.
Always in the comments section.
I don't know why do you think white guys use Facebook?
Well, because it's like my uncle and my dad. Well, like they loved it. That's why.
They're not the only ones on Facebook.
You know what? I'll take that back. Because Guru's all up in it, but so Steiny.
Right? Yeah, no, but they're
I'm out.
My entire family, my dad's side of the family, blacker than black. They use it. Gangsters use it. Everybody. Shaka and Berkeley is always on Facebook, so everybody uses it.
I just called it my dad because my dad would always be in the comment section. Did you know that your friend did this? How did you know? Facebook. Like, wow, Dad.
Let's go to
Sorry, I didn't mean to take a left turn.
Old white guy. What?
Well, that's what I told my dad. Dad, don't be the old white guy just in the comment section. Just get out of the comment section.
Let's go to Roz in Santa Rosa. Roz, what's happening?
Hey there. Morning, guys.
Morning, Roz.
I wanted to say what my favorite Klay moment was. I want to go with a newer moment. Maybe one that's more just kind of funny, and it was when he punked out Dylan Brooks a couple of years ago when he got teed up for it. I just loved that because, I haven't ever heard anyone say they like Dylan Brooks, even Grizzly fans or Rocket fans, and he deserved it, and I loved when Klay did that. Of the moments you mentioned on your poll yesterday on Twitter, I really enjoyed the 11 dribbles, 60 points game because it's when we had KD and Steph, but it was kind of like, nope, you guys have to deal with the third guy, and look how amazing he is too. And I remember the Pacers just being like, by halftime, being like, we give up. And then I want to say how excited I am for tonight. I don't know how many people have thought about it, but we're gonna get that moment. I hope it's the first play of the game, where either Klay or Steph has the ball and the other guy has to guard him. And that's going to be so fun to see them guarding each other. Like, who's going to try to one-up each other tonight? I think that's going to be so fun.
And then when you get Draymond Green switching out on them, because Draymond Green, look, here's the story Draymond Green said on the Draymond Green show. Here's Draymond, how he's approaching it. We'll get to Rocco in Cleveland in just a second. Here's Draymond Green.
Klay walked up to Kyle like, Kyle, don't be talking to the ops. So then Trav came and told me that Klay said that, huh? He was like, you think he was serious? And I was like, well, it's Klay, so he's joking. But he's definitely a little serious. Like, but he's joking. But he's definitely serious. And so, sure enough, the next day I'm working out. They come in again after me, and I'm talking to Kyle. And he walk up, Kyle, you talking to the ops?
Wow.
And I said,
love this.
Try. There's definitely some seriousness to it. He just said the same thing to me. So therefore, I'm going to run through his chest when we play them now.
Ooh.
I wasn't going to. That's where that whole thing came from, because he just like, oh, they the ops. They the ops. Obviously, we all love Klay, but
this
to love Klay is to also know that he's going to come in there trying to murder us.
Draymond Green, Barrett Davis, and Moses Moody on that podcast. We know where Draymond. Hey, look, once the ball tips off, they're both going to try to kill each other. This is the Mavericks are desperate for a win. They're 5-5. They just lost a tough one to Denver. They had a 1-point loss to Phoenix last week when Nurkic hit a free throw. They're ticked off. Draymond Green, his competitive nature, saying, "I'm not going to let Klay come in our building as we're 8-2. We need to win too. We want to beat Luka and Kyrie. This is a team that beat us 3 or 4 last season. We need to beat this team. So once the ball gets tipped off, all the love affair and the kumbaya, that's all out the window.
Well, metaphorically running through someone's chest, totally understand it. Like in terms of a mindset, I do hope there's nothing, just nothing. We don't need that. Like we just don't.
Well, you may get it.
I know.
And we'll talk about it. And you'll love to talk about it. You know you want some drama. You want some drama. Spinoni wants some drama.
Clay
wants some drama.
Clay in the last few years has shown that, like, if there's someone that disrespects him, he will talk that talk. Well, it can get spicy and chippy.
Yes,
I mean,
it will.
Well, him in Minnesota, preceding the Rudy Gobert situation, him and obviously, the guy Devin Booker down in Phoenix, They got into it. Dylan Brooks and him. Like, there's been many moments.
Oh, yeah, no. Clay's going to talk that talk. Let's go to Rocco in Cleveland. Rocco, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on? Appreciate you taking my call. Just wanted a quick moment, kind of a different one. It's an older one. Quick context, Steph's my favorite player ever coming out of Davidson. That became the case, so that's why I'm a Warriors fan in Cleveland, so I appreciate listening to you guys get my Warriors fix. But anyway, his second season in the league, Warriors came to Cleveland. I want to say it was like early January. I had never been to an NBA game before, so I finally, saved up enough to get tickets, went with my mom. They announced Steph wasn't playing. He had an ankle issue or something. I was crushed, man. I was like borderline in tears going to the arena because I wasn't get to see my favorite player. But Klay went out there and put on an absolute show that night. It was his then career high. He scored like 32, 33. I'm a bad fan for not remembering the exact number. But anyway, that just solidified him as like my second favorite player in the league right behind Steph. Because he picked up all my sadness that I had going into the arena and just turned it into sheer happiness. Again, put on a show, beat up on the Cavs, and it was just kind of game over from there, man. He, again, just became my second favorite player. I'll never have any hate for him. All love to Klay. Super excited for the game tonight.
Good call, Rocco. Good call. 888-957-9570 if you want to share some of your favorite Klay Thompson moments. What are you looking forward to tonight? How weird is it to see him at that number 31? 888-957-9570. That is the number as we celebrate Klay Day here in the Bay Area. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. We'll do 60 seconds of celebrity in just a second here, but we are giving away a Klay Thompson jersey, the 8 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour, and the 4 o'clock hour, and you'll have to answer some trivia. So we'll give out the number a little bit later. We'll have that going for you in the 8 o'clock hour again. 3 chances to win a Klay Thompson jersey. One during our show, one during Steiny and Goo, and one during Willard Diz. But you got to listen all day long to find out what is what. I got to go to this montage real quick.
Okay.
Jessica. I got to hear it. We've been talking about it. It's one of my favorite all-time games, playoff games.
Green to Klay Thompson. Where's the patient, but Klay fires away. He's got another 3. It's an NBA record, 10 threes in a playoff game. 96-92, he's got 36. Westbrook stumbles with a dribble, almost falls down. Stripped by Andre and stolen. Iguodala to Thompson, right side 3 for the lead. Got it! Golden State leads with 1:35 to go. It's 104-101. Klay Thompson has 11 threes in the game.
You ever just watch that game and just fire it up? Because I still get the same goosebumps.
Totally.
That I did when I was watching it live.
Absolutely.
Steph had a great 3, too. I mean, it was unbelievable theater, man.
You know what I've thought about many times? Because people bring up, like, the woulda, coulda, shoulda trade situation, obviously, with Kevin Love. And we all remember which side we landed on. I argued till I was blue in the face to my boy Rocco. He wanted K-Love. I did not want to trade Klay Thompson by any means necessary. We argued for days.
I wanted Klay Love. I wanted K-Love.
A lot of people did.
But not for the price point that
a lot of
Minnesota was asking. They were asking for King's ransom.
And at the time, the power forward that could rebound was a coveted thing. And we evolved from that thinking quite quickly. But I always think about this. They move off Mark Jackson because we know how important Mark Jackson was to Steph and Klay's career. What if they had hired Van Gundy? You know? Like, what? How does this thing play out? Like, if they hire Van Gundy, Does Klay get the freedom and the shots and the looks? Do they win in the playoffs? Do they make the adjustments? Does he have the credibility to be able to balance all of the personalities? I'm talking about the early versions of the team.
Well, Stan Van Gundy, what happens to Draymond Green? Would he value a player like that?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it's a very underrated storyline because Van Gundy wanted full control. He wanted to be the coach and the GM, but it was like, he ended up getting that in Detroit and got fired. It's just like, come on, dude. Like,
he got full control.
Full control. And got fired a couple years later. It just didn't work out for him. That's an underrated storyline because as Steve Kerr was visiting the Knicks and talking to Phil Jackson about taking the Knicks job, and thankfully Kerr's kid, Nick, was going to Cal Berkeley, so he got to be closer to his son. That is a very underrated storyline with Stan Van Gundy. I don't think about that much. But I was very happy they didn't go that direction. I like Stan. I like Stan on the microphone. I think he's a good dude. But I remember at the time thinking, I don't want Stan Van Gundy. I just don't want him. Well, I want something new and fresh.
No doubt. And I think when you lost those games to the Clippers, it was pretty evident to me ISO ball and low efficiency and not a lot of passing. The offense needed a jolt really bad. But how many times do you hire the greatest coach ever in the history of your organization? Yeah.
You don't.
Very few times. And I think about all the mistakes they could have made. Think of how many different coaches are hired and fired all around the league that they could have, acquired who would have stunted the growth and the freedom and the shot selection of a Klay Thompson.
Yeah. No doubt.
Who would have not known what to do with a Draymond Green? Who would have said, Steph, I got to rein in your shot selection. I want you to play pure point, not kind of the hybrid way that you're playing. Like I think a lot about Steve Kerr and his system. And it fit each one of those three superstars to a T. Enhanced each one of them too.
I'm looking at this box score with OKC Game 6. The Thunder went 3 of 23 from 3.
Oof.
KD was 1 for 8.
What was Serge?
Was 0 for 5. Serge was 1 for 6. The Warriors outscored the Thunder 33-18 in that fourth quarter to send it to a Game 7. I mean, it's just not only because of my Warrior bias, but when I think about all the great playoff games I watched in my lifetime, whether it's Rockets, Suns coming back from 20, Suns coming back from 20, or the kiss of death with Mario Ellie, Game 6 Jordan, which one? Steve Kerr, the Bulls coming back against the Blazers in Game 6 from 19 down. They put on the full court press in the fourth quarter. Old Chicago Stadium. Reggie Miller in the choke side at Madison Square Garden Game 5, even though they would end up losing that series in 7. It's one of my favorite playoff games of all time. All time. It's one of my favorite series of all time. And you could take I could be from Cleveland, I could be from Toronto. You just think about that series and the legacies that were built. Even though the Warriors lost that championship and, we try to forget about Game 7 and what happened then. But Klay Thompson felt like he was coming out of his shell after that first championship. So then this is the second year where they're trying to go back-to-back. And it felt like it cemented his Warriors legacy with that Game 6. Like he could do no wrong. After that Game 6, now he goes over in the play-in game last season, and I know people want to harp on that, but that Game 6, like out of nowhere, was like, wow, I didn't know Klay had this in him.
I think the fearlessness in the face of elimination is what made him such a superhero, and his ability to take. I mean, some of the shots, if you just go back to that, to think about where the game was 10 years ago, taking the shots he was taking, so quick in the shot clock, so quick off of a pin down. I mean,
he was firing.
It's unreal. I'll never forget some of those shots. Like, oh my God!
The Westbrook shot at the top of the key where he wasn't even squared up at the hoop.
Unreal.
And he still makes it. And then you look at the bench and they're like, what is going on here?
It was Red Dead Redemption, the video game. Like he was locked in.
Unbelievable game.
Max Payne. I don't know if you've ever played those video games, but right, you know what I'm talking about.
I know about Max Payne. Never really got into it though.
Well, they had this button. You click R1, it automatically locked in on the target. No matter where you were, it would hit them right in between the eyes. I don't know. It's old video games.
Max Payne.
But Klay was like a video game.
It was
specifically in that game.
It was unreal. He followed up with 21 in Game 7. Steph had a 36 and 8 in Game 7 against OKC. It was a fascinating game. OKC was up double figures. OKC was up double figures. I still get goosebumps with Steph. I know it's Klay Day, but at the end of Game 5, down 3-1, Westbrook walks into the Oracle Arena. I'll never forget he's wearing all black. And I'm like, oh, gosh.
That aged well.
Dude, I mean, it was wild. They were talking that talk. They were feeling good. And Steph's dribbling the ball. And you see the zoom in on TNT. We ain't going home. We ain't going home, man. That's iconic.
If
man.
you
I know
would've told-
everything.
If you would have told Westbrook that moment when they were up 3-1.
Why'd you play that drop?
I thought it was the Stephen Curry. I know everything because they're labeled the exact same thing. So I apologize.
If I would have told Westbrook that day, you're never going to win a championship. And in fact, you're going to bounce around to a zillion teams. There's no way he believes you.
I know everything.
Well, he would have maybe had some words for you.
For sure he would have had some words for me.
I've got that Westbrook experience.
But we had the last laugh.
The Westbrook experience is one of the eights. By the way, speaking of Draper, Kings lost by 20 yesterday to the San Antonio
Spurs.
The NBA has a problem right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they got beat by 20. Ooh.
Malik Monk out?
Well, Sacramento.
I'm out.
We just blew off 60 seconds of celebrating. We can do it a little later. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. She sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. 888-957-9570. Let's get in here. 888-957-9570. Your favorite Klay moment. Where did it go wrong with Klay Thompson? Anything, Klay, that you wanted to get off your chest? I don't care if you don't like him, if you love him, whatever it is. The floor is yours. 888-957-9570. That is what's coming up. Brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Whether you're flying for business or pleasure.
Iguodala to Thompson. Right side three for the lead. Got it! Golden State leads with 1:35 to go. It's 104-101. Klay Thompson has 11 threes in the game.
And you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
That's pretty good. Klay Thompson is back in the Bay. Shoot around yesterday for the Dallas Mavericks. He was wearing a different uniform on the Chase Center court. And today, as the Emirates NBA Cup starts group play, what are the Warriors in? Group C, I believe, with the Mavericks, whatever group they're in. Emirates Cup today, NBA Cup. Shasky wants the banner. Everybody wants the banner. But Klay is back. And look, we're going to talk about his memories, his moments. But Anthony Slater wrote an article yesterday, and I wouldn't mind diving into, Shasky, about what happened over the last couple years and the meeting that, Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson had over breakfast in Manhattan Beach. You think about his career. He turned 29 4 months before tearing his ACL. Then he was 30, into the rehab process, he tears his Achilles. So basically he had all this time of rehab, and he lost his 29th year, 30th year, comes back 31. And it sucks. He missed 941 days of basketball. And he's trying to rediscover his game and rediscover, what he was during those NBA finals as one of the best two-way players in the NBA. It just wasn't going to happen with the way the pounding his legs took and all the rehab and everything. He lost some sizzle. There's no doubt. But the breakfast here, as the Warriors trying to make a last-ditch effort and talk to him, Steve Kerr drove up from San Diego. And obviously Klay had a lot of bitterness growing from not finishing and starting and getting them brought to blame about everything like that. And there's no doubt he was sulking. The body language wasn't great. But, Steve Kerr, he drove up to Manhattan Beach. Basically say, hey, look, man, there's going to be some differences here. Your role's going to fluctuate. You could be coming off the bench. You may start. You may get 25 minutes. You may get 18. And Klay just basically said, you know what? Yeah, I think I'm going to go to Dallas. And Steve Kerr understood it. I understood it. You understand it. Everybody should understand it. That, you have that? He talked about it yesterday with Willard Dibbs? All right, here it is, Spinoni.
I wanted to make sure that he knew how I felt and how all the coaches felt before he made a decision. This was right around July 1st, whenever free agency started, and because the last couple of years were really emotional for Klay, and there's always contract stuff and just things that get in the way of relationships at times. And the main thing I wanted him to know was just how much he meant to us and how much we wanted him back, and so it was great. It was great to connect and to at least express my feelings for what we wanted. But in the end, I think it was the right decision for him. He was feeling strongly about needing a fresh start, and it's been a tough couple of years coming off the injuries, and I think he made his decision and he was at peace with it, and at least I could be there with him, as he made that decision and meet face to face. That was important for me and for us, I think.
And that's Steve Kerr on that breakfast.
I think that defiance, confidence, irrational belief in yourself are some of the key ingredients to becoming a professional athlete, right? Obviously, you have to have the physical gifts and all that, but the intangibles, the mental makeup to have that, it's unreal. And it's one thing when you're a role player and you're reduced to maybe a lesser role coming off the bench. I think the hardest thing in sports at the professional level is I'm a great player, all-time great for this franchise, and now I have to become a role player. I actually think that drop, though not as precipitous as the I'm a role player and now I'm a don't play a lot guy, is a precipitous drop. That's the hardest one to grasp. And so many athletes have said the mirror is the last to know, meaning you have so much irrational belief in yourself, which is what got you to where you are, that it's very difficult to be able to compartmentalize some of the adjustments that are necessary for you to sustain and survive in your current ecosystem. And then I look at the business aspect of it playing a role, and people say it's just business, it's just business. Nah, there's a respect level you feel you've earned, and I get it. And there's a pecking order that you think is established and a way that things need to be done because you've earned equity within a particular environment. And so when all of these things are baked into the pie, it makes for a very messy situation when any one of these things starts to change. And I think that's what ended up happening with the Warriors. And I don't think it's anyone's fault. I think this just happens.
No, it was time to move on.
And the interests aren't aligned.
It was time to move on. It was time. It was time after the way last year played out. And he was, Klay Thompson discussed this, and Slater wrote this in the article, and, some of the bitterness, but, Klay Thompson said in January, I had a conversation with Steve about just enjoying the last chapter of my career and how lucky I truly am to be playing this game, being a better mentor for the young guys, leading by example, having my energy right every game. He helped me realize I do have negative energy and how that affects the team in a poor manner. And that was great perspective by Klay Thompson last season. I do think he needs to give himself a little more credit because when he rehabbed with James Wiseman every single day, took James Wiseman out on the boat, hear from James Wiseman, Klay did a lot for him. Moses Moody, they still play chess together. So Klay, I think, was there for the young guys, but it's just his body language because Klay, his body language wasn't so much, man, I need to get mine. I need to rediscover the guy wants to win. The guy, there's certain guys in sports that used to say they wanted too much. They try to do too much. I think Pods may be going through a little bit of that right now in his second season, where he just wants it so damn bad that maybe he's forcing it a little bit. And maybe he's a little out of sorts with his jump shot or whatnot. And I think he'll be fine. He'll find it, but you try to do too hard. You try to do too much to prove yourself and reprove yourself. And like Klay, you came back after missing 941 days. It's a miracle that you're playing basketball at this point, let alone lead the league in made threes and let alone coming off the bench and doing what you did off the bench. So I do think the 0 for 10 playing game really skews everything because it was just a rough night for everybody, but especially Klay Thompson. But going up into that point, the last 30 games, we didn't talk much about Klay's attitude.
The 0 for 10 playing game, I'm going to be honest with you. If anyone brings that up as like really, like of all the things that you think of when you come to Klay Thompson, that is so far down. And I think that if you're clinging to that, that tells me you kind of just got here it comes to rooting for the Warriors.
Well, it just shows you where your mind is at right now. But I look at Klay Thompson, and he had a 17-game stretch where in 13 of those games he came off the bench. And he shot his best percentages, 41 from 3 and 43 from the field. And we watched it. He was moving the ball. And they played the interview where I asked Klay Thompson about coming off the bench. And he said, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. We're all good. We're all good. This is good for me. So, look, man, Klay Thompson's done a lot for this uniform. He's done a lot for this organization. He's done a lot for this region. And at one point, he became one of the more lovable Warriors that we've ever seen. All the different nicknames, his Trident tours, and just him being him. Like as personable as you could be, as normal as you could be as a millionaire athlete, Klay was that.
Very few, though, get to go out on their own accord and get the storybook ending. And I think that's the in our minds, it's like a Netflix movie. You know what I mean? Like, but how many people get the John Elway walk off?
No, not rare.
Peyton Manning got it, and Peyton Manning was literally replaced by a quarterback nobody remembers in the middle of that year. Remember that?
Brock Osweiler.
Exactly. You remember because you have a sickness like me.
But people remember.
But you know what most athletes end up doing? Most, I'm just saying, like even the great ones, Lincecum fading away for the Los Angeles Angels in a rehab start.
It was bad.
Retiring quietly and going away and sadly never getting the just due. Like the real walk-off moment. Madison Bumgarner sitting as a free agent, not doing anything. Dwight Clark being forced into retirement because his body was completely crushed and was a shell of himself. You know, like more athletes go out that way than go out the storybook way. And I think shame on me for thinking the Warriors will be different. And I did. I thought like, oh, all three of these guys in an era of nonstop player movement and guys teaming up, they're going to all go out kumbaya holding hands together simultaneously. And it was never real. It was never like the money, the business, the emotions, guys in different spots of their lives and so many different things played into it. it was just never going to happen. And like I felt like it would happen here because this is different.
Right.
But it's not a Netflix movie.
Right. No, it's not. And look, there's a lot of things added up over the last 2 years. We talk about the contract, the 2 for $48, and there's differing stories on the authenticity of that deal. There's floating numbers all over the place. I know Klay didn't like hearing the narrative about, hey, man, they paid you 2.5 years to rehab. It's like, look, man, I got hurt playing in the NBA Finals game, playing at a high level, trying to win this organization the championship. You can't control injuries. You can't control Danny Green going up and trying to block a dunk that he wasn't going to block. You can't control him playing at 505 after being cleared, and all of a sudden, boom, your Achilles goes after cooking dudes at 505 pickup. You can't control that. It probably sucked. Rehabbing is worse than playing. Like, I talked to Willie about it. He's dude, rehab's the worst thing ever.
It's the most lonely existence.
Lonely. It's tedious. It's the same damn thing. You can barely walk. Like, it's a nightmare.
Monte, my nephew was talking about his recovery from Tommy John at 16 years old, okay? 16 years old. He's living in the house with his family, and he's got all his buddies and everything. He was depressed.
Depressed, man.
And he's 16. He wasn't doing it in his 30s, where that's all he knows in your 30s. Like, you've literally been doing that more than anything in your life your entire time. And simultaneously, nothing brings you more joy than to play that game.
No doubt.
And I think that's the part that's lost on some of the fans when these guys are going through it. And I've seen it firsthand on a variety of athletes. Like, we underrate how much this sport means to them.
Let's go to Ray in Illinois. Ray, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Ray?
Hey, I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Doing all right.
Hey, so I wanted to comment on my favorite Klay moment. It's so many to think about, right? So one of them that come to mind more interestingly is when it was Game 6, right? Now, this is when we first talk about Game 6 Klay. We were going against the Oklahoma City Thunder. And obviously, Klay was feeling it, but it was just one thing when the ball had got inbounded to Klay. Klay is probably about 4 or 5 feet from the three-point line, behind the three-point line, and he shoots the ball. Now, his feet wasn't even facing the rim, right? His shoulders were when he caught the ball. His shoulders were, but his feet wasn't even facing the rim. And he just pulls up over Westbrook and just knocks the three down in his face. I'm like, man, this dude is ridiculous.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I'm thinking about, Ray, just the 18,000 plus had to be in the building tonight. We're watching Klay Thompson, and look, he's wired differently, man. He's not going to show emotion on the surface level. He's just not. Internally, he's probably going to watch this game a lot, right? He's going to want to bang 7 threes. He's going to want to fist pump. He's going to want to do all these different things. But on the surface, that's just who Klay is. He's going to try to just play basketball. But we all know inside of Klay Thompson's mind, the guy we've gotten to know him over the last 13 years, 14 years, when he was drafted number 11 overall, coming out of Washington State, we know he's going to be emotional. And what he said the other day, I'm getting a lot of DMs about what he said the other day after they lost to Denver. He was like, yeah, it's just another game in November. We got to also realize that these guys shower, they get in the locker room, they go to the podium. He's probably, knowing Klay Thompson, he's still seething over the loss against the Denver Nuggets. He's not worried about the Bay Area yet. And so I wouldn't take those comments so damn seriously. I wouldn't take them to heart. They just lost a basketball game to Denver. They're trying to find their rhythm here. And he didn't have a great game.
What's he going to say, though? Like, let me play the reverse of it. Like, for those that wanted him to say, what's he going to say? Oh, my God, my entire heart is there. And, I spent all this time in it. You also have to have tact with your own teammates that you're currently with.
Right.
Like, there's a delicate balance. And so I don't think he meant anything malicious to crush Warrior fans. I think a lot of Warrior fans are looking to be upset. And I think everybody needs to relax.
Yeah, I would hope so. I would hope so because he once did this for the organization.
Durant pulls up into traffic, loses the ball, bats it out to Curry, finds Thompson, right corner, three, got it!
Now you're cooking.
It's a 2-point game. Oracle is rocking, and Mike D'Antoni needs to talk it over. Draymond. Pass goes to Thompson in the corner. He'll take a three. Knocked it down. Klay Thompson on fire. 5 of 10 from distance. He's tied the game at 69. Draymond throws to Thompson. He's open right side. The 3 ball's good. Draymond on the break, shoveled back to Klay. It's a 27-footer. Good.
Their biggest lead of the night keeps getting bigger.
89-77. Klay Thompson says, I'm not going home. Not tonight. Durant on the jaw. Takes it middle. Drifting far side. Chest pass to Draymond. Throws to Thompson. Off a screen. 3-ball. Up and good again. 8 threes for Klay.
They were down 17 at the end of the first quarter of that game, 6 against Houston in 2017-18. Guru and I did the pregame show, and I remember we were like, is this the last game with the big three? Wow. or the big four, I should say. Draymond, KD, Klay, and Stephen Curry. And as we were doing the pregame show, like, could this really be it? And Chris Paul obviously was out with the hamstring injury, but Iguodala also got hurt at the end of game 4. And I think people underrate Iguodala's value to the Golden State Warriors on that roster. But Klay just went berserk. 9 made threes. Steph had 29 and 5 made threes. Klay Thompson finished with 35. And that was another game 6 that kind of gets swept under the rug here with Klay Thompson. He just went crazy in the biggest moments.
God, those Houston teams, I hated them so much. I hated them so much.
It was so good to beat them.
I really did. Like, I hated them so much. And it felt like to me, the Warriors, Klay, they hated them too.
They were annoyed by them. They were super annoyed by them. Like, not even close. Like, it was, and you know what? The next year,
the big 3 is over.
The next year, Guru and I were doing a pregame show. I remember some people taking shots online. I won't name who. Anyway, it's the pettiness to me.
Sports, man.
The next season, when they played Houston and KD got hurt in that game 5 at Oracle, and the Warriors ended up surviving. Steph Curry woke up in the fourth quarter. They're like, all right, you're going to 6, but you have no KD. I go in the Rockets locker room, and it was like they lost the series. So I remember hustling back to the Warriors locker room to get some more sound, and Livingston's like, yo, we got these dudes. They're cooked. We got them. I was like, all right. I went with I got shot
so
down. So
Livingston said that to you in the locker room?
And I was like,
off the record?
Off the record. Me and another guy, I think it was Marcus Thompson, matter of fact. He's like, kind of slapped me in the chest, yo, we got these guys. And I started talking, me being a double agent. Yeah, man, their heads are down in the locker room, man. They seem very somber. Hey, where I took it to the other next day, Papa was freaking out because Durant got hurt.
Wait a minute.
Like,
Greg was freaking out?
Oh, he was freaking out. I was like, oh, my God, way. Kevin Durant's hurt. What's going on? I don't know if they could do it. Like,
the
Papa,
7th metacarpal.
Dude, I was like, yo, they're cooked. They're cooked. And Steph Curry has a great second half. James Harden, what did James Harden do in that second half? Wasn't it like iconically bad?
Yeah, it was horrific.
Historically bad. He just didn't show up in the Warriors advance to the NBA or to the Western Conference Finals.
Gordon was bricking everything.
Everything.
Those Rocket versions. I mean, there was a time against those Rocket teams. I hated Clint Capella so much. And I was like, oh, if only the Warriors could get a Clint Capella. And it's like, what was I thinking? Am I the only one that thought that?
Probably.
You had to experience it to understand what I was talking about.
Nah, I wasn't thinking about no Clint. It was like, yeah, it's great, but I like our roster as is.
Well, he was a nice lob threat, and he was a nice rim runner. Threat,
but you know what? You had JaVale, you had Zaza, you had Bogut, you were fine, and you're going to the Hamptons 5 when it was all said and done. You're going either to the death lineup or the Hamptons 5. The death lineup with Harrison Barnes, the Hamptons 5 with Kevin Durant.
Do you want to go to the Hamptons one day?
Actually, I almost went to the Hamptons this past summer.
Bonte, the Hamptons Hill?
Hamptons are nice, man. Nice, very nice. I like to go to all the finer places. That's why I like to travel the world.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want to do that?
It was horrible how the Warriors went from the Hamptons 5 to the Hamptons Inn in 2020.
That was pretty good.
It's Hamptonality right there.
Pebble Beach, Bonte.
Pebble Beach, Bonte.
I've yet to go.
Oh, it's amazing.
No, I know.
The lodge is amazing.
I was supposed to go a few years ago, but I got a late start to the day, so I didn't make it.
We'll go off air. I got somebody down there.
Yeah, I know a couple people too.
Oh, okay. All right, well then define.
No, you know it.
No, that's okay. I only had a suite on the 18th hole.
No.
Day before Christmas. That's all.
Bonte knows Jim Nance, who lives down there, all right? Him and Jimbo are tight.
No, a couple people down there. Just say that.
Are you going to golf when you go down there?
No, I'm not going down there anytime soon.
We had an infamous hot tub situation with my dad down there. We will leave off air.
Don't talk about that.
We had an infamous hot tub situation with my dad.
You got my attention now.
He went commando down at Pebble Beach. God rest his soul.
Can't find the time.
It was just an all-time cringe
when you say
moment.
commando, you mean just
Completely, yeah. And I go, Dad, this is a public hot tub.
I'm out.
Yeah,
So he
my
went
mom's going to
commando.
kill me for bringing this up.
he went commando in the hot tub. Now, who was all in the hot tub?
It was not a good situation. I'm not going to, we're going to end this story.
No,
right
you
now.
brought it up. Now
I'm not going to disgrace my father.
I feel like we've hit all the important points of this story.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't hit the
And
important points.
The best part is he lies about the whole thing.
No, that's not good journalism, love, man. We got to find out who was in the hot tub. You were in the hot tub with him, commando?
He came in commando. I was already in the hot tub. I was extremely, extremely uncomfortable. I demanded that he go pay for a pair of swim trunks. It was not good. He basically was hiding over the jets as someone else came in, and I was like, Dad, you need to get out of the hot tub. And he's like, we're good. I'm like, no, we're not good. You need to get out before we all go to jail.
Oh, did I get fooled on that?
But it's just what old men do. They don't think.
No, that's what Papa Shasky does.
That's what Shasky does.
He was Frank from Always Sunny.
That's what Shasky does.
That's some Frank would do.
I do miss him.
Yeah, if Bob Spadoni ever did that, yikes. No, I'd have to check my dad for that for sure.
I do. It makes me very uncomfortable. I do worry about becoming the crazy old man like that, and we're like, I don't care. I don't care what anyone thinks. It's like, oh boy, what? You think I'm already there? Screw you, Loveman.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Think Klay ever went commando on the boat? Probably, right? You like that
the boat?
You like that pivot?
Yeah, you pivoted to Klay Thompson being commando on the boat.
I just asked the question. You can say no and just keep talking about him.
I don't get it.
Clean it up, Monte.
I would rather be the White Sox.
Oh my God!
I got Will Venable as a manager, and now I'm seeing Giants rumors that they're going to meet with Juan Soto. Well, for what?
It's going to be like the Steve Kerr, Klay Thompson.
Share their own Klay Thompson memories.
Why? Why?
I've actually made my decision, Mosey.
Play for you.
Oh man. Let's see. Here's Klay Thompson not prepared for the Warriors matchup.
Probably share my knowledge with my teammates and coaches and try and limit what they do well. Obviously, a high-volume three-point shooting team and switch a ton on defense. So we'll go into Tuesday trying to counteract those two aspects.
Now, this is interesting because a lot of people are beefing off of that comment. And 214, Comcast Business Text Line, Klay's unstoppable confidence in himself helped us win 4 championships, and it's also the reason he had to go. Happy he found a team that suits him for who he is. No beef whatsoever. Does anybody have beef with Klay? I'm eager. Does anybody have 888-957-9570? We're trying to do the positivity thing here and talk about his great memories or whatnot, but let's go to the other side for a second.
Is there just maybe a little bit of leftover negative residue?
I don't know. I want to know. Does anybody have Pete's commando?
Well, here's what's wrong? What's wrong?
Can't believe the commando.
Clean it up, Monte.
What do you mean?
Commando, Pebble Beach, man. How does the conversation transition to Klay commando on the boat? It's just, you guys are unbelievable. But no, I want to know. I just want to know the bitterness.
Look, my dad was the Frisco Larry David. Okay, he would find himself in these situations that were very unbelievable. All right, and yes, going commando at Pebble Beach was one of the many Larry David moments that he had in his life. I'm not happy about it.
Why are you not happy about it?
Because it was an uncomfortable situation. That being said,
who's all in the hot tub? That's what I want to know.
It was my brother. Happy birthday to my brother. It was JP Money and me and Pops.
That's it, just the 4 of you?
Yes, in a public hot tub.
Nobody else came along?
It was like 45 degrees.
Nobody else came along to the hot tub?
Well, no, then someone came in and we each individually tried to help him get out so that he wouldn't be seen. And yeah, not good.
I know people.
Oh, no.
Size matters.
Oh, my God. What are you doing? Why are you disgracing his honor?
415. No beef, not with Klay or Durant or any other Warrior that left, but helped us win chips. 925, zero beef with Klay. He is a Warriors legend. 510, let's get to the real question. How many points is Klay dropping on DubNation tonight? That I have no idea on. The Warriors do have the personnel to slow down Klay Thompson at this stage. He's not going to handle the ball much.
Who's going to guard him, you think? Melton, Wiggins?
Well, no, you got Luka and Kyrie.
I know. So who would you imagine? Do you put Steph on him? Well, your suggestion at GP2 the other day against Cleveland, I was in a full agreement with it, and then I was watching you about halfway through the game. Like, it didn't really work out the way I anticipated.
No, it was more so, I know how Steve thinks. I've been watching this guy coach for a while.
Gotcha.
And I called the D'Anthony Melton on Sunday.
Yeah.
They Bully too, but, so I gave Bully most of the credit. He knows a lot more about basketball than I do. Knowing Steve Kerr and just knowing how he operates and knowing the personnel on the Cleveland sideline, tonight, he's going to go with Melton. He said so the other night that he's going to go with Melton. So Melton, you have to figure, is going to be on Kyrie.
Wiggins on Luka?
The
bigger body, yeah.
Steph, they may try to throw Steph on to Klay Thompson. Or is it Draymond Green? One of the members of the Big Three is going to guard Klay. That's fascinating. Because I'm looking at the other guys, Najee Marshall, and then Daniel Gafford. So TJD on Gafford to start the game. It's going to be Steph or Draymond on Klay Thompson.
Look.
Wow. That's intriguing.
What made Klay so under the radar, his endurance and conditioning and his movement off ball to always find the open spot and never give up. I mean, he would just run and run and run and run. I mean, think of how many times him and Steph would come baseline and they're going off of screens and things like that, pin downs and flying up. It's just his ability to move was just so beautiful because once he got open, I mean, it's just one dribble. If you pump fake, a guy goes by him, he's hitting that shot. Now he doesn't move as well, and so you might be able to get away with putting Steph Curry on him as a spot-up shooter. But if I'm them and I'm Dallas and I know that, well, then I think I throw it to Klay Thompson in the block.
Well, it's also, when Klay, before he got hurt, he had that 2-dribble pull-up, dude. He was starting to cook with the mid-range 2-dribble pull-up and kind of lost that element to his game where he was never the greatest playmaker, although he had a nice little rapport with TJD last season.
Well, against Toronto, it felt like he was becoming more of an off-the-dribble guy.
No, he was. He was becoming more of just a playmaker. Not to the level of, a guy dropping 6 or 7 assists, but he had that 2-dribble pull-up and was able to dribble, boom, I'm going to pull up and bang, knock this down in your face, man. And you just didn't see, you saw the element at times, but not consistently. Let's go to Josh and Freebot. We got Dorell Wright coming up at 8 o'clock. We're giving away a jersey in an 8 o'clock hour. Let's go to Josh and Freebot.
Hey, this is Josh.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Josh.
Hey, so I just wanted to talk about, hey, Bonte. So I just want to talk about the fact that, you guys have been talking about Klay all day and, how much we love him. But I wanted to, push back on the other side. I don't hate Klay at all. I'm a Warriors fan. I do love what he did for us. But I think I soured on him a little. I think that's the word to use here. I think that's maybe what he did to us a little bit, the Warriors organization and the front office, definitely. But just hearing his words in the last couple of days, I feel like maybe this extends to his teammates even. I think what he said about this game, it's just another Tuesday night, it is a little disrespectful to Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr, don't you think? For example, if you guys were at 95-7 the game for a decade and then left, and then maybe Bonte, you were meeting up with Chastain a year from now and just talking about your new job and new life, and you're just nah, that's just another meeting. I don't really care. That feels a little disrespectful to me, to your guys that you've been with for so long. You won 4 championships. You were a whole dynasty. And to him, it's just it's another day.
Let me ask you this, because I'm going to cut you off, because I actually did something with someone who used to work at this station, and I put myself in their shoes.
Josh on the line.
Had I been, let's say, not retained by my company, and in this hypothetical, Bonte's still working, I would feel some kind of way about the company, and it'd be hard not to look at him a certain way. I'd be jaded. And so I guess defending Klay Thompson, I can understand feeling hurt and not wanting to praise them over the top effusively, knowing that I'm still sore. I'm still sensitive. I'm still hurt by it because you didn't want me that much, right?
Oh, absolutely. I agree. And I think the negativity towards the front office is absolutely warranted. I just think that the relationship between Steph, Klay, your players, you guys are brothers. So I think that money or the contract usually I felt doesn't bleed into that. But I feel like in this situation, it kind of has. And I guess that's my reason here.
Yeah, I hear you. And I also believe in pro sports with a salary cap, it does feel like at times, if you get yours, that limits how much I can get. And it's a byproduct of CBAs and, you can only afford so many people. And so, yeah, there is a domino effect or a Jenga puzzle piece of putting this stuff together. And if you pay that guy, well, you don't have extra years and money for me. And I can understand where you would get frustrated.
888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Day. Klay Day. What excites you about Klay Day? How strange is it for you to see Klay Thompson in another uniform? Now, we've seen 10 games with this new crop of Golden State Warriors, and they're 8-2. They've helped us kind of alleviate that pain or whatever disdain you may have had for Klay Thompson leaving. They're 8-2. They're rolling. They're not turning the ball over as much. They're not getting blow-bys as much. They're defending. They're playing. They're hustling. They're hitting threes. Steph is healthy. Wiggins looks all right, although Wiggins, we do have an injury report. Wiggins is questionable tonight. I forgot to mention that.
Oh, that's not good.
He's questionable at the back.
You asked about, what does it look like with Klay in another jersey? It looks weird. It's like when I see Montana in a Chiefs jersey, that looks weird. When I see Jerry Rice in a Denver Bronco or Seahawks jersey, it looks really weird. Frank Gore in a Buffalo Bills jersey, that was weird. It's just weird. It doesn't look right. To me, it just doesn't look right.
Back to Wiggins for just a second. Lower back strain. And this has been flaring up now so far this season. He's missed 2 games earlier this season with the similar issue. And if Wiggins can't go, then you'll probably start JK and tell JK to take on the assignment of Luka Doncic. But this is a problem not having injury Wiggins tonight if he doesn't go with the back injury. So something to monitor. That could skew up all the lineups here, and Dallas looking to get back on track here. So Wiggins questionable with the lower back strain, but it is Klay Day. We'll talk to Dorell Wright, who played with Klay early on in his career. That'll happen at 8 o'clock. Festus at 8:30. Zaza at 9 o'clock. Some other memories of Klay Thompson. What about when he broke the single-game record for most made threes in a quarter? Here it is.
Klay Thompson gets the ball. Left side three. Why not? Why not? Thompson loads up a three and buried it in front of the Warrior bench. He cannot miss. Klay, the trailing three, buried it, money. The net's not even moving. It's not even moving. Back to Klay. It's a corner three, and yes, it is a swish. Ball comes inside. Thompson goes outside, catches and hits a three. Design play right out of the timeout. He just can't miss. Klay Thompson turns, catches, says, no, I'm going to hit a shot, and it's another three. Klay Thompson open three and rattled home another one. Curry, timeline, three-point line, finds Klay. Quick release and a splash! He's tied the NBA record, held by Curry with 13 threes. Right side, Klay takes a dribble. Now the three. Got it! An NBA record for Klay Thompson. 14 threes. Chicago calls time. And to a man, every player off the Warriors bench congratulates Klay Thompson, who is breaking Steph Curry's record.
That was back in 2018, early in the season. October 29th, 2018. And Klay was off to a slow start. And then they get to the Windy City in Chicago at the United Center. He gets a cut on his forehead, puts on a headband, and makes 14 threes. And he was so happy, 14-24. You see KD with his hands up. Draymond, everybody was going crazy there for Klay Thompson. So, I just saw the text trickle through. This is just stupidity. I'm going to read it anyway. I don't know why. Okay. But Comcast business text line, wanted Klay gone while KD was still here. Klay was the opposite of clutch. So, that's the dumb text of the day.
Klay was the opposite of clutch?
I think people just be texting just to text.
That doesn't,
He wanted 209, wanted some attention. I gave it to him.
When does that crack come into play?
I gave it to him. That's my mistake of giving it to him. But, you get stupidity like that and, stupidity about Klay's legacy. Klay helped Steph in so many different ways. As we all love Stephen Curry, and he's catapulted himself into top 10, top 15 conversations in NBA history as one of the greatest players we've ever seen. Klay defending the likes of James Harden and Donovan Mitchell and Kyrie Irving and sometimes switching on to LeBron and KD and Russell Westbrook, you name it, Damian Lillard. Klay was able to help Steph out where Steph didn't rest on defense, but he didn't have to worry about chasing around some of the elite guards in the league because Klay was there at 6'7", playing great on-the-ball defense. And I don't think we appreciate that enough.
No, his core strength, his ability to switch, his lateral movement against elite, crossover dribblers and guys that just got to their spots, and his ability to defend without fouling was all time. I mean, the fact that Eric Bledsoe made an all-defensive team over Klay Thompson still to this day is one of the biggest travesties of all time. No, the reason I bring it up is because it's absurd. Say it out loud. Eric Bledsoe made an all-defensive team over Klay Thompson one year.
That's it. That's silly.
No, it's disgusting.
That's silly. That is silly. So we're sharing
Eric
memories.
Bledsoe.
We're sharing memories. We're doing all that stuff. D. Wright's going to join us next on the River Islands guest line. Where's pre-post game? It's airplay.
I'm sorry. That one it bugs me.
It is funny.
It bothers me.
No, it is funny. It is funny. There was a lot of hating going on when it came to the Warriors when they were winning rings and destroying people's legacies and their dreams of winning the championship. The Warriors shattered those dreams.
Eric Bledsoe.
Yeah.
If we were to just name all the best players of an era, offensively, defensively, whatever, and then we go, all right, look, give me your all defensive. Eric Bledsoe. How many names are you going to say just the last 10 years before you get to Eric Bledsoe?
I don't think Eric Bledsoe, if it comes up.
It bothers me.
Does it come up? No one.
I honestly forgot about him as a player.
Eric Bledsoe's family.
I've heard the name Eric Bledsoe.
Eric Bledsoe's family's not taking him.
They were rolling with
but to Bonte's point, they refused to give Klay the appropriate just due defensively. It drove me insane.
The entire Warrior legacy. How many people question whether or not Steph should win MVP, let alone unanimous MVP? It's
absurd.
You know what I'm saying? We had journalists from ESPN calling him a what? What was the word?
System player.
Yeah, no. It was a collaborative.
Collaborative
superstar.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's so good.
It's one of the worst.
It's just like, wow. So they disrespected the Warriors at all time. Draymond Green, he's not good. He can't win without.
I should bring that up next week. Brock Purdy's a collaborative superstar. Not just any superstar, a collaborative one.
I did see this.
What'd you see?
Before we get to the injury report, I got to get this one off. It's going to cause a rift, but I don't care. I choose violence sometimes. Our boy Becca or whatever his name is on Twitter, Beke. I don't even know how to say it. Is it BK?
Becky?
BK, but his Twitter game is off point.
Yeah. A lot of it I can't like because of some of the language.
Yes. But he goes, Trump is about to beat 2 women candidates. He's all one versus a man barely alive. He's a system president.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
I was like, damn.
I'll give you one better one. I saw they said Kamala's down so bad in the presidential race, they might sub Bronny in. That was hilarious. Come on. Dude, I'm here.
How about the only person who could blow this lead for Donald Trump is Kyle Shanahan?
Oh, dude, it was so good.
It's like, wow.
The red and gold wave.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Oh, wow. Look at this. 415. My favorite memory of Klay was when he stopped at the original Buffalo Wings on Lombard Street.
Oh, yeah.
To get some food on the way to the city from Marin County.
There's no parking right there.
No parking. You remember that?
I don't remember that, but
fried chicken is off the hook.
I've been to that place many a time.
I fell asleep at that place before. 25th birthday. Fell asleep. Big Dog City ate my my cheese steak, and I woke up and Wet was eating my wings.
He had blue cheese all over his mouth.
Dude, it was like I fell asleep at the original 25th birthday, man. It got loaded, man. I was knocked out of the Buffalo Wing spot.
He ate my chicken wings.
Klay Thompson will be on the floor tonight. But will Andrew Wiggins, the Warriors announced that Wiggins is questionable with the lower back injury. It is the same injury that kept him out of a pair of games earlier this season. The good news is no other Warriors are on the injury report. Yay! Let's get Wiggins in the lineup. I need to see Wiggins against Luka. Warriors have 2 days off after this game. Hopefully Wiggins could go. He's playing some really good basketball right now. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll get Dorell Wright, Festus Ezeli, Zaza Pachulia. We'll give out a jersey. Lot coming up on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570 is the number again. We're giving out a jersey next hour. You may want to pay attention.
I'm a back off.
what is happening? It is game day for the Golden State Warriors as they welcome back Klay Thompson as he comes back to the Bay Area. It is the first game of the Emirates NBA Cup, of course, group play with the Mavericks and the Golden State Warriors. But Klay's back. Our favorite son, Klay, is back after 13 years with the Golden State Warriors, 4 championships, all NBA teams, all-stars, you name it, three-point leader, made threes. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So we'll welcome back Klay Thompson. And it should be a lot of fun as the first 18,000 plus will receive Captain Klay hats. Klay Thompson is back, and we circled this calendar. And after tonight, we can get back to normalcy, Shasky.
Yeah, I'm very eager to see what the broadcast has in store, what the arena is going to have in store. This doesn't feel like a normal, hey, here's a video montage for a guy who won a ring because he was the 9th man or whatever on the team. So I'm very eager to see, how the fans show out and express their love for an all-time Warrior.
You almost had me thinking that they're going to try to retire his jersey tonight just to be it, but I don't think they're going to do that.
Here's what I would say to you, Beep. Very rarely does a guy of his legacy come back and play his former team. To me, one of the utmost signs of respect would be setting the precedent of like, hey, we're going to retire your number in real time while you're still playing. That's how much you mean to us.
That would be crazy.
And I think it would be a huge step forward in if there is saltiness, bitterness.
You know how many fans would go crazy. You're going to retire his number before Steph.
Well, he's not. Steph's still on the team.
Yeah, no, I know, but still, there'll be. There's going to be.
People will always be triggered.
Right, exactly. That's
like if I was the Indianapolis Colts, I would have done that for Peyton Manning.
You know what's triggering me is that we booked Dorell Wright, and they're like 2 weeks removed from winning the World Series down in L.A.
Yeah.
I don't even know if should we just hang up the phone on D. Wright? All right, let's play this open. He is a full-time golfer, and I still think he runs Miami. I say unveiled Dwayne Wade's statue. His Instagram, your IG page, D, right? As you say Good Morning to You was a movie. And you had us all jealous out here on the West Coast as Dorell Wright joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 of the game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Dorell, we're looking forward to you coming back to the Bay and helping out on some shows on Warriors pre- and post-game on NBC Sports Bay Area. And you are getting your golf game out there, man. I am jealous of your life, man. What's going on, D? Right? Long time no talk.
What's up, fellas, man? Thanks for having me, man. It's always good to, come holler at my guys, man. Everything good, man, in SoCal. Everything is on the right path right now.
Absolutely. I know the Dodgers got the parade. They're doing that. Even though the Rams lost. I know you're not a Rams fan, but the Cowboys, you won't talk much football today. I know
please,
that.
Yeah, please.
We'll leave that alone. Let's start with Klay because you were on this Warrior squad when Klay was a rookie. Mm-hmm. And as we were going to talk to Zaza and Fezzi later on today about different stages of Klay's career, when you first met Klay, the stories I heard was like he just didn't talk. He just didn't know who he was. So can you explain kind of like when you first met Klay and what those first few months were like when Klay was entering the NBA as a rookie coming out of Washington State?
Man, fellas, you talking about just a mute. Klay said nothing ever. And but he was always funny. He was one of those guys that whenever something came out of his mouth, it was funny. And, the one thing that, in the locker room, when you walk in the locker room, you're supposed to speak to everybody. Klay would get there probably 10, 15 minutes before practice, beeline right to his locker and won't say nothing to anybody. Me being a vet, I used to be like, damn, young fella, like, good morning. And he'd be like, oh, hey, what's up, guys? So, but just a stand-up guy, man, had an opportunity to work out with him almost every single day when we did our individual work. And I seen it from day one, just a sharp shooter. And I knew that he'd have a long, successful career in this league just because the work that he put in. And, he was just about his business. He wasn't with no BS, none of the unmature, none of that stuff. He came straight in, mature, and acting like a pro from day one.
What was he like? Because we've talked so much about the Monte trade, What was he like after the Monte trade when he now gets an elevated role?
Yeah, I think he was the same. He was the same person. You know, even before Monte got traded, you know, Klay was still him. He still takes the shots that he took. And I think once Monte, you know, went on, he just got a little more aggressive. He got a little more comfortable being that starting lineup. And like I said, he was born to be a professional basketball player, because it felt like as soon as he got into that starting role, he just went into who he is today. So from day one, I felt like he was mature enough to understand what he had to do to be successful.
D. Wright, are you surprised when he was in his prime, man, he could lock down anybody? I mean, he had to defend guys like Damian Lillard, Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, Kyrie, all the top guys helping out Steph Curry on the defensive end. When you first got to meet Klay, and we knew he was a sharp shooter, he would shoot that thing and he'll light it up for the three-point line. Did you think at an early stage that, boy, this guy can be one of the best two-way players in the NBA?
Never thought that. Never thought that in my day, because you just seen the offensive game was just off the charts. You know, the 3-point shooting, the getting to my space, and you know, raising over the defense, and also the athleticism. He had that sneaky bounce. So really never even paid attention to the defense. You know, I knew he was always in the right spots. He understood the defensive schemes, but I felt like as his career went on, he got better and better on the defensive end and became one of those guys that you can depend on to go down and slow down the other team's best players. So I think over time he got much better at that, but never thought he'd be the two-way guy. Never thought he'd be the two-way guy that, you know, we all know today.
All right, so when you're the older guy on a team with a bunch of young guys, there's almost like this obligation to kind of go through some of the rituals away from the game, you know, and get to know everybody. What was he like away from the game? Like, what was he like when he wasn't playing basketball? Because so much is focused on basketball, and that's the beauty of Klay Thompson. But do you have any little nuggy nugs from you being the elder statesman and taking some of those young bucks out?
Oh, yeah. One thing about Klay, you know, he was quiet, but he always met downstairs when it was time to go hang out and go to dinner or a club, for sure. And I've caught Klay plenty of times when we were out having a great time. So that was always good to see, you know, especially someone like Klay that really didn't talk as much as he did, as he does today, but he always had a good time. So he always separated. He wasn't one of those guys who's like, basketball is life. That's all I think about, eat, sleep. So one thing about Klay, man, we had a great time. And it's cool to hear Klay talk when I hear him on a podcast, or, you know, we come to our L.A. Hometown Favorites camp and talk to the kids, and he just always brings up my name about how I helped him. And, you know, I just always be myself and, you know, try to give the young bucks as much advice as I can. And it sounds good when you hear Klay always mentioning those times when he felt like I was looking out for him or just being a good vet, man.
Dorell Wright here on the River Islands guest line on the Marley Ross on 95.7 The Game. Our brother from another mother will be joining us on Warriors pre- and post-game coming up during the holidays. And so you obviously won a championship with the Miami Heat, Shaq and D-Wade, and you learned a lot from Shaq, and you and D-Wade are still tight. You guys are still tight to this day. And to hear Klay Thompson, guys, and I hear this from a lot of young players, like D. Wright was a great mentor. You get a lot of respect in this league. Can you speak to what Klay told your team? Because we talked a little bit. I saw that Klay Thompson spoke to your hometown's favorite crew, and it seemed like he's just in a great place right now. Did you sense that too this offseason?
Yeah, I definitely did. You know, it just felt like he is at that spot right now where he just wants to prove people wrong, you know. And I went through this in my career when I went to Europe, and I just wondered, I still had so much left, and I feel like a lot of people probably doubted what I had left. Mm-hmm. So when you get that new start, it's like, man, I could finally show you guys what I've been talking about. It's probably been so frustrating, you know, for me to say it verbally, but my actions getting ready to show you that I'm still, you know, who I am. So I feel like that's what Klay is going through right now. And he got off to an amazing start in the season. I think the last 2 games he didn't shoot the ball extremely well, but, you know, we're still only 10 games in. But I felt like that was kind of like the person that I saw. And I even asked him, how you feel, man? Like, what you think? And I think the biggest thing for him is just like it's a restart. I get to kind of build my legacy with a different team. And, you know, I need it. You know, we saw them in the finals, you know, the roles players and those 3-point shooters not being able to make open shots for Kyrie and Luka. And he put a Klay Thompson with those guys, man, in the playoff game. I guarantee you Klay Thompson's going to make a lot of shots.
What was it like for your first time going back to Miami? You know, I know it's a little different.
Yeah.
But like, I'm just trying to. I can't even imagine what Klay's going to be going through. So, what was it like for you?
For me, it was a little bit different. You know, obviously we did win a championship. I did spend 6 years there. It was amazing. You know, just all the love that I got as soon as I walked into the arena from, you know, the people that work behind the scenes, the people that you really have those conversations with every day. You know, when you start seeing those faces and, you know, seeing them smiles and them happy for you, for your new role with a new team. And then you get to the court and it's just like, man, you get so nervous. You're so excited. You just want to do well. And I tell a lot of people all the time, because, you know, my first game back in Miami, I had 30. Just a little quick humble brag. I had 30 of them things. And I always tell people, when you go back to your old team or somewhere where, you know, either you lived at, you either play your best game of your life or you play your worst game. There's no in between. Right. You either play really, really good or really, really bad. So it was pretty special for me to go back to Miami. The people that drafted me saw me grow up as an 18-year-old kid and, you know, drop 30 on them.
You think Klay's downplaying this return? We saw the post game, and I think it's just they lost to Denver 122-120. It's right after a game. He's probably not thinking about it. He's saying, "Hey, man, it's just another game in November." But deep down inside, knowing Klay the way you do, D, right? This is just not another game, right? He's going to be emotional on the inside, right?
Oh yeah, most definitely. Even that game, he came back from the 2 years removed, and it's going to be, I feel like, that same type of energy, man. Just being back somewhere that you spent so much time, you got so much history, you basically helped change the franchise. Yeah, it's not going to be another game. I know Klay is just trying to keep his nerves and his cool right now, but he's going to be so excited to get back there, and he's going to try to go at them boys. We all know what Klay is about to be on. And I really think he's going to be so excited and so nervous at the same time, where he just wants that ball to get tossed in the air so he could kind of relieve himself and, you know, feel good about himself.
You know, I don't know how he feels currently, but I know that I would be a little jaded if I was in his situation. Just there's so much baked into it. There's my own injuries, which I can't control. I've been busting my butt to try to come back. I'm trying to adjust to a new role. The finances that are just out there in the league right now. What I think that I've earned with my current organization, what they viewed me as, where I'm at now, the role they had for me. Like, I mean, I'm just naming 50 things here, and I'm trying to balance it all out. For you, how do you compartmentalize this as a player? So many emotions and so many layers to this. And like, I think a lot of people are like, oh, is Klay always going to feel a certain way toward the Warriors, whatever? Just speak on your own beliefs. Cause I'm sure everyone who leaves any situations, you kind of feel like I got to prove it to them. How did you get over that? Or do you ever get over those things?
Yeah, no, you never get over it. Shoot, I have, my closest friend who is the franchise player, leads in every stat, got a statue, got his number retired, Hall of Fame, but you better believe D Wade is, pretty pissed still to this day that he ever had to leave Miami. I'm still pissed that, spending 6 years in Miami, I thought I was going to be there my whole career. It just means a little bit more when you can finish your career in one place, especially when you've done so much for the organization, for the city, for the community. You want to end your career there because that's home. You've adjusted, you call that home. We all know Klay being around the Bay, taking the boat out, just all the things that he did, that was his comfort zone. So now he's basically out of his comfort zone being in Dallas. So yeah, you just, it never goes away. You always want to stay in that one place the rest of your career, your whole career. So I'm pretty sure it's going to take a long time for Klay to get over that.
And on the flip side here, the Warriors are playing well, 8-2 to start the season. Buddy Buckets is balling. D'Anthony Melton is back. Steph is Steph. Draymond's having a hell of a start to the season. How do you think Steph and Dre are entering this game? Because that was their brother. The big three, was the big four with Kevin Durant, but then the big three with Klay, Steph, and Dre, and they helped build this thing, basically built this organization. How are they entering this game? How do you think they are, like seeing their former teammate in another uniform who they thought they were going to end their careers together with after they had 11-30-23 day last season, D, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a little weird for those guys because, the history and what they've done together, and now you're just my opponent, like what? So I think it's going to be a crazy game for those two guys as well. They're going to come out trying to fire and try to get at their boy, get in their bags and talk their mess. So I think for them as well, it's going to be one of those like playoff atmospheres because they're going to be so juiced up and so excited about the challenge, playing their old boys. So the competitive nature never goes anywhere when you're playing against your guys. You want to beat the mess out of them. You want to, have your best game. So I think Dre is coming out on a million.
Yeah.
I think Steph is going to be Steph, but I think Draymond for sure. I got them two getting chest to chest a little bit, a little friendly fire.
I think so too. We were playing the matchups here, and obviously if Wiggins plays, he's going to guard Luka to start.
Yeah.
DeAnthony Melton's probably going to guard Kyrie. Gafford's going to probably be guarded by TJD or Looney, whoever starts there at the 5. And you got to think Dre or Steph are going to get the assignment on Klay Thompson to start.
Yep. Yeah, I like that. I like that, man. There's nothing like going against one of your guys, all their moves, what they love to do. Makes it just a little bit easier for you as a defender and on offense to, kind of get to your spot or cut something off or take something away. So, yeah, that's going to be a great matchup. And we all know you can't leave Klay Thompson open, man. There's going to be a layup. So it's going to be interesting to see the scouting report. And it's also going to be interesting to see the things that the Dallas Mavericks do because the coach knows, the players, they all want you to win. That was one of the things when you went back to one of your old teams, your whole crew kind of rallies around you like, man, we got to get this win for Klay. We got to get this win for, this guy. So they're going to be feeding them and trying to get them open shots, probably even, start the game off with a play for Klay, kind of break the ice and feel good about itself.
When one door closes, another one opens for someone else, maybe even. Like I'm looking at the opportunity now that Buddy Hield has had here as someone that's, played in various locations and taken advantage of said opportunities. What do you think that you've seen from Buddy Hield and how do you think he's feeling right now? Because, boy, he's been phenomenal.
Man, listen, systems matters, teams matters, coaching matters, all that stuff matters. And I feel like Buddy Hield is finally in a spot where he's getting held accountable. He's getting the style that we've seen in Oklahoma. Because Buddy, he was doing all this stuff at Oklahoma, coming off down screens, playing with the ball a little bit. So I feel like he's getting back to that role when he was in Oklahoma, getting buckets. So he looks really, really good in the system. And I could see him being one of the guys deep down this season to help them, get over in that playoff run against the team because he's shooting the ball lights out. We all know he's a great shooter, but he's a little more than just a great shooter. So I really, really have been enjoying watching Buddy Hield in this system.
I can't believe I'm blown away by him. I didn't know he had the bag that he had going to the cup and dunking and moving around here. D-Wright, overall, how you feeling about this Warriors team? 8-2 start. Beat Boston. They're obviously no Jaylen Brown. They beat OKC. Chet gets hurt in that one, but up 30 against Oklahoma City in Oklahoma City. That's impressive, nevertheless.
Yep.
How are you feeling about this Warriors team 10 games in?
I'm not going to lie. I'm really digging the team. I love how they fly around on defense. That's the one thing that's really standing out. It's two things that's standing out. The defense, they're flying around. They're using their length. They're covering ground. They're protecting the paint. They running guys off 3-point line, but also it's not one of those years where Steph Curry got to score 40 to get a win by 5. Mm-hmm. They're getting guys all around, contributing. I love JK still. I'm still high on JK. I want him just to be consistent and just play at a high level, but I really like this team. Melton, that's a hometown favorite right there. He brought me a Drew League championship 2 years ago, so that's an LA guy. That's my guy. So I just really like this team. Before the season started, you see some of the names. You don't think those guys can really, play at a high level, but I felt like those were great glue guys, adding Milton and Hill and those type of guys. So I really enjoy this team. And then you got the young bucks finally getting their opportunity. So, man, I really feel like this team is going to make some noise the rest of the year for sure.
You've been on the JK train from day one, the day of the draft. I'll never forget you came to the studio, said they need to get JK. And Shasky and I hopped on the bandwagon there. He's playing well in this role, playing really, really good basketball. So showing some maturity there. Warriors are 8-2. Dallas trying to get off the snide here on Klay Day, the first game of the Emirates NBA Cup. D-Wright, the golf game looks good too, man. Shasky's over here jealous. He's looking at all your videos right now.
Yeah, man. I think it's just I got too much free time right now. Thank God the season is back in. I got my handicap all the way down to a 9 in the last few months. So yeah, I've been playing some golf, man. So I'm excited about my game and finally launching my brand with D-Way Ace Golf. Members only, so watch out for that. Doing Art Basel will be launching.
Dorell, just to let you know, I'm a large, and,
For sure.
I
make sure I lace you up, man.
I'll tag it on IG, although I don't have the following you have. Some may say I am an influencer.
Yeah, for sure. I got you. I'll make sure I lace you up, send you a hat and everything down there.
Let's go.
D-Ray, when you back with us, man, you coming back later this month, right?
I think I will be there in 10 days. Yes, I'll be there on the 22nd.
Nice. Can't wait to have you back. Part of the
Friday.
crew, man.
It's a packed day for me that day.
Yeah. I'm sure you'll make some time to kind of.
Well, I've got the Reardon Alumni Luncheon that I'm hosting, and then I've got confirmation from my nephew.
You have no idea. The last 2 years, this guy's the most popular guy in the Bay Area, man. He's busy.
Oh, really? You running things?
Hey, dude, I can't
all the scraps that Bonte didn't finish off.
I can't even book a lunch with this guy.
Busy.
Yeah, he's like, well, I got 30 minutes here, Bonte. Don't have time for you. It's like, damn, man. This should be my brother. Man.
I work cheap.
D right. We'll talk to you soon, brother.
Good hearing your voice, man.
Hey, we didn't get no baseball talk, so hurry up and hang the phone up. We need to hear you,
man. It's all good. Go Dodgers, baby. Thank you, fellas.
All right, D right. Our brother from another mother, Dorell Wright, here on the River Islands guest line. Always fun talking to him, man. Really a good dude and great perspective on Klay Thompson and, great perspective on going back to a team that drafted you. Drop 30 gets the heat. Drop 30.
And I like he was just honest. Like, you never forget. Like, I just know how I am. If you slighted me 36 years ago, I remember it.
Are you kidding me? I got a lecture from our old assistant program director, Danny Freisinger. Because, Bonte, why do you always have a chip on your shoulder? I said, because it keeps me going. I don't like when people overly compliment me. How you're doing great. I'm talking to you, man. What's so important to Spinoni?
I just had a.
Hear ye hear.
It's not a king's tale. I'm just telling you.
It is a king's tale. Yeah. But
there's nothing worse than having a conversation with somebody and then they start conversing with somebody else. It's like, damn.
So former assistant program director.
I was just going to say. He
born
told
with
me,
a silver spoon, Danny Freisinger.
No, he wasn't born with a silver spoon. Danny Freisinger.
Well, the golden spoon.
No, he worked to where he works his ass off.
But you're the king, so let's hear it.
He works his ass off. But you know what? He told me, why do you always have a chip on your shoulder? Because this is what drives me. This is what keeps me going. So anytime somebody disrespects me or says anything, and it happens every single day, I use that as fuel. And I'm a petty individual. So yes, I feel slighted about a sports editor from 10 years ago. I feel slighted about another radio station. I'm not naming names. I'm not dropping dimes. But trust me, all the slights I received, I don't forget anything.
It's so random.
Yeah, it is random. I'm just
what
giving
did he
you
do to
tidbits.
suppress you?
It just, they did things.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
No. Just
you say it, and I'm like, now I have questions.
Yeah, well,
Your Majesty, I have questions.
Those questions will not get answered because we have a break right now. Festus Ezeli coming up, brought to you by Life Source Water, and we're going to give away a Klay Thompson jersey. That's right. You want to be listening. We'll give out the number. We'll ask you some trivia, and we'll talk to Festus on the other side here, brought to you by Life Source Water.
B, I can't argue with you.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of Life Source.
in a couple of minutes. And, we were talking with Dorell Wright, who was here when Klay Thompson was a rookie. And he made a point, Bonte, which it's just, I just can't get over it. Like, he's basically saying that, even someone like Dwayne Wade, who got a statue, all right, and ceremoniously had to leave Miami and go to Chicago, then Cleveland, then come back to Miami. Like, even he feels jaded after getting a statue that he should have been a career Miami Heat lifer. I get it. I get it, his point of view.
Yep, no doubt. Look how long it took Orlando to honor Shaq. Think about how Shaq hated the Lakers for so long after they chose Kobe over Shaq.
That's a good point.
I mean, Scottie Pippen and the Chicago Bulls. Despite Scottie sitting courtside all the time, he still has a lot of disdain for Jerry Krause, who is no longer here on this world.
Joe Montana, I feel like, still holds some resentment.
He didn't come to the last game of Candlestick because the check wasn't right. Think about that. Think about that. Last game of Candlestick Park history, Joe Montana's not there. So, yes, there is a lot of slight. Jerry Rice, you think he's not slighted even though he's back? He still doesn't forget. Y'all basically picked T.O. to take the throne for me. Yeah. Now I'm going to go to the Raiders and go have a couple 1,000-yard receiving seasons and go to a Super Bowl. So it's kind of, I wonder where, see, now I wonder, with Dwayne Wade getting the statue and everything, I wonder how Kevin Durant is going to ultimately feel about, say, Oklahoma City or the Warriors here in the Bay Area. How's he going to feel? Because he was talking to Kay Adams, and he's like, I don't think I'm going to get a statue anywhere. It's like, well, you're Kevin Durant. You're a statue guy.
Well, I mean, getting a statue is rare.
It is rare. It is rare.
And I think that you have to connect with an area deeper than just being a great player.
Mm-hmm. All right. In about, we're going to give out a jersey, a Klay Thompson jersey here over the next 30 minutes. 415-523-4652. We'll ask some trivia. And if you get the trivia question right, you will win a Klay Thompson jersey. We'll do it 3 times a day, once during the 8 o'clock hour, once during the 12 o'clock hour with Steiny and Goo, and then, of course, Willard and Dibbs in the 4 p.m. hour. But let's bring in our main man, Warriors pre- and post-season NBA champ. He's my big man. He's one of the best dudes I know out there on and off the TV screen. It's Festus Ezeli joining us on the River Islands guest line, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Good morning, my good brother, and I'm surprised you're up so early, 8:30 in the morning. Maybe you go take a nap afterwards, but Fezzy fell. You've been waiting for this day. Good morning, man.
Come on, what's up, Bonte? Good morning, man. Good morning to my point guard, Shasky. What's good? I'm up early every day, right? I'm in the gym early.
Oh, I know. You've been listening.
Early?
He's been listening a lot to the show. He's been giving us pointers, man.
What constitutes as early in your world?
Me, I'm up at 6 every day. But today I was up at 5. I'm hyped up right now.
I would love to sleep until 6.
Come on.
That's like sleeping until noon for us, Fezzy.
God, I would love that. I'm so
man,
jealous.
waking up at 6 in the morning is paradise,
If I had a radio show to do at 6 o'clock in the morning, I'd be up too. But nah, for what I need to do, 6 is just fine.
So you circled this date. You've been waiting for this date. It's the first game of the Emirates NBA Cup, which we're having some fun with here. But it's the return to Klay Thompson, man. And it's going to be so strange to see him at Chase Center in a different uniform. It still hasn't hit me yet, Fezzy.
Man, it's really crazy. I'm really excited. I'm strangely nervous. I'm anxious because I want to get to this game already. Obviously, the whole reason why this day is such a big deal is because of what Klay means to this organization. And he's been nothing but class, man. We talk about Klay being zero maintenance. Like, some people talk about low maintenance all the time. And, Steve Kerr saying he's zero maintenance. And for any basketball player, when you make it to the NBA, there's everybody has their quirks and the things that they need. But Klay Thompson has been somebody I've known as a teammate. And all he wanted to do was just play basketball. He loves this game so much, and he just was an incredible teammate to me and an amazing role model for a franchise.
So take me back to the very beginning. We just had Dorell Wright on, and he was going over how he was the vet. And
man, I heard, man. It's like, D-Wright, you giving away all the juice.
I know. I kind of like that. No, but you were also a part of the team early on, and you came a year after Klay Thompson, and you guys went on a little run, early on. So take me back to the beginning of it, not the championship year. I'm talking about kind of like the come up when you guys knock off
Denver
Nuggets, and you almost knock off the San Antonio Spurs, and just the ascension of Klay and Steph and Dre and Harrison and yourself and all those guys on that team. What was it like being a part of that?
One thing I definitely agree with you, right? Klay didn't speak a lot, but when he did speak, it was always something heartfelt. And I remember myself as a rookie, just coming to this new city and, trying to figure things out. And Klay invites us, all the rookies, over to his house. Like I said, he didn't speak a lot, but you could tell he cares, right? And, he had a chef cooking for us and we were kicking it. And it's just the building of that community, building of that friendship. And for years, people always asked me, even after I retired, who are you so close to? I said, Klay, because, I've gotten to see him through the whole journey. I was there when one of the defensive coaches, Dan Ehrman, challenged Klay. So did Mark Jackson. They challenged Klay, saying, listen, if you want to be the best two guard in the league, you got to play defense. And Klay turned out to be one of the best defenders in the NBA because of his competitive spirit, his drive. I watched him guard Kyrie for us to win a championship. I got to watch him guard all the guards, like Chris Paul, all those things. You talk about the domination of the Warriors versus the Clippers. Well, that was the ascension of Klay Thompson's defense as well, right? That he had to guard all the tough matchups and then come to the other end and hit shots. So, all those things, for a long time, I didn't even think he got tired because of how competitive he was and how much he wanted to come out there and help the team win. So there's this amazing confidence that I had knowing that I had these two guys in Steph and Klay, and what they did for the game and how they felt about the game and how they wanted to hit shots.
Fezzi, you bring up his defense and becoming one of the best two-way players in the league, guarding James Harden and Kyrie and Damian Lillard. The list goes on and on and on. Did you underestimate his killer instinct when you first met him? Because you mentioned how he was quiet, and D. Wright mentions how he's quiet. But one thing I'm learning, even as he's a Dallas Maverick, is that his competitive fire is as high as Stephen Curry's and Draymond Green's. He's a killer. He wants to win. Did you underestimate that when you first got to know Klay?
Nah, for sure, because he's so quiet. You would never expect it from him. But I remember my first conversation. This is when I was one of our fresh practices. As rookies, we had to practice before Summer League back then. So all the vets were gone. And I remember talking to Charles Jenkins back then, who was one of my point guards. And I was like, man, he was talking about how there's these two guards that really shoot the crap out of the ball. Obviously, I knew Steph from watching him at Davidson, so I knew he could really shoot the three. But he was like, man, I hope you're ready to watch this in practice because there's another guy over here that goes insane from the three-point line. I was like, what? Wait, which one of them is better? He's like, man, you just got to watch and see it in practice. And honestly, I got to see it every day in practice. Even when they work out, after practice, guys go get extra shots up. And Klay is on one side, Steph is on the other side. And I always used to wonder if they were looking over their shoulders because the way they were hitting shots was almost like they were competing with each other. You know what I mean? So I always wondered in my mind, in an alternate reality, if they all had to be on their separate teams, are they as good without each other supporting each other? So I think there's something to be said about that. When Mark Jackson came out and said in 2013, this is the best shooting backcourt in the history of the NBA, everybody thought he was crazy. But we saw it every day in practice. It wasn't just he just came out and said, this is a guy who's, Mark Jackson had played basketball. He's been around basketball his whole life. He understands. He played with greats. And he said it because he saw these guys and he saw the competitive edge. And he had he just had so much faith in these guys. And we all did. So I am really excited today because of what Klay means to me personally. But I'm excited for the organization to show Klay some love because he definitely deserves it.
What does he mean to you personally? I mean, I'll give you time to think about it. I was thinking about, today's my brother's birthday, for example, and how he's evolved over the last, 12, 15 years. And you've known Klay since he was 21, 22 years old, and you've seen him evolve over the years. What does it mean to you? What does he mean to you?
I'll start off by saying, what I've seen from Klay is somebody who is, for someone who's a superstar, he is not, he's very, very, he's calm is not the word. He's very, I I'll go back to the zero maintenance thing. Somebody that he doesn't need much, man. He's such a simple guy. Like, when you watch Klay speak, you really don't have to do too much to understand what he's trying to say. He'll usually, more than what most basketball players will do, he will tell you what's going on in his mind and his heart. And I feel like he got a lot of flack for it last year. I'm like, dude, like, y'all not understanding. Like, this dude is, like, really a genuine person. But what he means to me personally, I just say this summer was huge. Right, like I do a camp every year. My nonprofit, we do work in Africa every summer, and Klay has seen me do it the past couple of years, and he came to me and said he wants to come, and I'm like, people say it all the time, and a lot of players say it to me all the time, but Klay Thompson, in the middle of one of the biggest summers of his career, he decides, you know what, I'm not going to go on vacation. He cancels his vacation because I told him what the dates were, and he was like, I'm coming. And for him to be there and to watch the way the whole country in Cameroon and the kids responded to him, it was insane. Like, I feel like the whole country got turned upside down because Klay came there. And we were trying to keep it under wraps. And, some kids took pictures of Klay because he was so excited to be out there on the court. He's out there playing one-on-one with the kids. They're so excited. He's, like, playing. Like, if they're playing with their hero. Kids are crying. They meet people. Like, grown men are crying. Like, I couldn't believe that I would meet Klay Thompson in my small city, and you would never hear this from him, right? Because all the good work that he does, that's not what he does. He doesn't come out there. I would be the person to come out there and tell you what Klay Thompson has done. So, for me to experience the whole summer with him, to see the way people reacted to him, to see the way he was giving back to the community, when he gave back to the charity and to everything we were doing over there, it was really a special moment for not just for me, for the people in Cameroon. And I'm really excited to know that our friendship means so much that he decided to trust me with a trip like that, because that's a big deal,
Festus Ezeli here on the Morning Ross on 95.7 The Game, the River Islands guest line. Do you think that trip to Cameroon and out there in Africa, so we were watching your stories, and he looked like he was at such ease with this decision to move on to go to the Dallas Mavericks. Do you think did you get the same sense that when he was out there and he's seeing the kids crying, he's playing one-on-one with these guys, do you think that he was finally like, you know what? It's okay. Life is good. Life moves on here. Do you think he was at ease on that trip, or did that help him just kind of come to peace and come to grips with what happened over the last couple of years with the Golden State Warriors?
Yeah, no, obviously the last couple of years were tough. Watching him in Cameroon, the simplicity of everything over there, he was so it was perspective changing for him, and it is for all of us. Right? If you get to see people having so much fun and really loving life, just having the bare basics, it changes your perspective. And Klay came out there and he was, watching these kids playing in flip-flops, kids playing soccer in the mud, barefooted. And he was like, man, what do we really have to complain about? These are his words. Like it was like, man, he's like, I really am making it a point to come out this next year to play with joy. I'm not, all this stuff. It's a fresh new start in Dallas, and I'm excited to come out there and help my team win. At the end of the day, he's an athlete and he's a competitor and he wants to win. But he's like, man, like, I feel like some of these things are distractions and it takes you away from what we really play for, which is the joy of the game. So that was, you even saw pictures of, first of all, I didn't know Klay could dance. So you saw videos. I knew Klay for 10, 13 years before this. I never saw Klay dancing, but that was just a depiction, like another example of the joy, the free spirit, that he was going to bring into his new situation in Dallas.
Festus, when former teammates get together, there was a high school my dad went to. They were celebrating their 75th anniversary, or 75th reunion for a baseball team, and they were talking about how they won the championship, and all these OGs are coming together, and they're trading war stories, and they got all these different moments. And I love hearing the players talk, because it's never like the championship game. It's always something else. It could be a loss. You're on the road somewhere. Maybe it's the bus trip. Like, there's always these moments that get brought up. When you and Klay are together, if you feel inclined so, like, what's the game? What's the moment that you guys bring up that maybe the fans wouldn't have at the forefront of a memory?
Man, I always used to wonder, because, like, there was a moment before the NBA Finals, and I was trying to figure out if he remembered this. It was a moment right the night before the first NBA Finals in 2015, and it was like the night before, and I couldn't sleep personally. So I'm tossing and turning because I'm like, man, I can't believe I'm here in the NBA Finals. I was just the kid at 16 years old that got cut in high school, and I just came from Africa, and I didn't know how to play back then. And now I made it to the NBA. The story keeps going. I'm in the NBA Finals, and I remember tossing and turning. It's 2:00 in the morning. We got practice at like 9. I go shoot around at 9 or whatever. And it's 3:00 in the morning, and I think somebody texted the group chat for the team. Is anybody still up? And the text message chain goes off. Everybody's everybody's texting like we're all up and we're all excited to go to this game. That's one of my favorite memories. Something that people don't get to experience, right? Because you just see guys come out there, we play the game, but we're human. We have all these human emotions, and to know that this thing really stuck out to other guys on the team at the time. And there's other memories, like we just talking, reminisced about times on the court, good times. I talked about his first game coming back after the 2 injuries and how much it meant to me personally because injuries cut my career short and how I was there. I was watching him rehab. I was, around him at that time. So it meant so much to me because I felt like I was praying and willing Klay to get back on the court. So when he got back on the court that day, I cried. I posted a picture of the video on my Instagram of his first day back on the court after those injuries and how the crowd goes crazy. If you go listen to it, it gives me chills till right now. Like, I watch it over and over and over. It's really amazing to see the love we have for Klay, and I'm really excited for everybody to continue to give him that because I feel like last year we lost a little perspective as a fandom, like not even just the world. I'm saying just the basketball world in general. It's like, man, this dude. For the second half of the season last year, he averaged 18 points a game. Was shooting what was it?
43%, 43%, Fezzi, from 3-point
line. So it's really insane. Like that number right there. Those numbers are a max contract for people right now, and people take these things for granted. But I only say this to say, like, listen, it's the same thing for if you think about Steph or Draymond. Like these people and these talents that we have here in Golden State. I feel like we should never take these things for granted because you could blink an eye and everything will be gone, because time will pass. So I hope we're appreciating the time that we get to experience right now. Some special moments being a Golden State Warrior player and fan.
I'm thinking about, man, well said, Fezzi. Just awesome stuff here. And I'm thinking about the game winner in Indiana. We hit the fadeaway. Mark Jackson ISO'd him. I'm thinking about you being a fan during Game 6 in Oklahoma City where I thought, boy, 73-9, this is going to end in Oklahoma City. And Klay sets a playoff record. I'm watching you on the sideline going crazy, jumping up and down as you guys rally and send that game to a Game 7. So many memories. And Fezzi, you said it. You're spot on. I think tonight will be a love fest for Klay Thompson. He's built a great legacy here. He's an all-time Warrior. He's an all-time NBA player, and I can't wait for him to get his love out there in the arena. I can't wait to see you later on tonight, too, because you're so close with Klay Thompson, man. Great stories, Fezzi.
So, of course, man, one of the best two guards in the league, no question about it. He was elite on both ends of the floor. We could talk about 37 in the quarter or 60 points on 11 dribbles, which, by the way, I was talking about smack. I'm like, yo, I need you to get, 30 on, 2 dribbles. But obviously, when you come back to play against your former team, you want to have a great game. And, like you said, you either have a great game or the worst game of your career. So those are things you always want to play well. It's going to be really cool to see everybody wearing the Klay Thompson Captain Klay hat. All these things are just all the reasons why we love Klay.
Fezzi, is he coming in on the boat? Is he going to do a one, or he got rid of the boat, right?
I doubt it. Yeah. I doubt he's coming in on a boat. But if he does, it would be very, very nostalgic for everybody to see him ride in on the bike. But where do you park the bike if you're a visitor?
Yeah, that's a good point. You might get ejected here in this city, man. You don't want to leave that bike nowhere in this city. They'll pick the lock quick in San Francisco, man. There's no doubt about that. Hey, Fezzi, I'll see you on later tonight, man. Can't wait to do it. Klay Day, and it's good to have you on these airwaves.
Welcome back, Klay. Bonte, my point guard, Sasky. Thank you guys for having me.
Have a great day, buddy.
Man. Great perspective there from Festus Ezeli. Great story time. Great the group messages going off. Imagine that. You're playing LeBron James, Game 1 finals. Warriors haven't been to the finals in 40 years, and all of them can't sleep, and the group chat's going crazy at 3 in the morning. That's cool stuff right there, man. Just the damn air horns went off. Oh, that must mean it's time to give away a Klay Thompson jersey. Go grab that jersey. Where's that jersey at? 415-523-4652. Call the contest line right now, and you have to answer this question correctly. Klay Thompson scored 60 points in 3 quarters against what team and needed how many dribbles to do it? Need to name the team and the number of dribbles to win a Klay Thompson jersey. 415-523-4652. Again, Klay Thompson scored 60 points in 3 quarters against what team and needed how many dribbles to do it? I'll even give you a little hint. It happened on a Monday night at Oracle Arena. A Monday night. Or I thought about the Sacramento game, and I didn't want to go to that game, Shasky. I said, man, it's just this team, and it's a Monday. I pulled over on Octavia. I pulled over there and sat there for like 10, 15 minutes. I was listening to the pregame show. It was just, all right, forget it. I'll go watch some basketball.
Just burning gas, huh?
Just burning. Well, I turned the car off. Throwing some beats. I was kind of thinking to myself, boy, what do I do? And I was hitting up some of the homies like, yo, where do you guys want to watch this game? Nobody was getting back to me. So I just hopped back on the freeway.
So you were going to do a watch party?
I was going to go to somebody's house and watch it.
Let the record show Bonte was going to do a watch party.
I wasn't going to do a watch party. I was going to watch it with a couple buddies.
I'm scared of Willard.
I was going to watch it with a couple buddies. That's all.
Is Steiny scared of Willard?
He is scared of Willard.
I'm scared of Willard.
Which is very, very odd.
Give me the meat.
You think he's physically, emotionally,
mentally?
Is he legally scared of getting
maybe he only
litigated against?
Maybe Steiny only likes to debate Guru and nobody else.
Well, Steiny does like to pick and choose his battles.
Right. Very wise. Very wise. So let me know who wins.
I got a big ass.
Whoa.
I'm going to hashtag pause that.
How many people are coming out the woodworks from 95.7 The Game tonight to get credentialed to go to the game?
Oh, I bet you everybody. Everybody who wasn't even thinking about going to games. Yeah. You should go.
I promised my brother a long while ago.
It's Deli Boy's birthday?
Yeah.
How old is he now?
Yeah, I don't know.
He looks like he's 45.
Damn, bro.
I'm kidding, Deli Boy.
Dog.
I'm kidding, Deli Boy. I'm just
Get
jabbing
that chalk out. You just killed him.
Dude, I'm just giving you, hey, Deli Boy, happy birthday. Your damn brother's going to go a whole show. 37? Damn.
I think.
37? No hair, 3 kids.
He got trimmed up. He looks good.
Oh, he looks good?
Yeah.
He does look good.
So tonight was one of those deals where you commit to something not really knowing exactly what's going on. You're like, for sure. And then you look back and you go, darn it. So I got to do some stuff tonight. I'm actually going to go out. There's a celebrity media thing going on over at Oracle Park. It's called Backyard Golf.
Oh, yeah. And when they set it all up.
Yeah, so they were like, hey, we'll let you do it.
There's going to be a lot of celebrities?
Well, I mean, if you consider Deli Boy a celebrity.
No, I mean, who else? I mean, Shasky's on board.
But no, it's going to be a fun. So my boy Joey hooked it up, and so I'm going to go out there, and there's a lot of people. The TGL golf guys are going to be out there, and I'm looking forward to meeting
the
them.
golf spot?
What?
The who? TGL?
TGL. So there's this new golf league that's coming out that Rory McIlroy and Tiger Woods are a part of, and the Bay Area has a team. I don't know if you know this.
No, I didn't know this.
We have a Bay Area team, and so I want to be one of the champions of the team. You know, I want to be able to root them on. Shane Lowry, Ireland, he is on the team. There's a bunch of other guys on the team that you wouldn't know, which is fine. And so I'm hoping to meet those guys tonight.
Names. How do you know what I know? Test me.
I mean, come on.
Test me. What's some of the names?
Look it up.
No, just say it.
All right, now you're going to.
No, you don't know the name. Oh, you don't know the name.
I told you Shane Lowry's one of the headliners.
You don't know the name.
Steph Curry's involved.
I don't know if you know this.
Steph Curry's involved.
Oh, man. You don't know the name.
Anyway, so it's going to be awesome. And they've got, I took a Top Golfy type of a thing at Oracle Park. I've done it in years past. I did it one year when there were the fires, the really bad fires. Yeah. But it's a lot of fun. It's really cool. So you hit golf balls onto the field, and I'm bringing my brother out there for his birthday. I thought we'd hang out. No, I'll have the Warrior game on the phone.
So you forgot the names. You forgot the names.
Yeah, I'm going to look it up.
People on the golf tour. He telling pawn it off on me, man. No, you're not getting away with that. Because you know I got some sleeper golf knowledge. You know it. And now you're supporting Rory McIlroy. Wow.
The Bay Golf Club.
You supporting Rory McIlroy now?
Well, I mean, this particular one.
You can't stand Rory.
Wyndham Clark and Ludwig Adberg. You wouldn't know them. And Shane Lowry. Actually, the logo's pretty cool. It looks like a redwood tree. It's kind of like a minty color with a little dark green, little forest green. It's right up my alley.
Jason Santos is the winner of the Klay Thompson jersey. You know where Jason Santos is from?
No.
Want to guess? No? No guess?
No.
No?
It's a city in America.
Neighborhood? City?
He's from the Excelsior.
Darn it. San Antonio.
What?
Jason Santos in San Antonio wins a Klay Thompson jersey. How about that? Congratulations, Jason. You'll have 2 more opportunities to win a Klay Thompson jersey. One in the 12 o'clock hour and one in the 4 o'clock hour with Willard and Dibbs. Steiny and Goo, 12 o'clock hour. Willard and Dibbs, 4 o'clock hour. And I believe, is Steiny and Goo, are they going to be out there at Thrive City?
They are, yes.
So everybody's going to be out there at Thrive City?
We basically have the building to ourselves right now, yeah.
Wow, I don't have to rush out of here.
Except for the zillions of salespeople.
Whatever, trying to make money for us. So, you know.
And KCBS, they're here too.
And you know what? Yeah, KCBS is always in the building. And you know what? The sales staff, give them a round of applause. They've been making some money around here. They've been making some moves. Shaking and baking. Not mad at that. Not mad at that at all.
Holy cannoli. This is crazy.
It is crazy.
Cannoli.
It is crazy.
I do love me a good cannoli.
Cannolis are all right. I'm not a big cannoli guy.
Really?
I'm not a big sweets guy.
Well, I'm about
You have to be in the mood for them, the cannolis. They're very heavy.
You have to be in the right mood. I totally agree there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be ordering a cake soon from Mazzetti's. I'm pretty excited for that.
When I go to Bakehouse Bakery.
Look, it's up in the air. It's up to what my wife wants to get for the little guy. Okay?
All right.
So, we go where she wants to go.
Yeah, she does call the shots.
I defer.
Yeah, Batch's Bakehouse, 4th Avenue in Clement.
I'll put that in the Rolodex.
Yeah, no, they've hooked us up with a couple cakes, man. Shout out to Batch's Bakehouse, even though the owner, she's a big Boston fan, big-time Boston fan. Celtics, Patriots, Red Sox, all that jazz. So, anyway, it's 415 says, what up, Bonte? Shasky, headed to the game tonight. Excited to see Klay back, what the organization has planned for him. It's going to be a who's who. So, how many people from 95.7 Game are going to be there not doing anything?
I would assume Daryl the Guru Johnson, because he will not miss a moment to strut around with a media credential when there's a who's who in the building. And I love you, Goo, but you know it's true.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Did I lie?
Well, no, I think so.
Steiny will cut out early. He'll have a couple of beers, and he'll cut out early. Exactly.
Just drive-bys
I'm assuming
everywhere,
Evan will be there, right? Evan will be in the building.
It's just drive-bys.
Lucas will be in the building.
Just hate.
I bet the boss, Matt, will be there in the building.
This is some high-level haterade.
Is Whitley going to be in the building?
Yeah, she does a lot of work for our digital team. She actually works.
You in the building?
No.
Bonte will be in the building. What about Sam Lubman?
I will be watching at home on my couch.
Wow, that's a shocker. I would have bet my bottom dollar Sam Lubman would have snuck in the Chase Center. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now let's bring in an NBA champ, one of my favorite sitters here with the Warriors. He's as cool as they come. And let me tell you, when it comes to fashion, I don't think anybody dresses better than Zaza Pachulia. I really don't, man. He's got the swag. He joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Zaza, Mr. Nothing Easy Pachulia. What's up, my man? Good morning.
Good morning. Top of the morning to you guys. How we doing?
Oh, we're doing good, man. We're happy that this day finally came, and I'm happy that Klay's going to receive the love that he deserves, as he's a 4-time champ, of course, one of the most iconic Warriors we've ever seen. But Zaza, when you came over in free agency, you became a member of the Golden State Warriors. As fans, we all noticed that you and Klay clicked right away. Right away. What was it about Klay when you joined the Golden State Warriors, when you first met him? Why did you guys click so well?
Well, his unique personality, Vontae. He's so authentic. Sometimes, you're going to see, you ask him questions and he's going to respond totally different answer. Has nothing has to do with the question, right? Sometimes he's going to be later in practices. Sometimes he missed the practices, and then next day he dropped 60, right? So my thing is he's so authentic. He's not playing. He's pure. He's pure heart. I just love that guy. And he's a professional. He loves the game. He's always takes it seriously. That's the type of teammate you want to have. And of course, my personal side, Vontae, for the big man, it's important to have a great shooters. And, he would make me look good out there with me setting the screens for him, and he would just make those threes. That bond came right away. So love the guy. He's awesome. And then I'm so excited for him actually tonight. He's going to come play first time in Chase. It's not going to be easy, as Big Zaza says, nothing easy. Yeah. But it's going to be very emotional. I'm pretty sure. Even though he sounded pretty calm at the interview after the last game. But I'm excited for tonight because we're going to show him everyone from the Warriors, employees to his old teammates to DubNation. We're all going to show him love that he deserves, and it's going to be a celebration.
What was something that surprised you when you met him as a teammate and you got to know him on the court, off the court, personality-wise, demeanor? Because I think, from afar, we learn so much more when we work with someone every single day. And from afar, we can make judgments that are completely wrong. What was something that maybe you learned about him?
Well, we all have our own personalities, right? And, one thing actually that just shocked me was how shy he is actually off the court. That was something you expected from the probably rookie or youngster, but, he was already late 20s, and how shy he was after experiencing all on and off the court. He was pretty shy. So that was kind of surprising. But like I said, we all have, strengths and weaknesses. I don't want to call it weakness to be shy, but I'm pretty sure he would have enjoyed more off the court life if he was not as shy.
What is something that fans don't know enough about Klay Thompson, other than being shy? Or actually, let's switch that up. What did you know about Klay when he embraced his stardom in the latter half of his, because all of a sudden he becomes a shy guy, Zaza, he's a champion, but all of a sudden we start seeing his personality. Toaster Klay, China Klay, he's going on tour in China, having a lot of fun. The scaffolding Klay in New York City. What did you notice about him once he embraced his stardom in the latter half of his career with the Golden State Warriors?
Yeah, I mean, he was not, he just doesn't know how to play the games. He doesn't play games, just like whatever, this high authenticity, the word you use. I mean, that to me, if somebody asked me to describe the Klay with one word, that's the word I would use, right? So, and he has the personality too, and he has a sense of humor as well. And when you combine, I think it's a great combination of values and characteristics he has, Monte. And then he's so caring when he comes to. He's a winner. I'm telling you, when I was playing, I didn't have to worry about Klay missing games, or there were a couple of times he got hit or he fell on the floor pretty bad. I knew he was going to get up and kept playing, and he was not going to leave the court. So, and there was a trust factor on the court as well. I mean, you knew he was going to give you his 100%. And I mean, to be loved this much as he is, and of course we have Steph and Draymond as well, but since we're talking about the Klay, it doesn't come that easy, and it's constant every day proving the fans that you're there to represent them, you're there to get them to win and make them proud. And I think for those 13 years, he did it. He did it in the best ways possible. Mm-hmm. Always a pro, always was caring and loved, appreciated, the support from outside. And, when you bring all these things together, Monte, that's what then, you put yourself in a situation where you're going to get a statue, you're going to get the numbers retired, you're going to get the love that he's going to get tonight, and you'll be missed. You'll be never forget him.
Zaza, I feel like nobody's been able to kind of pin him down in terms of his outside interest. And we know he's got the boat, right? And we know he'll do the tours in China and whatnot.
Well, it's hiking, Shasky.
If he wasn't a basketball player and you had to guess, what do you think he would have done?
Well, that's a good question. one thing, actually, when he got injured, and, him and I, we were talking a lot and kind of brainstorming. So I could tell he was getting bored, right, without basketball. And, that was, rehab and et cetera. But, he wanted some activity, some action. And, him and I, we were talking about, like, says, Klay, what do you want to do? Like, what would you be passionate about besides basketball? So, first thing came out with the video games, if you guys remember. So maybe he was going to be a 2K player. Who knows? But that's the first thing came out. Like, so how about like me getting into the video games? That way I don't have to move around. And he got into it. And it seems like, he enjoyed it for a minute. I don't think he plays as much as he used to when he was the hurt and going through the rehab. But maybe, maybe still in the sports because love of the game he has, and now love of the sports overall he has. He's pretty good a golfer as well. He watches baseball, obviously because of his brother. He watches football as well. I've seen him, throwing some passes during the practices or after the practices. So with the football, not the basketball, with the football. So you can tell he's an athlete, so for sure he was going to do some kind of sports.
Festus just joined us, and he said he was shocked at Klay's dance moves. Now, have you ever got out in Klay? Can you attest, though, to what Festus just said, that Klay Thompson can actually boogie on the dance floor?
Oh, yeah. Actually, it's funny you saying about that. I remember in Cleveland when we won the 2017 championship, we were together. Obviously, we were spread out, throughout the Modern Steakhouse restaurant that we shut it down. It was a lot of people. But, Klay and I, Klay's family, my family were right next to each other. So I remember we had this circle, and every person had to go in the circle and show their moves. Don't ask me about my moves. It was horrible, but maybe not. But, I remember that Klay brought some surprise. Klay surprised lots of people, so he can definitely dance.
How hard is this for the guys on the team, though, like Steph and Dre today? Because I think we keep saying it's going to be hard for Klay, and it is. Right. But how hard is it for some of those guys as well? Like, you got to play a basketball game, but also you do care about this individual. How difficult is it from the Warrior perspective?
Well, that's a professional, Chef. These guys not young. They're being through a lot. And, of course, there are so many players who were part of this, dynasty and part of the success in championship years, and the last came back, and luckily and gratefully I was the one who got amazing love when I got my ring, when I came with the Detroit. And, those are the days and moments and, seconds that you're never going to forget. Very emotional. But, Klay's in a different boat. I mean, it's different level, let's be honest. I think these guys have some kind of experience, but like this magnitude, for someone like Klay Thompson to come back and just to treat him as an opponent and play the game, I'm sure it's not going to be that easy for our guys, even for Coach Kerr, right? Can you imagine always being in your team and you draw the plays for him, you're thinking about how to get Klay to open shots and the good quality shots, and now you have to guard him. And you have to think about how to defend this guy. So it's not going to be a normal day, I'm pretty sure, but at the end of the day, we are professionals. Expectation is for us to go out there and perform and try to get a win. Our team has been playing really, really well. Amazing road trip we had, and we want to, keep going, keep rolling, because we talked about at the beginning of the season how important it is to have a great start. That way we can build on it. And last year, for example, where we're trying to make it and, get in the picture just didn't work as well. There's so many good teams, so many talented players out there. So we talk about have a good start. So, we're going to try to win today's game. And by the same time, I think that before the game, from the point where Bob's going to enter in the Chase Center, that where Klay's going to be, we're going to show him lots of love. And, even during the game, we're going to salute the Klay. Obviously, we have some surprises and we got some moments for him to really celebrate, and fans show the appreciation to this guy, what he has done to this franchise and to this city.
Zaza Pachulia, Warriors front office assistant here on the Morning Ross on 95.7 The Game, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. A couple more for you, Zaza. What was it like for you? Because I know you played on Orlando, Milwaukee, Atlanta, but you spent a long time in the ATL. What was it like going back to Atlanta when you're a member of the Milwaukee Bucks, going back for the first time to the ATL after you had some iconic moments? Of course, nothing easy came from Atlanta as you took the Celtics to 7 games. What was it like going back to Atlanta for the first time as an opponent?
It was brutal, Bonte. It was very difficult. Probably the hardest moment I remember. I'm never going to forget it, those couple days, actually. And, by the way, every player is taking that kind of moment differently. For some of them motivates and, they drop 30, 40, 50. Some amazing players actually show up and, end up with a single digit, in scoring. My situation was I was very nervous. I was very excited. And for some reason, we ended up in Atlanta 2 nights before the game because we were on a road trip. And I remember I had 0 sleep in those 48 hours. Wow. 0. I couldn't sleep. It was so emotional, with entering in the arena and, starting with Ushers. And, 8 years is like half of my NBA career. Mm-hmm. So you can imagine the attachment and, relationships and, feeling I have towards that city and every single employee and every single player. So it was very difficult. And I remember I had, pretty rough game and going back to airport after the game. And as soon as I sat on my seat on the plane, I just crashed it. I fall asleep right away. Because I was exhausted. I was exhausted emotionally. I was exhausted. And my feelings were all over the place. And I was just glad it was over. But that was just me. Like I said, different players say different. There's nothing right or wrong. I mean, I don't think any player should be judged because of the performance, right? So you're not part of the organization anymore. You're not part of the team. It's very difficult moments, and you should not be judging anyone until you get to the situation because, like I say, different people react different ways.
How difficult was it for you? I mean, you're not going to speak on behalf of Klay, but just navigating all of this, new team, coming back home, like all of that stuff with your family. Right, I've seen things said online, seen things at podiums, and they have their feelings, and they want to speak on your behalf. And I know he doesn't have a wife and kids, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have an extended family like his brothers and his dad and his mom and all that stuff. How difficult was it for you to navigate the family aspect of all of this?
Jesse, one thing helped me actually in those kind of situations that I'm not sad it's over. I'm glad it happened. And, I always look at it that way, right? Where we're lucky and we're grateful to be experiencing what we experience. And, we're grateful for the people who showed us some love, especially someone being from different country overseas. It felt like home. And that feeling was because of the people you were surrounded with. So you're should be very grateful for that. But at the same time, life goes on. Life is beautiful. Life is great. And, for Klay, he's still playing for an amazing franchise for Dallas Mavericks. And I'm very familiar with the franchise. I played there before I joined the Warriors. Mm-hmm. He's in great hands. I know J. Kidd really well. I know his coaching staff. I know Luka. From playing against each other in European championships. So he's in a great situation, and he has no reason not to be happy, right? And he should be grateful. That's how we should look at it. That's why I don't want to, be sad about it, but I just want to celebrate and thank him for everything he has done for this franchise. And I always say that with you guys in previous interviews, one of the reasons I love this game of, basketball is because of the friendships. And we're still friends, no matter what. Yes, during the 48 minutes, we're going to try to beat each other and, win the game. But after the game, it's a friendship. I still talk to him. I talked to him last night, right? So the friendship is the most powerful thing and most important thing. I don't know, because I'm only child and I grew up surrounded with amazing friends, but I'm pretty sure it's the same for you guys. Like, friendship is so valuable, and that's why I love this game. So, friendship is forever. Yeah, the ball going to stop bouncing at some point, obviously. For some people, if they're lucky, they're going to play until 40. For some people, it ends early, but it doesn't matter. We have so much more, life to live, and, nothing better than to live with amazing friends.
Well, we can't wait for tonight, man. It's going to be emotional. All 18,000 plus fans get a Captain Klay hat. At one point, they're going to all take their hats off. The Captain Klay hat to salute Klay Thompson. A great video tribute. Steph Curry's going to speak, and there's going to be many, many more surprises, as Zaza Pachulia just teased here on the Morning Roast. Zaza, I can't wait to see you later. And as you just said, it's a celebration of Klay Thompson. Nothing to be sad about. Life does move on, and we hope the best for him. But the Warriors are rolling right now, and they need to win 8-2 through the first 10 games coming off that great road trip. Zaza, you're the man. Always love talking to you, man, here on the roast. See you later, buddy.
See you guys tonight.
All right, Zaza. Zaza Pachulia with some great perspectives there from D. Wright, Festus, Zaza Pachulia. Hopefully everybody enjoyed those interviews, and they all had different perspectives on when they came back. Now, Festus came back with Portland, and he was injured, unfortunately, but he got the video tribute. And look, he wasn't happy about having to move off from the Golden State Warriors. What they built here, I mean, it's truly remarkable that players want to end their career with the Golden State Warriors. Growing up, Shasky, everybody wanted to leave the Warriors. They became all-stars after leaving the Warriors. Now everybody wants to stay, but great perspective from Zaza. He said he was a wreck going to Atlanta. He was a wreck, and I just wonder about Klay Thompson, what he's thinking at this moment right now as he's in his hotel room, probably thinking, boy, we got to. He probably couldn't sleep tonight, Shasky.
You know, I've been thinking a lot about this from Klay's perspective, and I just, not that he's angry at these guys, but I bet he's, a part of him is, and this is just how I would feel. A part of me would be like, damn, Steph and Dre are still there, and I'm over here on this side. That's kind of weak, you know? Like, and I the more and more we talk about this and this day and everything, and I think it's a lot harder for Klay than it is for anyone else. And I know that people have their feelings on the last couple of years and how much that frames how they currently view Klay Thompson. They're entitled to their opinions. I'm just saying from his perspective, not that he's the quote-unquote victim and that someone else did him dirty or whatever. Just like, damn, they're still on the team. I'm not there. I thought we were going to have that storybook ending, and I thought I would have that storybook ending and I'd be able to kind of finish it on my terms, and to not be able to do that. And man, it's just really hard. I don't envy him in any way having to go through this. I know it was like, oh, it'll be great. It'll get a reception. I'd be rife with anxiety. Personally,
absolutely.
That's
how
just
can
me.
you not be? How can
I'd
you
be
not
rife
be?
with anxiety.
Everybody is. I mean, how can you not be? How can you not be? I mean, there's no doubt he's going to feel anxious. He's going to get emotional. And to your point, like, I was just on our roster, and
exactly,
they let me walk. At the end of the day, we walked. We decided that, you know what? Let bygones be bygones. I'm moving on to Dallas. I don't want a role change. I don't want to have to shift my game and have a fluctuating role when I'm looking at guys. I've been here before. I was here right after Steph. It was me and Steph when Monte Ellis got traded. It was Steph who told Klay in the locker room after they traded Monte Ellis, hey, man, this is all us. This is our team now. Let's roll. And then you enter Draymond Green. And when Festus was talking and Zaza was talking about the championships and everything, when Festus was talking, I went back and started looking at that first playoff run, which made us fall back in love with the Golden State Warriors. Everybody. They beat Denver in 6 games.
Was George Karl coach of the year?
George Karl was coaching Iguodala, and you're mad at him. And then they took the San Antonio Spurs to 6. And the front office, Igor Spieth, actually watched game 1 with me when they blew that big lead, and we're like,
Kent Bazemore closing out on Manu Ginobili.
Steph had 44 points and 11 assists, and so I start thinking about that, and they won game 2.
Harrison Barnes had 20 as a 19-year-old.
He was balling. But now all these memories are coming up here, and I'm thinking, damn, the chapter's almost ending with this core group. One of them's gone, and Klay Thompson. I didn't think Klay was going to be the first to leave. Nobody knew. I thought for sure Draymond would be the first to go for whatever reason.
Well, because he's volatile. I mean, let's just, it's okay.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay.
Just because of suspicions, everything like that, you just thought, like, it's not going to end well.
Yeah, exactly.
But Draymond stepped his game up, and he's off to a terrific start this season. But you think about that first run when it all started. And Klay and Steph and a young Dre and a young Festus, and Iguodala comes over the next year. And that was 13, 14 years ago. Time flies, Shasky. I just can't believe that we're getting to the end. We're closer to the end than we are at the beginning.
There seems to be so much more baked into the exit of Klay than there was Brandon Crawford, Madison
Brennan
Bumgarner, Brandon Bell. I mean, these are all guys that played on other teams.
Frank Gore,
absolutely. I feel like there's just way more baked into it for the fans in terms of like we're all trying to get a PhD in psychology and body language experts and I don't know. I just feel like we're diving so deep on Klay Thompson over the last couple of years that I do think it's taken away from what he's done. I'm not saying it should. I'm saying it has, and it sucks that it has.
Well, and
I'm sure I'm guilty of it. Like talking every morning about it, and like I know that people say, Joe, you're being a hypocrite. I'll admit it. I am being a hypocrite.
The last 2 years has been tough to discuss Klay Thompson because you're either on, hey man, this guy's playing well, or. And I think back to going to Las Vegas. The Warriors had just beat the Phoenix Suns on a game, Steph Curry 3-point shot. Great game. Saturday night, I'm flying to Vegas. I'm like, boy, I'm going to go watch the Niners win the Super Bowl now. And on the flight, the guy turns around and goes, Klay's got to go. I'm sick of him. And I say this on the air all the time, but I wanted to slap the hell out of him. And I'm thinking, how can we talk about one of our legends like this? Did people talk about Dwight Clark like this in his heyday? No. When it was time to go? Did they talk about T.O. like this or John Taylor? Like John Taylor, his last year, the 94 Super Bowl team, he was on that team. But nobody remembers.
I would say Jimmy Garoppolo is a fraction of impact for his organization to what Klay Thompson is. But I do think a lot of people talked about Jimmy Garoppolo, including this show, that way to a degree.
That way too. And he wasn't. And he's
I
not
think
even.
It's the modern sports fan.
It's the modern sports fan, but it's just this Klay Thompson with 4 championships.
I know.
And they hear some of the rhetoric over the last couple of years, and I get it. I get it because a lot of fans are not privy to the intel that you and I can receive on the inner workings of their organization. I'll freely admit I know a lot more about what's going on with the Golden State Warriors than I openly talk about on this show. I can't do that. I risk my jobs here. But a lot of people are not privy to the intel on what's going on through a player, what's going on with a team, what's going on emotionally. So that's why maybe I've caped up for Klay a little bit because it hasn't all been him. There's been a lot of variables on why the Warriors didn't go to the playoffs last year and why they flamed out in the second round against the LA Lakers the previous season.
Look, Bonte, I suggested that he may come off the bench. That's literally how I phrased it. And I became a Klay hater, right? So he's a very polarizing individual for a lot of people. And the mere suggestion of maybe him going to the bench, I immediately became persona non grata for a big chunk of Klay fans, which I get because he is a legend. Simultaneously, I never put everything on him as to why the team was losing. And I think people on the other side of the spectrum went way over the top, blaming him as the sole reason on why X, Y, and Z didn't work out and the team plateaued in a play-in game. And come on. Like, I think most reasonable people are like, dude, he's an all-time player. He is one of the greatest Warriors to ever play. Wow, we're so special. I want him to stay. Some things are going to have to adjust. And I just felt like, similar to Frank Gore could never be the backup running back in San Francisco. He almost had to go so that the team could kind of move on. And I kind of feel the same way with Klay Thompson. I think both parties amicably needed a separation.
Well, especially after Klay, he started to come off the bench. Whether he was reluctant or not, he ended up coming off the bench, and we had that drop where I say, hey, look like the same old Klay to me, and he goes, hey, it's a
same old Klay to me.
And then we could play the interview or play that little clip with Klay on the other side, but he started to embrace it, and he played well. But the team started scuffling a little bit, and next thing you know, Klay's back in the starting lineup because of the spacing that he provides. So there's a lot of things here, and I'm just glad that he'll get his love tonight, and then it's war. Once the ball gets tipped off, we want to beat Klay. You want to press him. You want to hopefully force him into a 3-15 night. But before tip-off, we'll show him his love here. But by the way, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal, live 2 hours before the start of the game at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara. Shaska, I haven't had the chicken tenders yet. I haven't had the great drinks at the Hilton. Maybe I'll do that this Sunday. Warriors are off. Maybe I'll go down and go check out the Seattle Seahawks. And the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wrong. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. All right, what's coming up in the game brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Bobby in Los Altos will get you on some Klay memories. 888-957-9570. If you want to get in and share some memories, some love for Klay Thompson, go ahead. Or If you soured on Klay, I got no problem with taking your phone call. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be right back.
Purchase new wiper blades.
See you later, buddy.
Now, back to the morning roast.
Who cries on the basketball court? I mean,
no crying in basketball.
With Bonte and Shasky.
Love you some Big X plug. See you later, buddy. Yeah, I didn't know what I wanted to say. Goodbye. Saw you get crossed up. Thanks.
Hey, bro. Sometimes you get hung up on the rim, like Klay in China.
Thanks for Spadoni.
He got hung up on the rim.
He did get hung up on the rim. He did get hung up on the
happened.
rim. The 360. What he tried to hit? The 360. He was having a time in his life in China. Then he took Kevon Looney last year to China. They were both the Anta boys. Out there in China. Lou Dog came back, had too much of a good time in China.
You keep bringing up China and basketball players going over there, and I'm thinking of Cameron ripping LiAngelo Ball for stealing glasses in China.
Dude, hey, man. When I covered the All-Star game in New York City, China had they had like 100 media members coming from China, dude. They took over everything, right? And these guys are live streaming the All-Star game straight from Hong Kong, dude. I'm sitting next to them. They're live streaming the All-Star game while wearing Chicago Bulls beanies, Laker jerseys, and NBA scarves. It was like, it was unbelievable.
Don't forget LeBron is big in China.
Dude, they were out there.
I don't know if you know this.
Hey, dude, they were out there wearing suits with warrior hats. I was like, bro, then Brazil had their contingency out there. I was like, man, basketball is big in China, man.
There's a tariff joke somewhere in here.
No,
I just don't know where
not on this show. No, it's not. It's not a tariff joke.
Stop it.
No, you're not going to put. I'm not associated with that, man.
No, it's
Keep me
a
out
joke.
of that one. Keep me out of that one. Man, Evan Giddings is in the building, man. So I was like, Evan,
He
you look
is
so
not
sad.
happy.
He's like, oh, I got to stay here at the studio. I was like, well, they need you. He's so depressed not being there at Thrive City. Evan, you'll be at the game later.
It's not like being the St. Mary's play-by-play guy, you know?
Well, you know, this is what happens. You get to taste a little big time, right? You get the St. Mary's gig. You get the Santa Clara Broncos. You cover some volleyball games. You got the ESPN Mike flag. And you got to sit in the studio for Steiny and Koo.
That's like going from television with Mully and Festus to sitting in the studio with me.
No, it's not quite that dramatic. It's not that quite of a drop-off. A little drop-off, not much. We're fine.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
I'm shocked you're talking to me.
But for Evan, it's like calling AAA Yankee games.
Shocked you talking to me.
Producing Goose. You got to sit in the studio, man. You can't get some fresh air. You can't get some Phil's coffee. You can't see the big screen at Chase. You're just here.
It's a little cold, though. Like this morning I woke up, it was like 45 degrees. A little icy.
Hey, Evan, you know
on my windshield.
If we can't bust your balls on this show, then you don't belong on this show.
It's the roast, bro.
It's crazy.
I got a theory in life. If I can't make fun of you and you can't make fun of me, then we can't be friends.
I'm kind of with you.
I'm not talking to matter, Eric.
See, like back in the day, it used to be like now cap means like lying.
Right.
Back in the day, when you cap on somebody, it used to mean, you're joking around. You're making, you're ripping, you're riffing.
What if Steph steals the show and drops 40 plus on the Mavericks?
I mean, that's entirely plausible.
What are we going to see on the court? That's what I want to know. What are we going to see on the court? We know about the love affair we're going to do before the game.
You want to know?
The Captain Clay hats, but on the floor, I know Steph and Dre are chomping at the bit.
Well, I think quietly Buddy Hield is flying under the radar, and he might have a monster game.
Well, Team Bahamas, Steph and, Clay and Buddy, they're all part of Team Bahamas, and Chris DeMarco and Michael. So
their perimeter defense is sketch.
Who?
Dallas.
It's been a little faulty.
And so I just think that, you're going to have some opportunities matchup-wise to be able to do some things. I don't like the Kuminga matchup for this one tonight in terms of him getting to the rim, because Lively and Gafford are they're great defenders at the rim, and being able to funnel guys to them, that makes them potent. But on the perimeter, I do believe they can be had. I'm very interested to see the Warriors tonight.
Yeah,
I do like outs. If you remove the Klay aspect,
the matchup
is a really fascinating one. This has playoffs written all over it.
Andrew Wiggins is questionable with the lower back strain, and if he can't go, where does Steve Kerr go with his lineup? Does he go GP2, Steph, and DeAnthony Melton? Does he go DeAnthony Melton, Steph, and Jonathan Kuminga? Where does he go here? Where does Steve Kerr pick and choose with his lineup here to start off? Because you got Kyrie and Luka Doncic. And without Andrew Wiggins as a primary defender on Luka Doncic, you're already going to have DeAnthony Melton on Kyrie. You have to believe that's the case. We may see right off the rip, if Wiggins does play, hypothetically he plays and he's good to go with the back and he's coming off a good game, 16, 8, and 5. he's guarding Luka, and you got DeAnthony Melton guarding Kyrie. Steph or Dre are going to be guarding Klay Thompson. You have to believe.
Yeah.
That's great. That's going to be fun. And in the cross matchups, who does Klay guard? Is he guarding Wiggins? Is he guarding Draymond? Is he guarding... Who is he guarding on the other end?
Draymond, right?
Might be Draymond Green. It might be Draymond Green.
You know?
It might be Dre. Maybe Klay's whispering saying, hey, Dre, shoot it. And then Dre said, well, I shot 39.5% from 3 last year. And have you been watching? I've been shooting that thing this season. So this is the game within the game.
A Draymond Green 25-point performance would not be on my bingo card.
What if he drops 15? Would that be on the bingo card?
Well, no, he's been about, 12, 13 this year?
Well, no, the average is, say, 8.5 points a game.
I feel like the last 6 games has been higher than that. Maybe the first couple skewed
We had the 3-game stretch where he scored in double figures, 14, 14, 18.
Okay.
Dude, he's down to 9, 6, and 8.
Oh, okay.
But the assist numbers, 4, 6, and he's got 20. He's got 21 assists in his last 3 games, and he was dropping dimes the other night. His 3-point shot, he had a really good road trip from 3. Draymond Green, he was 8 for 11, 16, 8 for 19 from 3. Not bad for Draymond Green. Not bad. 42%. In those 5 games on the road trip. So 42% from 3 for Draymond. That's not bad at all.
Oh, what uniforms are the Warriors wearing tonight?
Oh. Somebody picked that up. I've slipped on the uniforms.
Oh.
What's the NBA Cup, the Emirates NBA Cup? So maybe we're going to wear some special city edition uniforms.
Bonte, what is the Emirates NBA Cup?
It's the in-season tournament. And the winner gets to go to the Final Four is in Las Vegas. And there's money on the line for each player. What do they all win, $1 million? So the Emirates NBA Cup, which the Lakers won last season, and they hung a banner.
They absolutely did. But you don't want to win that because, obviously, if you win that, you're not going to win the NBA title. They're 0-1. Golden State Warriors will be wearing their Statement Edition black jerseys.
Oh, let's see them.
And the Dallas Mavericks will be wearing... God, I hate when the opposing team wears white. I don't know why, but it's just their standard white jerseys.
Guru right on point with it.
What's he saying?
Statement Edition. He's just sent us the jerseys.
Oh, these are all right.
Yeah,
they're fine.
Let me
I like the ones from the year they won the championship with the bolt on the sideline.
Those are one of my favorite
I think they should bring
uniforms.
those exact ones back. But here's what I would say about the
shorts. I tried to buy the shorts. The shorts are sold out from day one.
Whites on the road. When did the NBA switch? When did they go from you wear the color at home to the white on the road? It used to be the other way around. Like watching Boston wear the green at home was odd to me. And I know they've done it for a couple years, but when was the actual switch?
I don't remember, but 2K, I feel like NBA 2K had a lot to do with it.
Why do you say that?
Because we did it in 2K all the time. I would wear dark jerseys at home. I'd wear different colorways. We just switched the jerseys up all the time in 2K.
I wouldn't let you wear the Laker jerseys unless they were at home and it was a Sunday when you and I were playing each other. Well,
we probably wouldn't play video games then. We probably fight. Says a lot. We had NBA 2K jerseys. We did what we want. That's what the whole point of video games are for.
Yeah, but okay. But this is
you want to be an old white guy, traditionalist? Oh, you got to wear white at home, or I'm dropping the PlayStation controller. Well, drop the PlayStation controller. You don't have to play.
No, hear me out here.
Just saying.
It's the Boston Celtics. They should be wearing white jerseys at the Garden.
It's a different day and age, man.
Like the Yankees
Hockey switched. Right, it's London. Didn't hockey switch?
Yeah, they did the
hockey switched. They used to wear white at home, and then they said, you know what, we're going to wear the dark jerseys at home.
Yeah, but when did that become a thing? Are they just trying to copy football?
No, well, I don't know. It became a thing within the last 10 years, 12 years. It happens.
Call me an old head all you want, and I'll wear it. Believe me, I will. I'll wear it. I'm a traditionalist, and I always thought that the whites at home was a clean look for everyone in the league.
Well, they switched it for like a decade. So you know what? I love that.
It makes me very uncomfortable. It does.
No, see, we couldn't play video games. You really did that?
No,
video games. I was going to say no, because I don't know whether you're joking or not, man. You're about to get me fired up. You would have been kicked out of my house.
I would have smoked you in Dreamcast back in the day.
No, you wouldn't have. You would have got destroyed.
Played that all day.
So did we.
I played with the Jailblazers. Oh my God, Bonzi Wells was unstoppable with the turbo dunks.
I just go Iverson on you and just get you the rack all day long. He was
George
so quick.
McKee?
Yeah, absolutely. They had Aaron McKee. Aaron McKee and George Lynch.
George Lynch, yeah. Eric Snow.
All right, Bobby in Los Altos. He's got some memories. He's been on hold for a while.
Hey, Bobby.
Let's get to Bobby in Los Altos, man. Memories for Klay Thompson. What's up? Bobby.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call. Actually, I'm on the 5, and I just passed your Bonte and Spadoni's favorite place on earth, Lathrop. So the skies were blue and sunny, and we got the French camp that got all cloudy, and now I'm in Stockton. But hey,
real quick, Bobby, Lathrop, you see those homes out there on the lakefront properties? Oh my gosh.
I'm sure it's amazing. I'm on the 5. I don't think they're touching the 5.
Oh, okay,
so
all right. I thought you were going to drive. I thought you were going to get off the freeway, stop by the In-N-Out out there, and go tour Lathrop.
In the words of Adrian Peterson, when Bonte seen that house, I was like, "Oh my God, Anna, we're in trouble."
We are in trouble.
Seen him throw that ball. I was like, "Oh my God."
I might move out to Lathrop, man. This seems quiet, peaceful. You know, good school system. Backyard. I ain't got to worry. I'll know every guy in the neighborhood, when Baby Chaz gets older, so I know what's what. Go ahead, Bobby.
What?
Yeah, I would say peaceful is probably a good word for Lathrop. Hey, so this is what I want to say. Look, you've had a lot of guests that talk great, not to dismiss anything that Klay has done for the organization, but as it relates to this point in time right now, I think it's a very interesting game for a couple of reasons. One is, at this point in time, I feel like as a fan at least, Buddy Hield is a better offensive, defensive, and happier Klay than Klay was last year. So it's an interesting game because we get to send off Klay, or not send him off, but say appreciation and thank you, but also not feel sort of a longing or wanting that he was still here. And I'll be psychologically, I'll be interested how Steph and Dre play, because I think subconsciously they might feel a little bit guilt, like, hey, we're still here, and they kind of let you go. So for Klay, at the end of the day, I think what matters to him is, because I'm the same way, you try to play chill on the outside, but you hold grudges, maybe you're a little bit of passive-aggressive when you don't really want to be, but that's just how you're built. He just needs to make sure he has a better game than Buddy Hield, because if Buddy Hield goes off tonight, I don't know if Klay's going to recover from this game.
I think he'll be A-okay if he struggles and Buddy Hield has a good game. I think he'll be fine moving forward. The Buddy Hield game within the game.
Oh, you best
It's gonna wreck Klay.
Well, there's gonna be people that are gonna be looking for a 1/2 sample to validate the decision.
I'm already well aware what's gonna happen tomorrow if Buddy Hield goes crazy. Listen to the point, and maybe I'll call in sick tomorrow.
Well, look.
Clean it up, Ante.
Both players can have a good year on their respective teams and both be good additions for their teams. Right now, Buddy's been an excellent addition for the Warriors. Having not watched the Mavs close enough, it's hard for me to know, 10 games in, how they're viewing Klay. I don't know.
Yeah, they're still trying to figure it out. It wouldn't surprise me at one point if Klay came off the bench for Dallas. It gave him some fire, because right now their bench is lacking in Dallas, Texas. Their bench doesn't have the same firepower. What if he came off the bench in Dallas? It got us 30 minutes. It's possible down in Dallas. Now, would that be an indictment? I don't get why, and I think Kuminga's proven this right now. Now, granted, everybody wants to start. I get it. It's not some sweeping indictment on your game.
Well, I actually like the term reserve as opposed to bench, coming off the bench. I think coming off the bench means like I'm barely playing. I'm a reserve means...
I like first 5 instead of starting 5.
Yes, I agree.
First 5. Hey, here's our first 5 on the floor, but... people make a big deal about it, and I get it. I understand.
Luke
but I'm looking
Longley was a starter, and didn't necessarily
6-man.
Yeah, exactly.
It's fine. You telling me he wasn't important to those Bulls teams, but I'm looking at their bench right now. Dwight Powell, Prosper, obviously Lively, and you have Dinwiddie, and you got, I believe it's Jaden Harden.
Game of 1-on-1, Karis LeVert versus Dinwiddie. Who wins?
I don't know.
Because they very much remind me of each other. I don't know why. I put them in the same bucket. I'm getting buckets coming off the bench.
But Dallas may have to make a shift in their lineup to add more firepower for their second unit. Like Kyrie and Luka Doncic go crazy in the starting 5, in the first 5, and then you shift Klay Thompson to the bench. Well,
my biggest skepticism with Dallas acquiring Klay Thompson was very simple. It had nothing to do with offense. they're all going to figure it out offensively. It's defensively, and that's the number one thing. And maybe I'm overrating defense. I'm skeptical of Kyrie, Luka, and Klay Thompson coexisting defensively with 6 minutes to go in a game. I just think you have to have two very, very, very good erasers alongside those three liabilities.
And they're gonna figure that out. However, the Dallas Mavericks are built for the playoffs.
Sure,
they're like in a series. Luka's going to win a game by himself. Kyrie's going to win a game by himself. You're going to get a Klay game at some point. They're a dangerous team in a postseason series. In the regular season, they're going to be an up and down team because you never know what you're going to get from Luka.
Probably right.
You never know. Kyrie's balling right now, but even the other night in Denver, that was Kyrie's game. Kyrie's hooping. He had 43, and then Luka wants to take the last shots because he wants to be the hero. No, defer. You still got to defer a little bit, Luka. Defer to Kyrie.
Luka, Mr. Overindulgence, share.
But in the playoffs,
give me a break.
In the playoffs, they're a matchup nightmare in the short series. So anyway, and then 895-795. Wow, we're at fast 5 already. Damn, it's 9:50. Klay Day.
Time for the Xfinity Fast.
Do you believe? Alex Cobb. you know, the trigger finger of Spadoni is very itchy. He loves that trigger
Almost
finger.
as itchy as Joe Lacob's? Per Brian Windhorse?
Brian Windhorse.
What? What's wrong with Brian Windhorse?
Nothing.
What's wrong with Brian Windhorse? He's a journalist.
No, he's a great journalist.
Yeah.
Great journalist.
Insider.
And he made some great sense. He goes, the way we cover the NBA needs to change.
Yeah.
We need more storytelling. Stop narrative-based BS that we all like to do.
A friend of my friend is my friend. So if he's friends with Friedel, and now we're boys. Could you imagine me, Friedel, and Wendy just messing up some House of Prime?
Are you guys still in the group chat together?
No.
No, that's dead.
I removed myself from the group thread.
No way.
Shasky has left the building.
No way.
Is that the most obnoxious thing you can do?
You didn't leave. Oh, I'd leave group threads.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I do.
That
if I don't like the way it's going, the tenor of it, and I say, hey, I don't like this group thread, I'm out. I got no problem leaving the conversation.
What's Friedel up to? We got to get him on. Is he still with Odyssey?
That's a good point.
What is going on with him?
The bonus title?
Yeah, that's one of the most disrespectful things
It might
I've ever
also
heard
be
about
true.
life. No, it's not true. There's no bonus title. You win a title or not. The bonus title.
He knows it was such a big brother thing to say, too. To just piss off the little brother.
It's just, I mean, I know.
love Friedel.
Look, I love Friedel, too.
He's
but
the
a lot of
best.
his predictions
He's
when it
the
came to the Golden
best.
State Warriors did not go well for him.
Wait, time out.
David Fisdale even had to check him about Andrew Wiggins being a fit here.
Where is Fisdale? What's he up
He's
to?
an assistant with the Phoenix Suns.
God, what a life. What's an assistant make in the NBA?
Probably a lot of money.
God.
Probably a lot more than you and I. So Friedel, and I love you, Friedel. Put the bonus. Did we say that about the San Antonio Spurs when they beat the Heat?
I do.
Oh, it's a bonus title for Tim Duncan. No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
It's the
You
bonus
never
title.
Said it.
It's
No,
their
you
bonus
never
title.
said it.
It's the Kawhi
You
Leonard
never
bonus
said
title.
it. Is LeBron James Mickey Mouse championship a bonus championship?
We call that the Sabonis title.
Oh, okay, gotcha. If you leave a group thread, you're probably a tool. Why not? What if there's a lot of things in a group thread that you don't want?
It's just the ultimate backhanded slap in the face. Of all time.
Because you can easily just mute it.
Yeah,
That's all you have to do is just
I
mute
don't
it.
want to mute it. I just leave it.
Okay.
Wait, because
That's
I get all these
fine.
notifications, and I see, there's 150 notifications.
The
then
king
I click it.
has
then I
left
click-
the group chat.
Yeah, I leave.
That's the notification by Apple.
Hey, I leave. Call me a tool all you want to.
Do you think Steph, Klay, and Dre were in one, and as soon as Klay signed, it's Klay
and
Thompson.
Deuces.
Well, that was how they found out that Klay was leaving. All of a sudden, he just left the chat. It was like,
Deuces.
there you go.
That's
And they added Buddy Hield right after.
And then, here's the best part. Steiny's on that group thread, and months later, he's like, so I guess Steph left, huh?
Hey, listen.
Oh, I mean, Klay.
It happened with us. Bowser left the station, and he left the group chat.
Oh, that was a mic drop, too.
Langford left to go to
Out of
KCBS,
nowhere.
and he left the group thread.
I'm not gonna lie. There are people that have left the station over time, and I hit unfollow.
Oh, wow.
Then deleted their number.
Oh, wow. Damn, I don't go that far.
Damn, the number?
I don't go
Might
that
come
far.
in handy one day.
I mean, I'll leave
When
the
I
group.
delete your number, I feel like I delete you from my life.
Wow.
Show the
that's
bridge burner Shasky.
Now, we need to dive into this. Is it okay to leave a group chat? Is it okay? Are you a tool for leaving a group chat? See, I don't think so. I've left a couple
depends on the
group
group
chats.
chat.
I left our baseball, fantasy baseball. They did me in, and karma bit them all in the ass. Bit them all in the ass. All the players that I had a plan, and the plan came to fruition, and all those players I gave away had down years.
I want my money.
But they tried to stick me to it.
Now.
So you know what I did? I left the fantasy baseball group thread.
Is this a King's Tale? What is this?
No, it's Bonte Hill Tale.
Guru Gripes?
I want to dive into this later in the week. Is it okay to leave a group thread? So-and-so leaves a group conversation.
Well, if it's all your homies, like, yeah, you just got clowned and you left.
Or a person with an Android starts it and you can never leave.
Porter, my cousin, it's the worst. But now we can share.
Maybe we should start a group text with Steiny and Goo, who are coming up next live from Chase Center.
Well, Steiny never partakes in a group thread. I know that.
Unless it's on his terms.
I know that from experience. What I miss? Well, we were texting you what you missed, Steiny.
Well, Evan told me he needs his help at 8:30 every single morning, so he's clearly chiming in. I love you, Steiny.
That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right at all. And that was
where are we
Fast Five.
going today, guys? What's hitting you?
See, Steiny, that's your boy, Steiny. Apparently, Steiny and Shasky are great friends, but he's always the one taking shots at Steiny.
Dalton Connect.
He's full of baloney.
The one player he watched in college basketball.
Tulane.
All right, that's it. Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity iHome Article. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny, you're more like me than you think you are.
He's back. passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. Holy cannoli.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, what's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz down with the Guru Johnson.
Sir.
We're coming to you from Thrive City. That's outside Chase Center. We'll be doing the show from 10 to 2, and then we turn it over to Willard and Tibbs, and then the Warriors play the Dallas Mavericks tonight. Klay Thompson makes his return to Chase Center, and it should be an emotional night, a fun night, and hopefully a night where we get a little closure on the whole situation, Gil.
Yeah, no doubt. And as the kids say, we can't bury the lead, Steiny. We outside, because we are literally outside, and it's beautiful. I feel like I'm at home plate at like Petco Park. This would make a good wiffle ball place. But Klay, man, what can we say? We're gonna give him his propers and his just due. But Steiny's gonna be some tears tonight, man. I believe.
Yeah,
and rightfully so.
And I think he's going to get obviously a resounding ovation, probably a standing ovation. Deserves every bit of it. 4-time champion with the Golden State Warriors, and now he's with Dallas. And you look back on his tenure with the Warriors, and the reality of the situation is we've seen it all. We've seen him win titles. We've seen him, unfortunately, lose 2 seasons to injury. We saw him lose a little bit of his role in the last season. But when I always felt, Goo, when we talked about the Warriors in their heyday, when they had Steph, Draymond, and Klay Thompson, I always felt like Klay was the most well-loved of all three by outside Warrior fans. And what I mean by that is I feel like Steph Curry was a little bit of, he was the guy that always got you. Okay. So you didn't like Steph Curry if you were a fan of another team because he was so great. Draymond, of course, was the villain, but I always felt like Klay Thompson was the player that even non-Warrior fans really loved just because of his attitude, how cool he was, how, a little bit flighty he was, but he's going to come back tonight, and I think everybody's going to kind of remember the good times, and it should be a lot of fun out there.
No doubt. And you tell me if I'm doing a little too much with this take, but it's like a great TV show, right? Everybody has a different character, a different personality. And you mentioned Draymond and Steph, and they're beloved. But Klay, too, and his role to me was just letting people inside of who he was, Steiny. He wasn't a fake. He wasn't a phony. He was just natural, and people gravitated to him. So it'll be interesting, and I know we got some sound from him to see how this moment, how he takes it all in. But when I think of Klay Thompson, I just think of a real one that I always had is he would let you into his world, Steiny. And it's just amazing that we're outside here before the storm happens tonight when they take on Dallas in a cup game, Steiny, the first cup game of the year, different floor. I know that excites you.
Yeah. Bob Meyer is going to join us at 10:15, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. So he's coming up in about 10 minutes. We'll be joined by Kirk Lacob at 1 o'clock out here today, and we're efforting a bunch of other guests. But tonight, Klay Thompson returns to Chase Center, and the Dallas Mavericks take on the Golden State Warriors. Yes. And the one thing I think we're going to get into today is there does seem to be, and I don't know what the phrase is if it's bad blood or not, but there is something that needs to be fixed, I think, between Klay Thompson and the Warriors organization.
Wow.
And it might not happen tonight, but it'll eventually happen. But I just think if you listen to what Klay's been saying over the last few days, I don't think he was crazy about the way it ended here. I think he's good with his teammates. I think he's good with the fans. But I just think that he would have preferred it to end a different way. And eventually, I think they'll come together. But
right now is fresh. The wound is fresh.
I feel like it is.
And we've been around the block a few times, Donnie, you and myself. So just like it with friendships and relationships, they're breakups. And sometimes, either party needs more time than the other. And sometimes you never come together to reconcile and kind of just talk about what went wrong. And I feel like Klay is on that side. But you tell me if I'm doing too much, because these are my feelings. But I don't know if you caught it last night on Twitter. The boss sent out the video of Klay in the finals against Toronto, where we were doing the pre and post, and we were in the building at Oracle, and Klay initially got hurt. And he was on the ground thriving in pain. Steiny, nobody at that point knew what the future had in store, but it focused on Steph. And Steph went down on the other end of the court. He had the ball. It was almost like he was a prophet, Steiny, of knowing the severity of what this injury, as Klay lied on the ground, was going to do. And in a crazy world, Klay showed us all the darkness he had to go through to come back, and he never was the same, right? But what if I told you, watching that video, Steiny, and Steph's reaction, Steph was kind of right, because it never was the same after that.
I mean, they recaptured it in 2022, but you're right. I mean, after Klay came back from injury, it's one of those things where if you look at, you look at his career stats, and there's a 2-year break where he didn't play basketball, and then you look at where the stats picked up after that, and he's just not quite the same player. I think we know that.
He got paid though while he was hurt, though, Stoney. That, who am I to score anything? But that's one thing to where I feel like the organization did right by you. Just my 2 cents.
I think, they had to pay him at that point. Right. I mean, because he was, that was his first. That's the one thing I was thinking about with Klay Thompson is first 8 years of his career, he missed 25 total games. So he missed an average of 3 games a year. He was an Iron Man. Never shot less than 40% from three-point range in any of his first 8 seasons. So he was, to me, he was the guy who could always be counted on those first 10 years of the dynasty. And, Steph had some injuries early in his career. He missed a lot of games early. Draymond Green obviously didn't come here as a starter when he was selected out of Michigan State, and he's been in and out of the lineup here and there. He's been banged up a little bit, but Klay was always the guy who seemed to be in the lineup day in and day out, and he was an Iron Man. He was an Iron Man, Goo.
Yeah, no doubt. And we talk about ham and cheese, peanut butter and jelly, Shaq and Kobe, and the Warriors got Steph and Klay, both homegrown talents. And Mark Jackson, I always think of him, especially on this day when he came out and shared with us the world that he thought, he was coaching the best shooting backcourt ever, and he ended up being right. But, we're watching him on the big screen here. They got the memes of Klay right now, the holy cannoli. But, Steiny, I'm honestly, man, it's just special to be a part of this day and to be a Bay Area resident, to be able to watch Klay and Steph grow and do what they did in regard to capturing 4 titles.
Yeah, Klay Thompson. Great career as a Golden State Warrior, and came to an end at the end of last season, and now he's a Dallas Maverick. Guys always, when they play their former teams, it's always a special night for some, and I got to believe tonight's going to be a special night. It feels like, and we're going to play a lot of this Klay Thompson sound from the last couple days. It certainly feels like he's trying to underplay this, which
no doubt.
I completely understand, and we'll see how it all plays out. But should be a real interesting night tonight at Chase Center with the Dallas Mavericks coming in. They're 5-5, and the Warriors off to a great start. They are 8-2. 8-2. So if you're out near Chase Center, come by, say hello.
Holla at us.
We got Bob Myers coming up on the other side. We got a bunch of guests. We're going to talk about Klay Thompson. I'll open up the phone lines at 888-957-9570. And I think the question is, how are you guys feeling about Klay Thompson right now? He's been through a lot. He was one of the most loved Warrior players the last couple years. Weren't weren't all copacetic. But the bottom line is he's back. And how you feeling about Klay Thompson? 888-957-9570. Bob Myers is going to come up on the other side, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Heading out to catch the next big game? Start your journey right at
They just Googled itself and say 3-time champion already. That's dope.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we are at Chase Center where the Warriors take on the Dallas Mavericks tonight. Klay Thompson makes his return to the Bay. And listen, make sure you listen all day today because we're going to give you an opportunity to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey in the 12 o'clock hour. That's our 12 o'clock hour for Steiny and Goo. And then at 4 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs today to celebrate Klay Thompson's return and to win an autographed Klay Thompson jersey. So at 12 o'clock, we are going to start the giveaway process during our show of a Klay Thompson jersey. You're going to have to answer a trivia question or two. Woo! And if you get it right, then you will win that jersey. But Klay Thompson will be in a real jersey tonight. Unfortunately for the Warriors, it'll be in a Mavericks jersey, though, Goo.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I mean, all the nostalgia and everything that's warranted with him coming back is actually a doubleheader in regard to the game means something. I know you hate the cup, but Steiny, we're going to get a battle. So that's just the icing on the cake. And I just want to give you some love. I know we're efforting Bob here, but I want to give you some love. We've been together almost 7 years, and there were times I would ask you to take a picture so I could post on social. We took 9 today, and you didn't even bark. So you are growing, and I just appreciate you, man. You're in it, Steiny. You're in that social media era. Welcome. Yeah, my man.
All right, so we're efforting Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors.
What do you think he's feeling about this? He knows Klay better than anybody. So if we get, when we get him, we can, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm Klay, would you be happy coming back this soon? Or would let's put the right on the table, brought to you by ATCO. If he was returning maybe the last game of the season, I could understand it if he really, truly, deep down, and I believe it, wanted to be here. You know what I mean? Change it takes some time, man. Wounds, hard feelings, maybe. And I'm not blaming the Warriors at all. Because I don't know.
Why not?
Steve Kerr, Steve Kerr said he thought it was best for both parties. I'm paraphrasing that maybe a change of scenery was needed. And I get that. But it still doesn't make you, at the end of the day, I can't wait to get back.
I mean, the one thing is guys who play in the NBA long enough always go back and play against their former teams. There's so few players that only play for one organization. Klay obviously is different because he was a big part of the Warriors' 4 championships. But, it's one of those things where when we see him in the uniform tonight of the Dallas Mavericks, it's probably going to look a little bit unusual. And if I had to make a prediction, I just feel like he's going to try to really downplay the whole thing and try to treat it like another game because
I got you.
Why get caught up in all the emotion if you don't have to? And I just have a feeling that he's going to really kind of try to go out of his way just to not make tonight as big a deal as maybe some want it to be?
Well, I'll tell you, my old boss in sales told me, Mr. Johnson, you only can control the controllables. What about when those lights go out and Steph is on the mic, which I expect, I don't know, and he does his thing, to put Klay on the spot.
All right, let's go out to the River Islands guest line.
Man.
All guests come courtesy of the River Islands guest line in Lathrop. Isn't it time you discovered the islands? Let's welcome in Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors, general manager. What's up, Bob? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I miss you guys. I miss
you too, baby.
Yeah, obviously it's a big night here coming up at Chase Center. And, it's so long ago, I just wanted to do the math, but you were hired in 2011, and Klay was the pick that year, right? You were hired in April, and then the draft was in June. So had you met him before that down in L.A.? What did you know about him? And kind of take us back to that decision at the time. I know you were working under Larry Riley, but, what do you remember about that time?
It's interesting. The year before, I was at the Pac-10 or 12, whatever it was, conference tournament in Staples Center. Then I was sitting next to Danny Ainge, and this was the year before Klay came out. And he said to me, because I was an agent at the time, he goes, I would draft that kid right there in Washington State, Klay Thompson, if he comes out. I'm trying to see if he'll come out. And at that point, Klay would have been a late first-round pick. And then Klay didn't come out, right? And so when he didn't come out, I was then at the Combine in Chicago or whatever it was my first year as an assistant GM under Larry Riley. And Larry Harris told me early, Klay was not projected to be a lottery pick early in that draft process. He climbed his way up. But Larry Harris was the first one to say to me that I really like Klay Thompson. And so there's a couple people I trusted and respected that liked him. And then there's that famous story of his workout down at the old Clippers facility, like the Spectrum in Manhattan Beach, when Jerry West was there. And we, not just our team, but many teams were there watching Klay shoot. And there's not many guys that you just walk in the gym and watch him shoot one jump shot, two jump shots, and you're just mesmerized. I mean, Ray Allen's probably a guy like that, Chris Mullin. Steph, even Steph, he obviously, his jump shot is not textbook. Obviously, he's the best shooter ever to play basketball. But Klay's shot, Mully, Real, they have that the one that you would teach, right? Steph's is probably tougher to teach, a little bit lower release point. Anyways, after we all saw him do that, we kind of, as a group, said that's our guy if we could get him. People forget that Milwaukee was picking 10th, and they traded that pick to Sacramento. I think Milwaukee would have taken Klay at 10, and then when they traded with Sac took Jimmer Fredette, and that allowed us to get Klay. So, yeah. I mean, I remember a dinner with Larry Riley and I had with him at Scott's Seafood in Jack London Square. I don't know if that's still there. You remember that place? And so Klay didn't say anything. He was so quiet with Larry and I. And we left the dinner. We're like, it's hard to tell with this guy. But obviously, what a career with the Warriors. And he's still going.
Yeah, Bob, always a pleasure to talk to you. We were just trying to, break down Klay Thompson and what made fans gravitate to him, not on the court. That was obvious, but off the court. How would you answer that?
Well, I want to leave enough time to talk about your pickup game, so I just want to be quick with
it's coming, Bob. It's coming.
How much time can we allocate to the Goose pickup game? Just want to be so I know how to answer these questions.
Don't get him upset,
We can
Bob.
do it at about 2:15. About 2:15 this afternoon.
Oh, man.
What was the question, Goo? I totally forgot.
Why did the fans get Klay? Why did they gravitate to Klay?
You got it. Authenticity, I think, just kind of the person. I think we all love people, no matter, you just like someone who's real. And I think he is and was very unassuming. Work ethic, he was very quiet in his game, like low, not a demonstrative guy, appreciated throughout the league. He got some huge defensive assignments in those playoff years, guarding Harden in some really tough series, guarding Kyrie. And his man-to-man defense was just high level. And then to still be able to shoot, for anybody that's played, you look at players in the playoffs. A lot of times players do defend at a lot higher level in the playoffs. So your shooting sometimes goes. If you guys remember that Rockets game where they missed 25 threes in a row, that would never happen if they weren't having to work so hard on defense. And so Klay was able to defend the other team's best perimeter player and score. And, he did it a little bit. He was never the headliner. And so I think people loved watching him do his job at the highest level in the biggest moments. And Klay, he clearly saved, I can get into it, but that Oklahoma City game, guys, I've never rewatched much. I would rewatch that whole, if I could pick a game, I'd pick 2 games to rewatch. It'd be that one and Curry in Boston of my favorite games to rewatch. So.
Yeah. Hey, we're joined by Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. Let me ask you this, because guys say stuff in the media, and you never know if it resonates in the building or if it's a big deal or anybody cares. But when Mark Jackson was coaching this team, long before the titles ever came, he said this is the greatest shooting backcourt of all time. And back then it was a gutsy statement. Do you remember him making that? Do you remember thinking, boy, easy, Mark? Or what do you remember about him saying that? And did you believe it at the time?
I did not. I wish I had that conviction, but he was right. Like you said, it was not a popular statement. A lot of people, I imagine many people, kind of quietly smirked at that statement. But it turns out a couple things happened. One, I think he was correct. So he was way ahead of everybody else. And 2, most importantly, forget about what everybody else thinks. It did, I believe, because I was in the building, give Klay and Steph confidence. And sometimes for young players, a coach making you feel like you're better than you even think you are is a great piece of coaching. And I think by him anointing them that way before everybody else, they started to believe in their abilities. Not that they lack for confidence, but it was a jolt in that area. And it's kind of like when Joe said that lonely banner up there, he was right, and by the way, that's not my personality, but people like that are brash and have that, they sometimes can galvanize a situation. And so Mark, I've always credited Mark with that. That was a big thing that he did, and I think he was right.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hey, Bob, I follow you on ESPN Countdown. I hear you when you do the games. I was telling Steiny it will never look right Klay in another uniform. What share with us your thoughts when you see him in a Dallas uniform just playing for a different franchise?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, it's hard. But life doesn't, this idea that everybody gets to finish where they started as players is so rare. I guess I always had in the back of my mind, as much as I think everybody wished that it would end with, Steph, Klay, and Draymond walking to the sunset. It's just, you look at any sport, any team, even if you want it to happen, so much has to line up for that to actually take place. Some of it's economic, some of it's situational, some of it's just circumstances. And so I always thought, although that would be pretty amazing, that it was going to be hard to accomplish that. And who knows if, hopefully, Draymond and Steph, I think Steph's clearly the best candidate to do that, but at the end, usually it doesn't happen. And so it is hard. And I think I actually can't really do it. I can't picture him still, even though I'm watching him in Dallas and cheering for him as an individual. It's hard for me to do still. I don't know what you guys think. It's just, it's hard for me to picture it and watch it.
Yeah, Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. Of course, Dallas in town tonight with Klay Thompson. And, the one part of Klay's game that I thought maybe should have gotten more attention was his ability to defend ones and take a little pressure off Steph, particularly James Harden. When did you kind of discover that part of his game in his career?
Yeah, he did not come out of college. Nobody was saying he was an elite defender. Nobody, including us. And he worked at it. He's got a quiet tenacity about him. Does Klay? I think you guys know that. And so he prided himself. He's got great pride and a great competitiveness. And pride on the basketball court is not only one side of the court. I think if you're a prideful person, if you're a winner, if you're competitive, you realize that playing defense, although not as thought of as exciting, I should say, or you don't get the credit when you're just a great defender, but it matters just as much. Without his man-to-man defense, we probably don't win at the level that we won in those years. I think we noticed it probably in year 2, 3, 4, but he was doing shell drills in the off season. I mean, he was working on his body. He didn't come in as thick as he was. He got much more physical. And Harden, people forget, isn't just quick and agile and skillful. He's strong. His hands are unbelievably strong. And so Klay's ability to take that up and then Steph sliding over to the maybe playmaker. And by the way, people would try to put, you talk about Steph too. Steph worked himself into a very adequate defender because they would try to pick on him in many of those series. So Klay covered up, some of our perimeter D by what he was able to do. Like you said, take the best player and make them work as hard as possible. You don't stop Kyrie or Harden. You guys are going to see Kyrie. I was watching Kyrie the other night. What he can do still is amazing. And so Klay did a great job. I think we noticed that, Matt. It was not out of college that we thought he could be that, but he worked himself into it.
Bob, you got me thinking when you said you went down memory lane with the OKC game for Klay. And Bonte put out a tweet last night. What was your favorite Klay memory? And there's so many. The 60 points in 29 minutes against Indy, the game you mentioned with OKC. But, Bob, mine is the 37 points in a quarter in 2015 against Sacramento. Like, Bob, that's insane. And I don't think anybody will top that. 37.
No, that was I was obviously there, and it was actually if you talk to Joe, he actually missed that game. He's never going to forgive himself. Wake missed it. It was funny. His son Kirk was texting him, being like, "You should see it. It's pretty good." And Joe was obviously wishing he was there, but that was almost surreal watching that happen. It was. What did he do? He took like 3 dribbles. He didn't even dribble, I feel like, in the quarter. He had one.
12 minutes.
It's crazy. Well, the best shooters, you guys play basketball.
Well.
The best shooters, even their misses or makes. He had a shot there in that quarter where it bounced up and around. It was a 3, and it bounced up and around and then found its way in. And I was like, that was the miss, and it was a make. But then once that went, it was like it was just insane. And, Goo, that was, there's certain things that stick with you, and that was certainly one of them. And I don't know that anybody will do that again. I don't know. That's a pretty good one. Pretty good one.
Yeah, that is. All right, Bob. Well, listen, we appreciate it as always, and should be a fun night out there tonight. And we look forward to talking to you down the road.
Nice. Are you guys? I know you're there now. Are you going? You going to the game or?
Yeah, we got to check it out. We're here.
We got to go now that we're here for sure.
They got us outside, Bob. A little chilly right now.
I wish I could be there. I want to hear how it is. I'll have to call one of you guys later and see how it was. So,
all right,
there it is.
Appreciate it, Bob. Take care, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right. That's Bob Myers, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, talking about Klay Thompson.
Man.
And
do you have a favorite? Or they're all great, but one stand out to you more than the other? Because the OKC one kept them alive, Game 6. Man.
Boy, the Pacers 60-point game. Was that
in 29 minutes?
Yeah, that was pretty unbelievable. The thing I remember about his 37-point quarter was after he had it, I want to say George Gervin said, well, we didn't have – Gervin had the record with like 33 in a quarter, and he said, well, I didn't have threes. And Klay, I don't know how many threes he made that quarter, but it was a few, obviously.
So he went Mercury Morris to anybody that's going to go undefeated. The guy from the Dolphins always comes out and is happy when they lose. Iceman sounded a little salty, but he was true. No threes.
I do remember he was 11 for 11 that quarter.
Man.
So that must have been 11, 22. God, I don't know how many threes. He probably was like 7 for 7 in that quarter.
And Bob just reminded me, just how good he was on defense. You know how your stamina and energy has to be on 1,000 to go get buckets, Steiny. And he had that. I don't know what type of jumper you had. Did you get off the ground much? You got big calves, so I'm going to say yeah. So he's right, but he was able to go guard the guy on the next team, man. And I don't know if he gets enough credit for that, Stoney.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Dallas in town tonight with Klay Thompson. It's his return. We've been talking about this since the schedule came out, and this is your time, Warrior fans. I mean, where are you at with Klay Thompson? You got to take his career as a whole. There's no doubt about it. He won 4 titles here with the Golden State Warriors, suffered 2 catastrophic injuries, came back, got a title with this team in 2022, and then it didn't end great. But how much of the way that it ended sticks with you? And is it time to kind of put it all aside tonight when he returns? I do think, and I have this written down, I do think it's clear that there's like unfinished business between Klay and the organization.
Oh, no doubt about it.
And it's going to take time. Probably going to take time. It's going to take some communication, but I don't think this is the way he wanted it to end. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. I see both sides to this. No surprise there. But I didn't think Klay handled it great, but I also feel like the Warriors were a little bit disingenuous when it came to talking about wanting Klay back. And I feel like they were saying all the right things, but deep down, they really weren't going to bring him back, and he knew they weren't going to bring him back. And maybe that was part of the reason that it didn't end well. But we can talk about that with Warrior fans at 888-957-9570.
What I know of you, Stoney, I know you have pride. We all do, right? Do you think there's any part of Klay Thompson's person that regrets not signing that 2 for 24, or was it pride of how dare you offer me something that low for what I've done and meant? Not what I am, but what I've done and helped you guys build. Do you think there's any part of that?
I mean, yeah, I think that's probably at the core of it. I think also I think there was something about Draymond Green getting an extension and him not getting that kind of an extension. And look, this was 2 years of Klay kind of battling through some stuff physically and mentally, but I'm kind of curious about how Warrior fans are feeling about Klay Thompson. 888-957-9570. Let's jump into Murillo in Petaluma. What's going on, Murillo? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Everything is well. Warriors jacket on. Let's go, Klay Day. I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. And I think it's a little bittersweet, Stein. I was reading the article from Slate this morning, and, man, there's so many moments of Klay's journey here. And the fact that he gets injured at 28 years old, it's so bittersweet. As bittersweet as the exit. And I think my favorite moment of the run, it's funny because it happened after the injuries. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah.
All right, sorry. No, I heard something on my side here. I thought I lost you. But one thing that I remember is I went to the Game 6 against the Memphis Grizzlies semifinals. And, man, that's looking in retrospective, I think that was the more important series of the run, because we kind of figured out the other series pretty quick, but that one was pretty close, and he came so big on Game 6. I was at the arena. He hit 8 threes out of 14 and 8 rebounds, and it was a big moment that people I think it's an overrated moment. And I agree with you, Steiny. I think Klay is the more whimsical character of the three, and I think people gravitated towards that because he kind of showed us how he was living the dream, playing basketball, playing D, shooting the ball, and going back to live his life. So it's going to be bittersweet. It's been bittersweet to me. But, hey, I like what Bonte mentioned early this morning. I think we might get Steph to defend Klay today. I can't wait for it, guys. Have a good rest of your day. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Murillo. Appreciate the call. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Thompson makes his return tonight to Chase Center. And how are you feeling about the way everything came down? What do you think of Klay Thompson, who will make his return to the Bay Area tonight? What do you remember most? Do you remember the way it ended? Do you remember the way it started? Do you remember the championships in the middle? I mean, you want to talk about a career that's had a little bit of everything, and it's still going on. I think that's what we're talking about today. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of Life Source. For 40 years, families have been...
three.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Now, if you're wondering what the NBA record is for most points in a quarter, you just watched it.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was Bob Fitzgerald on the call. NBC Sports Bay Area. Klay Thompson's 37-point quarter against the Sacramento Kings. Hey, listen, Klay Thompson makes his return tonight to the Bay Area, and make sure to listen all day today because we're going to give you an opportunity to win a Klay Thompson jersey. It's in the 12 o'clock hour today on our show, and then the 4 o'clock hour during Willard and Dibbs show, you have a shot to get a Klay Thompson jersey. That's going to be at noon. Will be your first crack at it. And then at 4 with Willard and Dibbs. But Darryl the Guru Johnson and myself are out here at Thrive City.
Yeah, it's thriving too.
Having a good time talking about Klay Thompson and his return, Goo.
And seeing all the nice people coming up giving us love, Stoney. Nothing better than that, man.
Yeah, that's always a good thing. We're on remote. It's a nice car right there.
EQ5 Mercedes.
They're just bringing out
EQ.
There's a lot going on here. Thrive City. So if you're down here,
Georgia plates.
If you're down here, come by and say hello. Let's go out to Amy in Alameda to start. What's going on, Amy? How you doing? Hi.
Hi, I'm good. Thanks for your show.
Sure.
I just wanted to say about Klay, I am a diehard Warriors fan. I got my Warriors sweatshirt on right now. I'm on my way to school. I'm going to not even come home. I'm going to stop at a bar and watch the game after school is out. And I wanted to just say about Klay, I think, of course, he's going to be a little bit salty, but also he is trying to establish himself in a new team with new fans. He can't make statements about how he still has love for his old team, so I can understand that. Plus, Fairweather fans were not nice to him when he needed the most support. And so I get it. I'm always going to root for the Warriors, and I'm going to root for Klay too, as long as he's not playing against us, right? But, other than that, I'm going to support him because I'm so grateful for everything that he did for us, really uplifting our cities, uplifting our area, uplifting the sport. All of that, I will always. So if he wants to be upset, his feelings are hurt, I get it. I give him a pass.
Thanks, Amy. Appreciate the call.
So Amy's basically, what I got from her, Stoney, 34 from Klay tonight. Warriors win by 6.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. The one thing it just crossed my mind during the break when I was thinking about Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green. Is Klay the best all-around player of the three of them?
There's no doubt. Curry's closed that gap, and you asked me a question, I answered it. And the chef, we love him, but you remember that used to be an old saying before the chef improved his D that Klay used to guard 2 men. He would guard Steph.
I never heard that joke.
Well, it wasn't a dude, but I'm just saying. The chef knows I love him, but he's all-time iconic. But you said what? You hated my phrase years ago. We got into a two-way player. I believe he was their best two-way player.
He was
in his prime. Klay.
Yeah, look, he scored 25 a game and defended the best guard on the other team. Oof. And did it at an incredibly high level. Whether it was Westbrook, whether it was Harden, whether it was Ja Morant, anybody. Let's go to Steve in Fairfield. What's going on, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm gonna miss Klay. I'm gonna miss Klay a bunch, like everybody else, and I already do miss him a bunch. Steve Kerr's a great coach, but you used the word disingenuous, and you were right on. If you remember what happened in his last year, was he was benched for Brandon, and he was coming off the bench. There was a lot of meetings going on between Klay and Kerr, trying to figure things out. Klay wanted a bigger role again. Klay came back to being a starter. The whole contract situation. And I like Steve, but what Steve was coming out to the media and saying, and I'm going to quote him, he was saying, we're desperate. We love Klay. We're desperate to get him back. But the Warriors weren't acting desperate to get him back. Desperate is, look, man, I'll pay whatever you want. Let's have you. What contract did you want? So, and I know the Warriors had their reasons for that and solid reasons for that, but they were disingenuous. You don't come out to the media on multiple interviews and saying we're desperate. We love Klay. We desperately want him back when you know that's not the case. That's the only mistake I would put on the Warriors. And I think that's left a little bit of a bad taste in his mouth. And I think he's going to have a long sit down with Steve Kerr someday. But I think they'll patch it all up. I really do.
Yeah,
too much good history.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% on that one, Steve. And I get, the Warriors. I get why they did what they did in terms of strategically. They didn't want to pay Klay the kind of money that he wanted. When they were asked about Klay Thompson, they always said, we want Klay Thompson back. And, I always remember thinking to myself, yes, at a certain price. And they weren't able to come up with that price. But when I look at the entire situation, Goo, I don't have any acrimony toward the Warriors. I don't have any acrimony toward Klay Thompson. It ended the way it ended. And I'll tell you what, a lot of times when things end, it ends worse than it ended with Klay Thompson and the Golden State Warriors. I think it was time. I think they've both moved on. And I think down the line in a few years, he'll come back and he'll get his jersey retired or however they're going to do it with Steph and Draymond, and this thing will all be over. But right now, it's still pretty, still pretty sensitive.
No doubt. And I'll say this: I'll just put myself in Klay's shoes. And you, Evan Spadoni, and I have gone over this, and I stand by it, Stoney. But these guys are family. They've been through so much, and it all, to me, from afar, Daryl Johnson, who I am, I would have a problem if you and Evan didn't go to bat for me. And I'm not saying I know Steph and Dre didn't go to bat for him. But if I'm Klay Thompson, there's no way in hell we built this thing. And you guys, even if there was a disconnect with management upstairs, the buffer that I have between two of the most iconic Warriors in Dre and Steph, I guess, Stoney, I know you can tell me, wake up, Goo, life doesn't work that way, but I'm a lover, not a fighter. I would just do everything under the sun to tell my boss or the bosses, you can't, whatever happens, he can't leave. He cannot don another uniform. He did, and I just find it human if Klay has some resentment, not from what he perceives they did, but maybe what they didn't do. I don't know, but that's a natural thought.
With who?
With if I'm Klay Thompson, like you guys, like, come on, we're the Three Musketeers. How are you going to allow me? Like, you got the leverage to keep me here. And some could be driving around saying, Goo, you're crazy. But they're all intertwined. And that's what shocked me that it got to this point.
But why did Klay tell Steph not to go to bat for him specifically then?
Well,
I think he knew that his time was up here.
That golf outing when nothing was said, but now we understand that maybe the handwriting was on the wall. I guess, Donnie, I'm wrapping it up with, it should have never, I could look at it like it should have never got to the point to where something wasn't offered or there was no conversation.
Well, what would it have looked like if they wanted him back? I mean, that's what I mean. I mean, there was no avenue for him to come back. I don't think you could not ask him to come off the bench for the Warriors.
So now it's okay. I got you. Now it's about role. I'm asking you. I'm saying I don't disagree. My thought was Steph, Dre could get all the parties in the room, say what he's thinking,
but what
and what can happen.
But that wasn't best for the organization. All right. That's the way I look at it now. It wasn't best for the organization, for the Golden State Warriors, to re-sign Klay Thompson. And you know what? It wasn't best for Klay Thompson to re-sign with the Golden State Warriors. I think both sides came to that conclusion, and that's why he's not here. And I don't think Klay not being here is a mistake. The Warriors made a mistake.
I didn't say that.
But I also don't think, they made a great decision not bringing Klay back. It's just the way that it all came down, and the Golden State Warriors front office didn't really prioritize Klay Thompson. And to to the amount that he wanted to be prioritized, and it was time for him to move, and he did.
It's interesting. I'll just double back. I don't know if you remember the show, but Evan said it. I'm speaking for Evan. You said it, that you would not want me to go talk to the boss about anything you had going on in regard to your possible departure or you staying at the job. And I'm one of those guys that some could say mind your own effing business, but I would do more, and I wouldn't listen to you two to go try to fix it. So what happened?
They couldn't have fixed it.
Okay, and there you go.
They couldn't have fixed it.
I got my hands up.
Even if Klay, to me, even if Draymond Green and Steph Curry went in and said, we got to keep Klay. Okay. Well, we're not paying him $30 million. I think it just came to its natural
And maybe they could have met with Klay too.
Who?
Just them two. Go have a drink, invite him over, and be like, dude, are you really, I'm just asking, Steiny, are you really,
neither side wanted it.
I got you.
Klay didn't want to be here, and I don't think the Warriors wanted Klay here anymore. And
I got it.
I mean, it's just
life. I hear you, business.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal. How were they? They weren't going to be able to retire together, the three.
See, and that's what it stems from then, because I thought, Steiny, they were on the fast track to, especially after that 2022 chip, when he came back against Cleveland in January on that Sunday night game here at Chase, Steiny. And I'm not apologizing for how I feel. I just wish it could have happened. It didn't, but I'm just wondering and putting myself in the situation, what I would have done, and maybe wanted you or Evan or Spadoni to do for me, even if I told you not to do it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I actually look at it as, this is the way it was meant to be. It really was.
And you could be you could be totally right, man.
Let's go to Mike in Concord. What's going on, Mike? How you doing?
I'm good, man. Thanks for taking my call, fellas.
Sure.
Hey, I just want to touch base. You guys kind of covered it, but number one, 37 points in one quarter. I don't think that will ever be done again. I mean, you can't even fathom that happening again because it's amazing. And so kudos to Klay for that. We'll have that, I think, as a history. But as far as Klay leaving, I mean, I do think it could have worked out. I know that you guys, there's a lot of talk about it. It just wouldn't work out. I think maybe a little bit of ego on Klay's part because he's talking about wanting to get paid for the player he was, but he also has to realize the player he is now, and it is a little bit different, right? So I just wish it could have worked out because the fact of having those three right off into the sunset together, you don't hardly ever see that in sports in any league. So it's really unfortunate that couldn't happen. But I do think Klay has a little chip on his shoulder, and I'm just hoping at the end of all this that him and the Warriors can actually talk stuff out. And when Klay actually does decide to retire, it could all be put to rest, and both sides could end on a happy note because I think both the organization and Klay deserve that. I think the fans deserve that. But yeah, I think Klay's coming in tonight with a little chip on his shoulder, and I think he's wanting this one bad, even though he's trying to downplay it. And I love Klay, and I root for him, but I hope he does have a good game. I just hope the Warriors beat him tonight.
Appreciate the call. 888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Thompson and the Mavericks were in Denver on Sunday. Going to play a little sound here. This is Klay Thompson talking about, and this is what has some people talking about what Klay said about coming back and maybe how he's feeling. Let's roll this one. This is F188 on the game tonight and how Klay's feeling. Take a listen.
Be good to see people that you're grinded with, obviously, but to me, it's just another regular season game in November. Obviously, there's bigger implications with the NBA Cup, so that's what's on our mind. In my mind, is just to win that because I haven't been a part of it yet. I know it's young, but it'd be fun to play for that title. be good to see people that you grinded with, obviously. But to me, it's just another regular season game in November. Obviously, there's bigger implications with the NBA Cup. So that's what's on our mind, in my mind, is just to win that, because I haven't been a part of it yet. I know it's young, but it'd be fun to play for that title.
That was Klay Thompson talking about the Emirates Cup, and I can't even believe he referenced it.
But that's who he is, right? He's like, again, we don't know what's going on deep down. Something is, Donnie. A lot of feelings and emotion, right? Tidal waves worth of emotion. But I love it. Like, that's Klay Thompson. He's talking about the cup.
Let's listen to F189. This is on compartmentalizing his emotions tonight.
Do you think it'll be difficult to kind of compartmentalize just everything that you're probably going to feel going into that arena and actually playing in the game?
No, I don't think so. I've been doing this a long time, and basketball is basketball.
But Klay, you never been in this situation, though. I hear him, Scotty, but you've never been through this. This is your first time home, man.
Yeah, and let's finish up with Klay talking about the matchup against Golden State, F190E.
Probably share my knowledge with my teammates and coaches and try and limit what they do well. Obviously, a high-volume three-point shooting team, and switch a tone on defense. So we'll go into Tuesday trying to counteract those two aspects.
Yeah, so I think it sounds to me like Klay's going out of his way to really absolutely positively downplay this game tonight and try to treat it like another game. And whether he's able to do that and the fans are able to do it remains to be seen. But he's not giving anybody any bulletin board material, that's for sure.
I'll tell you what, though, what I love about this matchup tonight is he can't control what the hosts are going to do. And the hosts love you, the fans love you, and there's going to be, I believe, Stoney, quiet on the set. Curry's probably going to get the mic and give, Klay his credit and just due. So I get why Klay's kind of doing that, Stoney, because he can't control what's on the other end, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, the one thing that I think people heard him say and weren't crazy about was a story that Mark Spears wrote in Anscape, and Spears talked to him on Sunday, and he asked him, about sentimentality, and Klay said that chapter is over. He said, I'm locked into this team right now, and he was asked about Draymond and Steph, and he said, you know what, I'll see him when I see him. And that's that's the way he chose to answer that question. And I think a lot of people interpreted it as, he's not feeling too good about the way things ended, plain and simple.
Well, and I read that article, Stoney, but I'll say this. It's not like they're in Daytona Beach and, he ain't hooking up with his guys. He's got a season to prepare for, and so do the Warriors. So it's all love, I have to believe, but it's just something I believe that Klay Thompson I know, Stoney, that I don't know, is that he is not looking forward to this at all, and it's coming too soon.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you make of the Klay Thompson career in Golden State that came to an end at the end of last season? He's now with the Dallas Mavericks. He's a four-time champion. He got here shortly after Steph Curry got here and formed a backcourt together that Mark Jackson said was the greatest shooting backcourt of all time. And when he said it, it might not have been the case, but I think many people agree that Mark Jackson was absolutely right about that one a few years later.
Where were you at on Klay coming out of college?
I never
knew
nothing about him. Absolutely.
That's amazing. And why the draft is in all sports, what Brock Purdy on line one. But, I mean, man, Stoney, I never thought, this dude would have the career he had and be the marksman he was.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Al in San Pablo. What's up, Al? How you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. I just think that Klay Thompson's career at the Golden State Warriors was amazing. And his departure, I don't think it was because the Warriors were disingenuous. They really wanted him. It turns out they offered him more money than other teams did as a free agent. I think, though, they felt that Klay Thompson would be better for the team if he came off the bench, just as Buddy Hield is coming off the bench right now. And we can see that by doing that, they were able to pick up more players, such as Melton, Slow Mo, who I call Smooth Mo, and they're able to pick up additional players that has now made them a better team than last year. So if Klay had accepted that role, he would still be here, I think, and then the Warriors will be as they are right now. Just my opinion, but I know that Klay wants to start because that's how he feels, and that's okay. So I understand why he left.
Yeah, and the one thing that I wish I had all the names in front of me, but it's really tough to ask a player of Klay's stature to come off the bench for the team that he always started for.
And he did it for a bit.
Yeah, and I remember looking at Tim Duncan's career numbers, and everybody thinks Duncan went to the bench late in his career. He didn't. He always started for the San Antonio Spurs. So I just think asking Klay to come off the bench on a non-championship type team was going to be a pill that's too difficult for him to swallow, and it's.
But do you think it would be the difference of him staying or going, though?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Like, I truly do. I wouldn't know. How can you be Klay Thompson and you coming off the bench for Brandon Pajemski and you're playing for the Golden State Warriors? Like, I wouldn't want to do that either.
But to his credit, he did it and ended up getting inserted back into the starting lineup. But we're talking about, we're talking about moving forward.
He wasn't going to sign up for it again.
Yeah.
And, I'm not saying he should have started, or I'm not saying he should have endeavored to come off the bench, but I think asking Klay, especially with Steph and Draymond still in the starting lineup.
That's got to be tough, man.
Look, it doesn't have to be personal, but the reality of the situation is the Warriors paid Draymond Green. They paid Curry again this past offseason, and they didn't want to pay Klay Thompson. And that's the bottom line. The Draymond and Steph were higher priorities for the Golden State Warriors than Klay Thompson. Those are facts because Klay's not here.
Yeah, and he could feel some type of way about it, and not the Steph part, but the Dre part. There's no doubt that probably had a lot to do with it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you outside Chase Center at Thrive City, and things are starting to pick up here. They're putting the, what are those things called? The metal detectors are out. They got some cars coming out here.
But all this art of Klay from Shamari Smith, Steiny, artists throughout, I don't know where they're from. It's incredible.
Yeah, they got that up on the big screen.
Talent.
And 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, at 12, we'll start the process of giving away a Klay Thompson jersey. 888-957-9570. If you want to jump in and talk about how you remember Klay Thompson. And the bottom line is, are you sad that he's not here right now, or do you just think it was time for both parties to move on and everybody's in a better place right now? 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. The beloved Bayview Restaurant and Lounge at the Inn at the Tides is now accepting reservations for Thanksgiving. Delight in a classic turkey dinner or chef specials like surf and turf, prime rib, or pan-seared filet of salmon. Reservations at inatthetides.com. Also, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
He's back.
Klay Thompson!
Splash Brother.
Got it! An NBA record for Klay Thompson! 14 threes.
Four-time champion.
The one-time Darlings are now a dynasty.
And one of the greatest Golden State Warriors of all time.
The ovation you hear right now is for Klay Thompson.
We're celebrating Klay Day all day on 95.7 The Game.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. This holiday, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's over 18.
Walk down. the tunnel and said, no, I'm not going to the locker room. This is Game 6 of the NBA Finals. I'm going to turn around, walk under his own power, got back to the free throw line.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, that was Game 6. No.
Yeah, it's when he got hurt.
Game 6.
Yeah. And we had Bob Myers on not too long ago, and I was going to ask him, he was following Klay back out of the tunnel. Did he think at that point he's going to try to give it a go? Because remember, they said he had to shoot the free throws to stay in the game. And I'm thinking, oh, man, he's good. But that Curry reaction ended up being right, man. It was a severe injury. Then he had another one.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Mavericks are in town tonight to play the Golden State Warriors. Klay Thompson will be back at Chase Center making his return. And how are we feeling about all things Klay Thompson? That's what we're asking today. And if you take his career the whole way through, a lot of ups, a couple downs near the end, and of course a couple seasons lost to injury, but he's a four-time champion, and along with Steph Curry, formed the greatest shooting backcourt in NBA history. At least that's what the numbers tell you. And I was just looking at some of his numbers, Goo, and 8 years, his first 8 years in the NBA, didn't shoot less than 40% from three-point range. And then, then the injuries started to come, unfortunately.
Yeah, and a new team. And we'll see him make his return to Chase tonight. But you're right, Donnie, just four-time NBA champion, five-time All-Star, two-time, I believe it's two-time All-NBA. But he's on my top 5 shooters of all time.
888-957-9570. Let's jump out to Khaled. Is in Clayton. What's up, Khaled? How you doing, buddy?
Doing well, my friend. It's good hearing you guys' voices and being able to talk to you guys again.
Right, man.
Let me say this in regards to our boy Klay, and you guys know I'm a big Klay fan. You guys know I've been there through the highs and the lows for the team from the beginning, and I'm a Warrior fan till I die, but Klay's been kind of an albatross on the team ever since the injuries. And when I say that, I'm just talking about his mental, his psyche, and the way his attitude has been. Whether it's been his outbursts on the court when they're getting blown out, throwing up the 4 on several occasions, whether it was Oklahoma City, whether it was his tantrums towards the end of last year, not being happy with the situation. And it's one of those things where the time had come for him to go because he was hurting himself psychologically, but he was also hurting the team. And his attitude right now in regards to, it's just a regular season game, is kind of led me to kind of take the same attitude with them because I was all ready to celebrate him in his return, but he might have it right. Maybe this is just another regular season game, and we will have a chance to celebrate him once his career is over. But, I think the fans and the organization are bending over backwards for him to try to kind of welcome him back and celebrate him, but it doesn't seem like he wants it. And I think it's because he's been in his feelings for a while, because it's not about the fans proving it to him or the organization. It's Klay hasn't been able to prove it to himself that he's back to what he should be after his injury. And it doesn't matter what the fans do or the organization does. If you can't prove to yourself that you're at a level where you should be, then it's going to be really difficult to be able to enjoy what's going on around you. So I don't really fault Klay, and I don't fault the organization. I think the time had come because he wasn't really in a mindset. I'm not going to say he wasn't grown up enough, but he wasn't in a mindset where he could accept a role like Andre Iguodala did, where Andre Iguodala was still in his prime, and he accepted a bench role because Harrison Barnes' psyche couldn't take coming off the bench, and he didn't adjust well. But my issue is that Klay needed to go somewhere where he could start to kind of prove it to himself, and he's gotten that fresh start, and he's had mixed results. But us as fans, we kind of want to try to reminisce, but his career isn't over. So maybe it's not time to celebrate him. You can welcome him back, but we'll celebrate him once he's retired, when he's ready for it. So us as a fan base, I kind of like the tip of the cap. You acknowledge him for being there. But to me, I'm not going to really kind of give it my all until when all is said and done, when he's ready to accept it. Because why should we waste our energy going crazy for him when he's not really wanting it yet? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but don't hang up. I just want to respond because you said a whole lot. But the bottom line to me and what you said, and I saw your tweet last night, man, you know he's probably deep down hurting. You know he doesn't want to don another jersey. So tonight is an opportunity, and every time he comes back to Chase Center is, you know, you got to put your best foot forward, Kay. You know he's hurting. You know it's killing him that he's not here. Forget what happened and what went into it. And he already shared with us when he still was on the team that he was in a dark place and the ghost he was trying to, you know, catch of himself. So I'm giving him a pass of not saying I'm happier to be here and throw confetti when deep down, Khaled, you know he's hurting. Yeah, you differ?
Yeah, but Goo, Goo, let me.
Yeah. Go ahead, Khaled.
Goo, what I want to say about that is that, you know, I get the fact that he might be hurt, you know, but I think it's misdirected. And honestly, I don't think he really knows where to direct his anger at, because I think he's angry at the fact that he lost the ability to be the Klay Thompson that he know that he could have still been minus those injuries. Right now, he doesn't know whether or not he should direct that at the team, whether he should direct that at Steph and Dre for not stepping up for him, even though he told them not to, whether it's the fan base. I think his antennas are up, kind of like Kevin Durant's, where he gets really sensitive off of what people are saying online, which is a small segment of the fan base. But I honestly think he doesn't know who to be angry at, whether to be angry at the world or the situation as to him getting injured. But honestly, I can't really sit there and say what that man feels inside.
I got you. Hey, Khaled, we had to jump, but no, great stuff. I mean, look, to me, the most significant aspect of this is he lost 2.5 years to injury.
Yeah.
That's at the crux of it all, as far as I'm concerned.
He lost his prime, Stein.
He probably feels cheated by that, and he probably knows that he's not the same player he was, and he's never going to be able to get that back. But the one thing I don't necessarily agree with is that he didn't want to be here, or that he wants to be here, but he's not here. I think if he really wanted to be here, he could still be here. He didn't want to be here, and I completely understand why. I don't think Golden State is the place for him to wind up his career, because it would have been too painful to have to watch him diminish and maybe even have a diminished role. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Klay Thompson and his return to the Bay Area. Let's go to Chris A. What's going on, Chris? How you doing?
Hey, I'm good, man. Thanks for taking my call, man. It's good talking to y'all. The last caller got some good points, but he don't speak for all of us, man. And he might be a psychologist, and I'm not going to speak on how Klay feel about things. All I can say is, like, as a fan, I'm going to take it and use it as an opportunity to thank Klay for what he's done for my team, and all the amazing feats that he's done. We all know about the 37 in the quarter. We all know about Game 6 Klay against the Thunder. You know what I'm saying? But right on the table, without Klay's defense on Lillard in Portland, or Harden when they were in Houston, and all those battles, and Chris Paul against the Clippers, like we don't win all those championships without him, man. And what I'm always going to remember is Klay going up for the layup in 2019 in the finals, and then getting hit by Danny Green. He gets injured. And then he walks it, and then he walks back out, hits the free throws. What I'm always going to remember is how he jogged back on the defensive end, didn't even want to come off the floor, man. Yeah. Like that right there, Klay got that talentism in him, man. And I love that about him. And okay, the last 2 years they've been tumultuous for him, man. But like you guys touched on it, you can't put yourself in the same headspace as an athlete like that who lost 2 years of his run. Like, selfishly, as fans, we didn't see Klay in his early 30s. Like, you could argue that Klay was probably ascending. You know, he was still probably getting better after that. And so, you know, I'm always going to cherish him, man. He's always going to be a great Warrior, one of the greatest players in my book, man. And I'm going to be there tonight, man. Hopefully I can catch you guys. But
real stuff,
thanks again
man.
for taking my call, man.
No, good stuff. Yeah, man. Appreciate the call, Chris. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dallas in town, which means Klay Thompson makes his return to the Bay Area tonight at Chase Center. And we're just talking about all things Klay Thompson right now. How you feel about his career, how you feel about the way he left, how you feel about where he's at right now. Are you okay with Klay Thompson not being a Golden State Warrior right now? Is it the best for what Klay wants, and is it the best for what the Golden State Warriors are looking to do in the future? It's going to be strange seeing him in a Dallas Maverick uniform, that's for sure.
I'll say this, Donnie, about that free throws. Yeah. Only other guy I saw injured like that and go take his free throws was, rest in peace, Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, let's go to Randy in San Lorenzo. Hey, Randy, what's going on, man?
Hey, brother. Thanks for taking my call. You and Goo are the best, okay?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So, you know, I don't think that most of us know the severity of a tendon Achilles tear, because I sure don't, you know. But, I mean, you look at Aaron Rodgers, you know, he hasn't been the same. And Klay definitely isn't the same. I've actually been following his scoring with the Mavericks, and it hasn't been the greatest, you know. I actually believe that Dallas is going to probably have him eventually coming off of the bench, and I don't know how that's going to settle with him, but Klay, he did a lot for the Warriors, you know. I love him. I appreciate him. And, you know, I'm just thankful for all that he did for the Warriors. And hopefully he'll get a warm greeting tonight. Yeah. But the Warriors are in a better place, okay?
No, I think you're right. Thanks for the call. We got to move along here a little bit.
It wasn't just the Achilles; it was the ACLs, Donnie. He had back to back.
This is from the 510 on the Comcast business text line. No pass for Klay Thompson. He's acting like a child. You've got to grow up and recognize that every athlete goes through this. There's nothing unique about your experience, and he needs to learn to check his ego and reinvent himself. Well, first of all, his experience was unique because he lost 2.5 years of his prime to injury, and that you cannot tell Klay's story with that not being a huge part of it, and it just is. And I think Klay Thompson is a different person after those 2 injuries than he was before, and maybe he's not as carefree as he used to be, and I think it's very obvious to see that he might be really resentful over these injuries and how they cheated him out of a couple years of his career.
Well, you know what, Stoney, you're right. There's no doubt, but I'm going to defend Klay in this sense. I don't know, in that caller, that's their prerogative, the texter you just read, but what do they want him to do? And I'm asking you, like, right now he's playing ball in regard to it's just another game. I got a new locale, and I get it, but it's not like he's super-duper sourpuss. You can read between the lines and kind of get, you know, there's probably still some animosity on his part, but he's not saying it to the point to where it's toxic. So when they say grow up or get over it, I'm just like, man, I think that's doing too much.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Klay Thompson, who's making his return to the Bay Area tonight as a member of the Dallas Mavericks. And Klay Thompson obviously spent the bulk of his career with the Golden State Warriors, won 4 titles. missed 2.5 years because of two significant injuries.
Man.
Ended up coming back in 2022 and helping this team win their 4th title against the Boston Celtics. And then the last 2 years have been a struggle. Let's not sugarcoat it. They've been a struggle for Klay Thompson. He hasn't been able to get back to the player he was, and obviously that wears on him. He was asked to come off the bench. He did so, probably reluctantly, but he handled it as well as he could. Eventually came back into the starting lineup, but you wonder if maybe the damage hadn't been done by that point. But he's coming back tonight, and I don't anticipate anything but just a
I can't wait
positive
for
response, a standing ovation,
That's what's going to happen.
All the rest.
Yeah, I'm with you. The great R.C. Davis is here, Stoney. We get to run into him and everybody else that's going to take in this. I'll call it monument. This great opportunity to pay respect to one of the GOATs, man, to put on a Warrior uniform.
Let's go to Skip in Hayward. What's going on, Skip? How you doing,
Skip?
Hey, Spiny Guru, enjoy the show. You guys are doing a remarkable job.
Thank you.
I just want to talk about Klay, man. Klay gave a lot to the Bay Area. Unfortunately, he's taking this the hard way. You know, it's hard to see it cut or rejected by your first love, which is the Golden State Warriors. Dallas is a good place for him. It's a good place. It's a new start. It's good for Golden State and Dallas.
Right.
He's falling up there. But Klay is taking it really, really hard. He's going to come to play. Curry has a chip on the shoulder. And it's going to be a great game. But the Bay Area is going to give him a lot of love because he deserves it, you know?
Hey, Skip, can I ask you a quick question? Skip. Oh, sure. He got off. Hey, have you ever had your heart broken?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my first love, man. I got my heart broken in high school. Right. Yeah, absolutely.
I have to. I was just, okay. All right. That was it.
You guys done?
Yeah. No, but you can make a parallel. This was his first love. And I get it, man. But I think people want him, on the boat. I don't know how he's getting to the game or the arena, but he hasn't done anything to offend me as a diehard Warrior fan on him coming back home.
Well, here's the other thing.
I guess that's what I'm.
I mean, if you take the fact that he said, that chapter's over, why would I look back? To me, those are what you say before the game. You're coming back to play. Let's see what happens tonight.
Got you.
Let's see how the crowd responds to Klay Thompson tonight. Let's see if he acknowledges the crowd's reaction tonight. Let's see what he says before the game.
Yeah.
And let's listen to see if his tone's conciliatory or there is a little bit of an edge to it. I don't know. I just think that when I look at this situation, I think it's worked out for everybody.
Yeah, all right.
It may have not, the process may not have been a great one, but I have no doubt that over time, Klay Thompson and the Warriors will reconcile, whatever that means. Let's go to Matt. Matt's in Oakland. What's going on, Matt? How you doing?
Gentlemen, how are you?
Hey.
Doing well.
I agree with you 100%, Stoney. I think this is best for everybody. I don't think it's going to work out for Klay, unfortunately for him, because he had the opportunity to sort of mediate his style of play. He would have been a perfect sixth man for the Warriors at 20 minutes off the bench. I don't think he is that guy anymore, as much as I loved him. As for the Warriors, they're definitely better off. I don't think you can jump 2 levels in the NBA. It's not football. They were a play-in team. They've now moved in clearly into the real playoff team. They're not a play-in team anymore. I'm not sure they're a contender, but I'm just looking forward to this evening. I hope everybody gives Klay the love he deserves, because he does deserve it. I mean, the guy was amazing, and I just hope they do well. I mean, I can't say I want Dallas to beat the Warriors, but God, I'm even sort of liking Kyrie now that Klay's on the team, so I don't know how that worked out. But anyway, looking forward to tonight. Thanks for everything, Klay. And I think he's going to lose it. I don't see how he can't. He's an emotional guy.
I'm with you. Interesting.
And I hope so.
I wonder if he deserves go ahead.
Yeah. No. I'm
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call.
Steiny, I'm starting to wonder, if he's going to address the crowd. Just how Klay. What if he got on the mic?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that if I were him. Okay. I just wouldn't.
Wow.
That's if you're asking me how I would handle it, I would not want to do that. But it wouldn't be because I'm mad about anything. I would just. You don't want to make the whole night about you. It's a game between the Mavericks and the Golden State Warriors.
And he's probably feeling that way then.
And I don't know if he'll take the mic. I wouldn't expect him to.
But if he did, man.
Yeah, I mean.
But I hear you not wanting to make it. And that's probably what he's doing now. He probably hates all the attention. It's the TNT game.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Evan in San Francisco. What's going on, Evan? How you doing?
Hey, so you guys keep saying that this was Klay's first love, but Klay was part of our first love, too. I mean, when I was a kid, the Warriors were terrible. And to have him be a cornerstone of that dynasty, my
now, man, I haven't called back. We got a bad connection. Bad connection there. 888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Thompson returns to the Bay Area tonight as a member of the Dallas Mavericks. If you're coming out to the game, how are you going to react? I can't imagine. I can't imagine any Warrior fan not giving Klay Thompson a standing ovation for as long as possible.
Not one, Steiny.
That's pretty much what he's meant to this organization. 4 titles, et cetera, et cetera. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about tonight, Warrior fans? Do you feel like this has been the best thing for both parties? Here's one thing I want to do, and hopefully Evan's listening. We've got some Klay non-basketball cuts, and I want to just kind of throw these out because I think they're probably going to be pretty funny. So, Evan, if you're there, I want to play the broadcast 2020 butchering his name. I don't know what these are, so we're just going to play them, and then we'll react to them. But hit it, Evan.
Most importantly, congratulations, Mrs. Principessa. I love seeing those engagements here. It's always special. But I might have butchered your name. I'm sorry, but I tried.
Who was that? That was Klay.
Good boy, that was young Klay. When was that?
Oh, my God.
That was during the 2020 season when he was on the broadcast with Fitz.
Wow, okay, not even that long ago. 4 years ago.
I know. Let's do the sea captain next, E.
The man they call the captain around here, Klay Thompson, embracing it. Klay, it certainly feels as if this was one of the more complete victories you guys have had in a long time, and to do it against a team that was playing so well coming into tonight. What does this do for you guys?
Sea captain.
Sea captain.
Yes, sir.
That was Klay Thompson being Klay Thompson. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Thompson coming back to the Bay Area as a Dallas Maverick tonight, and we're talking about his great tenure with the Golden State Warriors. It was mostly a spectacular run here. It didn't end the way that probably some of us wanted, but it might have ended the best way possible for both the Golden State Warriors and Klay Thompson himself. We'll find out tonight when these teams go at it at Chase Center. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, make sure to listen all day today because we're going to give you an opportunity to win a Klay Thompson jersey in the 12 o'clock hour. That's coming up in 20 minutes. We're going to do what we have to do to give away this jersey, and then at 4 o'clock, Willard and Dibbs are going to do the same during their show. So you have an opportunity to win a Klay Thompson jersey. All right, what's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Plus, do not miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo O'Neill. It starts 2 hours before the start of the Niner game. You can also join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 31st,
NBA season out of Washington State University, number 11, Klay Thompson.
On 95.7 The Game.
Franco Finn just absolutely bringing it. I wonder when does Franco decide whether to go with the Klay Thompson? Because sometimes he'll go with the Klay Thompson.
He's special.
We'll see what he does. Well, he probably won't do it tonight.
We got action out here, Stoney. It's early.
Yeah,
calm before the storm.
Let me ask you, if I ask Warrior fans this question, what's your favorite thing about Klay Thompson? Not your favorite moment. I don't, he hit 60 in a game. He had 37 in a quarter. He had a great game 6 against. You know what? I was thinking about this. The thing that I like most about Klay Thompson is he was a true gym rat.
Oh, wow.
He's a gym rat. He's a guy. I talk about this a lot, and people probably get sick of me saying it, but I feel like there's a lot of players who play college basketball who get drafted into the NBA, and they're NBA players. But Klay Thompson gets drafted and just goes to work and lives in the gym, loves playing pickup, loves playing basketball. Very similar to Durant, as far as I'm concerned in that way. Klay Thompson would rather play basketball than do just about anything else. That's the one thing about Klay that I always just really, really admired.
Man, I like that. How can you not? And that's a hell of a compliment to him. Mine is what I kind of stated earlier, Stoney, and I don't know if he had this part or mechanism of his personality before he was in the league. He don't give a damn, and he beats to his own drum. And you take it or leave it, and that's who he was, that's who he's been, and who he is, and I love that. And I think right now, that's why he didn't need me to defend him, but I don't know what Warrior fans or Warrior fan expect from him when if you know him, you know that he's dealing with a lot coming back here, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Thompson and the Mavericks in town, November 12th. That was a date that was circled during the offseason. And, let's not forget, it's part of the Emirates Cup. Let's go to Sarah in Fremont.
Hey.
What's up, Sarah? How are you?
Hello, I'm doing good, thank you.
Good.
Called in basically because I think I offer a different perspective. I only started watching basketball during the bubble. So I definitely I didn't see like a lot of Klay's best moments. And I'm also not a Warriors fan, but I do live in the Bay. So definitely that outside perspective. And it really left a sour taste in my mouth how he handled leaving the franchise, like how he deleted some Instagram posts, and that's how everyone figured out. And I'm going to be very interested to see how he reacts to coming back to the Bay because of that. Because I just don't think it was handled the best from his part, for sure.
Well, I appreciate that, Sarah. And
she's not by herself.
There are a lot of people that, like, the way I look at it is, I just think that's small potatoes. I mean, look, we think about all we've seen with the 49ers players in the offseason, whether it's Ayuk and whether it was Deebo Samuel years back. To me, that'll barely be a footnote when it's all said and done about how it ended here for Klay. I just don't think, I get it. It's raw now, but I think it's something that'll go away in time.
You know what? Speaking of which, now you got me thinking just about this, his contract situation was a rat on the table. And it's just amazing how much of the team, everybody included, Stoddy, those plane rides, practice, the games, where they were walking on eggshells thinking about when you got to this juncture, when you got to not the game that night, not saying they weren't focused, but let's be honest, Sonny, that room had to be thick of like cloudiness of his future and how happy he was. And they're trying to pay respect to him because he's he's an all-timer. So I can totally understand now that, he's in a different place and the Warriors are in a different place where the air is just a bit fresher. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Al in Milpitas. Hey, Al, what's going on, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Goo. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to say, Klay, to me, first off, is the most down-to-earth basketball player, a professional athlete that I've ever got to meet. The only story I want to tell is that it was 2021. I turned 50 years old, January, I think it was the 3rd, out in New Orleans against the Pelicans. Klay is warming up. He's doing his routine, pre-game routine. He's not playing because of the injury, so he's going through his workout. We're sitting courtside. We got there early for the workout. He goes through it all, and we're yelling at him, Klay, we love you. We're from the Bay Area, blah, blah, blah. When he gets done with his workout, he goes over to a little kid sitting sideline, grabs it, takes off his shoe, finds it, gives it to the little kid. We're yelling, Klay, we love you. He grabs the basketball, finds it, throws it to me. So I ended up getting an autographed Klay Thompson basketball that night on my birthday weekend in New Orleans. I got my number 11 jersey on. Unfortunately, I only buy a 10-game package, and I didn't get tonight's game. I took the game in February. But Klay, I love you. Thank you for all the memories. There's nothing more I can say.
Appreciate the call.
No doubt. You said it all.
Yeah, appreciate the call. 888-957-9570. Steiny with Guru outside Chase Center at Thrive City. And the Mavericks are in town to take on the Golden State Warriors. Klay Thompson makes his return to the Bay Area tonight. And should be an emotional night. It should be a fun night. And should be a rousing ovation, I got to believe, for Klay Thompson tonight at Chase Center. Will and Dibbs had Steve Kerr on yesterday for his weekly segment. And, Evan, I would like to play from the top here, FJ02. This is Steve Kerr talking about Klay's fit in Dallas.
Oh, man, he's a great fit. I mean, he gets to play next to two of the great shot creators on earth. There's a reason they went after him. I mean, they knew he would fit perfectly next to those guys. And, I was watching their game against Phoenix today, and you just see how many openings he has as a result of playing next to those guys and also having lob threats. You remember how well he played with Trace, last year coming off pin downs, and what a good passer Klay was, hitting Trace for easy buckets at the rim. So, Dallas can use him a lot of different ways, but he's definitely a great fit.
That was Steve Kerr on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. And what do you think of this stat?
Give it to me.
Klay's 14 for his last 49 from three-point range. He got off to a pretty good start after 3 games, but the last 7 have not been very good.
I'll tell you what.
That's 28.5%.
Yeah, I'll say this to that. It's early, but and I expect Dallas to be a problem, a factor. Just wake me up in April, and then we'll see where that. But that 14 for 49, not good. And I'll tell you what, when it's go time, and like Steve Kerr said, Stoney, I can't think of another locale or another team that would be a perfect fit for the one he's on with Dallas, with 2 dudes that can create their own shot and getting doubled all the time. So that's all mental. Like he'll fix that. But yeah, that's not good.
888-957-9570 is the number. We are talking about Klay Thompson, who's coming back to the Bay tonight. And the Warriors take on the Dallas Mavericks right here at Chase Center. Guru and I will be here till 2:00. Then we will be joined by Willard and Dibbs. They'll take you right up to tip-off. They'll be here till 6:00. And then you can hear all the action on 95.7 The Game. Let's go to West Oakland Holloway. What's up, West Oak? How you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. How y'all feeling today?
Doing well.
So listen, I think Steiny said this. Steiny, you hit this on a point when you was talking about you was comparing Klay and Durant in a basketball kind of way.
Yeah.
Because I remember when they was interviewing Durant one time and they was asking him to name his favorite teammates, and he specifically said Klay. He said Klay got that dog in him. He's just a baller. He loved the ball off the court. That's what they do. They live and breathe basketball.
Yeah.
Now, another thing that I wanted to say about, you had a caller. I mean, not a caller, but somebody text was talking about get over it, Klay, your story like everybody else. It's not like everybody else. Klay won 4 chips. Everybody else didn't. And for him to come into that organization, I still think like the unfollowing, I think a lot of that had to do with the way he was treated with the contract. They didn't do Draymond like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He was there longer than Draymond, and he contributed just as much as Draymond. So what did they say? Well, Klay, he losing. That's the same thing I say about Draymond right now. But you still signed him. So I think things could have been done a little bit better. But I don't knock Klay for what he did, man. I don't.
Yeah.
If you've been somewhere for so long, and they put somebody else in front of you, man, you're gonna feel some type of way. But
no doubt, man.
Thanks for taking my call, y'all.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff, West Oakland. Appreciate it. No, I'm.
That's natural and human. And I'm sure he loves Draymond, but Stoney, I mean, that had to be a slap in the face. Like, 4? Oh, wow. Okay. Whatever. Oh, yeah. That's hard, man. Come on.
I mean, I said this a bunch last year, and I just kind of wonder how Warrior fans feel about it. It's over the course of 8-10 years, the hope was always that these 3 guys might be able to retire together, but that was always going to be a long shot because it is a long shot in the NBA. And if you ask me how I feel about, Klay leaving, I do think it just kind of stinks that it ended up being him who was the first one to leave. And I get it. The reason he was the first guy to leave is probably because of extenuating circumstances that were beyond everybody's control. But, that's the one thing that, I don't know. I get it. I probably would have wanted to see Draymond leave first. If somebody had to go, I kind of felt like Klay probably deserved to stay, and Draymond maybe didn't deserve to stay based on the last couple years. But that's just a personal, personal thing.
No, it's a human feeling. I understand it, but let's just take it a step further. So, can you understand now that it happened? To where his tenure here came to a conclusion, he's with another team, that he's not all gung-ho or what some Warrior fans think he should be saying about coming back.
Yeah, I mean, I'll see. I think the most important thing is kind of how Klay's not acting, but how he reacts tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, look, they lost a 2-point game at Denver, and then they're asking him about Golden State. And just naturally, he's going to say, well, I haven't really thought about it, because maybe he hasn't really thought about it. To me, it's all about how he responds tonight and, whether or not you can see that he appreciates the standing ovation that he's almost sure to get. Real quick, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I really mean this. I think I'm more what's going to transpire more than the actual
game. Can you hear
game.
us, Seven?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
So, as excited as I am sitting here with you and Tim and everybody, I do wonder, this is just me, is he going to grab the mic? Like, I got you. Like, if we had to set odds, I understand it, people be like, "Goo, you're crazy." But, man, if he could just somehow grab the mic and address the fan base, that would be sick.
Well, what would he say?
I love you. Thanks for all the memories. And, and you get short and sweet. But just the fact that, like, would Khaled call us tomorrow? And Khaled said nothing bad, but he stated his stance right now, and he's not feeling Klay's energy or what he deems Klay's energy. But if Klay were to grab the mic tonight and just address the crowd, oh, my gosh.
Let's go to Ant in San Francisco. What's going on, Ant? How you doing, man? No, Ant. How about T.I.? T.I. in Oakland? What's up, T.I.? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Man,
what's going on?
Hey,
Well, I'm going to have to give it Bay Area love. First of all, I'm going to keep it a buck, dude. If this is like a divorce, I wouldn't hate on my ex-wife. I still got love for her, for our past, and for our memories, but I done moved on with my new wife.
I hear you.
Got a lot of love for Klay. Want him to do well, but I'm a Warriors fan, period. I think it can kind of be related to how Durant left. Durant said it out of his mouth. This is Steph's team. It'll never be my team. So, it is what it is. Either you can win with me or watch me win. That's how I feel.
Well, appreciate the call.
That's valid. I get it, man.
888-957-9570 is the number. Klay Thompson, he's coming back tonight, ladies and gentlemen. He'll be in a Dallas Maverick uniform. And
I think they've already had the shoot around, huh? I'm sure.
Probably. Yes, they have had the shoot around. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're coming to the game tonight, I gotta believe you're gonna give Klay Thompson a rousing ovation. I can't.
4 rings.
Yeah, I can't.
4 titles.
I can't imagine anybody not being gung-ho about their reception for Klay Thompson. Let's go to Sparky. Sparky's in Alameda. What's up, Sparky? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? And thank you one more time. Okay. I think it's very, very particular to know that these guys outside the court, they are friends. But tonight, they're going to be boys playing some street ball again. And I want to see Klay showing he's good because, I want to see him going one-on-one with Steph and see, a little guard, a little street ball with them. It will be fun.
Yeah.
But it's not the All-Star game, But
little game within a game.
Yeah,
maybe.
It's not the All-Star game.
We just like the challenge.
The guy, that was him. We just like the challenge. That was him, Starty. Are you cold?
I'm freezing.
Dude,
I'm freezing.
So you
right
can
now.
go deer hunting with us. This is beautiful right now.
Let's go to Wesley in Benicia. Hey, Wesley, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Man, this is just...
Oh. You there?
Hello?
We lost
me.
you.
Sound like
go ahead.
Fire.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I'm just... This is so hard right now. I feel like I love Klay and the circumstances. I think it's also his personality. He's such a stoic kind of guy, which kind of rubs people the wrong way. He has that quiet confidence about him. So when he left without much emotion attached to it, it is hard to really feel like he really loved us here. But I'm sure he loves the Bay for sure. And when he gets on the court, giving tempo, it's so hard to keep these 3 superstars. And just to piggyback on what you're talking about with Dre going first, I think that you can see the reasoning behind why Dre stayed and the circumstances behind that, because Dre is the facilitator versus Klay. He's on the tail end and he's a shooter and a defender. That's just, you can even just see with the initial 10 games of the season where he'll have his amazing game, but then he just kind of peters out and just disappears. And right now it's that everyone is where they're supposed to be. Klay is in a new spot. Hopefully he's going to catch on fire this year. Not tonight, but maybe this year. But and the Warriors are where they're at. They're not like the Giants where they're trying to hold on to as much as they can and not growing as a team.
No. Appreciate the call. Thank you, Wesley. Yeah, I think tonight's easy. If you're a Warrior fan, you give Klay Thompson standing ovation. You watch the video board because they probably have a nice tribute to him, and then the game starts and you root for the Golden State Warriors.
Man.
It's pretty simple.
Stotty, there was a stat, and this is the difference between you and I. Since the merger, I believe there's only 6 other guys that have won 4 titles with one team and gone to a new locale. I had it written down and don't have it. Do you know the other 5?
I can't believe you're doing this to me right now.
No, I knew that was up your alley, but I was rushing. I think I wrote it down. Okay, I got it. See if you can get it.
Well,
Here we go, Evan.
Evan, no music till we know he's got the question right.
Oh, I got it right.
Remember last time.
Hey, I got.
Okay, give me the question.
Say not a clue. Okay, only 6 other players have won 4 titles with one team and gone elsewhere since the merger, and I have them right here.
Jordan.
Yeah, good job.
Shaq.
No Shaq.
Oh, he only won 3 with the Lakers.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go with
This is
Tony
great.
Parker.
You got him, Parker. Okay.
Let's go.
There's some out here. I don't know.
Andre Iguodala.
You got him. That's 3.
Okay, let's go. 4 titles. Let's go.
Wow, man! I feel like you can get these.
Scottie Pippen.
Yeah. Did you hear Evan?
I did.
All
hear
right,
Evan.
two more.
Probably one of those Lakers guys from the
Kurt
80s.
Rambis.
Okay.
And there's one more Laker.
Couldn't have been worthy.
Went to Utah. Came right back. Left-handed.
Derek Fisher?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. All right, I appreciate that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up in 5 minutes, we are going to replay the Bob Myers interview. We talked to Bob right off the top of the show. He was great, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. Also on the other side, you get your shot to win a Klay Thompson jersey. That's going to be at during the 12 o'clock hour, so you're not going to want to go anywhere for your chance to win a Klay Thompson jersey. Let's slide in Big Smoothie.
Our guy.
Big Smoothie in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth? How you doing, man?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Listen, man, what I don't like about this is we're kind of coming with this preconceived way that he has to respond. Is he got to take the money? Listen, he's coming to a lot of emotions. Maybe Klay is saying, I'm not even thinking about this until my career is over. I'm still trying to win a chip.
Yeah.
I mean, we applaud him, standing ovation, and then that's it. It's over. We got to go on, man. Doesn't matter. He left. I think it was the best thing for
I'm with you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Just keep going. I'm with you.
It was the best. It was the best for both organizations. Listen. I didn't like Grumpy Klay. I didn't like it. It wasn't him. I didn't like it. I like the Klay that he feels he's free. He's happy. He's going to average about 12 a game. He wouldn't have liked that here. We would not have what we have right now if we didn't do this 6-team trade. Thank you, NBA, for the possibilities of doing a 6-team trade. He might not cry. He may listen. How do you get back at your ex-girlfriend when she moves out?
You live a life. You live your best life, Austin. Thanks, Big Smoothie. Yeah. Big Smoothie, thanks for the call.
He don't like Grumpy Klay, Stoney. Well, he's 14 for 49. His last 49, I don't think he's in a good mood.
Yeah. All right, coming up on the other side, 2 things you're going to want to pay attention to. One is Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. We're going to replay that interview in about 5 minutes, and then your chance to win a Klay Thompson jersey. That's coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
I'm doing good. I miss you guys.
He's back.
Klay Thompson!
All right, that was Klay Thompson from, I don't know, one of his great playoff games. Matt Steinmetz and Darryl the Guru Johnson with you outside Chase Center. Dallas in town tonight to take on the Golden State Warriors. Of course, Klay Thompson making his return. And here's what's going on. Coming up momentarily, we're going to replay an interview with Bob Myers. He joined us at 10:15, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. We're going to play that momentarily. And then after the interview with Bob Myers, it's going to be your chance to win a Klay Thompson jersey. We'll tell you how on the other side, but it involves answering a trivia question about Klay Thompson. So we will have Bob Myers momentarily. Then we're going to be giving away a Klay Thompson jersey. And then hopefully at 1 o'clock, Kirk Lacob will join us on 95.7 The Game.
Are you going to bury the lead on what you just saw? The boss bet me $1 I wouldn't make a shot, and I swished it right in front of your face.
Yeah, we got to get to the Bob Myers interview, too, and then we're going to be giving away a Klay Thompson jersey. So Bob Myers joined us earlier. Take a listen to what he had to say about tonight, Klay Thompson, and a lot of other stuff. What's up, Bob? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I miss you guys. I miss
you too, baby. Yeah, obviously it's a big night here coming up at Chase Center. And, you know, it's so long ago, I just wanted to do the math, but you were hired in 2011, and Klay was the pick that year, right? You were hired in April, and then the draft was in June. So had you met him before that down in L.A.? What did you know about him? And kind of take us back to that decision at the time. I know you were working under Larry Riley, but, you know, what do you remember about that time?
It's interesting. The year before, I was at the Pac-10 or 12, whatever it was, conference tournament in Staples Center. Then I was sitting next to Danny Ainge, and this was the year before Klay came out. And he said to me, because I was an agent at the time, he goes, I would draft that kid right there in Washington State, Klay Thompson, if he comes out. I'm trying to see if he'll come out. And at that point, Klay would have been a late first-round pick. And then Klay didn't come out, right? And so when he didn't come out, I was then at the Combine in Chicago or whatever it was my first year as an assistant GM under Larry Riley. And Larry Harris told me early, Klay was not projected to be a lottery pick early in that draft process. He climbed his way up. But Larry Harris was the first one to say to me that I really like Klay Thompson. I really like Klay Thompson. And so there's a couple of people I trusted and respected that liked him. And then there's that famous story of his workout down at the old Clippers facility, like the Spectrum in Manhattan Beach, when Jerry West was there. And we, not just our team, but many teams were there watching Klay shoot. And there's not many guys that you just walk in the gym and watch him shoot one jump shot, two jump shots, and you're just mesmerized. I mean, Ray Allen's probably a guy like that, Chris Mullin. Steph, even Steph, he obviously, his jump shot is not textbook. Obviously, he's the best shooter ever to play basketball. But Klay's shot, Mully, Real, they have that like the one that you would teach, right? Steph's is probably tougher to teach, a little bit lower release point. Anyways, after we all saw him do that, we kind of, as a group, said that's our guy if we could get him. People forget that Milwaukee was picking 10th, and they traded that pick to Sacramento. I think Milwaukee would have taken Klay at 10, and then when they traded with Sac took Jimmer Fredette, and that allowed us to get Klay. So, yeah. I mean, I remember a dinner with Larry Riley and I had with him at Scott's Seafood in Jack London Square. I don't know if that's still there. You remember that place? And so Klay didn't say anything. He was so quiet with Larry and I. And we left the dinner. We're like, it's hard to tell with this guy. But obviously, what a career with the Warriors, and he's still going.
Yeah, Bob, always a pleasure to talk to you. We were just trying to, break down Klay Thompson and what made fans gravitate to him, not on the court. That was obvious, but off the court. How would you answer that?
Well, I want to leave enough time to talk about your pickup game, so I just want to
We got it. It's coming, Bob. It's coming.
How much time can we allocate to the Goose pickup game? Just want to be so I know how to answer these questions.
Don't get him upset,
We can
Bob.
do it at about 2:15. About 2:15 this afternoon.
Oh, man.
What was the question, Goo? I totally forgot.
Why did the fans dig Klay? Why did they gravitate to Klay?
You got it. Authenticity, I think, just kind of the person. I think we all love people, no matter, you just like someone who's real. And I think he was very unassuming. Work ethic, he was very quiet in his game, like not a demonstrative guy, appreciated throughout the league. He got some huge defensive assignments in those playoff years, guarding Harden in some really tough series, guarding Kyrie. And his man-to-man defense was just high level. And then to still be able to shoot, for anybody that's played, you look at players in the playoffs, a lot of times players do defend at a lot higher level in the playoffs. So your shooting sometimes goes. If you guys remember that Rockets game where they missed 25 threes in a row, that would never happen if they weren't having to work so hard on defense. And so Klay was able to defend the other team's best perimeter player and score. And, he did it a little bit. He was never the headliner. And so I think people loved watching him do his job at the highest level in the biggest moments. And Klay, he clearly saved, I can get into it, but that Oklahoma City game, I've never rewatched much. I would rewatch that whole, if I could pick a game, I'd pick 2 games to rewatch. It'd be that one, and Curry in Boston of my favorite games to rewatch. So.
Yeah. Hey, we're joined by Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. Let me ask you this, because guys say stuff in the media, and you never know if it resonates in the building or if it's a big deal or anybody cares. But when Mark Jackson was coaching this team, long before the titles ever came, he said this is the greatest shooting backcourt of all time. And back then it was a gutsy statement. Do you remember him making that? Do you remember thinking, boy, easy, Mark? Or what do you remember about him saying that? And did you believe it at the time?
I did not. I wish I had that conviction, but he was right. Like you said, it was not a popular statement. A lot of people, I imagine many people, kind of quietly smirked at that statement. But it turns out a couple things happened. One, I think he was correct. So he was way ahead of everybody else. And 2, most importantly, forget about what everybody else thinks. It did, I believe, because I was in the building, give Klay and Steph confidence. And sometimes for young players, a coach making you feel like you're better than you even think you are is a great piece of coaching. And I think by him anointing them that way before everybody else, they started to believe in their abilities. Not that they lack for confidence, but it was a jolt in that area. And it's kind of like when Joe said that lonely banner up there, he was right. Yeah. And by the way, that's not my personality. But people like that are brash and have that, they sometimes can galvanize a situation. And so Mark, I've always credited Mark with that. That was a big thing that he did, and I think he was right.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hey, Bob, I follow you on ESPN Countdown. I hear you when you do the games. I was telling Steiny it will never look right Klay in another uniform. What share with us your thoughts when you see him in a Dallas uniform just playing for a different franchise?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, it's hard. But life doesn't, this idea that everybody gets to finish where they started as players is so rare. I guess I always had in the back of my mind, as much as I think everybody wished that it would end with, Steph, Klay, and Draymond walking to the sunset. It's just, you look at any sport, any team, even if you want it to happen, so much has to line up for that to actually take place. Some of it's economic, some of it's situational, some of it's just circumstances. And so I always thought, although that would be pretty amazing, that it was going to be hard to accomplish that. And who knows if, hopefully, Draymond and Steph, I think Steph's clearly the best candidate to do that. But at the end, usually it doesn't happen. And so it is hard. And I think I actually can't really do it. I can't picture him still, even though I'm watching him in Dallas and cheering for him as an individual. It's hard for me to do still. I don't know what you guys think. It's just, it's hard for me to picture it and watch it.
Yeah, Bob Myers joining us on 95.7 The Game, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. Of course, Dallas in town tonight with Klay Thompson. And, the one part of Klay's game that I thought maybe should have gotten more attention was his ability to defend ones and take a little pressure off Steph, particularly James Harden. When did you kind of discover that part of his game in his career?
Yeah, he did not come out of college. Nobody was saying he was an elite defender. Nobody, including us. And, he worked at it. He's got a quiet tenacity about him. That's Klay. I think you guys know that. And so he prided himself. He's got great pride and a great competitiveness. And pride on the basketball court is not only one side of the court. I think if you're a prideful person, if you're a winner, if you're competitive, you realize that playing defense, although not as thought of as exciting, I should say, or you don't get the credit when you're just a great defender, but it matters just as much. Without his man-to-man defense, we probably don't win at the level that we won in those years. I think we noticed it probably in year 2, 3, 4, but he was doing shell drills in the off season. I mean, he was working on his body. He didn't come in as thick as he was. He got much more physical. And Harden, people forget, isn't just quick and agile and skillful. He's strong. His hands are unbelievably strong. And so Klay's ability to take that up and then Steph sliding over to the maybe playmaker. And by the way, people would try to put, you talk about Steph too. Steph worked himself into a very adequate defender because they would try to pick on him in many of those series. So Klay covered up, some of our perimeter D by what he was able to do. Like you said, take the best player and make them work as hard as possible. You don't stop Kyrie or Harden. You guys are going to see Kyrie. I was watching Kyrie the other night. What he can do still is amazing. And so Klay did a great job. I don't think we noticed that, Matt. It was not out of college that we thought he could be that, but he worked himself into it.
Bob, you got me thinking when you said you went down memory lane with the OKC game for Klay, and Bonte put out a tweet last night. What was your favorite Klay memory? And there's so many, the 60 points in 29 minutes against Indy, the game you mentioned with OKC. But, Bob, mine is the 37 points in a quarter in 2015 against Sacramento. Like, Bob, that's insane. And I don't think anybody will top that. 37.
No, that was I was obviously there, and it was actually if you talk to Joe, he actually missed that game. He's never going to forgive himself. Wake up missed it. It was funny. His son Kirk was texting him, being like, "You should see it. It's pretty good." And Joe was obviously wishing he was there, but that was almost surreal watching that happen. It was. What did he do? He took like 3 dribbles. He didn't even dribble, I feel like, in the quarter. He had 12 minutes. It's crazy. Well, the best shooters, you guys play basketball. Well. The best shooters, even their misses or makes. He had a shot there in that quarter where it bounced up and around. It was a 3, and it bounced up and around and then found its way in. And I was like, that was the miss, and it was a make. But then once that went, it was like it was just insane. And, Goo, that was, there's certain things that stick with you, and that was certainly one of them. And I don't know that anybody will do that again. I don't know. That's a pretty good one. Pretty good one.
Yeah, that is. All right, Bob. Well, listen, we appreciate it as always, and should be a fun night out there tonight. And we look forward to talking to you down the road.
Nice. Are you guys? I know you're there now. Are you going? You going to the game or?
Yeah, we got to check it out. We're here.
We got to go now that we're here for sure.
They got us outside, Bob. A little chilly right now.
I wish I could be there. I want to hear how it is. I'll have to call one of you guys later and see how it was. So,
all right,
there it is.
Appreciate it, Bob. Take care, man.
Thanks, guys.
All right. That's Bob Myers. All right, that was Bob Myers, former president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors. And let's do it. Right now is your opportunity to win a Klay Thompson jersey. Before I even tell you how,
holy cannoli,
I'm going to give you the contest line. That's the one we're using, not the 888 number that I usually give out. The contest line is 415-523-4652. Here's the situation. All right, now's the time. This is the question. It's a two-parter. And if you know the answer, the first correct answer to the contest line wins a Klay Thompson jersey. Here's the question. You ready? Two-parter. What team did Klay Thompson... Oh, my gosh. This isn't the most positive question in the world. All right. What team did Klay Thompson tear his ACL against in the NBA Finals? And then which team did he return against 941 days later? 415-523-4652. I have nothing to do with putting together that question. But here's the question one more time. What team did Klay Thompson tear his ACL against in the finals? And then which team did he return against 941 days later? The contest line, 415-523-4652. First correct answer, Klay Thompson jersey is yours. There you go.
I know the answer, Steiny. The answers.
I knew the one. I had no clue about the other one.
Who you think came up with the question? If you
That's an Evan special. Am I right, Evan?
I love it.
All right, 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the Klay Thompson conversation, we are at Chase Center, down by Thrive City. Guru and myself, they've got a ball game tonight between the Mavericks and the Warriors, and Klay Thompson is back in the Bay Area, four-time NBA champion with the Golden State Warriors, and now playing for the Dallas Mavericks. And the thing we're asking Warrior fans is just, how are you feeling about it all?
Man,
Klay Thompson was drafted by the Warriors in 2011, and he's been playing with them ever since, before this season. And he had an illustrious career with the Golden State Warriors, suffered two significant injuries and missed 2.5 years last year, too. Obviously, there were some issues with Klay and his health and his role, but by and large, I don't think there's anybody who's coming out here tonight that's not going to give him a standing ovation and a round of applause for everything he's done for this team, which is basically being on getting them 4 titles.
No doubt. And we can do this all day, Stoney, and talk about his accolades, but you got me just thinking about, and the callers, prime Klay Thompson, what he would do on the offensive end, enough said. But defensively guarding the other team's best player, that's insane. And it's so tragic in this sense. When he got hurt against Toronto, he was on fire. I believe he was about to go for 40 or 45. He got hurt. But also, too, just thinking about everything that like Stoney, I'm just looking at his resume. What didn't he do? All NBA defensive team, all rookie team.
I didn't rebound.
NBA All-Star, 4-time NBA champ. Dude.
They didn't rebound.
I could just make an argument.
Didn't get to the line. Doesn't get to the line a lot.
I could make an argument that this team could have won 6 finals in a row. I'll leave that there.
How?
If Klay doesn't get hurt, they're beating Toronto, so that's 5.
Okay.
And then when Draymond got suspended, he would have they would have won that one, so that would have been 6. Oh my God, Evan with the 5th stop. Let's just be real. That's how dominant this team was.
No, they won 4. They won 4.
The Guru computer, dude. It just tells you, man. And the losses they had were in the finals, so that just give me a half. So they got 5. You know?
They have 4.
Right.
They won 4 titles. They won 4 titles.
But they were in 6.
Yep.
They were dominant.
That's because
is that going to happen
Kevin
again?
Durant was a big part of that, too.
Who's out, by the way?
Who is
it? Did you see the list of the Cup is about to start? He's out. Zion got a hammy. Who else?
Everybody.
But that's 2.
Wiggins is probably out tonight.
Good God.
We'll find out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, Evan, I wanna go into these Klay non-basketball cuts because we got 3 or 4 minutes before break. So again, I'm not really even sure what these are, but Evan put them together. They're a conglomeration of some weird
he's talented
Klay Thompson stuff. So this is Klay Thompson talking about Googling himself, I guess. Oh. Take a listen.
It say 3 times. Oh, snap. Yeah. Klay just Googled himself. It say 3-time champion already. That's dope.
All right, Evans, you got context for that one? I don't remember that one.
That was after, I believe, the 2018 NBA Finals, where they went back-to-back with KD, and they were at the podium, and Durant was answering a question, and Klay, instead of answering the questions, was Googling himself.
Oh.
And Draymond just looked at him and said, wow, Klay just Googled himself, and he's a 3-time champ.
It's updated. Wow, man.
All right, let's go to the Klay on crying on the court. This is after the 4th title parade.
Cried on the court. It obviously was the end of...
Who cries on the basketball court? I mean,
no crying in basketball.
Tell us about being overwhelmed, a little emotion
crying,
there.
You're crying.
All right, so that was
wow.
That was during the 4th title parade.
Cried, yeah, of the parade.
How about this one? Klay stumbling about ball movement. This ought to be interesting.
Klay, what are you noticing about the energy and the ball movement tonight that's helping you guys unlock the 3-ball?
It's great on both sides. It's great. Both of them are great.
How's the Guru special? Oh, boy.
Klay Thompson. He's coming back to Chase Center tonight.
I want him to go for 35 and the Warriors win.
Tell me something we don't know.
Well, 45.
Okay, 45, and then
he's
Warriors
14
win.
for 49. You think they're worried, Dallas, behind closed doors, that this don't improve?
No. We're 10 games into the year.
All right. But that's when you could be shooting 60% from 3.
He never gets off to a fast start.
No, that
now, you should know that.
I do know it.
Well, you didn't because you didn't remember.
Man, we used to do pre and post, man.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
Next question.
Let's go to Klay with Steph during a broadcast during the 2020 season.
All right. Last question of the night. Who is a better color commentator? Del Curry or Michael Thompson? And it's one guy's birthday today, so...
Oh, it's your Pop's birthday?
I'm not saying names.
Respect. Happy birthday to Papa Thompson. I got to go Del Curry, though.
Oh, my.
Come on, man. What's wrong with...
He's out. He's walking off.
I believe he really was... I'm playing, but, man, Curry couldn't say his dad.
Watch this. Who do you prefer, Del Curry or Michael Thompson?
Oh, it's champagne and nuts. It's on Twitter.
Oh, I'm surprised.
It's Michael Thompson.
Oh, I thought you would beg off that one. So
insinuating what?
You think Del Curry's pretty lousy?
No, he's great, but I used to play with him on Lakers Celtics, the video game. He used to play the Hornets. They had squad. He can hit threes.
Michael Thompson is joining Willard and Dibs later today, by the way.
Oh,
man.
Champagne and nuts.
Yeah.
He'll be joining Willard and Dibs.
Big boxing fan, Michael Thompson. Number 1 pick.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Klay Thompson's return. How you remember him, Warrior fans? I mean, he was drafted in 2011. He's had great moments here the last couple of years. Maybe not as great as you'd hoped, but tonight should be a joyous occasion. And we're just talking about Klay Thompson and all things Klay Thompson. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Whether you're flying for business or pleasure this holiday season,
Klay takes a dribble. Now the three. Got it! An NBA record for Klay Thompson. 14 threes.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Stein, Matt Starrell, the Guru Johnson are outside Chase Center.
Yeah.
And the Dallas Mavericks are in town to take on the Golden State Warriors. And Klay Thompson makes his return as a Dallas Maverick after being with the Golden State Warriors since 2011. And he will be wearing a Mavericks jersey tonight, which will make it a little bit unusual and probably a little bit strange, but I anticipate it's going to be a festive night with Klay Thompson getting a rousing ovation from Warrior fans who no doubt appreciate him helping lead this team to 4 titles.
I do. You know, I get fixated on one. I got a one-track mind, right? So, you know, when I get something in there, it's just like, oh, my God, I can't stop thinking about it until it happens. So I do believe, like Game 7 a couple years ago against Sac, Curry told Dre to sit this one out. I got it. I do believe Steph Curry will address the crowd and Klay. But if Klay can get on that mic and say something back, it will go berserk, bananas. In my mind, that's how I want it to end. Not like The Sopranos, that finale garbage. I want this. I want Klay to get on the mic after Steph passes it to him and he talks to DubNation. Oh, my God. I can see it happening right now, man. Tap into it.
Oh, my God.
That's all. Yeah. That's my prediction. You didn't ask. I shared it with you all. Klay gets on the mic tonight.
And what's he going to say?
I told you. Thank you, DubNation.
Next
you mean
question.
a lot to me. Hey, Evan. Oh, my gosh. Anyway, I'll take my victory lap tomorrow.
For what?
Ritter, the
For
man.
what?
For predicting Klay probably will say something.
Gosh.
Paul, put on the hats.
I put on the hat for a picture already. That's it.
Prima Donna Raymond.
That's it.
Put on the hat, damn it. Yeah.
Hey, is there? We've got
Raymond Ritter, the great
president of the Warriors, basically Raymond Ritter. Is there anything you can share that might be happening tonight with the Klay video? We're going to get a nice video.
Hope everybody will.
We'll see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Raymond is the
Raymond
man.
doesn't come on.
That's
They'll be giving away Klay Captain hats, and when the directive comes down, there's going to be an 18,000 person salute. That's what my sources are saying. So there you go. Dallas in town tonight. Let's talk a little bit about the Warriors. Goo, they're 8-2.
Man,
off to a great start and 4-1 on their recent road trip. Just one loss in that trip to the Cleveland Cavaliers. They beat Boston. They beat OKC. And my question is very simple. What do you attribute this good start to, Goo?
Will and want to, and the fact that I honestly believe last year did not sit right with Steph, Dre, Steve Kerr, the organization, Stoney, not making the playoffs. That's one. And then identifying 3 guys that I wasn't against, but they weren't superstar caliber. But that's not how you win. You got to have depth. And watching Buddy Hield fit in like he was born to play in this system. Slow-Mo, who's just out there, Mr. IQ. And then also Melton, who's starting right now, and I love it. So, Stoney, shout out to Gary Payton II's dad, but this thing is fitting like a glove. And I'm not going to put any limitations on where this thing can go, but you're talking about 8-2. I can't wait to see the next 10 games to see if there's, a moment of coming back to earth. But if this thing continues to get out of control, I know you're going to be like, Goose, slow down. You did yesterday in regard to playoffs. I understood it. It's fun. But, man, Stoney, I really believe the way that they get after it, that tenacity on defense, their ability to switch. It didn't work against Cleveland, but I saw what it did against Boston. So I'm excited, and I did not see this 8-2 start. So we're already past last year when they were kind of 5-6-2, and you're like, "Good, they ain't played anybody. Slow down," and you ended up being right. But this just feels different.
888-957-9570 is the number. And how you feeling, Warrior fans, about this game tonight and about Klay Thompson's return? He was drafted by the Warriors in 2011. He won 4 titles. I'm looking at some numbers here over his career with Golden State. Man. Just pretty incredible. He had a 60-point game. He had a 37-point quarter. He had 14 threes in a game against Chicago, which is still the record, and 11 three-pointers in the Game 6 2016 NBA Western Conference Finals. One of his signature performances for no doubt about it. But
if you had to pick one, just one had to be the most impressive out of that duo, which one, out of that selection, which one would you pick? It's got to be what Bob said, right? OKC, because it was a playoff game.
I mean, 60 points in 29 minutes is pretty unbelievable.
And why did they let him go get 80? That's what I hate, though, in sports. They pull the dudes out. It's like, this is one.
It's called sportsmanship.
No.
So
we really have that.
Okay, and you're the guy. See, this is,
I'm just going past
and you're the guy. Then you're the guy who. He goes back in for the fourth quarter. He gets hurt, and now you can't understand why they did that.
You know what?
You know I'm right.
I'm on mute right now because I would be one of those. What was he doing in?
888-957-9570 is the number. It's starting to get a little bit crowded out here at Thrive City. Kirk Lacob is supposedly joining us at 1 o'clock, Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations for the Golden State Warriors. And the last we heard on Andrew Wiggins is he is questionable for tonight's game. He's got a back issue, apparently. For somebody who's watched as much sports as you, I just cannot understand why you are so wowed when a guy's hurt.
Hold on. The season just started.
Right.
There's an epidemic in the league around it.
So why are you surprised?
Because I just seen him balling, playing great defense on the road trip, and now we come home and he might. I get it, but it's too soon for me, man.
What is?
Wiggins in and out. I get the fever he had early to start the season. I just want the team whole, man.
Well, it's the NBA. And,
hey.
So I would stop acting surprised when guys don't play. That's what this league's become right now, unfortunately. Wow. I mean, it is just unbelievable.
It is.
How little certain guys play. And again, that's why I think the Warriors can win a lot of games in the regular season because of how deep they are and how many players that they play with. I want to play a little more of this sound from Steve Kerr. This is from yesterday. Steve Kerr was on with Willard and Dibbs, and I want to play the one J05, FJ05. Steve Kerr on the meeting when he was told by Klay Thompson that he wasn't coming back to the Warriors. Take a listen.
I wanted to make sure that he knew how I felt and how all the coaches felt before he made a decision. This was right around July 1st, whenever free agency started, and because the last couple of years were really emotional for Klay, and there's always contract stuff and just things that get in the way of relationships at times. And the main thing I wanted him to know was just how much he meant to us and how much we wanted him back, and so it was great. It was great to connect and to at least express my feelings for what we wanted. But in the end, I think it was the right decision for him. He was feeling strongly about needing a fresh start, and it's been a tough couple of years coming off the injuries, and I think he made his decision and he was at peace with it, and at least I could be there with him as he made that decision and meet face to face. That was important for me and for us, I think.
All right, so that was Steve Kerr talking about meeting with Klay Thompson before he made his decision, but it sounded to me like Steve knew that he wasn't coming back to the Warriors. Steve might not have known where he was going at that point, but it sure felt like Steve knew he wasn't coming back to the Warriors at that point.
Yeah, and I'll just say this. Steve's version of that's how it went down, and that sounds like a fond memory to Coach Kerr. And I get it, but it's just kind of funny. You never know how Klay's looking at that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So
let's play one more, Evan, and I can see Kirk Lacob, the executive vice president, making his way here, so he'll join us in a minute or two. But I want to play the sound of Steve Kerr talking about Klay downplaying his return and what Steve Kerr thinks Klay's up to by doing that. Take a listen.
For me, someone who bounced around and wasn't anywhere close to the player Klay was. I mean, every single one of those games is special when you go back and play your old team and play in front of your old fans. And so he's going to be juiced. He's going to be excited and fired up. And I think there's a reason he said that. He's trying to clear his mind and get centered and come out and play a great game. And there's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot on him and a lot on us. And it's definitely a different night and an emotional night. And everybody has to do whatever they have to do to settle in and play well.
All right, so that was Steve Kerr talking to Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and about what he thinks Klay's going to be up to during his return tonight. And should be a fun night here. It should be going to be emotional. It should be fun. And joining us right now is the executive vice president of basketball operations, Kirk Lacob, joining us. Kirk was a special request of mine last night. So Raymond Ritter coming through. Welcome, Kirk. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Hanging in.
We're good, and we are talking about this game tonight. Let me ask you this, Kirk, because I know you guys got here in 10 or 11. What do you remember about meeting Klay Thompson? Because you were part of, the organization that drafted him, and you and your dad had kind of just gotten here, or were a year or two in at that point.
Wow. Well, meeting Klay, I mean, the whole first few interactions with him are very memorable. Love Klay. I remember watching him. I was in college at the same time for the most part. I was, I think, 1 year ahead of him, maybe 2. And I remember watching him and hearing things about him from people I knew. And then obviously I got here and we went through the draft process and we all fell in love with Klay. That was probably the easiest draft pick we've ever made, to be honest. I think that was completely unanimous across the board. It ranges from the Jerry Wester where he walked in and saw Klay for 5 minutes and walked out and said, that's the guy we need to draft. And but ultimately, the thing I remember most is we drafted Klay and he flew here as rookies do, and we took him out to dinner. And the dinner was me and Larry Riley and Klay and his parents. It was just the 5 of us at Pecan, which was an old kind of southern restaurant in Oakland. And we sat there and Klay didn't speak a word, maybe 3 words. I think it was 3 or 4 words in 45 minutes. Michael Thompson, his father, spoke the majority of dinner. Very entertaining. Michael's a great guy. And then at one point, Julie, Klay's mom, just nudged him and was like, Klay, can you say something? I just started laughing. And so that's like the memory, first real memory I have with Klay. But I spent a lot of time with him his first 2 summers. We had our player development group. And I will never forget, he told me, I left school a year early so I don't have to read books. Why are you asking me to read a book?
Wow.
And he's now, kind of right, he's a voracious reader now.
Yeah.
And we read a book together as a group, and he really loved it. It was about a kid, Demetrius Walker, he grew up with. And then I set him up to meet with the author afterwards. And so I remember these early years with Klay. He's always been a really good personal friend of mine and just an amazing character.
Wow, that's good stuff, Kirk. I was asking Steiny, Klay coming out of college, could you predict what he is? And, he's on his way whenever that day comes to the Hall of Fame. And just hearing you talk about, obviously, we liked him, Guru, we drafted him. But, just talk about how far he's exceeded your expectations and the defensive end, the ability to come down. I've seen you ball. You know what it takes, but for him to do that, against the greats, just how far has he gone past your expectations?
I mean, look, if you knew you were drafting a Hall of Famer, you're not waiting until the 11th pick.
Man.
You're trading up. So obviously we thought he was going to be a very good player. We thought he could be a starter in this league. Thought he could be a great match with Steph. And he exceeded all our expectations. And that's on Klay. I mean, he worked so hard. And I think the thing that people missed, and this is an easy thing to miss, just didn't know how competitive he was. We thought he was competitive. We thought he loved to play, but he was a killer. And he put the work in. He really did. Those first couple of summers, he was told, you can really shoot, but what else can you do? And he took that to heart, and he worked really hard. He was in the gym every single day working on defensive slides and understanding rotations. This stuff doesn't happen by accident.
When did you guys kind of figure out that he had an ability to stay in front of ones, point guards, particularly guys, James Harden? I'm thinking back to those Houston series. When did you guys realize we can be completely comfortable putting him on one of those guys and just letting him do his thing?
I think it was kind of trial by fire. They just said, hey, let's try this out. He's done a really good job working in the summer and in practice. He's shown a competitive streak. He says, I want to guard these guys. I don't remember. I'm not in the coaches' meetings all the time, so I can't remember exactly the point at which they tried it. But I know he wanted to take that on, and he proved people wrong very quickly. People said he had slow feet or he was too big, and he took that, as a personal affront. And I've described him before. It's like, you put a tennis ball in front of a dog, like he's going to get it. You put someone with the ball in front of him, he's going to guard them. Yeah. And that's going to be his sole focus that night. He's going to put all his energy to that. It just kind of happened, I think, organically, and then they gave him a shot at it, and he did such a great job. It was kind of off and running from there.
Kirk, it's so funny with social media and what we do. We're taking calls, and people are, Klay should do this. If I were Klay, this is how he should react. From the Klay Thompson how do you think? What do you think's going through his head tonight, just about all the attention and what tonight means with him coming back to the Bay?
Oh, man. Going into Klay's head's a dangerous place.
Wow.
Yeah, I really don't know. I don't know. I will tell you what I want is for him to be happy and feel appreciated. That's what I want.
Wow.
I really care about this guy a lot. I love him. He's a great person, was a great Golden State Warrior. I mean, one of the best there will ever be. And so I just hope that he gets the reception that he deserves. And I hope he feels fulfilled, and I hope he feels the love. I don't know how he feels going into it.
Right.
I really don't, but I hope that he comes out of this feeling loved.
Let me ask you this, and we're joined by Kirk Lacob, Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations for the Golden State Warriors. Just looking at this team, your team right now, it's 8-2. You're off to a real good start. What do you make of Steve wanting to play 11 or 12 guys? Is it sustainable? And I'm starting to think that it may be the perfect time to try it, because of how much load managing is going on throughout the league, that if you can somehow get 11 guys night in and night out, maybe that's the way you get through the regular season on a real positive note.
Well, I think Steve is doing a tremendous job coaching. This is what coaching is about. You have a roster in front of you, and you do the best that you can with that roster. And he's the one who coined strength in numbers, and so we're taking it, all the way now. No, I mean, look, there's no rule that you can only play so many guys. And I think generally more good players is better than less good players. We've talked about this in various summers with Steve. How do we want to do this? Who can we bring in? And it certainly feels better when you have options than when you don't have options. Now, doesn't mean that it's not hard. We're making his job hard, but it's what he gets paid to do. This is what he signed up for, is to coach the team. And I know he's really happy with everybody on the roster. This is probably the first time he's ever said, I feel comfortable playing every single person any night. That's a great thing to hear. Now, it makes his job harder because he's got to figure out how to keep guys happy and keep them engaged. But he and his staff are doing a tremendous job here. And look, it's the right thing for this team right now, and we're going to see where it goes. It's working right now. Strength in numbers is back.
Man,
let's keep it rolling.
We saw you in the summer, and you mentioned Wiggins was going to stay in town. He kind of was working on his game per se, and you mentioned the word connectivity. And right now, everything is just gelling. I shared with you, I can't get past the play-in loss to Sac. I'm still watching it. And now, all of a sudden, these acquisitions, everything is just coming up roses. But Buddy Hield has, how do I ask it? Has he surpassed the fit that you thought when you identified him as possibly coming to the team? Because he's been a godsend and almost like perfect.
We thought he was a good fit. It turns out he's a great fit. We're really pleasantly surprised. I think Buddy's always wanted to play here, is what I've heard. He's always wanted to be a part of this. I think he fits so well on the court with his movement. I know he's studied Steph and Klay over the years. I've heard that from Chris DeMarco, who obviously coached in the Bahamas. He studied the way those guys play, so he was ready for a system like this. I think the part that we really didn't know the answer to is how is he going to fit outside of the on-court spot. Man, he might fit even better in the locker room than he does on the court. This guy is just fit in seamlessly. One of Steve's core tenets is joy, and nobody ever has been able to embody that better than Steph Curry. But Buddy comes close. That guy never has a bad day. He is smiling, joking around, having fun every day, and it is infectious, and it's been great.
Kirk Lacob joining us on 95.7 The Game, Executive Vice President of Basketball Operations for the Golden State Warriors. The one thing you guys have talked about, Steve's talked about it, Mike's talked about it, is the way the roster sits right now. You've got flexibility. If something presents itself, it feels like you guys are poised to jump on it. My question would be, if things continue to go as well as they're going, does that make it more or less likely that you might make a move?
Oh, that's a tough question to answer. I think it depends what's out there. It always, there's always context to this. Obviously, if we are the top team in the NBA, it seems hard to want to break that up at all. Maybe we'll try to add, some small piece. I really don't know. We got to just see how this plays out, I think. And we're always opportunistic. We're always making sure we know what's out there, what's available, what's coming next. That's part of our job, to know what the possibilities are, and what that could ultimately cost us. And then we ultimately have to weigh whether there's an opportunity that can make us better or not. So I don't have an answer for that today. We're barely in November here.
Yeah.
We're 10 games in. Really want to see how this team continues to come together and just kind of enjoy it.
Well, speaking of which, and I know it's early, you guys have said as much, but that road trip, there was a slip-up or the hiccup in Cleveland, but outside of that, Kirk, I got to believe you guys are sleeping good at night knowing, like you said, it's early, but, man, you played some heavyweights on that trip and did well. Can you understand fans being excited?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I hope they're excited.
Yeah. Man.
Look, the point is to win games, and these were really good teams, really, really good teams. And we were tested a little bit already. Steph missing some games. D'Anthony's missed some games. A couple other guys have been, nicked up here and there. But I think what I've noticed is just this is a resilient group so far. They really like being around each other. It's a competitive group. We've seen that on the defensive end. Defense has been swarming. Really aggressive. We're finally taking it to people on the defense, something we've been lacking the last few years, and that's really, that's at the core of a team. Like, do you have that in you or not? So we're no longer just defending. We're like coming at you on defense.
I see it.
And they're more on point. I think it's been everybody from Steph and Draymond on down. They're really focused. And Steve and his staff have done an absolutely phenomenal job. So we just got to try to continue to keep it rolling. Vibes are good. Vibes being good is always a good thing. And we're going to hit, some tough periods. Someone's going to get hurt for a period again. But can we have the resilience? And right now the answer is yes. So, look, I'm excited. I'm a fan too. Don't forget that.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I hope everyone else is with me.
Yeah, appreciate it. Great start for the Golden State Warriors. They're 8-2. Kirk Lacob, Executive Vice President of the Golden State Warriors, joining us. Thank you so much. What's coming up on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Thank you, Kirk. We'll be right back.
He's back. Now, back to Steiny and Guru.
Westbrook stumbles with a dribble, almost falls down, stripped by Andre and stolen. Iguodala to Thompson, right side three for the lead. Got it! Golden State leads with 1:35 to go. It's 104-101. Klay Thompson has 11 threes in the game.
On 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy, Game 6, Klay. That's all you need to know. Steiny and Guru are out at Chase Center, Thrive City. Just met nice woman, Maricha. She's a listener, and she had a picture taken with you and I, Guru.
I don't want to leave, man. I want you to just go up until game time.
Go ahead and stay.
Boy, you'll be out. I'll be solo. Look at Will and Dibbs. We got everybody.
Yeah, we do. Klay Thompson making his return to the Bay Area. A couple things I want to pass along. All-Star Weekend 2025. The Warriors are hosting All-Star Weekend. And it is going to be on February 16th. Right here at Chase Center, and there'll be all kinds of additional signature NBA All-Star events that take place throughout the weekend across the Bay Area. And they also include Moscone Center. The Oakland Arena will be having some stuff, and the Warriors Oakland practice facility that they used to use. Tickets are on sale now for NBA All-Star 2025 fan events and premium experiences taking place Friday, February 14th to the 16th, all around the San Francisco Bay Area. Tickets to NBA Crossover, the Ruffles NBA All-Star Celebrity Game. No Truth to the Rumor Guru is going to be playing in that. The Castrol Rising Stars, the NBA HBCU Classic, and NBA All-Star Practices. They are all available for you to check out, and you just go to NBAevents.com.
Why would you do that? You just planted the seed now. If I had the opportunity to play in that game.
You have to be a celebrity.
Hey, no, seriously, I taped those games, so
right. But you have to.
But could you be a local one? Do I qualify for the local?
No regional. No, you got to be a national.
I'm trying to get on Fabby Davis's celebrity game first, and then maybe I'll tell you what. I did say this. We got Mario Ellie coming to town, Eddie House. Handy, all the guys I think got NBA ties for All-Star.
Yeah, but
so I'm hoping to do VIP party or get a booth, cabana.
Why is Eddie House coming?
It's the All-Star game.
Again, why is Eddie House coming?
The festivities. Oh my God, dude, you gotta get in the game.
They're not in this one. The Handy and Ellie aren't in this one.
They're always in it, Steiny. You know what the All-Star game is like? The Freaknik, you know? Yeah. We need to get VIP. That's what we need to start working on. Shaq.
What if I told you, and I'm dead serious, All-Star Weekend sometimes, I'm out.
That's what
I used to have to cover.
It hurts the show.
For my other job.
Steiny, you're going to be everywhere. Evan will be with me. Spadoni, we're going to be out active. Vontae will get us in.
Let me tell you what happens.
I'm looking at Willard's jump shot.
Let me tell you what happens All-Star Weekend, all right? Yeah. Regardless of where it is.
Give me some rim, Willard.
We're doing a show here, buddy.
Go ahead.
What happens All-Star Weekend is there's a lot of events around the Bay Area.
Gotcha.
Big events with big names, big parties, and you won't have an invitation to any of them. Like, that's just the way it works. You know, like we'll get Kevin Garnett's having a party over at.
But if you know somebody,
but you don't.
Damn it!
But you don't.
I know you.
I'm not.
Curry gave you autographed jersey. Called. Dude, I'll show you. I'll show you how to navigate.
Oh, we got some calls.
Yeah.
Okay. What the heck?
Because that was going nowhere.
I know. Let's go to Joe in San Jose.
Joe.
What's up, Joe's gone. He's gone.
We got Nick.
Okay, we'll go to Nick in Ohio. What's up, Nick?
Hey,
Nick,
fellas.
what's up? Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, with Klay being kind of nonchalant and saying, no, it's just another game. I just wonder what you guys think. Do you think he's going to tear up?
No.
Get emotional?
I don't.
I think he's going to get on the mic. That's just me. But I like what he's doing You know,
what's he doing?
You know, he's being a professional.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Some say he's sticking it to the bay already.
No, not at all. I think tonight he
I'll
gets
see
on the
him when I
microphone.
see him.
Yeah, no.
Those are your former teammates.
As opposed to what should I say? What should I say then?
Before it'd be nice to. Yeah, it'd be nice to catch up with him.
You wanted to go Freddie Freeman when he start crying in the Dodger clubhouse because he wanted to.
They won a title, didn't they?
No, but he wanted to stay with
How'd
Atlanta.
that end up?
How did it work out? Like him crying.
How'd it work out?
Knows what he's doing. But tonight, I just expect him really to open up, and I hope somehow he gets the microphone to say his 2 cents to the Bay, to DubNation. That would be awesome.
All right, let's go to Nick in Ohio. What's up, Nick? How you doing?
Hey, all righty.
Yeah.
Anyway, it sounds like it's a repeat. I thought you already asked me that. Am I hearing you right?
I don't.
Yeah, he's right. Nick's right. But I didn't want to.
Wait, what happened? I went to Nick twice?
Evan has the way you're breaking the news to you in this special, man.
Well, what did
I
he
just
say?
had a heart to
what
tell
did he
you.
say the first time?
The same thing.
He said he was going to cry.
Oh, Evan, boy. Evan, if Stoney was flying the plane, dude, just plan the funeral, man. We done went down.
Oh, God. Okay.
My man goes, hey,
I'll tell you what, let's go to Nick in Ohio. Hey, Nick, what's going on?
John Sally. Right. Oh, man.
There's no chance that he cries.
Well,
no
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
that. And if he does, he does. And more power to him. But I do think that he has got to just try to focus on the basketball.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Who are you waving to?
Keith, my boy. Yeah, he from the U. We working for the Warriors. He didn't hear me. Yeah. Yeah.
Let me throw this out to Dibs. Hey, Dibs. Guru wants to know. He thinks Klay's going to take the mic tonight.
I got that on my bingo card.
And if that happens, then he's going to take a victory lap tomorrow.
No chance he takes the mic.
Okay,
and if he does, it's only going to be 2 words. Holy cannoli.
Wow, there you go. There you go.
He doesn't take the mic.
No,
he doesn't take the mic, Dibs.
He's got nothing to say to any of us.
But what if he did? We would remember it.
We would,
yeah.
But it's not that time. And I mentioned this to Steiny and you before, and the trivia question was great. Only 6 other players have won 4 more titles with one city and gone back to that city. And I'm trying to remember what those players did when they came back. Like Jordan as a Wizards, and he might have been a Bullets then. I think he was a Wizards. And Pippen as a Rockets.
Yeah.
Kurt Rambis, who knows where he went. Derek Fisher. Don't even get me started on Derek Fisher, because Derek Fisher turns out to be.
I
don't want to go there.
Utah was quick. Yeah.
Well, Utah, Golden State, and the whole thing, and then the other players. I don't know if it has ever been this emotional and this much of a real thing, right? Mm-hmm. And so I wonder tonight is different, but you also have to think about the individual. And this individual is different. Klay is not a big time, let me get the mic anyway guy.
I got you.
So I don't think that he's going to do that. And if he does, wow. It'll be special.
Appreciate
he agrees with me on that.
Appreciate the input, Dibs.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to linger and loiter.
No, you're part of the family, bro.
And I'm out here educating our younger listeners.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Okay,
and shout out Dumpling Time with the shumai and the hagao.
Yeah, we had some.
Dude.
Yeah.
Chef Leo brought some stuff out to us.
Chef Leo is the bomb. I'm not that fat. I'm down 25 pounds.
You look great.
Stay tuned to the Abundant Life Read, which is coming up. But if you come out to Thrive City, and I know that Burma Love is now open.
Man.
Yes, it is.
I've been staring at it for a little while.
We got the sports bar opening here in about a month. But if you want to get good, high-quality food, hi, I'm Dan Dibley, and I went to Dumpling Time, and it was phenomenal.
This dude is He's special.
Yeah, and don't forget about Chez Fico Pizzeria, Cupcake and Bake Shop. Thank you, Tim. Gott's Roadside, which last time we were here,
Gott's the Roadside.
Dude, Steiny was posted up at Gott's Roadside.
Dude.
I was so envious. And don't forget about Harmonic Brewing and Miller and Lux and Glue Glue, not Goo Goo. Shout out Glue Glue, Misalignment Museum, Phil's Coffee, and Warrior Shop. And don't forget Bake Bear, Fix You, Craft Barbecue, Kaya, and Senior Sig opening soon. in the coming months.
There you go.
Nice uptick.
Yeah.
The 415 is our friend Jim Mole. Says he'll donate $100 to charity if I wear the captain's hat for a segment. Only if I'm the charity, Jim.
Raymond Ritter told you to put it on, and you didn't put that. That hurt the show. That's how you don't get invited to All-Star Weekend.
You hate to see it.
I put the hat on.
650. Jordan Poole teared up, and Steiny completely dismissing Klay tearing up is ridiculous. I don't think he will.
No, I agree with
it. 650.
I would bet that he doesn't tear up, but if he can address the crowd.
Did Jordan Poole tear up?
I don't remember.
Come on.
Right.
It sounds to me like
did he tear up after he got hit? Like what time? I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Did Jordan Poole tear up when he came back to the bench? No.
Yeah.
I think.
No chance.
In all seriousness, you guys.
That's great producing.
Almost took the. What's your FanDuel stuff say? How many's Klay? What's Klay's over under?
Well, he's 14 for his last 49, but
it's not FanDuel. Prize picks.
Yeah,
Prize picks.
Over under 15.5 points for more or less for Klay Thompson.
Okay, 15.5.
Yeah,
we'll see.
We will see.
What you think?
I'd say my man. Alex came after work. Alex has the over. I have the over then.
Okay. Like, I want to see Klay go for 35 and lose by 6.
Or should
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Willard. I'll wait for him to come on.
I'll tell you what. That Willard will write you off after you leave town.
Now look at
There's no doubt about it. Right. Out of sight, out of mind.
I was watching Willard shoot, and he got a little form on his jumper. Now, none went in, but he's got a little form. He got a little form. I'm sorry.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got 10 minutes before we go to Willard and Dibs. Let's see. Who do we got here? Do we have Nick in Ohio?
Oh, Nick.
I'm sorry. Let's go to Leo.
Wow.
Leo in Walnut Creek. What's up, Leo? How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing? Hey, the FanDuel is FanDuel is $350 for Guru. The over-under on how many times he's going to say, I hope he takes the mic. I hope he takes the mic.
Oh, my gosh.
The only one that's going to be crying tonight is Guru because Klay won't take the mic.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to be disappointed. Hey, Leo, I would love to see it.
Leo,
man. It would be a moment.
Leo, you sound like a good guy. What is it that bothers you about him wanting to say that all the time? Because I feel the same way. It's just it's annoying me, and I don't know why.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that'd be nice if he takes it, but get over it. That's enough time. You said it enough times.
All right, I got you.
We know
all
that's
right,
what you
Leo.
want.
I won't repeat it. I'm done. I retired it, baby. Wow.
Thank you, Leo.
Calling me out, man.
Appreciate the call.
Gosh, if I have a heart, sorry for having one, man. This would be just admit it would be an iconic moment.
Hey, can you do me a favor? You've been doing a lot today. Get your hand off my shoulder.
What do you need?
Just
anything but cash. I got
like this. Don't stop doing that. I don't like to be touched.
You on the shoulder?
Don't stop it.
Yeah.
You got to stop it.
All right.
No, actually, I don't care. That's fine. 888-957. We have Nick in Ohio? No Nick in Ohio.
Not today.
Goo, you think he's going to get emotional? Klay?
Well, he hasn't been thus far, and I'm just like, have you ever had a moment in your life? When I got married, I got the mic.
Never.
You thought I was marrying my dad. They're like, dude, this is not part of it. But stuff came out that I said about my pops. You don't know what he's going to say in the moment if Curry kind of puts him on the spot and he grabs it.
He's not going to put him on the spot.
Put him on the spot in a good way by
hey, Klay, here's the mic. Quick, say something.
No. I got my version of what could pop off, and if I'm right, we'll revisit. Yeah. You can't judge emotion, man.
What does that mean?
You never know when somebody's in a situation before the game where they're honoring everything that he's done and meant, what'll come out, what Klay will do. Right now, he's probably thinking, no big deal. But when you get in that moment, Steiny, there's no telling.
Honestly, I think that one of the things that Klay's trying to do here, and I get it, he's not passing away.
Wow.
He's 10 games into his season. He's on a new team, and he's got to show respect for his new team also and his new teammates. But I I think he wants to try to, he's got to play 4 more years maybe in the NBA, and this will just be the first of, 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 more times back here. And it's the first, so it's a big one, but I'm sure he's saying this will be the first of, 6 or 8 times I come back to Chase.
You know what? You got me thinking. I'm going to put a rat on the table brought to you by Atco. You shared with me because I was unaware that he was 14 of his last 49 from deep. I'm being real here, DubNation. Do you think if he was 30 of his last 49, he might be looking at his comeback a little different? Do you think there would be some sweet nothings whispered as opposed to, and he ain't said anything bad, but we know he's an assassin. He's coming back home, Steiny. I'm sure he's like, damn, I'm 40. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not on the heater. And they're 8-2.
I don't know. I don't know. I think
I know I would feel different. You know what I mean? If I was coming in here hot to trot, I'd be like, who needs me? Steiny and Goo, I'll come on. Yeah. And if I'm kind of slumping and you guys are doing, oh, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm not really sure about that one, to tell you the truth. 888-957-9570 is the number. A lot of captain's hats out here at Thrive City. Hey, there's another one. Hey, how you doing? And it's gonna be a fun night. Just
can't wait.
Just keep it fun. Keep it fun tonight. First 8 years, Klay Thompson was an Iron Man. Only missed 25 games, 3 games a year on average, and then obviously missed 2.5 years. But he played all but 25 games his first 8 years. Never shot less than 40% from 3-point range in those 8 years. So,
did you read the article in the Athletic about? When Klay said he was about 10 pounds over, and when he played that pickup game and tore his Achilles the first, did you read that? I mean, Donnie, that was I almost teared up. Like he was. Well,
he messed up.
No doubt about it, man. No doubt about it.
He kind of acknowledged that he did. He messed up.
Wow, man.
He wasn't in great shape when he was playing. He said he was 10 pounds overweight, and he wasn't under the supervision of the team at the time, and that's a big one.
No doubt.
That's a big one. Let's see. A couple from the Comcast Business text line, 510. Klay will cry. Tears of relief once this game is over. Yeah, I agree with that. Dude is trying to move on. He may grab the mic.
Yeah, there we go.
He may grab the mic. Mike Dunleavy.
Oh, that's too funny.
By the neck. No, he's fine with Mike Dunleavy. Well, I don't know. I can't speak to that, but
I'll tell you what. You read or recited to us McCaffrey talking about how his days were long just this year, not being able to play, some longer than others. But just imagine, Steiny, or even any listener out there, trying to put yourself in Klay's shoes of having to sustain those 2 back-to-back injuries, watch your team go on without you, and then when you return, fighting the uphill battle, Steiny, you're trying to get your ultimate prime back. Just think about that. I mean, that's wicked for a ball player.
Yeah.
And he shared with us the dark days, man. Like, I understand it.
I'm looking at the Comcast Business text line, 650. Yes, Jordan Poole teared up during his welcome back game. Look it up before you dismiss it.
Well, that's to you.
Yeah, he wasn't. Yeah. You know what? I just looked it up. He wasn't emotional at all. In fact, he was trying not to be emotional because he knew Draymond Green thing.
Oh, stop.
And this is...
what do you got?
It's just stuff to you on the Comcast Business text line.
Give it to me, baby.
Hey, Guru, he's not retiring tonight. That's when you take the mic.
I don't even know how to respond.
You don't have to.
We're all waiting to see how this plays out, and I'll tell you this, it's going to be special, it's going to be remembered, but if somehow Mr. Thompson could grab the mic and address DubNation, it would be awesome.
I can't. What is he doing? Why is he doing this?
I'm just sharing with you my prophecy.
Okay, you know what?
Sports, man.
All
But this is bigger than this is family, Steiny. This guy's was born and
that's
raised
the problem.
here.
It's not family. They kicked him out.
Now stop.
They showed him tough
People don't
love.
like this side of you know
what?
They
I've been giving him the sugary side for 3.5 hours.
Curry told Festus
just a game
with Bonte the other night he had to get his mentals right for tonight. Not the game, but before the game. So we know on one front it's super emotional. I feel like Klay's going to meet the moment, and he can do whatever he wants. I'm not going to be disappointed. But Steiny, there's not one part of your fiber that's like he could get emotional and he could address the fans, not the team, the fans.
I mean, I guess it's within the realm of possibility, but it's not something that ever crossed my mind.
Because you're hardcore. You're mean.
It's certainly not something I would have repeated 13 times during the show. And nevertheless, this is the best line.
Give it to me.
From the 510. Here's a prediction from Phil in Oakland. Bob Myers will cry. That's not a bad one. What time is it here? 1:40. We got crossover.
Yeah, outside crossover.
707, 100%. He's grabbing the microphone.
See,
there you go.
This is
they want us to do a side bet. No, I'm not doing one now. Because maybe he is.
You wouldn't mind seeing it happen.
I don't want to see it.
You're a killer for real.
I'm about the game.
It's always fun game.
You
are that. That's who you are right there.
What?
Like fun.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
All right. What time is it here? 1:41:14. All right. You know what? I'll go ahead and take a break here, and then we'll get Willard and Dibs.
Yeah.
And so that means you and I have to hang around for another half hour, essentially. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. We've got the crossover coming up on the other side, and you guys won't hear it and you won't see it, but Tim Jordan's going to get an earful from me at the break on 95.7 The Game.
I live with these people. I love these people. They're part of my family.
Xfinity here.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru.
And now, it is 11th NBA season out of Washington State University. Number 11, Klay Thompson.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is crossover time. Steiny, Guru, Willard, Dibbs. We are outside Chase Center, and we've got the Dallas Mavericks in town. Klay Thompson returns. What's going on, gentlemen? How you doing?
Yeah, guys.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
It's
Klay
a vibe,
Day.
right?
Yeah, it's a vibe. Yeah.
Come on, Steiny. It's a vibe. It's a little chilly.
Oh, just you wait, bro.
I know.
Just you wait.
I know. Sun goes down at 3:45 now.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Dibbs a seasoned veteran. He's got layers.
Look like he's deer hunting. Not like that.
Yeah. And the beanie is on deck.
Okay.
And I got a hood, I got a beanie, and the one thing that none of you three have any idea about, it's about being bald. And when you're bald, you get cold because the heat escapes from your hands, your feet, and your head. That's where your heat escapes most often.
Wow.
And, Goo, you've got that beautiful wave.
I didn't know.
It's a fact. Steiny is actually doing great for a man of his age, and Mark is salt and pepper, but he's got that rug. I got nothing, guys. So I got to prepare at all times.
You look great, Dibbs. Yeah.
I look good, but I'm cold.
Yeah.
I'm cold in summer.
Willard, jump in.
What do you want me to say? It's a vibe. I want to have fun with this. That's the sort of the stance that I'm taking about today, because also want to just acknowledge there's like a lot of there's a lot of stuff here. There's a lot of feelings here from the organization. There's a lot of feelings from Klay Thompson, and the one thing actually two things hit me. Part of it was when I was listening to you guys, and one of them is that this is happening really fast.
No doubt.
This happened really soon, and in a perfect world, we probably wouldn't have it happen quite yet, because free agency was literally only 4 months ago, and now here we are already having the return night, and it's a little quick. Yeah. The other thing I was thinking about, though, as the Golden State Warriors, as classy as they are, and put all the effort in, and we are sitting here surrounded by captain's hats,
everything,
and Klay splash baubles, and all of the things that have been planned for tonight, and you guys were talking about the epidemic of injuries in the league, and I'm just thankful that he's healthy and playing.
Oh, there you go.
Can you imagine if that guy turned an ankle a couple of nights ago?
Wow.
Right? So, and it happened to Durant. How many times was Durant's return scheduled?
You're right.
And then it didn't happen.
COVID or injuries. Yeah.
So, at least we got this, and let's have fun with it and make the most of it. And if you're in your feelings about it, you can go back to him tomorrow.
Yeah, and we've had people call in who are putting their feelings on Klay. He's not doing enough. He's not saying this or that. And I'm like, just let him breathe. But, I like to dream, Willard and Dibbs, and Steiny's making fun of me. I hope whatever the Warriors have planned, and I believe Steph's a big part of it, he will get talked to by Steph Curry, and if somehow the microphone Klay could get and just say something to Dub, not the team, but DubNation, that would be an iconic moment.
I love the dreamer side of you. I think that is plus $1 billion.
Okay, I tried to come up with a number.
And I'm with you that it would be amazing. I don't think his head is in that space at all.
Do you think him being 14, because I just had this thought of his last 49, has anything to do, guys, with this current mood, if you deem he's in a mood? Like if he had been 30 for 49 coming in here on a personal heater and the Warriors rating 2, he would be more inclined to be, hey, Willard and Dibbs, you need me to pop on? But the fact that maybe, for the team, the Warriors are 8-2, he's 14 and 49, I just know I wouldn't be feeling, I wouldn't be feeling it. If whatever you want to clarify it as.
Yes, but I don't think that he'd be feeling it anyway. But the fact that they're coming off a loss, I believe 2 straight losses, and he's been quietly not great, I think that all leads to him being...
it's natural, right?
It's natural, but it also is his nature in general. Even if things ended on a great note, and they didn't, and even if he left on his own recognizance, and he didn't, all those things together, he still would not take the mic. It's not him.
All right, I got you.
He's not that guy. You know who he is, Goo? He's a guy who would go to the Montclair golf course back when he was a Warrior and bring his 2 or 3 buddies and get a pitcher of beer and sit at the table and act like he was just one of us.
All right.
And that's who he is.
And that's why fans gravitated to him.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think it's much about that either, although I don't know what this would, and I want to say will, feel like when this happens again after he's retired. But that's a completely different animal. You know what I mean? The idea of finishing with a different team. Look at Jerry Rice, for example. He finished with multiple different teams.
Right.
And supposedly was in his feelings on his last performance to the local fans when Terrell Owens had 20 catches in that game.
I'll never
so
forget it.
there were feelings there. Now you can't find a home 49er game where Jerry's not there in a suit running around on the field before the game. I don't know that that'll ever happen with Klay, but that's all I'm getting at with this. This is just it's a little quick. I think
that is a fact.
Klay's still mad. And yeah,
I think, like Dibbs said this before the show, he said, Klay doesn't want this. And I agree with Dibbs on that one. And it's not because of any possible acrimony, even though that might be part of it. To me, it's just he knows he's going to be the center of attention tonight, whether he likes it or not. And I think on balance, he'd rather not be. And he would love to just come in here, play, talk to some, interview after the game and get out of town.
I imagine there is an alcoholic beverage waiting for him at his hotel for after the game already.
Right.
This is a lot. This is a lot.
Snoop Dogg.
This is a lot of energy.
Yeah.
So, whether he's up for it or not, I can't speak for the guy, but I bet that after the game he'll feel relief that this is in the rearview mirror.
The best comp that I can give, and I gave you guys earlier, and
that was great.
I gave it to Steiny, and he didn't look at it, and so I gave it to Guru, and he used it as a trivia question. The other 6 players who have won 4 titles with the team,
guess. Yeah.
6 guys have won a title with a team, and then gone on to play for another team in the modern era.
4 titles or any titles? 4. They've won. 6 guys have won 4 titles
with one team.
With one team,
and then gone on to play for another team.
Dude, the list
since the merger.
Steiny got him.
Yeah. Well, he got 4 of them.
He slipped up. Yeah.
He got 4 of them, and then you handed him the other 2, which was good. It was a
Let's
good
see
bid.
what Willard got.
You were up against it.
Oh God, you don't do this because history trivia, I'm terrible at it.
Well,
even if I know, I'm like I can't think of it. No, I'm terrible at it.
Well, 2 are pretty easy. Jordan and Pippen, they won 6, and they both went elsewhere.
Okay.
And then the harder ones, Derek Fisher won 5 with LA.
Wow.
He was actually a Warrior.
He was a Warrior for a second.
Kurt Rambis, throwback, he won 4 with LA, and then
Santa
he went
Clara.
elsewhere.
Who the hell did he play with after the Lakers?
I think Charlotte.
That's it.
That's probably right.
All this came out because you guys were talking about how special this is and how unique. And I actually pulled off Steiny on Highway 24 off the Telegraph exit because I wanted to think about how special this is because it is really special. And the one name I keep coming back to is Scottie Pippen because Pippen won 6 in Chicago, and then that went the way it went. Jordan, decided that he was going elsewhere, and I think Scottie played. No, he left too. Or he might have played one more year, and then he left.
Yep.
And then he went to Houston, and they actually didn't play Chicago that year because of the strike.
Oh.
And then as a Portland Trail Blazer, and I've been watching a video today of him coming back in 2000 for the first time to Chicago as a Blazer, and it feels a little bit like this, where it's awkward because he didn't leave the way he wanted to leave.
None of them
I'm sure.
did, though.
Well, Scottie, I think, is unique because Scottie was there with Michael, and Michael left, and Scottie was like, well, I guess I got to leave too because I'm not Michael. And so he left, and he went to Houston, and then he went to Portland, and he came back with Portland, and it felt like tonight's going to feel like, which is honorary, but also a little bit awkward because Scotty wasn't done yet.
But Dibs, to Willard's point, you're right, but they had a year off. This is fast. This just really the breakup just happened, and you're right back, and you want me to show emotion? Like, I totally get Klay, and he hasn't said anything like, what word am I looking for? Derogatory, to where fans are like, oh, but he's acting shit. Like, put yourself in his shoes.
Sure. No, like I completely get, and none of us know the details of what it was like night in and night out inside that locker room. Right. Steve Kerr, I think indicated some things with us yesterday about the difficulties of how that felt and how there are blow-ups every year, and usually doesn't lead to someone being punched, but there's stuff. We were kind of asking him about the Debo thing, and he's like, it happens every year in every single locker room. You just don't usually see it or what have you, but that's my thing. If you go back, if we looked up, I don't remember what the actual date was. We had all the lead up and the indicators, but the actual date that Klay Thompson went to the Mavericks is probably pretty close to 4 months ago to the day. 4 months ago. And here we are with caps, and we're ready to. It's
telling him how he should respond.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Wow. You break up with someone, you're usually not ready to come back around and celebrate each other 4 months later. This is really fast,
especially if you might be bitter still.
And there's no question about that. You can see it with him. Now, I love what Steve said yesterday, which is that what Klay is trying to do is he's trying to not let the emotions of tonight overwhelm the fact that he's got a job to go do. He's got a game to go try to win tonight. And so that's what he's trying to do. I don't buy for a second that he doesn't care or that this isn't emotional or all of those things, but he's got a game to go win. So he's got a job to do. And yes, we're all aware of the fact that he left here upset. Of course, I mean, he's been upset for 2.5 years. That's not going to go. That's not going to go away with 4 calendar turns.
No, exactly. I think that's kind of what's going to happen tonight. Is I do think it's going to be awkward a little bit, but I think they're going to get through it. And then the real question is, at what point over the next few years at what point over the next few years do they reconcile and he's back? And I'm not saying he's going to retire in 2 or 3 years, but the reality of the situation is, I think he does feel a certain kind of way about the organization, the people up top. I don't think he's got an issue with players. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think he's got an issue with the fans. But this happens all the time, and time will heal all wounds, and eventually he'll be back here getting the honor that they're going to give him when it's all said and done.
And some players, I do believe, are more open to that when it's over.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not over. And if you're Klay right now, you're thinking about being a Maverick and beating the Warriors. You're not thinking about, like, oh, how cool, captain's hats, and that's great. I like being on a boat, and I'm a captain and the whole thing. You are laser focused on being a guy who's going to beat this team, and you're coming off 2 straight losses, and you're coming off a couple of bad games, and so I don't fault him for that. If you want to be laser focused on what you're doing, your job, then do that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You know what's a cross-sport comp that just popped into my head is Madison Bumgarner. A guy who is a multiple champion, came up through one organization, and then left at the very end when there were questions about what was still remaining with that player, and then admitted on the way out the door, I'm kind of mad at you, organization. And so, that gives us maybe a window into what the whole Klay thing will feel like a number of years from now. Bumgarner is now, I think, officially retired. Maybe not. Yeah. I don't know if he's announced it.
It wasn't pretty once he left.
Right. He's not going to play anymore. And I think I even start to see a softening of whatever those feelings were when he left, And you remember he was mad at the organization for the motorbike stuff and all of that. Now with Buster Posey running the team, how do you think it would feel for Mad Bum to have a day dedicated to him?
Just hearing that, I'm like, it's going to happen.
Of course. Okay. Of course. And I think that he will, all of that stuff will be in the past. And I would guess that there'll be one of those days for Klay someday, too.
I've been around a few blocks, and I'm not ashamed. I'm not trying to start any mess, but I've told Evan and I told Steiny on air, Dibs, that if something were going on and I was going to depart and my partner or Evan didn't step in to maybe even if they said I told them don't do it, I would feel some type of way if I felt like my guys didn't ride for me. And the point that I'm making is we don't know how Klay's looking at this, but the gravity that Steph and Dre have is second to none, right? So who's to say, when this all played out, if he's looking at some of his teammates just not side-eyed, but like maybe you could have did more to prevent me from departing. And if that did happen and he feels that way, he's human, I would understand it. But I said it to Steiny, and he's like, nah, it ain't their job. No. He wouldn't want me to do that for him. But I go, you could tell me that, but I'm going to do it. So, I mean, again, who knows? And I ain't trying to be Jerry Springer, but I just think about Klay he was part of the big three, man. Right. And he's the one.
But it's not their job to ride for him. He has an agent. And if you're Steph and Draymond, you're not trying to, step forward and say, hey, guys, can we give Klay $30 million a year? Because darn it, we really like Klay. And the organization would say, Steph and Draymond, we love you, but go ahead and show yourself out because you need to stay in your lane. Shout out Lonzo Ball's
father. What about getting the parties in a room together to talk?
I think we're leaving something out of this conversation, which is, does Steph Curry feel like Klay's point, which is I still want to be a starter, and I want to shoot my way through all of these things, and I want to sort of ignore. Is that going to help Steph? Look at their record.
No, it's not.
We
saw last year, it
part
didn't
of
help.
What's hard for a Warrior fan right now is that you can't ignore that they look better without him. Yeah. They do. Man. They do, and he's in a new city, still shooting 35% from three, and they're 5-5.
Oh,
and
man.
so
I'm putting myself in his shoes, oh my gosh,
yeah.
And you want me to do something tonight?
I don't know.
As far as before the game,
I think that they've all, you look at the way Steph and Jordan Poole hug one another. I think these guys are so phenomenal at compartmentalizing where they can look at a guy and be like, I ride with you, you're my guy, we achieved amazing things together, and then in the very next breath, in the next room, they're like, but that's not our right move going forward.
Wow.
So, in other words, if I were leaving the company and I told you, Goo, whatever you do not go to bat for me.
I'm going to bat.
So that's the way you would want to leave our relationship.
No, but hold on. There's one caveat you're leaving out. There's
defying me.
If I deep down knew that you didn't really want to leave, I would go to that extreme.
But Klay did want to leave.
We don't know that. I don't believe he wanted to leave.
He has said
his feelings
that.
Dre got 4 years and you offer me 2? Like that right there would piss me off.
So should they have offered him 4?
See, it's
but they're different players,
than that.
But they're different players.
No doubt.
They're different players, different situations. I don't know, to me, because I don't know if he's doing what you're saying. Right. But if he is, that's not an adult way of going about your business, of being like, well, Dre got 4, so I get 4. That's how kids handle dinner portions. That's not how you handle contracts for a multi-billion-dollar organization. Dre does different things.
What if I'm looking for respect? What if that symbolizes respect?
Well, but that's, again, the Warriors are not in the business of doling out respect.
I get it.
They're in the business of doling out good entertainment and winning basketball games.
Respect is going to somebody in the hospital and saying, you know what, you're broken, but we're going to give you the max. That's respect.
And I brought that.
That's respect.
All right, that happened.
If you want, and you had Bob Myers on earlier, and he was great. And if you want to talk about respect, that's the ultimate, tip of the cap. And tonight we're all going to tip our cap, our sailor cap for Klay. But The organization did that, where he was broken. And I wonder about the Niners with Dre Greenlaw. And Dre Greenlaw's his contract is coming up, and he's coming off a major injury. And are they going to do what the Warriors did for Klay?
Kind of sympathy, a little bit.
It's not only sympathy, but it's also like, we believe in you, and we're going to go ahead and invest bad money, hoping that we get good money on the back end. And the Warriors did. The Warriors got another chip out of it. So it wasn't just a bad investment, but what it was respect.
Wow. I think they also thought they were still going to get good basketball out of him.
And they did.
To a degree. They also
got a title.
They also got a defiant second injury where he went away from the team's own.
Read that.
Went away from the team's own process. And so.
And still won a title.
They still won a title, but it wasn't solely based on Klay by any stretch. I mean, I just, if you look at the timeline of the whole thing, I sit here today and I can fully understand why both sides have a lot of feelings over the last few years.
I can respect that.
Completely agree.
And that's why I look at tonight and I think that fans are feeling a certain way. Fans are like, yes, Klay's back and we love Klay and we want to honor Klay, but Klay maybe is not in the same mind space, and so that's okay. And I was, looking at the Scottie Pippen return to Chicago, and Steiny, you'd love it because they did like a 5-minute tribute, and then Scottie comes out and it's, a full wave and a thank you. And he takes it off, and let's go. Let's play basketball.
Yeah.
It's all business, and I think that's the way it is.
And I think, that's
what he wants.
Yes, I do. I think, why aren't we tonight just going to give him his 3-minute video, and that's it? Why is it more than that? It's because it's Klay Thompson. But I do agree that he's got a lot of years left. He's not retiring.
Scottie Pippen played 5 more years.
Right.
And so I do think that tonight is much more like that. It's not going to be more than that. It'll be a video. It'll be a let's tip our cap, and Klay's going to do what he does, and it's going to be a wave, and then it's going to be all right. Let's go. Let's play basketball.
Yeah, I was wondering this, and I was having a conversation with someone very close to me earlier today who asked this question, and I wonder, we probably don't know because I don't know the marketing of every team in the history of sports. Has any team ever done a giveaway before for the opponent? That is a very if you want a picture, right? If you want a picture of how sort of unique and maybe kind of difficult tonight is, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Now it's just the 11th game of the year, but has anyone ever? Right? Can you imagine the Giants? They're like, Ohtani bobbleheads. What?
Wow.
What?
Another team this year did an Ohtani bobblehead, a visiting team.
Did they?
I would guess. I'll
if they wanted to make money, they should. But when Bum was on the Diamondbacks, what if they did, everybody gets a free snot rocket doll.
Oh.
When you come in, it's weird.
And the Warriors had a commercial just about a week ago about this comeback was going to be like no other. Now I'm thinking maybe you just hit the nail on the head. These hats are it.
It is like no other. It is. It is. And
it is.
Dude, in the snot rocket bobblehead, you had me thinking about when you bobble it and out comes a yellow.
The kids would love it. I don't. It's totally gross.
I live with a 2-year-old bobblehead who does that.
If you put a commercial on TV for that, my 10-year-old would ask for tickets. I know for sure.
You bobble him and he goes, get down! Anyway.
I mean, the only thing I can think of, and it's not even close to the same, is, when the Warriors really stunk back in the 2000s, they would market
timeout.
They would market the other teams coming in.
Magic Johnson.
Come see Shaq,
play.
Shaq and Kobe. Come see Gary Payton.
Dynamic pricing is one thing. Dynamic giveaways is next level. It's next level.
Who are the Warriors playing? That was on the side.
Like on Christmas Day, are they going to give away LeBron posters?
That's good.
No.
This
is very unique, and I hope that in a weird way, Klay, I don't know if he's in the space for this. I hope he's touched by that.
Right.
I don't know that this has ever happened before.
Well,
A giveaway for the opponent.
Well, with a salute.
With a salute.
With a salute.
I wonder what kind of salute he'd like to give back. I don't know.
That's not
I don't know.
Well, if Klay is like really doing chestnut checkers, he doesn't hold up 4 fingers, he holds up 5.
Yeah.
And he points to the thumb and he goes, you know what? 1 for the thumb. I'm about to get my fifth.
And then the Warriors go, that's how many wins you have this year.
Yeah.
You adorable little kid.
He's in a great spot, though. I told Stoney, I think he's in the best spot he could go to for what he does, his skills, and who he's with, man.
Well, I remember saying this last year.
Early.
I feel like wherever Klay Thompson was going to go, it was going to probably feel good to him because that fan base would never compare him to his former self.
Okay, all right.
And that to me is
Dallas needs shooting. They didn't have
like if you want, other than whatever conversations he was having with his own employer, what I think Klay needed was that. I think he needed to stop being, and he needed to stop doing it to himself. But he needed to stop being compared to his former self, and pretty much every other team offers that.
And he's playing high-level ball with Dallas, or is going to.
Yeah.
Well,
is he? I mean,
they were just in the finals.
Oh, you mean the team?
Yeah, the team.
Individually.
Yeah, no doubt. He's not in Beirut.
Mixed bag.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys
We'll
have
be
a
listening.
great rest of the. Thanks, man. Have a great rest of the day. It should be fun here tonight. What are we doing here?
Yeah.
We're
saluting
on your head.
We're saluting.
Yeah.
Klay Thompson.
There we go.
It should be a fun night.
What's up, baby?
Out there, and you guys take it from here. On 95.7.
Man, that looks good on you, Goo. You should be a sailor.
Right. Pop.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go. The day is here. The day is here. What a fascinating conversation that just was, I think. And we're going to continue it. And we, Dibs and I, are honored to be the ones that are going to take you all the way up to Warriors Live tonight on a day that, let's be real, we circled this on the calendar the second the schedule came out.
I wish you would have told me you were wearing your 95 jersey. I would have worn my .7. We didn't coordinate.
It's a lack of coordination sensation.
Yeah.
Put that on me. That's on me. I'm not in the habit of telling you what I'm going to wear.
I know, but when you're going to wear an outfit that would coordinate with what I could wear, it would have been nice to know because I would have worn it.
Well, then my bad. But here we are, and that's okay. It just looks like I'm wearing a Juan Toscano Anderson jersey.
Yeah, and that's pretty awesome.
As opposed to anything else, what's wrong with that?
Nothing's wrong with that. Shout out 95th Avenue, East Oakland, in the Deep East. And I love that about Juan. JTA.
All right. 888-957-9570, and I'll start with a couple of things. We are less than 2 hours away from our window where you can win a Klay Thompson Warriors jersey, and your last opportunity to do so on this special day on 95.7 The Game. Also, if you're coming down to the game tonight, Thrive City, we've got our Klay Carnival out. It's got Pop-A-Shot. It's got the ring toss. It's got the boat racing, the whole thing. We're going to have the paper airplanes. It's really kind of fun. So please come by, stop and see us. Come early. It is going to be a party atmosphere. We're expecting it to be busy, obviously, as everybody gets ready for this game. And then I'll also mention in 15 minutes, Klay's dad will join the show.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, really interested to sort of get the inside the family perspective of what I think we just kind of laid out as a very unique set of circumstances tonight.
Right, and I don't imagine that Klay's dad will be here. Klay's dad has a job that would probably keep him from being here tonight, but just the emotions of, what Klay is going to feel, because it's got to be mixed. Because on the one hand, you're coming back to a place where you won 4 titles and you played 13 years, but on the other side of it, you are a Maverick, and your job is to go out there and play well and win and beat this team. So it's not as easy as like a 39-year-old who is a bench rider for a team and, it's your last year and whatever, or you're a retired player coming back. You're still feeling like you have a lot to prove and you're earning a contract with a new team. It's a new team. And so you don't want to come here and just be totally fawning over your time here and fawning over the Warriors. You're coming here with a killer mentality.
Totally.
You're Killer Klay. You want to come here and tear their heart out and win this game.
Well, you're also, and I respect athletes for this, at least those who take it this way, like you have a job to do, and you are highly, highly paid.
Yeah.
In order to go out there and do it. Loosely, Klay Thompson is going to make somewhere between $200,000 and $250,000 tonight. Your job is to go make buckets against the Warriors. And you can't let that get overwhelmed. You have a duty to go out there and not let that get overwhelmed by your feelings, your past, and all of that. And so that's where I sort of tuck all of the things that Klay has said within the last 48 hours that, let's just be real, they don't feel good to Warriors fans. It doesn't feel good when he says this chapter's closed. It doesn't feel good when he says this is just another garden variety regular season November game. But I understand, and I thought Steve Kerr tried to speak to this, I understand where he's coming from on that. He can't let tonight be all about him. He's got a job to do.
Right, and his job is to go out there as a starting player for the Mavericks, a team that is in need of a win. They've lost 2 in a row. His job is to come out here and score and win and beat Golden State and start to turn this thing around. And I mentioned to Steiny and Guru earlier about the 6 players who have ever done what Klay is trying to do, which is you win 4 titles in one spot, and then you go back and you play in that place. And if you think about them all individually, Michael Jordan, he won 6, and he went to Washington. That was unique because nobody thought that he would come back and really be a threat. It was Michael Jordan.
Sure.
Scottie Pippen is the one that I think is the best comp because when he came back, he still had 4 more years of good basketball, and he won 6 titles, and when he was coming back, it's a lot more like Klay. And I'm looking at the Tony Parker return right now.
Oh.
When he comes back to San Antonio as a Charlotte Hornet, he comes off the bench with 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
He played 1 year in Charlotte. So this is not that. And Kurt Rambis, same thing. Kurt Rambis, when he won 4 titles in L.A., and he went elsewhere, he came back, and he was a bit player. So for me, the only real comp to this is Scottie Pippen. And when Pippen left Chicago, that whole thing was done, and he wasn't forced out. Like Klay was kind of forced out.
Well, yeah, I mean, although he was one of the driving forces of forcing him out.
Fair,
you know what I mean?
fair.
Like he has stated a number of times, it's time for a fresh start. And so now he's got it. And yes, maybe that was based on him not getting the contractual offer that he wanted, or based on the fact that the Warriors were straight with him and said, your role is going to diminish, and it might even not be as a starter. And so these things are all attached to one another, and we know that there were feelings there. But I'm with you. Like, it is hard to comp. It is hard to comp. And to me, that's a wonderful thing for anybody who's got a ticket tonight.
Yeah.
Or even anybody who's going to watch the game tonight. Because this is a very, very unique set of circumstances. Maybe you look at them not as all positive, some negative, some weird, some awkward, whatever. But this is an experience that I'd say is pretty close to unlike any other in the history of sports, because it's a high level return. The player is still able to play at a pretty high level. He's still a starter for another team, and it's 4 months. It's 4 months ago that we got this final answer that Klay was no longer going to be a Warrior. So this all is happening really, really fast. With all of those emotions and factors in play, this is just the number one thing that I want to say today. I want to have fun with this. I want to spend some time, even if you are having, I don't know, some sort of a hard time with this. Klay's attitude last year. The Warriors are better now. I don't like what Klay said over the weekend. Whatever it is, I tried to spend some time doing this today, and I hope you all have too. Get back in touch, at least for 24 hours, with your favorite moments of Klay Thompson, and we'll help you. We'll play some
Well,
of
it's
them.
not that hard if you've been a Warrior fan for 10 or more years.
But it's more fun to hear them.
It's super fun to hear them. I'm with you.
And re-experience them.
Yep.
Because it brings those chills back up or those feelings. So just like for me, that's what I want to do today. I want to get back in touch with the moments that made this fan base fall in love with Klay. And then go experience the game tonight. I'm not with Goo, though, by the way. Like, this experience for me lasts until tip-off. Not until tomorrow. It lasts until tip-off. And I hope he feels acknowledged. I hope he feels loved. I hope the fan bases enjoy the hell out of this moment. And then I hope the Warriors kick the Mavs you-know-what tonight.
Of course. And, I feel the same way because I don't like Kyrie Irving as a player. I never met the man. And I don't like Luka Doncic as a player. If I did my top 10 players who I dislike, those two are clearly in the top 10. And so, yeah, beat Dallas. And I was wearing my Warriors shirt earlier when I got doused by Lucas, and that was from the Western Conference Finals where they beat Dallas. And I went to that game. 4 was unnecessary. I went to that game with my father-in-law, and a couple of weeks ago I went over to their house, and we both had that shirt on, and it was kind of cool. We were twinning, but that shirt reminds me of that series where Dallas came in here, and Dallas got shown the door, and the Warriors went on to win the championship. So for me, tonight it's weird because it's not, for me, about Klay's feelings. It's about my feeling, and it's about the fans' feelings.
I agree.
And Klay can feel however he wants to feel. Every human being is allowed to feel how they want to feel. And if he wants to come in here and be, agitated or chippy or not take the mic or whatever he wants to do, I'm here for it.
Wow.
And I love Klay, and I have no ill will toward whatever he wants to do because, and I was going to say this during the crossover, because between the 4 of us, we have 12 kids by 7 different women.
Wow, you were really doing some math while we were talking.
Well, driving in, I was thinking about it because all of us have...
What'd you say, 12 kids by 7 different...
All 4 of us have 3.
Okay.
And the 3 of us, not you, have 3 by 2, and you have 3 by 1.
Yeah.
And so between the 4 of us, we have 12 children and 7 women who birthed those children. And so if you want to talk about all the complexities of that, and I won't get into it because it's your life, my life, Guru and Steiny, but the complexities are such that you and me and Steiny and Guru, we all get to feel how we want to feel about like reunions and like my divorce and, my ex-wife held a graduation party for my oldest son, and I went there with my new wife and my baby, and it was like, it was a different deal, right? Yeah. I showed up to my son's graduation party with my wife, who I'd been married to for about 5 months, and a baby.
I'm pretty sure that there's a sitcom that was made about these things, and it's called Modern Family.
Right.
That's what this is about.
Our sitcom would be 4 Men and 12 Babies.
That's
not so catchy, but
no, it's not bad.
It made me think about tonight with Klay because we don't get to tell Klay how he wants to feel about this, but Klay doesn't get to tell me how I feel about it. And my feelings are exuberance and reflection and joy, and I'm so happy that he is healthy and playing, and I'm also happy that our team, my team, and I was a fan of this team before any of these guys were born.
Yeah.
We're 8-2, dog.
Yeah, I'm glad that my team is favored tonight. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I won't make a pick because I don't want to ruin the night.
Please
Your boy suddenly is cold.
Yeah, I already...
like literally and figuratively.
I already put dough on the Warriors tonight.
Oh, look at you. So did I. Sorry about that.
Shoot. Anyway, never mind. You ruined it. You know what? No, let's get everyone in the mood. And I think, Dibs, what you're saying is exactly where we are. And I hope that resonates with each and every one of you listening. Like, from our perspective, today is not about Klay. It's about you. So, like, I sort of have these platform questions, if you will. There's the simple one of, how does tonight make you feel? Okay? And then the other one is, but like, if you were gifted 10 seconds with Klay Thompson before the game tonight, what would you say to him? What would you say to him? So we can take your calls. Michael Thompson's going to join us in 6 minutes. 888-957-9570 is the number. Grandy, why don't you hit DM 43?
I love this.
And let's get a little let's get a little vibe going here. This is the montage of when Klay Thompson scored 37 freaking points in one NBA quarter.
Klay three. Yes, sir! Oh, man! Klay driving again. Good! Oh, you're kidding me! Get it to him again. He's got it. His three. Have you ever seen anything like it? He caught him again. Klay again, his three. If you're wondering what the NBA record is for most points in a quarter, you just watched it. George Gervin had 33 and a quarter, and Klay Thompson has 50 and 37 in a quarter. Klay Thompson, I'm going to repeat that, 37 in a quarter.
All right.
In a quarter.
That gets you in the mood a little bit?
It's all getting me in the mood. I need more of it, Grandy. All the Klay you've got. Unleash the chamber. Shoot your shot. It's all you got. I'm ready, but every time we hear all those highlights, I get even more readier. Readiest?
Sure, whatever.
Much more ready?
I'm not like my grandma. I'm not going to correct your English. So,
especially when you know it's intentional.
Yeah, whatever. We're sponsored by Safeway, and here we go, okay? How are you feeling about all of this? What would you say to Klay if you could talk to him? Let's get into that, but what would we say to Klay's dad if we could talk to him? Well, you'll find out next because he's going to join us. We're live on the plaza getting ready for Klay Day. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal for members. Free Signature Farms turkey with a purchase of $150 or more, excluding the price of the turkey, or just pay 87 cents per pound.
back to Willard and Dibs.
With the 11th pick in the 2011 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Klay Thompson from Washington State University.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we are in a special day for it, streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, okay? You can check out how this all looks, the beautiful setting here at Thrive City as we get ready for Klay Day, the Klay Carnival. Lucas, good job. Good job.
Yeah,
it's
Lucas.
fun. It looks good over there.
Yep.
It looks really good. Some people are coming, and you need to.
There we go.
There you go.
Also, a hot mic would work too.
Yeah, I mean,
just come on out.
Let's call it what it is.
There's a lot going on.
The game is still 5 hours away.
People will come, Lucas.
Yeah, there you go.
People will come.
People will most definitely come. Yes, it will.
And I can't help but get beyond the rejoin with David Stern, rest in peace, and with the 11th pick, the Warriors select Klay Thompson, because with the 10th pick, the Milwaukee Bucks made a selection, and they traded that pick to Sacramento, and that was Jimmer Fredette. And I can't help but get beyond, like, the serendipity of the Warriors and this dynasty where the Kings make 2 picks for point guards, and then they get Steph Curry, and then the Kings fall in love with the plucky little shooter from BYU, Jimmer Fredette, and Milwaukee drafts him, and they trade him immediately to Sacramento. And the Warriors were among many teams who really liked Klay Thompson and the way he looked in his shooting workout and all the rest of it. And so the Warriors, I'm sure, are thinking, you're going to take Jimmer Fredette and Klay's still there?
Well, I heard Kirk Lacob say on the way over here that he's like, I can't remember another time where our draft room and our organization was more in sync on a pick. It was unanimous.
Yeah.
And we were so excited that all of that you just detailed happened in front of us.
Right.
Because we were 1,000% all in on Klay Thompson. He talked about Jerry West kind of meeting with Klay Thompson and then walking in the next room and tapping everyone on the shoulder and goes, that's your guy.
Yep.
That's who you're picking.
Yeah.
And so thank goodness. It's so fun to do that, to go back through all of the great picks, right?
Yeah.
What the Minnesota Timberwolves did to allow Steph to come
Johnny
to the Bay.
Flynn.
All of that stuff, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the classic sliding doors moment
exactly
of how life would have been so different if just one thing had happened in front of you that didn't go that way.
Right, and it happened twice with Steph Curry and then with, Klay Thompson. And the Draymond Green one was just good old-fashioned solid scouting where he's a second-round pick and, you liked him more than obviously anybody else, and he was still there, and that was one you just plucked. But hearing that clip right there and knowing that Jimmer Fredette went 10 and Sacramento climbed all over themselves to get Jimmer Fredette, and then Klay was there at 11.
Yeah.
And so then you get Steph and Klay and Draymond, and you don't know at the moment that, oh my God, there's a dynasty right there. But turns out, yes, it was.
You don't even know what you think you know. I mean, like when I listened to what he was talking about with their evaluation of Klay Thompson, it made me start thinking about all the teams and all the draft picks and all the things that we say after drafts, right? You rip the 49ers for Trey Lance, but ooh, look, they found Brock Purdy and Dominic Pooney and all these things. It's like even if you love a guy, you don't know how well it's going to go, even if it goes well. In other words, the Warriors were unanimous on Klay Thompson, but I heard Bob Myers admit to the guys earlier today, they're like, we didn't think he would play defense like this.
Yeah.
We never thought that he would be that kind of a player who could defend the other team's number one. So it's just something to remember when it comes to evaluation of draft prospects. The ones that go well, even the team that drafted them, they obviously love the guy, but even you don't know how a guy is going to handle money, fame, role, fit, all of that, just life. You don't know how that person's going to handle it. And as it turns out, Klay Thompson, they knew he could shoot, but I don't think that they knew that he was going to be this fiery this competitive.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you look at all of the different permutations of drafts and fit, like you're talking about, in coaching. And, Mark Jackson was here and Steph and Klay, and it looked like, the kernel of what could be was born. But then you get a head coach in who is certainly, a guy who might be a perfect fit for this mix, a guy who changed the offense, made it more dynamic, more befitting Klay and Steph and what they do best.
Michael Thompson, Klay's dad, is we're working with him right now. He is not in the greatest sell spot, so what I told him was, let us know when you are.
Okay.
because I think that we really want to have that conversation, and so I would much rather have it maybe at a little bit of a different time if we can hear him really well. So we're working with Michael right now, and we expect to have Michael Thompson, Klay's dad, on the show very, very shortly. And again, one of the things I want to express to him is kind of the same thing I expressed to him the day after Klay Thompson became a Dallas Maverick, which is I know sometimes it's really, really hard in emotional moments to see through the weeds. And so today, maybe not tomorrow, but today, I'm going to listen to what Klay Thompson has said the last 48 hours, and I'm going to give him a pass. Because I know for Warrior fans, it doesn't feel great to hear him say this is just another basketball game. And that chapter is closed. And I don't want to think about the past. And we're here to win a basketball game. Those things don't feel good. But I do think that they're born out of professional angst that has been ongoing for a long period of time. And where this is headed in the end. And maybe it's already here and people are just too busy to realize it. For instance, Klay's got a basketball game tonight. But where this is headed in the end is I still think that there is a phenomenal history and relationship between Klay Thompson and Warrior fans. I think that is awkward in moments right now, but it's unchanged. And it is still, everything is there for that to be a wonderful relationship for him in the end and for Warrior fans tonight. And so while we sit here and talk about the awkwardness of press conferences or whatever, I do think this. I think that when his name gets announced tonight, it's going to be a sound that maybe he's never heard before. And I do think that no matter how hard he tries to make it just another night, it's not going to be.
No, and when he's announced last, and he will be announced last for the Dallas Mavericks, starting at guard, number 31. Wait, let me check the program. Number 31. I got that right.
I know.
Klay Thompson. And I wonder if they will give him like more of the home announce because normally the road team, it's like you just read the 5 names.
Kyrie Irving.
Thank you. You're really good at that. And then we go on and then, we throw up the ball. Normally it's the road team first. And so it'll be the road team first. And then tonight, when Klay's announced 5th and final and he comes out, it's going to be a huge ovation. And I'm thinking about the Scottie Pippen one, and I was showing you earlier, and Steiny and Goo, and what Scottie Pippen got when he went back to Chicago, and it was, a little bit of a different time because we didn't do full video tributes. They did a video tribute, and then he came out, and he was spotlighted, and it was, the full-on 4-way wave, and then let's play basketball. And I do think that tonight's going to be a little bit like that, where, and I agree with you, when it happens to Klay, it's going to be hard for him to not open up and accept and realize in the moment, because I think about Klay, and he in his own mind is thinking, I've got between 3 and 5 more years of basketball, and I'm not going to be a Warrior again. And so while I'm doing this basketball thing, I want to beat you. I want to beat everyone. I don't want to be somebody who is like opening myself up to a road crowd. And so as a competitor, there's a little bit of that where it's hard to like allow yourself to have those feelings.
No doubt. And I know that he is not one of your favorites. I got to admit this today. For the first time in my life, I'm thankful for this person. You know who it is?
It's got to be Draymond Green.
No, Kyrie Irving.
Oh.
Kyrie Irving.
I love Kyrie.
I think Kyrie Irving today spoke about this at Maverick shoot-around in a way that Klay can't or won't or both. And I really appreciated it because Kyrie has been the first one to sort of step forward and be like, this idea that tonight is just another game is ludicrous.
Luda.
It's ridiculous. And Kyrie comfortably was able to share, like, Klay's doing well with this. This is heavy. This is a lot. Like, I do want everyone to imagine that for a moment, okay? Imagine that you got on a plane and you flew to a city and the entire city's media is just waiting for that. They're gathered at your hotel room. I saw the video of him today walking from the hotel to the bus.
He didn't take a boat?
Like, I mean, it literally, Klay Thompson today in the Bay Area looks like Taylor Swift trying to get to her suite in Kansas City. People are just lined up. Get a shot, get a video, hold out a jersey. That's a lot. And now you're going to go into this arena, and the whole arena has hats, and they're going to show them to you, and they're all about you, and people have called this Klay Day. And if Klay could see what the arena looks like on the big board outside Chase Center,
it's pretty awesome.
There's not a damn thing up there about future concerts or Warrior basketball. It is just a constant flow of different pictures and drawings of Klay and Klay this and Klay that. This is a lot. And then the man's supposed to go out there and shoot threes.
Even before that, Mark, and I'm thinking about him walking in the building today, and I'm sure he's already done so, and I know he's gone through shoot-around, but he walks in the building today, and he has to ask directions to the visitors' locker room because I'm sure he doesn't know where that is. And so when he comes in today, he doesn't go to his old, you know what I mean?
Well,
it's like,
welcome
this is his
to our
building.
world. If you've never gotten lost in Chase Center before, now welcome to the media.
He might still be walking around in the bowels.
Yeah.
Hey, where's Bonte to help me get out of here? Thank God for Bonte. He's the only reason why you and I made it out that
seriously,
night.
we would have died. We would have been like, they would have found us years later in the whatever.
It's like that movie, The Terminal, Tom
of
Hanks,
the Chase
right?
Center. We would have just been up there with no food and dead a year ago.
But for Klay, he comes in tonight for the first time, and it's like, oh my God, visitor locker room. And so he goes, all of the feels that he used to have here are different feels. And so I do think a lot of that plays into the anticipation. And it, as you know, Mark, it's an anticipation sensation.
Damn right it is.
Is what it is.
And speaking of all the feels, Grandy, let's hear DM45. Okay, let's go back to what I would argue if we were going to make a poll about this. Your favorite Klay moment, I would argue the clear winner is going to be Game 6 in Oklahoma City. That's why his nickname was Game 6 Klay. I know he had a lot of nicknames, but there's no doubting that is right up there with some of, if not the most epic individual performances throughout the Warriors dynasty. Grandy, let's get a little taste.
Green to Klay Thompson. Where's the occasion? But Klay fires away. He's got another three. It's an NBA record 10 threes in a playoff game. 96-92. He's got 36. Westbrook stumbles with a dribble, almost falls down. Stripped by Andre and stolen. Iguodala to Thompson. Right side three for the lead. Got it! Golden State leads with 1:35 to go. It's 104-101. Klay Thompson has 11 threes in the game.
Do you remember where you were when you watched that game?
Yes.
Obviously, it's in Oklahoma City, so none of us, I mean, a few of you out there listening might be crazy and rich enough to have been there, but we're all watching this on TV.
Yeah.
Where were you?
I'm at Hutch Quintella's garage with...
Hutch Quintella's garage? Is that a sports bar?
No.
Or is there actually a human being named Hutch Quintella?
His real name is not Hutch, but he is Hutch, and his garage might as well be a sports bar right there in Oakland, and Rich Whitaker is there, and Matt Burrows, not Barrows. Matt Burrows goes about 6'5". He was there, and it was a man cave. And any big Warrior game, we were there. Garage door open, jacket on, chill in the air, cold beers a-flowing, and you're watching it, and you're going, oh, my God.
Yeah, I was just in the living room with the family, but I remember what I remember about that night more than anything was the feeling. The feeling because, obviously, you're prepped in the middle of that game. You're prepped for it ends here. That's it.
Right.
This is over. And this is not going to go well. This series is not going well for the Golden State Warriors. And even within that game, you forget that Klay Thompson for about 3+ quarters, that three-point barrage was not holding Oklahoma City at bay. It was staying in shouting distance of Oklahoma City. They were still leading from the majority of the game. So it was a very angst-filled feeling of this is coming to an end tonight. And every time Klay hit one, it sort of felt like an extension. It felt like getting a get out of jail free card, where you're just like, okay, still alive, not feeling optimistic, but still alive, until that three-point barrage, which continued to just defy logic.
Yeah.
The difficulty level of some of these shots that he was putting up, until suddenly it flipped the scoreboard, and the Warriors went on the other end. And then they're starting to pull away. And so it was just this magical feeling, a la Mad Bum in Kansas City, where you had one individual performance just put an entire organization and city on his back and take you somewhere that you didn't think you could go.
And I'm just reminded as I look at the game log of that series where the first two games in OKC, you lost by 28 and you lost by 24. So to your point, when you get in that game and I'm looking third quarter, you're down 6 and, you just can't quite get over the hump and you're thinking, oh, God, they can't win at OKC. This is a game that they won't win. And you end the third quarter and you're down 8. And you're thinking, okay, you're right, Mark. This is where the season ends. I can't believe it's going to end like this. And then Klay makes a 3. Klay makes a 3. Harrison Barnes, shout him out with a nice corner 3 to cut it to 4. Klay with a 2, Klay with a 3. A couple of S. Currys, I don't know what those are. And then Klay hits the 3 to put him up 3. And then all of a sudden it becomes the Klaymaker game in that fourth quarter where they flipped it. They win by 7, and the rest is ongoing history.
I just remember thinking to myself, does a hand in the face not matter to you?
No.
It wasn't like that's the thing. If this was ball movement creating threes, all right, shoot, stay hot, and he's on fire. But that's not what this felt like. This felt like leverage was being defied. I'm like, I don't even know how you're getting those shots off.
Yeah.
You're not open, dude. You're well behind the three-point line. You're not open. You're off balance. These are poor shots.
Yeah.
And they're going in.
Yeah, 11 for 18 from 3.
Yeah.
3 for 13 from 2.
Well, don't go in there.
Stop it. Knock it off, Klay.
Same way I try to talk to other people who are in their 40s and 50s playing Tuesday night basketball. Don't go inside the three-point arc.
Oh, no.
That's bad crap that happens in there.
Dude, it's all bad.
Do not go in there.
Although Guru loves to post it up at 24-hour with that big booty. Get that big booty working down in the low block.
Well, he posts one person up and gets one bucket, and then he sticks it on the internet for 5 years and keeps bringing it back up. So
it's so funny we talk about Game 6 Klay, because if you run through his career in Game 6s, not good, Bob.
Right.
Not good.
Yeah.
Except for the one Game 6 where he had 41. But other than that, he did have 25 in the finals against Cleveland, but a lot of the other Game 6s are 8s and 11s and 10s, but that game will forever live in infamy.
This is a stupid thing, but it's fun. Like, what would you say to Klay Thompson if you were sitting here right now? What would you say to him?
I would say thank you for everything, and no matter what, I love you, Klay. I will always love you. And
That's awkward.
I think I'm out of my 10 seconds.
Would you really say that?
That's exactly what I would say. I would say, you know what, Klay? Klay, thank you for the 13 years. What you brought us Warrior fans is beyond any of our imagination. I love you, Klay. Did you ever know that you're my hero?
You would not say that.
I might.
That's a disingenuous statement.
It's not
right now.
because you know me. I'm a hugger. I'm a lover and a fighter, one of the rare breeds. But I honestly would say thank you. And, you're always going to be, like, no matter what. If you want to play 4 years in Dallas, if you want to go to Dallas and Charlotte and Orlando, whatever you want to do, you're always going to be one of us. And he knows that.
I would just say to him, I hope you know that your rabbit, like, truly, I hope you know that your rabbit ears lie to you sometimes. That's what I would say to him. I hope you know that your rabbit ears lie to you sometimes. Because look, let's get real for a second. This guy is ultra sensitive. He has been mad at the Golden State Warriors for at least a year, if not 2. He goes on social media. Half the people, if not more, listening to us right now have called our show within the last 2 years and expressed frustration about Klay, tweeted about Klay. How many Klay Thompson texts did we get the last 2 years?
How many did I send?
Right. So, like, this got bumpy. This got bumpy, and I think that a big reason why this has been sort of the way it's been over the last year is that Klay Thompson, more so than a lot of athletes, listens to that and lets that affect him. And so this is what I said to his dad a few months ago, and if I ever had the opportunity, I would say it to Klay, which is that I hope you know that's not everyone, and even the people that are saying that, this is like it's sort of how you feel, like it's emotional and fleeting.
Yeah.
I think that about you too, Klay. I think that your feelings right now are overly emotional and fleeting. And at some point in your career, same with the fans, this is all going to circle back, and you'll only be able to look back on all of this and smile and feel great about what you accomplished.
No doubt, and I think that deep down he knows that, but unfortunately the schedule is such where he doesn't have that opportunity, and he comes in tonight, and he doesn't control whether or not the Warriors give out 18,542 captain's hats, which they will. That's out of his control, and they're not trying to capitalize on Klay, but they are trying to remember him in the way that they want to remember him, and fans can do it the way they want to remember it. And Klay may not want any of this, but it's part of the nature of the business in the association. And, you know, I'm thinking about all the other returns of this magnitude, and Scottie Pippen was able to benefit by the fact that his team that first year, because the strike, they didn't play the Bulls. And then he went from Houston to Portland, and by the time he came back, it had been a year and a half. Not 4 months, a year and a half. So this is still going to be raw.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. The Klay Carnival is out here at Thrive City. We are celebrating the return of Klay. We've got a Klay Warriors jersey to give away in the 4 o'clock hour. We're with you all the way up till Warriors Live and the game tonight. Come say hi to us. Let's keep celebrating this. How is this hitting you? How's it making you feel? 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're going to connect here soon with Michael Thompson, Klay Thompson's dad. All of that is ahead on Willard and Dibs.
He's back! Number 11, Klay Thompson!
He brought DubNation some incredible memories.
The ovation you hear right now is for Klay.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
He's back! In his 11th NBA season out of Washington State University, number 11, Klay Thompson!
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, it is not just any other November regular season game. It is not. And in honor of Klay Thompson being back at Chase Center tonight, in a matter of hours, we're giving away a Klay Warriors jersey in the 4 o'clock hour. We've got the Klay Carnival going on out here at Thrive City, right next to where we're broadcasting from, right outside the arena. So stay locked in for all those details. And also, it is why we're having his pops on. Klay Thompson is back in the Bay. Michael Thompson is back on 95.7 The Game on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Michael, how you doing?
Buddy, you guys have this all wrong. This is you have it right. It is just not just an ordinary November game. It is a very important November game because you guys are missing the real story. This is the opening night of the Emirates Cup, where the Lakers are the defending champions.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Yeah. I've been trying to tell my partner how important this cup is, and you know what? We want to snatch that cup trophy from L.A. really, really badly. It's a borderline must-win tonight for the Warriors.
That's right. That's the story, Willard. Not that Klay is back. The story is the Warriors are trying to dethrone the Lakers from the Emirates Cup.
Okay, first of all, Michael Thompson joining us on the River Islands guest line. I'm not going to let you Thompson family people act like tonight is not hitting you in your emotional muscles. I'm not doing it, Michael. I know you too well. There's no way this isn't all anybody's been thinking about for a while now.
I mean, yeah, it's cool. Klay is coming back to see his former teammates for the first time, playing in front of his great former fans for the first time. Yeah, and you're right. They'll give him a nice little tribute tonight and welcome him back and show him appreciation for all the years he spent up there. And then Draymond's going to commit a flagrant foul on him.
Yeah, well, I mean, old times are old times, right, Michael? I mean, but honestly, and I know that you're not going to get to see this, but I wonder how you'd feel if you could, Michael, because it's not just back to see his former brethren and teammates. I'm telling you, man, the plaza outside Chase Center has essentially been dedicated to Klay. The big board on Chase Center, no concert advertisements, no Steph Curry pictures. There's no nothing. It is a rolling set of different pieces of artwork that are all based on Klay. We've set up a carnival based on Klay. Like everything, this whole city was there to film him walk from the hotel to the bus today. The whole thing is about your son, Michael.
And the only thing I care about today is I want one of them captain hats so I can wear it when I go to the Bahamas.
We got you covered, brother.
We got you.
Send me your address, and it's on the way, as if I know a box of them aren't already on your doorstep.
No, it's cool. It's really cool for Klay to come back, and I'm sure it's going to be very emotional for him. And you really have to temper your emotions and the sentimentality of it all because you still have a job to do. You still have a game to win. And you can't get all lost in all the ceremonial stuff and the pomp and circumstances and the video and everything. That's going to be very special, of course, and I'm sure he's going to appreciate it all. But you really have to get your mind ready to play after all the welcoming ceremonies is over with. So, but still, it's very nice for the Warrior fans and the organization to welcome him back the way they're going to do that tonight.
Where is he on the sentimentality scale, Michael? I know that he's been talking about, locking in, and it's a new team, and they're struggling a little bit with just 5-5 record so far. Is he more of a, at the end of the career, reflection guy than maybe doing it tonight?
Oh, no, definitely not. Klay just lives in the moment. And the team, the Mavericks, have had some tough losses early, and all he cares about is winning this game tonight and getting them back on the right track the way the Warriors have been at the start of this season. So he's not thinking about, boy, my time is winding down. He's just living in the moment and trying to make the most out of today.
Michael Thompson with us here on Willard and Dibs as we celebrate Klay Day. Michael, I wonder if you could take us back to when the relationship between Klay Thompson and the Warriors got started. Like even before the draft, Bob Myers was on our station earlier today sharing a story of a dinner that was, I think, just a party of five. And it was Larry, and it was Bob, and it was Klay, and it was you, and it was Julie. And that's it. What do you remember from that dinner?
Oh, it was just a great time to get used to everybody, get to know everybody, and it was so flattering that the Warriors thought that much of Klay that they want to bring us out to dinner to get to know us as a family, to get to know Klay behind the scenes. So it's very flattering that such a prestigious franchise was interested in bringing Klay on board. What I mostly remember is the great Jerry West, after watching Klay work out at the L.A. Clippers practice facility down here in L.A., walked up to me and said, "We're going to draft your boy, Michael. We love him." So once Jerry West gave me that kind of confirmation, then I knew everything was going to be cool. Because if you can get that kind of opinion from Jerry West, then you know you've got your foot in the door and you're headed in the right direction.
So when the draft happens and Sacramento trades up to number 10 and takes Jimmer Fredette, at that moment, did you kind of have an inkling that this was actually going to happen with Jerry West and the Warriors taking Klay?
Yeah, I knew it because at the time, Wayne Cooper, my former teammate, the late Wayne Cooper, passed away a few years ago. He was an assistant GM for the Kings, and he was begging the Kings to draft Klay because he liked Klay. And Jeff Petrie at the time and the Sacramento Kings were all in on Jimmer Fredette because Fredette was the Caitlin Clark of college basketball at the time. So they thought he'd be a huge gate attraction for Sacramento. So they were all bought in on him. And Wayne Cooper told me, man, he was begging them to take Klay, that he'd be a better fit for the Team Kings. So once I knew the Kings weren't going to draft Klay, then I figured, from what I understood from Bill Duffy, Klay's agent at the time, that the Warriors were definitely going to draft him.
Michael, I wonder, since you brought up Jerry West, if you could also take us through the experience of what actually happened with these rumors about Klay Thompson for Kevin Love, right? There's all these trade rumors out there, and the story goes, and I'm sure there's more to it than this, but the story that's out there with fans is Jerry West pounded on a table and told the Warriors, "Don't do this. That's the wrong thing to do." What do you know about that experience and what those discussions were like?
That's exactly what happened. Klay came very close to being a Minnesota Timberwolf and playing for my former college teammate Flip Saunders. Matter of fact, we talked about it. The rumors were so strong that the Warriors are going to trade for Kevin Love. And Klay was a little distraught about that because he loved playing with Steph and Draymond and the guys. He loved the Bay Area, wasn't looking forward to going to Minnesota. So I was talking to him about it. I said, "Well, Klay, if this trade goes through, you're going to love playing for Flip Saunders. He's a great guy. He's a good coach. He'll know how to utilize you with Ricky Rubio at the time. So if you do have to get traded, Minnesota will be a perfect spot for you because Flip Saunders is one of the smart coaches in the league." So we actually talked about it like that. But, of course, Jerry West and also Steve Kerr, I guess, put his foot down and said, "Nope, we cannot do this." And if Jerry West said, "If you trade Klay, then you don't need me around him anymore if you're a consultant," and he was going to resign.
Yeah, and that was a smart thing to do at the time because, the rest is 4 championships in history. And then we get to this past season, Michael, and this past summer, and it becomes kind of clear that the two sides are going to part ways. What was that like for Klay and you and the family to realize that it was time for him to go to a new team?
That was disappointing. I was hoping, along with Draymond and Steph, like Dirk Nowitzki did, and Kobe and Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, some of the other great players in the history of the game were able to stay with one franchise their whole career. So I was hoping that he and Steph and Draymond would all go out together in a 3-4 years together. So I was disappointed that that wasn't allowed to happen. So still disappointed about it. He's made a good choice going to Dallas. It's a great franchise, playing with some great players there. But I wish that he could have stayed with the Warriors his whole career.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's lots of feelings there. I mean, Michael, I wonder, again, if you can shed some light on what we all out in the public feel we know about a situation. It's been shared now by all sides that the last 2 years were really, really mentally tough for Klay. And I know how close you guys are, so I'm sure that you're involved in talking to him constantly about what he was experiencing, feeling. What can you share about that? What was Klay going through the last couple of years?
Oh, he was just happy and thankful to be back there and playing, basically. Yeah, he wanted to sign an extension and stay with the Bay Area, but he couldn't forget about the big picture, how he came back from two significant injuries, devastating injuries, and was able to continue his career. So even though things didn't work out organizationally with the Warriors, I told him to stay on the positive side and just be thankful that you can still play 3 or 4 more years. That's the bottom line.
How do you think that he's fitting in with his new team? I know that they're off to a little bit of a slow start, and he had a great start to his season in Dallas, and maybe he's leveled off a little bit. When you watch Mavericks basketball, what do you make of Klay and the fit with Luka and Kyrie?
Well, it's a different style, that's for sure, because Luka and Kyrie are so ball dominant, and sometimes the smarter shooters have to stand and watch. But I like the way the Warriors play for Klay's system, moving the ball and man movement, whipping the ball around. And so hopefully Dallas will get back to that style or get to that style eventually and really take advantage of what Klay can give them. But I prefer playing the system the way the Warriors move the ball, or the way the Toronto Raptors move the ball, watching those guys, or the Indiana Pacers, fast-paced. Sometimes the Mavericks can get a little too slow-paced, and Klay would be better suited when they play quick.
Michael, I know you keep such a close eye on all these teams. I mean, are you a little surprised at the way the Warriors have started, particularly now that they don't have Klay?
Yeah, of course. They went into Boston and whooped up on Boston. Yeah, they had a hiccup in Cleveland, but then they go into Oklahoma City and spanked those guys too. So yeah, the Warriors, they're very deep. Like, they got shooters up and down that roster. They're unselfish, well coached. So yeah, they and the Cavaliers are the two surprise two teams in the East in the NBA right now. The Cavaliers still undefeated, and the Warriors right there at the top of the Western Conference. So yeah, I knew the Warriors would be good, because as long as you have Steph and Draymond, they're going to be a playoff contender. But yeah, it surprised me that they're this good so early.
And even going to Oklahoma City and beating a Thunder team, and I know they lost Chet Holmgren pretty early in that ball game with the bad hip injury, but is that a win where you look at it and you think maybe this Warrior team could be better than most people think?
Oh, yeah, that's a signature win, to go into Oklahoma City, even though Chet Holmgren got hurt, but to go there and to dominate the Thunder the way they did, even though, like I said, Holmgren didn't play most of the game, but still, that's a very impressive win.
Michael Thompson is with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Michael, the press conferences Klay has had the last 48 hours, I know you get it, because he's got to lock in. He's got a job to do, as you said. But Warrior fans, I think they hear what he says, and they're kind of like, it feels a little hard to hear, I guess, right? They're calling this just another game, and the Warrior chapter is closed. Even though all those things are true, what would you say to a Warrior fan that's like, wait a minute, like, when is that chapter going to be open again?
The players say that just to temper their emotions, not to get too caught up and too overhyped, and then you get out of your game. So guys try to downplay certain situations just to remain calm and keep the adrenaline from getting a little too overpowered. So that's why players say that kind of stuff. Just another game. We all know it's just not another game. It's a special game in this reunion game tonight.
So what do you foresee Klay Thompson and his relationship with Warriors, the Warriors fans, and the Bay Area? Like, what do you foresee that being after he's done playing?
Well, he'll be around. Plays the guy who will show up every now and then, because he's got to get his number retired, get a statue put outside Chase Center. Hopefully a boat will be included in the statue, and Rocco. But he'll be around when he retires eventually, because he's got such a good relationship with the Bay Area fans and the Bay Area itself that he considers that part of his home too.
What do you like in this departure too, Michael? Is there another player that you can remember in the time that you've been here? And I was talking to Mark about the list of players who've won more than 4 titles and gone on to play elsewhere. And it's a short list. It's Jordan, it's Pippen, it's Kurt Rambis, it's Derek Fisher. Is there any other departure that you can think about that compares to this one with Klay leaving after 13 years and 4 titles?
Scottie Pippen leaving the Bulls and going back. Tony Parker leaving the Spurs to go to Charlotte, and then, of course, going back to San Antonio to play. So this has happened before many times throughout NBA history, where guys have won multiple titles over a decade with one franchise, eventually leave and then come back with another team. So this isn't rare or exceptional.
Michael Thompson, Klay's dad, with us here on 95.7 The Game. Michael, if this were a perfect world, would tonight be happening a little bit later? I mean, this departure just happened 4 months ago.
I mean, yeah, you could build up to it, I guess, and save it until around the All-Star break or something like that and really let it build up and build up. But, no, I think it's cool whenever it happened on opening night or a month into the season. It was going to happen, so whether now or 2 months from now, it doesn't matter.
Have you and Klay talked about how to conduct himself tonight or how to handle it? I mean, did you recommend that he takes the mic and address the crowd? What do you think would be the right thing to do for Klay coming back tonight in this moment?
Knock down about 10 threes. That's all he's got to do. That would be the perfect way to hello to the fans. And of course, I think the Warrior fans would love that as long as the Warriors ended up winning the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that is probably the majority opinion. Did you see Draymond say that he's going to run through Klay's chest?
Yeah, well, I expected him to say that. I just hope that when he does it, the Warriors will be in the penalty, so at least Klay gets a couple of free throws out of it.
Yeah, there you go.
He hasn't missed a free throw yet this year, I think.
That's right, yeah, 100%. So doesn't shoot that many, but yeah, he led the league last year in free throw percentage. People don't even realize that.
So, Michael, I mean, on a real front, like the on-court interactions between these three who have been together forever, for their whole careers. What do you expect that to be like and feel like for them?
Oh, they'll be out there giggling and tickling each other and as they compete. They'll be side-eyeing each other, talking a little trash. So that's all part of it. And that's the way it should be tonight. So Draymond will be talking, and Steph is a kind of a trash talker himself. He does it a little slyer. A little bit of on the slide, but there'll be some talking going back and forth between those three tonight.
Hey, Dad, what are your emotions about this tonight?
Yeah, well, it's sad. Like I said, I wish he could have stayed a Warrior his whole career, but as long as he plays well, that's all I care about.
And hey, you don't really need a captain's hat, do you? Like they sent some to you guys, didn't they?
Not yet. I don't have one yet, so they better send me some because I need it when I cruise on my yacht in the Bahamas.
There you go. We got a couple of extra, Michael. We can make sure that we send on down your way.
Send me a text. We'll get you some hats.
All right.
Michael, thank you, my man.
Okay, guys. I'll be watching from down here, so check. Hopefully, Klay will have a good game, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, and you don't think the Lakers are actually a threat this year in the West, do you?
Of course they are. We're 6-4. Why wouldn't we be? We have two of the top 10 players in the game. Why wouldn't the Lakers be a threat?
I think it's because they're holding Bronny down. They need to get him back into the rotation, Michael.
Hey, he couldn't hurt. I like that kid, man. He reminds me of Gary Payton II.
Can you imagine actually playing in a game with Klay the same way LeBron and Bronny did?
Well, I would have to start like when I was 18 years old, but no. By the time Klay was of age, I was ready for a walker.
Hey, man, all the best to you and the fam. Okay, Michael.
All right, guys. Good to talk to you.
All right,
Thanks,
there he
Michael.
goes. Klay's dad.
Yeah.
Right here on Willard and Dibs.
Oh, he's so great and so generous with his time. Yeah, right now he is 69 years old.
Yes.
And so, I mean, he would have had to have...
Makes me feel old.
Well, and Klay is 34.
Yeah.
So, when Michael was 35, Klay was born. So if he played until he was 53 and Klay was 18... then maybe he could have done the Bronny thing. But
that sounds like it would have been tough.
But it also reminds you of just how amazing it is that LeBron and Bronny were able to do what they are doing, because LeBron is 40, right, and Bronny is 19, and so it's just remarkable that even though, and we can put aside the sideshow aspect of it, just the reality of having a kid that age who could be potentially a basketball player good enough to do what they're doing, that to me is remarkable.
It's completely remarkable, no doubt. And I'm really glad that that Michael, who is known for sarcasm, let's put it that way, I'm glad that Michael did get to a point where he can share with us how Klay is actually feeling with this one, and that he was able to then share that with all of you listening to the show. That this is there is a huge amount on Klay's shoulders tonight. This is a big deal. All of the feelings that you think he would be feeling, he is feeling them. And Michael just told us, like, players say what they're saying publicly because that's the only way they can kind of cope with what they have to go out there and do. And Klay Thompson has a job to do tonight. He's got to go make shots and do all of that when all of this attention and focus is going to be on every movement he makes. And so that's why you've heard what you've heard the last 48 hours.
Right, and I also think that your question, which Michael didn't really answer because he can't really say it, but the reality is this is too soon. It's been 10 games, and after 10 games, Klay is still trying to get into the rhythm of being a Maverick, and now you have to come back and be confronted by this. And I keep bringing up the Scottie Pippen example because that was a legitimate year and a half later where he was already on another team. He went to Houston. They didn't play Chicago in the strike. Then he went to Portland, and in January of that year, so now we're talking about a full 19 months later, he goes out and plays at Chicago. 19 months. This is about 5 months and 10 games, and so he's being confronted by this a lot sooner than other people have had to be confronted by it.
Did you hear the other basketball-related, really interesting thing that Michael said?
Yeah.
He said, I like the way the Warriors play basketball.
Right.
Because when you're a shooter and you play with Luka and Kyrie, and they are so ball dominant, you end up just standing around a lot.
Right, and waiting.
And so we are 10 games in, and I'm not going to make a thing about this about, Klay's unhappy with the Mavs, but, like, understand what just happened. Like, that's Klay's dad.
Yeah.
That is who he talks to when things are going on, and I found it really interesting that, again, there's the emotional side of this, there's the contractual side of this, there's all of it. But Michael, a number of times in that conversation, just said he's really disappointed that it ended this way with the Warriors. And I'm watching the way the Mavericks play ball. I like the way the Warriors play ball.
Right, and he said at least 3 times, I kind of wish that he was going to be a Warrior for life.
Yep.
And it's not only because he admires that, like Magic Johnson, Laker for life, and he even mentioned other players like, Tim Duncan, who was a Spur for life. And there's a certain amount of cachet that comes with being a Hall of Fame player who is a one-team guy. And Klay could have been that. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, and it would have been great for the 3 of them to all be Warriors for life and go out like that. So I do think that that's part of it, but also what you're saying, the style that the Warriors play with is one that certainly fits Klay. And so Michael said at least 3 different times, I wish that he, could have been a Warrior for life.
Look, I don't know that the Warriors are going to finish in front of the Mavs this year or any of that stuff. I'm not saying that, but it is a better brand of basketball. I was watching some clips of the Mavs last night. I don't know if you saw this online. There's a possession. No joke now. Luka gets the ball, crosses half court, and then dribbles while he's sort of looking at all of his teammates. And it's direct over there and direct over there. And he's kind of then looking at his defender. And it's point over here and point over there. And then the shot clock gets to 7. And then it gets to 4. And then it gets to 2. He is about 5 feet beyond the three-point arc at the top of the arc. His 4 teammates literally have moss growing on their legs.
One of them was asleep.
And then he just fires the ball at the hoop.
Yeah.
And clanks it off the back iron and the backboard. And then you turn around and run the other way. And if I thought to myself, man, if I were Klay Thompson, that would infuriate me.
Right.
Like, forget winning basketball, forget your own box score. That's just boring, bad basketball.
And if you're Klay Thompson and you're used to one way, 13 years of, ball movement, player movement, catch and shoot, now you're basically turning into a spot-up player playing alongside of ISO Joe, it's not that fulfilling.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. All right, a lot to get to here, and now with some technical difficulties out of the way, we are wide open for you. 888-957-9570. How is this event hitting you? How are you feeling now that we're here? You're tipping off in less than 4 hours. Klay Thompson inside Chase Center with a different uniform on. Also, come down and see us, the Klay Carnival. We're out on the Thrive City Plaza, and in 30 minutes, we open the window for you to win a Klay Thompson Warriors jersey. All that and more as we continue through this very, very special Klay Day. We're sponsored by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for this.
Mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Thompson gets free right side from Curry, and there goes another one. 9 for 9 from 3. Curry finds Thompson right side, loads up another one. Oh, you kidding me? You've got to be kidding me. Ridiculous. Klay Thompson hit it from the sideline, 10 of 10 for 3.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, we are less than a half hour away from opening up the window for you to win a Klay Thompson Warriors jersey. There are also Warriors fans starting to gather. Yeah, go ahead. Clap it up. Clap it up.
Gather.
By the way, one thing we haven't mentioned that you can and should do if you are coming to the game tonight, we mentioned the Klay Carnival where you can do the ring toss and there's the Pop-A-Shot and the boat races and the paper airplane. But they've got a beautiful poster board right out in front of our set here, where there's a picture of Klay Thompson, kind of the iconic picture of him in his captain's hat at the championship parade a couple of years ago. And you, the fans, can come up and sign it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And so a lot of people are coming by to do that now and take pictures of the picture, if you will. But this is a pretty cool thing. And so anyway, just among the things that you can do if you come by and say hello to us on your way to the game tonight.
And you're surrounded by Klay, and as you mentioned, the big video board outside here in Thrive City is all about Klay, and it's artists' renderings and fans' renderings of Klay. We have the Klay Carnival. We have the Klay sign, the card that you can sign, and you and I are right here live at Thrive City, and you know, we're getting closer, Mark, now just about 3.5 hours from tip time, and the excitement's starting to build. And when it all kicks off and the introductions and Klay Thompson's name is introduced and he comes out and the crowd will give him a huge ovation, and everyone is being asked to tip the cap that you'll be given on your way in, the captain's cap. For those of you on YouTube, you can see it. Pretty nice, sturdy captain's lid. So you tip your cap to Klay, and then we go back to hating the Mavericks.
Yeah, exactly. Go back to watching Luka complain to refs.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that'll be exciting tonight as well. You're right, though. Warriors Live is just over 2 hours away. Evan Giddings is going to have the ball on that one tonight. Evan Giddings, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I want to make sure our listeners get a chance, because if they weren't with us yesterday, or if you're a different slot listener, right, you're getting your car at 5 o'clock, or you're already home by 5 o'clock kind of a listener, I want to make sure you hear what Steve Kerr said to us yesterday, particularly about this specific experience. So, Grandy, if we could fire up some of the comments from Steve Kerr and dive into his perspective on everything Klay, that would be great. Let's start with O2 right off the top on how he sees Klay fit with the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, man, he's a great fit. I mean, he gets to play next to two of the great shot creators on earth. There's a reason they went after him. I mean, they knew he would fit perfectly next to those guys. And, I was watching their game against Phoenix today, and you just see how many openings he has as a result of playing next to those guys and also having lob threats. You remember how well he played with Trace, last year coming off pin downs, and what a good passer Klay was, hitting Trace for easy buckets at the rim. So, Dallas can use him a lot of different ways, but he's definitely a great fit.
Well, I mean, it's interesting to hear the way Steve kind of talks about it, and I don't think he's wrong. In this day and age of the NBA, it's pretty hard for somebody who's a spot-up shooter and a smart basketball player to not be a fit anywhere. So I think Klay is a fit anywhere. I do wonder, based on what Michael just told us, how long Klay is going to feel great about his fit there because, yes, Luka and Kyrie open up space for others, but they don't always use it. they don't always use it because they do usually finish with the ball on most possessions, one or the other.
And it's a different way to open up space than maybe Klay is used to, because the way that the Warriors open up space is by ball movement and player movement. And so Klay a lot of times would not just be sitting there waiting for the ball. And if you're playing with Kyrie and Luka Doncic, they're much more ball dominant. They're much more me than you. And with the Warriors, it's the ball moves a lot, and then it might wind up to you where you're open on a catch and shoot in a different way. But with this ISO style of ball that Kyrie and mainly Luka plays, you're going to be asked to just kind of be there in a spot and post up and wait. And if Luka gets to a spot where he draws a double, and if I'm the Warriors and I'm looking to guard Dallas tonight, I'm telling whoever's guarding Klay, don't help off of Klay. Help off someone else. We're going to go ahead and stay on Klay. And if you need to help onto Luka or Kyrie, help off someone else. That way you stay close to Klay and you don't get burned by that catch and shoot.
888-957-9570. I love what you said earlier today that, a lot of us have talked over 2 years about how Klay is feeling. And today, as much as that may still get talked about, that's not really what it's about for us. We think this is much more about you and how you're feeling with Klay Thompson coming back to town. Watch him at Chase Center tonight. He's going to have some blue on, but not the blue that you're used to.
Right.
He's going to be in a different jersey. So how's that hitting you now that this day has arrived? We'll continue to take your calls. 888-957-9570. How is this day and this conversation actually hitting you? 888-957-9570. More from Steve Kerr. I don't think it felt great to a lot of Warrior fans. What Klay has said recently among those comments were, this is just another regular season game in November. He also said the Warrior chapter is closed. I'm not sure why we would be talking about it. There's been a lot of downplaying of this experience direct from Klay. So we asked Kerr what his reaction to that was. So, Grandy, give us 03.
For me, someone who bounced around and wasn't anywhere close to the player Klay was. I mean, every single one of those games is special when you go back and play your old team and play in front of your old fans. And so he's going to be juiced. He's going to be excited and fired up. And I think there's a reason he said that. He's trying to clear his mind and get centered and come out and play a great game. And there's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot on him and a lot on us, and it's definitely a different night and an emotional night, and everybody has to do whatever they have to do to settle in and play well.
Yeah, I mean, I do give some love for that, man. Like, can you imagine what's going through your mind? I remember it as kind of like when you play sports at any level, you play at the high school level or whatever. If you're not one of the best players out there, when you turn to take a shot, like immediately you're like, yeah, if this doesn't go in,
I'm coming out.
The coach is going to pull me out of the game. And think about that now at this level of sports. With this amount of attention, with this amount of emotion that goes into a game like that, the second that Klay, especially for the first time tonight, when he rises up with that ball and it goes up to his forehead and he's about to go release this thing, think about all that flows through your mind and body in terms of the pressure that no doubt he's going to put on himself.
And that's why I, give him a little grace about how much he's downplaying it, because you have to downplay it in your own mind in order to be ready to play basketball, in order to go out there and do what he has to do, which is go out and play well. You can't have all that extra emotion swirling around you as a player, all that extra baggage of, I need to show them, or I'm still mad at them. And, all you fans who doubted me last year and hated on me the last 2 years, I'm going to show you. None of that helps you play basketball the way he's played so well and how he's become a Hall of Famer. So you do have to, at a lot of different levels, I think, compartmentalize it and kind of block all this out, because Klay's job is to shoot threes, score points, and win the game. And all the rest of it, if it's going to distract him from doing that, it becomes a net negative.
Speaking of distractions, I think we need to have a conversation with this gentleman that is signing the Klay board right now. I need to know, sir, right here. Are you actually in the Navy, or are you just the biggest Klay Thompson fan of all time? You're actually in the Navy. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know if this was like, Halloween or something.
You can't fake the funk with the 2 stripes.
I didn't think so.
Dude.
My dad was in the Navy. I know an officer when I see one.
I got the that's his sign right here.
You are not going to miss Klay's homecoming for the world. Okay? Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, give him a microphone. Give him a microphone. Come on with us. And by the way, a day removed from Veterans Day, thank you for your service.
Yeah, no doubt.
Thank you very much for your service. Here, make sure, Lucas, that the mic. There you go. Get the microphone down over your captain's hat.
That's right.
Yeah. What's your name, officer?
Well, how you doing? My name is Omar Ondara. I'm also enlisted. I'm an E5 in the Navy.
Okay.
How are you?
Yeah. So why did
Yeah.
this mean so much to you?
Because it's out of any other Tuesday game, it's Klay's game. It's welcome back home, Klay. Everything he's did for the past, I believe it was 13 years.
13 years. Yep. That's accurate.
Right. Well, everything he did is not going unnoticed.
So it's not just another November game for you. Like Klay said, it's just another game in November. It's more than that for you.
He said he has to get his mind right, but let's be honest. This is Klay's home, and we are his family. And whether he went somewhere else or he stood here, no matter what, he's family to us. This is his day for us to welcome him home.
I mean, the obvious of how Klay Thompson played and all of the great moments. But for you, like, what is it about Klay Thompson and his time with the Warriors that clearly touched you at such a level?
I mean, Klay is, to quote Stephen A., one of the best shooters ever to ever touch the ball. I mean, he doesn't have to handle the ball. He just has to touch the ball and shoot. That's what he does. Klay's brought this organization many wins, many championships, and he's put his all into it. And for the fans that go out and say, oh, he left us high and dry.
Yeah.
He did what's best for him, but he still gave us what was the best for us.
So what do you want to see happen inside that building tonight in a perfect world?
I want to see Klay welcome home with a standing ovation.
Okay.
I want him to feel the love and to know that no matter what happens between the management and the upper staff or between the fans, the sport, and the player, we thank him, we welcome him back home.
But what do you want to happen when the game starts?
When the game starts, I want to see Klay do what he does.
Okay.
Shoot or shoot. I want him to shoot.
You don't want the Mavs to win, do you?
No, not
okay,
at all.
Okay.
I mean, what kind of a question is that?
I didn't know how sentimental we were getting here. We're getting pretty sentimental.
I want to be sentimental, but let's be honest. It's still Warriors.
Let's give Klay 40,
do you want
and let's
Klay
give
to
the
score?
Warriors a victory.
You want him to score a lot or no? Like when here's the question. When first quarter,
yes,
the first one that he lets fly, you want it to go in or not?
100%, yeah.
You do?
Oh, yeah.
For Klay.
Okay.
No doubt.
But
no doubt. I don't want it to go in.
Maybe the first one.
I'll speak to it.
You give Klay 40, but a Warrior win. That to me would be the ideal result tonight.
It's ultimately, yes, we want the win. At the end of the day, it's Klay's day.
Yeah.
I want Game 6 Klay to come out. Whatever happens, happens.
Hey, man.
Appreciate you coming out. Thank you so much.
On,
yeah,
man. That was
appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, have a great time tonight.
God bless. Thank you.
Have a great time tonight.
Appreciate it.
There you go. 957-957. You want to take some calls?
Let's do it.
Let's do this.
I'd like the in-person a little bit more than calls, but maybe the callers can stay, Well,
we got time, brother. They're coming. They're coming. The on-site fans are coming.
And Halloween's over. There's no way anyone's going to fake the funk like that. And he got the 2 stripes. He's an E5. He brought the real.
I know, but the whole world's in captain's house, so I just had to make sure. I'm like, my goodness, this is maybe taking it to another level.
All you have to do is look at the shoes and how perfectly shined they are. That tells you that he's real.
Let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. Thank you for calling.
Oh, man. A lot of pressure on me. This is all drama, man. The problem is Klay didn't get paid, and the fact that they're rubbing this in Klay's face, the problem is if Klay had retired, then this makes sense to do this. But Klay wanted to keep playing basketball, and he didn't get paid. So it's just like rubbing it in, and I'm sure Klay is pissed off right now. I don't think he's in the mood to celebrate anything right now. But let me ask you guys a question.
Hold on, Joe. Joe. I want to ask you some questions before we move to the next thing. That's a very interesting statement. You think that Klay Thompson finds this celebration potentially off-putting?
It's distracting.
That's interesting. And by the way, to say that he didn't get paid, I mean,
by the Warriors.
If we follow reports, the Warriors offered him $7 million more per year than the Mavs did.
I know, but it was at a later time. But let me ask you guys another question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys a more serious question. When do Steve Kerr help Stephen Curry come off the bench?
2031.
Why would you
even
ask that, Joe?
Because the numbers he put up is not sustainable. He's not going to have a 30-point game every night. He's aging, and he played bad the other games. So when does Steve Kerr have Steph Curry come off the bench? Thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome. 2030 is the answer when Steph is 42.
They're actually not asking Steph to score 30 a game at all. He's averaging 22 a game.
And they're 8-2
so far this year.
And ultimately, it's not about who starts. It's about who finishes. And Steph is going to both start and finish because Steph Curry is still at the top of his game. What are we, 3 months removed from Paris when he almost single-handedly won the gold medal for the U.S.?
I mean, he's shooting 43.5% from three-point range right now.
He's just doing fine.
He's averaging 22 a night. He's only doing it in 28 minutes a game. This is absolutely a perfect scenario. I'm not even sure why that would be a question. Let's go to Dave in the city. Hi, Dave. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I think it's just an overall emotional day for the Bay Area, welcoming back a legend. But it is what it is. He's an op now. He made that very clear. And, yes, let's give Klay his flowers at the beginning of the game. But once that tip-off starts, take those same flowers and shove it down his throat for all the comments he's made about how this is just a regular season game. I think Klay really wants to hunt us, and I think he wants to show a statement. But, we got to support the home team. It's Dubs, and Klay's an op.
Dave.
I love it. Clay's the ops. He's the opposition. I love that, Dave.
I'm actually with Dave. Listen, I don't want to sound like some sort of a hater. That's not it at all. But I am not jiving with this idea that I'm hearing from a lot of people of a perfect night tonight is the Warriors win and Klay drops 30. I'm not there at all. I don't want Klay to drop 30 tonight.
I would love for Klay to drop 30.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
For me, it's about the win. And, you look at any opposing player, and, you want to see opposing players do well, and you want your team to win. If you have an opposing player who's a former Warrior, like when Jordan Poole comes in here, I'm not going to root against Jordan Poole. I'm not rooting for Jordan Poole to have a terrible game.
I am. He's playing the Warriors.
Right. I want the Warriors to win, but you can have two things be mutually true. You can have Klay play well and the Warriors still win, and that can be a result that's desirable.
Yeah, but I'm not to me that means that in the game, again, this is like you all root for whatever you want, but when that ball leaves his hand, I'm rooting for it to not go in. Not like I'm rooting for the Warriors tonight.
Of course.
I mean, he's not wrong. Like this, and this isn't about spite or anything that I'm, Dave said it's because of the comments. I don't care what comments he made. I don't care, if he's feeling some type of way, whatever the contractual conversations were before. But no, I'm just being me. I am not rooting for Klay Thompson to hit a bunch of shots tonight. That's bad for the Warriors.
That's only bad if they lose. And, ultimately that's the result that all Warrior fans want. They want the Warriors to win. And whatever happens beyond that is going to happen. Some Mavericks are going to score.
Understood.
They're not going to win by a shutout. So if Klay's the guy who goes out there and scores some of the points and the Warriors still win, that to me is more desirable than Luka or Kyrie having a big game.
Understood, but that's sort of an at the end result. Like I'm talking about the experience in the game. I don't know if the Warriors are going to win the game. So when he shoots it, I'm rooting for him to miss it because that's going to not help them win the game if he makes them. Let's go to Stacy in Oakland. Next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Stacy. Thank you for calling.
Absolutely, guys. Love the show. Big fan. So anybody who's saying no love for Klay, I'm not hearing it. Klay's family, he's always invited to the cookout. He just can't cook on the grill anymore. If I could ask him one question, it would be, aside from the money, what had kept you here, bro? I'd love to know that answer. I'll be out there in a couple of hours coming by the booth to see you guys. I'm calling it the Clash of the Splash. Have a good one, guys.
I like it,
that.
Stacey.
Yeah, that's good.
We better see you here. Thank you for that. Again,
I think it's more than just money. I do think it came down to role, future role, and also respect. And you talked about how he took $7 million less. Well, the offer that he got in October was not the offer he was getting in April, because what I have heard is that there was no offer in April.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. And I'm with you that I don't think that ended up being the central figure of the conversation. The conversation was about role, it was about fit, and then it was about, to me, something even larger, which is that Klay Thompson needed to get to a spot where he wasn't being compared to his former self anymore. And that's not available like here. It's just not available here. And it was available everywhere else.
Right.
So, what would have kept him here? I honestly don't know if there is anything. I mean, sure, if the Warriors were like, no, you're a starter, and here's $25 million a year, yeah, he probably would have stayed. But that's sort of fantasy land. That didn't exist. That wasn't offered. That wouldn't have made sense. And I think where all parties arrived is that Klay needed to not be here anymore.
That's what we heard from Klay and from his father, Michael, and even from Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy. They all agreed that is what Klay needed after 13 years. You need a fresh start sometimes, and that's okay. And he comes back tonight, and the fans can feel one way, and he can feel another. The fans and Klay don't have to feel the same way about this, and clearly the Warriors organization feels a certain way. They're having a giveaway for an opposing player, which you mentioned earlier is fairly unheard of.
I've never heard of it before.
The organization is feeling one way. The fans are taking their cue from the organization and from Klay. And I'll be honest, Mark, I've already seen more than a handful of Dallas Maverick 31 jerseys here tonight.
Where are they selling those? They're not selling those here, are they?
No, these are fans who got them online.
Amazon.
Either Dallas fans, Klay acolytes, or both.
All right, 888-957-957 is the number. Spencer and Alex and Mike, we're coming to you. The doc is going to jump in here as well. Plus, it's about to be 4 o'clock, which is the window that opens for you to win a Klay Thompson Warriors jersey. All of that is next. We're live at Thrive. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And you mentioned windows, Mark, and I have to talk about weatherproofing because when we...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is Klay Day. We are on the plaza at Thrive City.
Yeah,
the
baby,
Klay
let's
Carnival.
go.
Let's go, Klay fans. The Klay Carnival has got a lion in front of it. There's a lot of fun stuff happening.
We got 8 dogs in line for crying out loud.
We got Doc Pandia, we got phone calls, and guess what else we got?
I have no idea, Mark.
We got breaking news.
What the?
95.7 The Game breaking news.
The San Francisco 49ers have signed young star cornerback Diamador Lenore to a 5-year extension worth $92 million.
Yeah.
The young corner heading into a prove-it type of a season.
Major bag alert.
Major. He proved it, and he is not going anywhere. Diamador Lenore extended by the 49ers.
I thought the breaking news was going to be that the sun, for the 5-minute window that we get it, has peeked around the building.
What's up, son?
Demo, 5-92, and I mean, wow, he has more than earned it. He is their number one corner going forward, and a guy who has gone out there and proven it and done it, and now he gets paid. Good for you, Demo.
He might be the most consistent player on the team this year so far, based on all of the factors that have been out there. So that's huge, and glad the 49ers got that done. Now let's go out to the River Islands guest line. Time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Narav Pandya. Doc, good evening. What's going on?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're great, and there's only one appropriate question to ask to start off, which is the fact that in his mid-30s, after what Klay Thompson's body has been through, what is your medical take on what he's been able to achieve to even be back out on the court?
I mean, it's simply phenomenal. I mean, people don't come back from one of these injuries at the same level. So the fact that he had both of them back-to-back, came back to the NBA, won a championship, and still a contributor on the NBA floor at his age is simply remarkable. And I think with all the feelings everyone has about Klay, if you take the 10,000-foot view and are like, what has he accomplished as an athlete? It's pretty phenomenal. And the fact that we're out here celebrating him where he's got several more years of his career hopefully there just speaks volumes to the grind that he went through to get back to where he was.
Yeah, it's spectacular. It's a definite testimony to his fitness and his work ethic that he came back from the ACL and the Achilles to be able to come back. And I'm thinking about Dre Greenlaw, who is trying to come back from his Achilles, and now we're sitting here, Doc, about 9 months removed from the actual episode. Are we thinking that another month, 10 months, is that too soon, or is that maybe a fair timeline for him to be able to return?
I think somewhere between that 9 to 11 month range is totally fair. You see him doing stuff at practice. We know the Achilles is healed. So now it's just a matter of, does he feel comfortable? And then number two is, can he be impactful on the field? The last thing you want is him going out there, not being able to cut, pivot, do the things he needs to do to help the team win. So I think a lot of that comes down to, number one, how is he feeling? Number two, how does Kyle Shanahan and the rest of the staff feel that he looks out there? But I think that if you look at most positions, players at his position who've had this injury, right around 10 months is where you can see him come back and be an impact on the field.
There we go. While we're on the San Francisco 49ers, Christian McCaffrey, what'd you think? How'd he look?
He looked pretty good. I mean, for the fact of someone who hasn't played football for a long period of time, and the thing that I was really looking at is how many touches would he have? How much percentage of the offensive plays would he play? And I think he played something like 88% of the offensive snaps and had about 19 touches, which is pretty close to where he was last year. So I think that means that they're not super concerned about it if they're getting him out there and playing him that much. He looked pretty good. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of rust, but I think that bodes well for where they felt he was coming into this game and what it means for the rest of the season. And you didn't really hear any reports of pain flaring up or any issues. So I think this is hopefully going to be smooth sailing for him as the season goes on.
And just watching his movements out there, and I was really fixated in the pregame where he was going through his warm-up, and he looked explosive with the high leg movement. Did you see anything on the field from those 88% of the plays that would make you think that he actually was ready to go and 100% back?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing you're looking for is those quick, sudden movements. So, when there's a scripted play, everything goes well, that's one thing. But when the plays break down, he has to kind of, cut and pivot around defenders. He looked pretty smooth. Now, the first couple plays, you saw a little bit of hesitation, but he looked the same explosive self. Now, obviously, timing's going to take a little bit of time, but I didn't see anything that would suggest that he's not explosive, that he was compensating for any degree of pain or weakness, which, once again, great sign for him. And he looked a lot better and played a lot more than I would have expected him to play this first game back.
So a month plus back from a high ankle sprain, does that affect a kicker, Doc?
Yes, it does. And I think there's both the physical part of it, which, you're putting so much force on that leg when you're kicking. But we also have to think about this is that, with kickers nowadays, they're trained at such a young age to get 65, 70 yards. I mean, they can kick. What really makes a difference is the mental part of it. And you do the same thing again and again and again. And you just can't recreate what it's going to feel like coming off a high ankle sprain to kick again. So for him to miss half his kicks because he's coming off this high ankle sprain, it's not necessarily potentially a physical thing, but a mental thing. I'm glad that he was able to hit that game winner. But I would expect that over the next week or two, you should see more consistency simply because that timing, how his leg is going to feel, was just got to be off. And that's going to be coming from a high ankle sprain.
Yeah, especially when it comes from the kicking leg where the impact of the ball had to feel a certain kind of way. Doc, I want to ask you one more about the NBA because Chet Holmgren had a really scary injury and it's going down as a pelvic fracture. What exactly does that mean and how will that limit him going forward as a big man with a fractured pelvis?
It's a big injury, and I think one of the things you can imagine that when you fall to the ground, you can see after Wiggins kind of dunked over him, he falls to the ground. You get that blow right to the side of your pelvis, and it just compresses, almost like if you get hit by a car. So it's a big injury. There's a lot of force that goes across it. Not only is it painful because all your core muscles attached there, but also a lot of the muscles, your quads, your hip flexors kind of attached in that region as well, too. So not only are you dealing with bone having to heal, you also have to deal with all these muscles healing as well, too. So this could be a several-month injury. And the fact that he is slimmer also makes it a little bit harder to come back because you're going to get impact to that area. You just don't have that soft tissue to kind of cushion that area. So definitely something to look out for. And this could be a several-month process for him to get back.
Doc, we're not letting you leave until you tell us who plays basketball tonight.
Tonight, I have to go with it's Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson plays basketball tonight.
He does. Thank you, Doc.
No problem. Take care, guys. Yep.
All right, there he goes. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health, and we want to get right back to all of you. Again, the day is here. Klay Day is here. We're going to give away the Warriors Klay jersey shortly. We've got the Klay Carnival out here, and with everything that this has been through the last handful of months and years, quite frankly, now that it's here, how is his return hitting you emotionally? 888-957-9570. Let's do Spencer in Oakland. Hi, Spencer. Thanks for calling.
Hey, folks. Thanks for having me on. I just feel like, whoever's calling Klay an op, it's like, number one, who hurt you? Because this guy, he delivered 4 titles. He also decided to leave and take less money elsewhere, which allowed us to sign a player that is younger, statistically at this point better, in Buddy Hield, the Bahamian bomber, a.k.a. the flamethrower from Freeport, a.k.a. the new splash Buddy. So that's actually the matchup that I'm looking at tonight. I know Buddy Hield is coming off the bench, but who actually performs better there is the thing that I'm looking at, because in my opinion, we got a more efficient, statistically better, and younger player on a cheaper dime. So I have zero hard feelings when it comes to Klay. I want to see him drop 40. In fact, the best ending I can picture in my head is him coming down with about 15 seconds left, draining a 3 to put them ahead, and then Steph running down the court, hitting Buddy in the corner, and Buddy hitting a 3 and ripping their hearts out and wrecking it all. And that's all I got. Thank you for taking my call.
All right, Spencer.
Yeah, thank you, Spencer.
That's fun, but again, that sounds stressful. And this is just me. I separate these two things. I don't call Klay Thompson an ops. I don't think that about Klay Thompson. He is a forever Warrior. He's a Hall of Famer. He's a statue guy. I'm compartmentalizing just when the game starts tonight. When the game
starts, he's an ops.
When the game, I don't look at it that way. When
he's the opponent.
When I shoot, when he shoots, I hope it doesn't go in.
Then he's the ops.
Okay,
he's the opponent. So
but he was making a larger statement about he's now on another team,
right?
And I'm talking just about when the clock is running during the game tonight.
Right, he's the opponent, and you don't want him to do well.
Yes,
because you don't want them to do well.
But there's nothing larger against Klay Thompson.
Of course not. He's the opponent.
I don't want him
to feel the same way about an Orlando Magic or a Pelican or anybody else because they're not the Warriors. And it's okay for Klay to be the ops. I don't think that you have to look at Klay and think differently about it. He's the opponent, and it's okay to root against him if you want your team to win. By nature, you don't want the other team to do well because if they do well, it's going to hurt your chance to win.
I'm cool with all the other Klay shots going in starting tomorrow night.
Sure.
Or wherever the hell they go.
Whenever they play again.
I don't know when they play again, but he can make all those. Not tonight.
Not tonight.
All right?
No.
888-957-9570. Your emotions. Forget his. Forget the Warriors. We're interested in you. What are your emotions as this game approaches? 888-957-9570. Alex, Mike, the rest of you, we're coming to you next. We keep going with your phone calls. Plus, coming up next, in the next segment, your chance to win a Klay Thompson Warriors jersey. And all you're going to have to do is answer a Klay Thompson-related trivia question. We'll ask that shortly. We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, it's Sherry, owner of LifeSource.
He floats it up. It's good. There it is. Klay Thompson, welcome back. Thompson, the catch up top, has Allen as his defender. Takes the big man to the right wing. Crossover goes right by him down the lane for the dunk. He dunked it.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, our guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? We had a wonderful guest earlier on the show today. His name was Michael Thompson.
He was great, yeah.
And for those of you who missed it, Odyssey app, YouTube, or right here on the show in a little bit less than an hour. We'll let you hear that one again because Michael was awesome and opened up a little bit about what this is all like for him, for Klay, the whole experience. Until then, though, a couple things that matter to us. A, it is in this block. Within the next 20 minutes, we will give away a Klay Thompson Warriors jersey. So if you'd like to win that, stay tuned and be ready to answer a trivia question related to Klay and then call in on our contest line. We'll do that within the next 20 minutes. And then the other thing that matters to us is, has this hitting you? You know, it's one thing sometimes, I think, to think about how you feel a week ago, how you think you're going to feel, but we're here. We're here. The arena is next door. Klay is about to be in there, and it's about to play basketball in a Dallas Mavericks jersey. And I remember it was not that long ago where even when the rumors were out there, we couldn't believe it. Like the idea of Klay Thompson actually going somewhere else was a really hard idea for people to wrap their head around.
It was tough, and then, you know, like anything in life, you realize that everything is temporary, and if you want to talk about what in our world is permanent, the list is very, very, very short, and so you know this, I know this, our lives and our careers, personal, professional, whatever it is, and then you think about this, what we have here, the Golden State Warriors, Steph, Klay, and Dre, the three of them, the 4 titles, the great run, and you and I had this conversation about 8 months ago, and you asked me if I thought that the three of them would end their career as Warriors, and I really thought that they would.
Yeah.
I thought that with Steph signed, whatever, he's not going anywhere. Draymond got his extension. I thought that they would make it work with Klay, and they'd be coterminous, and the three of them would be able to ride off romantically, in my eyes, into the sunset as Warriors. They would never don another jersey, and then last year happened, and the contract that he reportedly got offered in October didn't work out. The year went. He was not positive, carefree Klay.
Yeah.
He had a little bit of an awkward year. They had a bad year. Draymond had a really bad year. Wiggins had a down year. They were a play-in team. They got knocked out, and you got to the summer, and it was like, oh, my God, this actually might happen. And as we got into the summer, we all realized it's going to happen, and here it is. It's happened. He wears number 31. He's a Maverick, and so for me, my emotions, I can put aside the last 4 months of uncertainty, the last 2 years of, man, Klay, what's going on?
Yeah.
And I can get to this moment tonight in 2.5 hours and realize he was amazing. This team is great in large part because of him, and everything changes. You've been divorced. I've been divorced. I still talk to my ex-wife. I had breakfast with her last week, and it's okay. It's not 8 years ago, it's now. And now, Klay can be a Maverick, I can be a Warrior fan, and I can welcome him back, and I can be okay with it, and I can love it.
Yeah,
you know?
I think you're actually tapping into something which is what I woke up feeling, and it's almost to remove all of this emotion that we kind of make the choice to add to this. Sure, there's the history of what was. And then there's the recent history, which has been a lot more unpleasant. I've sort of arrived at a spot of, well, we get to go in that arena tonight and see something that is really rare. It is very rare, which is to have a return celebration 4 months after he left. And to watch an organization do a giveaway to their fans based on the opponent. Like, all of these things are really, they're different. And so you've been trying today to comp something historically that feels like this. And I think you've come close, but at the same time, I don't know that anything is really just like this. So, like, I'm almost kind of thankful for it just from that standpoint. Like, well, this is different. This ought to be interesting. Let's go check it out. And only because of the Warriors' greatness and Klay's greatness is something like this, awkward though it may be, possible.
Right. It's possible, and they're giving out hats because of how good he was and how long he was here and how special that was. And I think about just the Golden State Warriors and players who played here and went on to play elsewhere, and one of them would be Chris Mullin. Chris Mullin was a great Warrior. He was a Hall of Fame player. He was a Hall of Fame Warrior. And I'm hard-pressed to remember what it was like when he went and played for the Pacers.
Yep.
And he came back here, not here, but over to Oakland for the first time. And I'm sure it was emotional, and I'll see if I can find an actual story on that. But he didn't win 4 titles, and the whole Run TMC thing, like Timmy went elsewhere, Mitch did, Chris did. Chris went to Indiana, and he was my favorite player. He still's my all-time favorite player. And when he came back, it was weird because he was a Pacer, but the Warriors were trash.
Right.
For the most part. I mean, the TMC run was great.
Sure.
But it wasn't a guy coming back after 4 titles, which is why the thing that I've comped it to is Scottie Pippen. And I'm just remembering that he played 12 years in Chicago. Klay played 13. Scottie won 6. Klay won 4. Scottie was maybe as important as Klay. It's hard to comp because
they're both a superstar's other.
Right.
They're both a Batman's Robin.
Yes. Yeah. I don't think Scottie had the signature moments that Klay had,
Definitely
but
not.
certainly the Robin to the Batman. And, Scottie, it was 19 months later when he eventually went back to Chicago for the first time. And this is 4 months later, or really 7 months since Klay last played. But this feels very, very fresh and recent, which is why maybe it's not going to be as emotional for Klay, but I know fans just looking around the plaza here at Thrive City, a lot of 11 jerseys.
There are.
People are putting on their Klay today to welcome him home.
No, and this, remember, it's 4:24 in the afternoon. The game doesn't start for almost 3 hours.
Yeah.
Thrive City doesn't usually look like this 3 hours before the game.
That's true.
You know what I mean? And so, this is a little bit different. Let's get back out to the phones at 888-957-9570. Alex in the city. Hi, Alex. What are you doing?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Big fan of the show. I was thinking, just because today has been so kind of emotional. I was thinking about it, just how Klay was such a big part of everyone's lives for the past 13 years. And kind of going back to his comments, I mean, what would you say if someone asked you about your ex-wife of 13 years or your ex-girlfriend 4 months after it happened? I mean, you would say it's a regular season game in November, but everyone knows the emotions are there. Thompson was talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
But how sweet is it also just kind of, even though it is so early, that it's the day after 11/11, which when Klay retires, that's automatically going to become Klay Day for the Warriors in the future forever. I just think it's pretty serendipitous and pretty sweet just to kind of have that as his return day be 11/12, just the day after 11/11.
Yeah. I mean, Alex, you brought that up.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. I love the numbers of it.
Why didn't we play this game yesterday?
Totally.
Come on, NBA.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing?
Would have made more sense. Although, and I guess you can't ever play on 11/31, which would be Klay's 2 numbers because November doesn't have 31 days.
It does not. But
it'd be cool if it did.
Yeah, but I don't want to celebrate his Mavs number.
No, but he's a Mavs now.
How about 11:30? That's the Steph and Klay day.
Well, and last year we had the Steph, Klay, and Dre day, 11/30/23.
Yes, exactly.
Which was, the only time we get to do that. Because there's going to be
never going to do that again.
Well, even if it's 11/23/30.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They'll all be retired.
Dude, seriously.
They will all be retired.
Wheelchair basketball.
Right now. Yeah, they will all be retired.
They
will all be retired.
If Steph better not be. I'm going to need you, Steph, for another 6.
He'll be making $110 million a year
right.
if he's still playing 6 years from now.
Totally.
Mike and Hayward, you're next up. Hi, Mike. What's up? We got Mike?
Mikey.
I guess we don't.
Mike?
No Mike? Gone. Okay. How about Harsher and Fremont? What's up, Harsher? What are you doing?
Man, just thinking about Klay here. It's funny, actually. My brother just got home. I just wanted to call in and say how how much Klay means to us. On my birthday, December 5th, 2016, me and my brother go to the Warriors game, and this is the game he dropped 60 points on my birthday. And, we always loved Klay. I wish he ended it out here, but yeah, it's just, he's always a special place in my heart. Dropped 60 points at Oracle on my birthday. Love to see what's going to happen tonight. But, yeah, man, love the Warriors.
Harsher, were you there that night?
I was there. December 5th, 2016. I just graduated from UC San Diego. And I actually texted one of my friends. I was like, hey, man, you want to go to the Warriors game, blah, blah, blah. And he ended up just texting me the tickets. And he was like, hey, it's your birthday, bro. Why don't you take your brother? And me and my brother go on my birthday. And this guy, we were watching him, me and my brother. He did not miss a pregame shot. Me and my brother were looking at each other like, yo, Klay has not missed. And I'm like, okay, let's see what happens. This guy goes on and drops 60 points. It was the best birthday gift anyone could ever do for me. And it sucks that he's not in a Warriors jersey anymore. But I'm just happy I got to witness that right next to my brother on my birthday.
No, it's pretty great.
That's awesome.
Pretty great. They were up 80-50 at the half in that one. Klay goes 21 of 33 from the floor, and I'm sure Harsher will never forget Ian Clark with 11 points on his birthday.
It was big.
And James Michael McAdoo with a double single.
It's funny that he said, like, we were watching him in warm-ups and he never missed.
Yeah.
I know for a lot of players, and this was true for my stupid, silly high school career, too. Like, if I was on fire in warm-ups, that was a terrible sign.
Oh, yeah?
Like, when you go to the golf range and you're striping it in warm-ups, good sign or bad sign?
Usually a bad sign.
Bad sign.
Yeah.
Bad sign, because we're not doing that for 6 hours.
No.
Whatever zone you're in has a clock on it.
Usually if I go to the range and I hit like 5 or 6 good ones, I will walk away. To your point, that's it. I am done. We're good.
We're ready. Okay, we're going to go back to the phones, but you all got to hear about this. We'll do our best to describe this.
Okay.
But I'm looking. You can go check this out. It is on the 95.7 The Game Twitter feed. It is on our social platforms. This is one of the, and whether you're sentimental or not, this is pretty cool. The Golden State Warriors had close to 400 employees in their captain's hats waiting to greet and cheer Klay Thompson as he entered Chase Center tonight. So he is in, and if you can go look at this to see the way it looked and the way it clearly touched Klay as he was walking in.
It's just another game in November, bro.
Game. I mean, he's putting his prayer hands together and thanking everybody as he makes his way in, but that's a pretty cool scene.
Very cool scene, and they are all not tipping their cap, but doffing their cap, removing it, and gesturing to Klay. And as much as Klay wants to just another game in November, and Klay's doing his thing. And one thing I've always loved about Klay is the strut. He, no matter where he's going, if he's going to the foul line, he's strutting. If he's going into the arena, he's strutting. It's just the way he walks.
Yep.
I actually saw him walking his dog Rocco a couple of times up in the Oakland Hills. Whoop. That's how he walks.
No, it is. It's how he walks.
It's how he walks.
I watched him walk to the bus today online as he's making his way from the hotel.
And it's a strut.
Yeah, it's that the shoulders.
Totally. And it's how he does the free throw, too. Totally. He does the dribble and, like, the shoulder. And so he's walking in, and he's trying to game face it, but then he looks up, and he realizes, this is pretty cool. I've got hundreds of people in captain's hats, and so he acknowledges, prayer hands. And I'm sorry, Klay, it's not just another game in November.
Another game. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
888-957-9570. How is this night hitting you now that we're here? We're going to keep going to the phones, but Dibs, I have a quick aside.
Okay.
And it is, as Guru likes to say, it's going to hit you in the cardiac.
I love it.
Are you ready for this?
Let's go. I'm a big fan of the cardiac muscle.
You are going to love this.
And I'm a crier. I will cry.
Love this,
yeah.
Okay? We're going to go right back to the phone.
Okay.
I just texted my 10-year-old because when he gets home from school, I send him notes of, like, get your hands out of the cookie jar.
Oh, boy.
Get your homework out.
You got cameras in the house?
I should.
You should.
Do your homework. Read your book.
Yep.
And it's Tuesday. There's no football game on at 5. So I said, this is a no TV night. And he doesn't know this, but I hide the remote on Tuesday.
Oh, boy.
The remote is hidden. You do no TV tonight, except once the Warrior game starts. So do your homework now. Daddy's not coming home tonight.
Oh, boy.
So TV off until the Warrior game. He says, okay, when does the game start? I said, 7. You want to know what he texted back? He goes, oh, of course. Tuesday at 7 on 95.7. The game.
Dick. I love that kid.
Oh, my God.
I love this young man.
He watched your stupid splash video 800 times.
He had better hope that I referee one of his games this year, because that young man, he's going to get every call. Unlike our boss's kid, who I couldn't wait to call fouls on.
Yeah, exactly.
Your kid's getting all the calls. He gets all the calls.
Dude, you don't need to dribble today.
Dude,
just
seriously.
run to the hoop, put it in.
And every foul is a shooting foul, Jude. You're going to the free throw line, young man.
Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene, what are you doing?
I'm at the dog park, guys. How you doing?
I'm trying to get the dog, but they blocked the damn street. But anyways.
There's always somebody doing something, isn't there, Gene?
Yeah.
Yeah, honest to God.
Yeah.
So I have truly mixed feelings about Klay. Listen, he used to live up here. We used to run into him. Me and my friends, we'd see him driving his truck around or eating at the egg shop in Apple Press. And one time I looked behind me. I was at this little Greek shop that was one of his favorites. And there he was. I did a triple take, looked up, and just smiled because I know he didn't want to be bothered. But anyways, I like you, Dibs, and like most of the fans, my dream was that they would all retire together, and not just that they would remain, part of the social fabric around here. But he's gone. And, looking at the Warriors, though, and what it's meant to them, this is the other part of it. I mean, I think we've gotten better. I mean, one of the previous callers said, we basically traded Buddy Hield, who's looking better, for Klay. But in fact, I think we got two guys that together making less than Klay would, and each one of them is better than Klay at this point. DeAnthony Melton and Hield. So for the sake of the Warriors, I'm glad he moved on. But I wish him well. I hope he has a tremendous rest of his career. But I hope Dallas doesn't beat us, obviously. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Okay, Gene, thanks.
Gene.
Yeah, appreciate it. I will say this, like at the end, he kind of taps into something that's rising up in me as we get closer to game time. Like, this whole day is about Klay, right? And everyone's out here celebrating him, and we got the Klay Carnival, and the Warriors are sending out video of Klay entering the building, and all the employees, that everyone's making this all about Klay. Good Lord, I hope they still win the game.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I do. This is about Klay until tip-off. And then, obviously, all eyes are on Klay. But that's just sort of my entry point as a Warrior fan. As soon as this tips off, this is about the Warriors going to 9-2.
Right, it's Warriors and Mavs at that point, and it's, there are going to be moments of Steph and Klay and Draymond interacting on the court, and that's why I was asking Steve Kerr yesterday, has one of those guys asked to guard him, and it'd be neat if in the opening possession, Steph comes out and just gets right up in him and guards him, or Draymond. Or
he might, actually.
He might, with matchup-wise,
Well, think of the matchups. I had a buddy text me earlier about the matchups, and that's kind of what he said. He said, I think that Wiggs will take Luka. We're waiting to find out if Wiggs is even going to play.
Yep.
Melton probably draws Kyrie. All right, so Steph, who are you guarding?
Yeah, probably Klay.
Klay Thompson.
At that point, yeah.
So
and that'll be fun, just those interactions. And, if Klay gets the ball in the wing and you see Steph get up into him, and, it'll be serious. No one's going to be clowning around like at the All-Star game where guys are joking around. But just those visuals, those moments of, a switch and Draymond's on Klay. Draymond said, and I'm glad you mentioned it to Michael, like Draymond said, I'm going through his chest. Yeah. And that's what Draymond does. So, well, let's see. if Klay happens to get one going to the hole and Draymond comes over to commit a hard foul, I'm here for all of that and more.
All of it. Klay's dad, Michael Thompson, a conversation with him is a half hour away. The jersey giveaway is in 4 minutes. Okay, the jersey giveaway is in 4 minutes. But let's go to Ben in the city next up. Hi, Ben. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yeah, man, what's up?
I'm pumped. I'm going to the game tonight. Can't wait. It's
nice,
fun.
Ben.
I saw Klay's return back from ACL injury a couple years back. I think to your point a second ago, there's no chance this is just another game in November. Like at the start of that game, you see him sitting on the bench, they're announcing his name, and he's just got the meanest mug on his face. Just can't wait to get on the floor. So, I mean, he's going to come in hot. He's going to be, looking to make a statement for himself and showcase that, he's still doing well. I know his splits have been pretty weak so far this year, but Dubs are looking good. I mean, coming off of an incredible road show. I mean, start of the season, it was questionable if we had played any good teams yet, and we really kind of proved that we could keep up with the Thunder and with Boston, obviously. So, yeah, another test tonight. I mean, Mavericks have been slow to start this season, but can't wait for the game.
Can't wait. Yeah, Ben, we'll see you here, man. Thanks for the call. I think about this, too. We know the way the NBA power structure goes. Like, these players have a lot to say in how the offensive sets go. And with Kyrie Irving talking earlier today about the gravity and the weight of this moment, I start to wonder, are Luka and Kyrie, ball-dominant guards that they are, I don't know. Are they going to look for him a little bit more?
No doubt.
Are they going to try to get him going early in this game?
For sure. And I would imagine first possession is going to be something for Klay. It's going to be some action to get Klay off the screen. It's a pin down. Klay comes up to the wing, get him the ball, get him a catch and shoot. First possession right away, just to get the crowd into it. Klay hits a three. The crowd is going to react positively.
Streamers come out of the sky.
Maybe. Dude, totally right.
I mean,
it's not going to quite be that theatrical, but if I'm Dallas, I definitely want to get him involved and get him going and take the temperature of this crowd.
By the way,
people are going to cheer.
No doubt.
Look in front of you right now.
Oh, I know.
You got Steph, Klay. Yeah. Baseline jumper, exactly. We got Klays everywhere. Shouldn't you be in getting ready, Klay?
Of course.
We got like 11 Klays out here.
We got Dallas Klay over here with a Warrior jacket over the top of it.
That's a Jason Terry, I guarantee it.
Yeah,
he's perpetrating like it's a Klay.
We got to discuss that one. But anyway, breaking news.
Oh, my bad. Apologies, sir.
Yeah, no.
That's a Klay.
That's a freshie.
That's on me.
Breaking news. Andrew Wiggins is in.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins has been upgraded to available.
And the crowd? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
The Warriors will be at full strength with their lineup. No injury report tonight. Andrew Wiggins is in. Okay. Do you want to win a Klay Thompson Warriors jersey? Now is your chance. All you got to do is be the first to answer the following trivia question about Klay, and then call in the contest line. Don't do that now. We're not going to start answering the phone yet till after I finish the question. But here is the number to be ready to dial. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Here's the question that you need to answer. Klay Thompson beat Steph Curry to win the NBA three-point shootout in February of which year?
Oh, I got it.
February of which calendar year when Klay Thompson defeated Steph Curry in the NBA three-point shootout? First person with that answer to call 415-523-4652 is the winner of the Klay Thompson Warriors jersey. Which year? NBA three-point shootout in February. Good luck to each and every one of you. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Our conversation with Klay's dad, Michael Thompson, is right around the corner, and we will continue to take you all the way up to Warriors Live with Evan Giddings, and then, of course, tip-off of this very, very special night here at Chase Center is right around the corner. So all of that is coming up next. next here on Willard and Dibs.
In the meantime, I'm happy to talk about myself for a change. I mean, enough about Klay. It's his day.
to Willard and Dibs.
Klay gets free off a screen. Jumper right side. Good! He's got 60! He's the fourth Warrior ever to get 60 points. And the last Warrior to get 60 was Rick Barry back in 1974.
On 95.7 The Game.
James in Castro Valley. That is the name of our winner.
Yeah, James.
Of the Klay Thompson Warriors jersey, at least round 3. I know one was given away this morning. One was given away early at noon. And now we've rounded out all 3 jerseys. So James in Castro Valley, congrats, and thank you very much for listening to our silly program.
It's not silly when you win a jersey. It turns out to be lucrative, and it's awesome for James in Castro Valley to have listened and won. That's really all you have to do. Listen, hang out, enjoy. It's free, and then you win.
It is,
And think about how few things in this world are still free.
Holy crap.
Right? Like radio is free.
Like a walk.
Yeah.
That's free.
Good call.
I mean, you need to buy shoes.
Theoretically, you can go barefoot.
You could.
You don't have to go shoes.
Ouch.
Kind of. That really hurt. But, yeah, walking.
Yeah, there's not a lot. Not a lot.
Breathing is free.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's neither of those things is as fun as Willard and Dibs.
The meal that we're going to get inside Chase Center tonight.
Yeah. The Klay Carnival, also free.
Free, yes, free, absolutely.
And I do want to give Lucas Alexander, Director of Sports, a nod.
Give him some flowers.
Well, I'm going to do it while he's on the phone. That way he doesn't have to, gloat about it. But the Klay Carnival is a smash hit.
We're going to go to the phones. I want to share the quickest story, though. The quickest story about the Klay Carnival.
Yeah.
So the Papa Shot hoop has been moved. It's still here.
Yeah.
It's just at a different angle. And I just went up to Lucas, and I'm like, tell me you're not a parent without telling me that you're not a parent. He comes over, and he's like, we've got the Papa Shot set up, and right behind the Papa Shot are other Klay Thompson-related activities.
Pin the nubtail on the Rocco.
Other people are pinning the nubtail on the Rocco.
Which is awkward.
Behind the Papa Shot. The Papa Shot, as you would guess, is being overrun by kids.
Oh, yeah.
Kids with mini basketballs firing them at the hoop.
There's a 2-year-old over there crossing people over.
Lucas is like, they keep hitting people behind the Papa Shot with the balls. And I'm like, yeah, Lucas, they're kids.
Yeah.
They're kids with basketballs. They're not going to go where you want them to go.
Yeah.
So Lucas went and moved the Papa Shot.
After 3 hours.
After it's pretty much over.
7 bloody noses. But it's,
Anyway, whatever.
The Klay Carnival is a hit, and if you're coming on down, Matt Nahegan would like you to look at the gigantic Thank You Klay card, which is almost full of signatures.
I do want to ask, where's that thing ending up? Because a lot of people are asking the same question, which is, are you giving that to Klay?
You didn't see the oversized envelope that goes in with about 14 postage stamps?
If the vision is that Klay is going to hang that in his new Dallas bedroom, I'm pretty sure that's a no from him, dog.
There's a giant envelope, and the postage to send that to Dallas is about $75. But
I think you're underselling it.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool thing, but you're right about
where's it going?
The utilitarian nature of that. For me, for example, if there was ever something like that for me, oh my God, I would love it. It'd be framed, it'd be in the man cave, whatever. If you're Klay, you're like, storage.
Yeah, Klay would grab that thing and use it as a sled for Rocco or something like that.
Like a glorified dartboard.
Yeah,
who knows?
Matt, seriously, where's this thing going? Are you hanging it at the station? Your house? I mean, for real? He's not even kidding.
No.
Anyway.
Self-serving.
Well, I take things from the station, too.
Well,
I can't get
You do, and I can see him going home and, telling the missus.
Paper, I mean, what? No, go ahead.
In our bedroom, you're going to be forced to look.
He's like, I don't want to look at you anymore. I want to look at Klay. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get back out to the phones.
Let's do it.
Michael Thompson, Klay's dad, joined us. You'll hear that conversation in about 15 minutes. But let's go to Mike in Concord. Hi, Mike. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
We're good.
Need to share. I love Klay. I wear Klay Antas. I got Klay bobbleheads at my work. I was there when Klay dropped 37. But my best Klay story is in the tunnel pregame series against the Spurs, game 2. Me and my buddy, we were there early. We're in the tunnel where the players go in and security guards start screaming like, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" We don't know what's happening. Here comes Klay with the strut you were just talking about coming towards us, and we start going nuts, jumping around. Yo, yeah, Klay, it's go time. It's go time, baby. He gives us the best little smirk, shakes his head like, "You two 45-year-old idiots." But we got the fist bump out of them, and it was awesome. It was awesome.
That's a great story. That's so funny.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Mike, thank you very much. Appreciate that. I got a quick Klay story. He's grown a lot, I'll tell you that, because obviously Michael and I worked together years and years and years ago, and this is when Klay, I think, he was still not technically in college. He had sort of set himself up for the draft, but the draft hadn't happened yet. And I had a weekend show in L.A., and I'd set up through Michael. I'm like, hey, let's get Klay on the show. And so, Klay was all set up. It was a Saturday morning. I think my show was from 8 to 10 or something like that. So he's like, as late as possible. So, 9:30, Klay, come on the show. And we get to 9:30, and I'm calling, and no answer. You call again, no answer. Call again, no answer. I text Michael, I thought this was set up. Where the hell's Klay? He's like, give me 2 minutes. And then all of a sudden, now Klay's ready. I asked Michael afterwards. I said, he's just like any other kid. I'd have called him and be like, wake the hell up. Yeah. I told this guy, it is important that you're on time and that you do things. You're going to be a professional.
Right.
If you're going to be a professional, you have to do what you are told that you are going to do. It was hilarious. He turned into a dad like that.
And within 2 minutes, all of a sudden you got Klay on the horn.
He's like, hi.
Totally, yeah. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Williard.
Whoever the hell you are.
Exactly.
Let's go to Marlon in Concord. Hi, Marlon. What are you doing?
Hey, guys.
What's
Thanks
up,
for having
Marlon?
me on.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to preface this by saying I'm a huge Klay fan. Very, very biased, But, some of the calls that were coming in just got me thinking about, old stories of friends. Running into Klay Thompson at the Montclair golf course up on the 13. Crappy little golf course, but Klay liked to hang out there, drink his Coors Light, just, a man of the people. Running into him at the movie theater, the old Regal movie theater right there at the Public Market in Emeryville. Anyways, Klay's my favorite. I also have some Anta shoes I've never worn, some Rasta colors, of signing events. I just love Klay. And I just want to say, people forget, man, that Klay always took the, toughest defensive assignments. He made Steph who Steph is too, and we're going to miss him, man. And I just want everybody to stop hating on Klay. Don't talk about him anymore in the negative.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Dude, the Montclair Golf Course is where he's referring to, which is where I met Supper. My wife met.
I don't know if I knew that.
That's where we met, and it's a 9-hole golf course, I guess. It's 9 holes in the ground on the side of a hill. The driving range is a double-decker with crappy mats. The bar is an 80-year-old throwback, but the place is magic. And Klay would go there with his boys and get a pitcher of Coors Light and sit there like he was any other schlub like the rest of us.
Yeah.
And people would go up to him and, "Oh, Klay, how you doing?" And he would always be friendly and like, "Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you," and never like get away from me. And he would sit among the people like he was just, like Carl the electrician.
I want to take everything you're saying at face value, and I do. I also think it's funny sometimes what we give credit to celebrities for doing. Like, he wasn't, rude to people or didn't tell people to go away. Well, Like, you shouldn't do that.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
When I go up there to get my pitcher of Coors Light, there aren't...
You do it, I know. You tell people to get away from you all the time.
Of course I do. No eye contact and stay 6 feet away at all times, especially with that halitosis. And this was going back 10 years in the early days when, before he became Klay Thompson 4-time champ. But I think about Steph Curry going to Costco and the video that circulated. The guy can't even walk through Costco without 17 people following him with their cameras out.
Yeah, I got to think, especially with the cell phone thing now, I got to think that being a mega celebrity is actually just, for many hours of the day, not as fun as it sounds.
Yeah.
You don't
have to tell me.
No. I mean,
seriously though,
I'm sure the ultra generational wealth is wonderful to have. I'm sure the incredible life experiences are wonderful to have. I'm sure the unbelievable talent, unbelievable, just everything, all of the things that means for someone like that. I'm sure that's wonderful, but there's a big piece of me that does not envy that at all. Like, I can't go to the store. I can't pump gas into my car without people freaking out. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man.
It's a lot. It's a burden.
And it's kind of what I'm getting at about today for Klay. Like, you know what Klay just did? To cause a crowd of about 150 people to snap pictures, start cheering, start chasing him down the hall. Do you know what he did? He walked. He walked from a bus to his locker.
To work, yeah.
That's it. He walked in.
Well, he had it coming to him.
And that's inside.
Correct.
Like, those are people who are actually getting paid to be in there to do what they're doing.
Which makes it even cooler because those are all Warriors employees who are so excited to have Klay come back into his former workplace that they want to put on his captain's hat that everyone's getting tonight. And I do think that that's going to be a really cool moment when fans come in and they get their captain hat and you got your hat on, and when you introduce Klay Thompson and everybody in unison doffs their cap and you gesture toward Klay, the visual of that's going to be really cool.
I think so too. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. If you are just getting into your car to start your drive home or whatever your evening has in store for you, maybe you're on your way down here to Chase Center and Thrive City. If any of that is the case, welcome in to Willard and Dibbs on the very special day that we have been getting ready for a long time. Klay Day here at Chase Center, the Warriors hosting the Mavs. Couple of developments that have happened within the last couple hours. 49ers have signed Diamador Lenore to a lucrative contract extension, 5 years, $92 million. Andrew Wiggins has been announced as available and in. He was questionable with a back injury, but Andrew Wiggins is ready to go. So the Warriors are at full strength. And we had a chance a couple hours ago to have a conversation with Klay's dad, Michael Thompson, and you'll hear that conversation in full coming up in just about 7 minutes. And then outside of that, we've just been talking to all of you about Klay Thompson and how this is hitting you and the emotions behind it. Our most recent caller kind of took this to a spot at the end of the call where he was like, and you know what? I'm done with the way that a lot of people are talking about Klay Thompson. And I get that, but I also, in a way, I'm not saying that I think people should be ripping Klay or whatever, but like, this is sports. And you get to feel however you're going to feel. And I also want to give a big piece of attention to the moment. In other words, I think you can have two of these things at the same time, which is you can have wonderful Klay Thompson memories and feel like you can't wait for a statue and a Hall of Fame speech and to tell your kids someday or your grandkids or whatever about the Warrior dynasty that took place, and Klay Thompson was a big piece of it. You can feel all of that. And at the same time, you can look at the last 2 years of Warrior basketball and be like, I'm really disappointed in the attitude that I saw.
Sure.
Like, that's, to me, that's fair. I don't think today's the day to get off your Klay criticism, But whatever. Like, Warrior fans felt that way.
Yeah.
They felt that way a lot the last couple
and for
years.
me, this day is about the totality of Klay when he was here. And you can look at the last 2 years and look at grumpy Klay or shot hunting Klay or I got 4 rings Klay or whatever Klay you want to talk about. And you can feel however you want to feel about it. But for me personally, when I see Klay walk in again tonight as a Maverick and it's his first time back, I think about 13 years and I think about, the short haircut and the big ears, young Klay, baby Klay. And I think about championship Klay in that first year when they won a title, and I still get emotional thinking about that, being a lifetime Warrior fan and never even imagining. I never allowed myself to dream of this team doing that. I thought about maybe winning a series or 2 in the same year.
I know, like you thought one day they'll go to the conference semifinals.
And that would be so cool. And they actually did with the Baron. It took Baron Davis dunking on someone, and by the way, they lost that series in 5.
Yeah, sure
but
did.
That was the conference semis, and that was the high water mark. So when they win a title, and then they win 2 more, and they're a dynasty, and then they win an unexpected one, I don't think about 2 years of grumpy Klay. I think about 13 years and a guy who will wear 11 and no one else will, and he'll get a statue and all the rest of it. So tonight, for me, it's about the totality. It's not about 2 years of grumpy.
No.
That's just me.
I'm totally with you. Yeah. I just think that this experience exists. And it is what it is. It's not. It's unpleasant at times. I think that the idea that was in many people's heads that these 3 players are so special that they're all definitely going to end their career with the Golden State Warriors. I mean, right now, if you're a betting person, to look back on that idea is almost funny. I'm listening to Bob Myers with Steiny and Goo earlier today, and he's like, do you know how rare that is? The idea that one of them would never wear another jersey is almost kind of an underdog. The idea that all 3 of them would is really objectively almost impossible.
Right.
It just, especially because of the gravity, the size, the branding that all 3 built. It's just like a rock band. It's one thing when you're all in college together and sitting in a small apartment with no food in the fridge and coming up with songs, and then you all become bajillionaires. And now suddenly you've got different interests, different egos, different goals. So, like, I get what people are saying. I think it's disappointing also that there were moments these last couple of years that didn't feel good.
Right.
I also think on many levels this was inevitable.
Yes, if you think about the history of the association and players with multiple titles and how few of them were one-team guys. And I'm just looking at the list, and you talk about Kobe Bryant, one team.
Yep.
He got 5. Tim Duncan, one team. He got 5. Michael Jordan, no. Shaq, no. Dennis Rodman, no.
Hell no.
Steve Kerr quietly has 5 titles as a player, and he was, multiple teams. And you go all the way through, even Kurt Rambis, I mentioned before, he went elsewhere. Magic Johnson, one team. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, not one team. And so you look at these 3, to think about all 3 being one-team dynasty players, probably not going to happen, but we all dreamed it and we all thought it, and now the reality comes home to roost tonight in about an hour and a half.
I mean, it had been fun. Like, I think this question came up, like, with the big 3, and you're like, hey, if I set the over-under at 2.5 members of the big 3 never wearing another jersey, what would you bet on? And the dreamer would say, I'll take the over. I'll take the over. Well, what if I did it again? What if I set it at 1.5? Now, after this experience, what would you take?
I would take the over.
You would.
I would probably get burned.
I mean,
because I don't want to face who that would be.
Steph is the one where we're like, well, that's for sure. And I'd argue, actually, no, it's not. It's not for sure.
Yeah.
I get it. I hope it should be. But there are lots of scenarios where maybe he wants to play till he's 42. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's going to do. Draymond, that one goes back and forth. I know everyone's kumbaya in this moment with Draymond, but I know a lot of people 6 months ago, they couldn't wait for him to put on a Kings jersey or something like that.
And that one feels more sure now just because it feels like he's going to play 3 more years and that's going to be it physically.
Yeah.
He's got so many other things career-wise that are waiting for him. It doesn't feel like he wants to go be a Pistons or you never know.
I know.
The Steph one is the one I don't even want to talk about.
Of course, nobody does.
No, he
nobody
can't.
does. And the good news,
he's not allowed to play anywhere else.
The good news for both of them right now, very small sample, but they're 8-2.
Yeah.
And so they're actually suddenly don't look old, and they look good, and they look effective, and they look like they've got the right people around them. And as long as they're still viable, well, the Warriors are going to continue to put resources into them, right? All right. So look, we're going to have time to circle back with more of your phone calls on how this day is hitting you now that it's here. Klay Day at Chase Center, Mavericks in town. We got the opportunity to sit with his dad, Michael Thompson, and talk it all out earlier today, and we're really happy to give it to you again because we thought Michael said all kinds of interesting stuff. So we started it out by mentioning, of course, that Klay is back in the Bay and that his dad, Michael, is back on Willard and Dibbs, and then asked him, Michael, how you doing?
Buddy, you guys have this all wrong. This is you have it right. It is just not just an ordinary November game. It is a very important November game because you guys are missing the real story. This is the opening night of the Emirates Cup where the Lakers are the defending champions.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I've been trying to tell my partner how important this cup is, and you know what? We want to snatch that cup trophy from L.A. really, really badly. It's a borderline must-win tonight for the Warriors.
That's right. That's the story, Willard. Not that Klay is back. It's the story is the Warriors are trying to dethrone the Lakers from the Emirates Cup.
Okay, first of all, Michael Thompson joining us on the River Islands guest line. I'm not going to let you Thompson family people act like tonight is not hitting you in your emotional muscles. I'm not doing it, Michael. I know you too well. There's no way this isn't all anybody's been thinking about for a while now.
I mean, yeah, it's cool. Klay's coming back to see his former teammates for the first time, playing in front of his great former fans for the first time. Yeah, you're right. They'll give him a nice little tribute tonight and welcome him back and show him appreciation for all the years he spent up there. And then Draymond's going to commit a flagrant foul on him.
Yeah, well, I mean, old times are old times, right, Michael? I mean, but honestly, and I know that you're not going to get to see this, but I wonder how you'd feel if you could, Michael, because it's not just back to see his former brethren and teammates. I'm telling you, man, the plaza outside Chase Center has essentially been dedicated to Klay. The big board on Chase Center, no concert advertisements, no Steph Curry pictures. There's no nothing. It is a rolling set of different pieces of artwork that are all based on Klay. We've set up a carnival based on Klay. Like everything, this whole city was there to film him walk from the hotel to the bus today. The whole thing is about your son, Michael.
And the only thing I care about today is I want one of them captain hats so I can wear it when I go to the Bahamas.
We got you covered, brother.
We got you.
Send me your address, and it's on the way, as if I know a box of them aren't already on your doorstep.
No, it's cool. It's really cool for Klay to come back, and I'm sure it's going to be very emotional for him. And you really have to temper your emotions and the sentimentality of it all because you still have a job to do. You still have a game to win. And you can't get all lost in all the ceremonial stuff and the pomp and circumstances and the video and everything. That's going to be very special, of course, and I'm sure he's going to appreciate it all. But you really have to get your mind ready to play after all the welcoming ceremonies is over with. So, but still, it's very nice for the Warrior fans and the organization to welcome him back the way they're going to do that tonight.
Where is he on the sentimentality scale, Michael? I know that he's been talking about, locking in, and it's a new team, and they're struggling a little bit with just 5-5 record so far. Is he more of a, at the end of the career, reflection guy than maybe doing it tonight?
Oh, no, definitely not. Klay just lives in the moment. And the team, the Mavericks, have had some tough losses early, and all he cares about is winning this game tonight and getting them back on the right track the way the Warriors have been at the start of this season. So he's not thinking about, boy, my time is winding down. He's just living in the moment and trying to make the most out of today.
Michael Thompson with us here on Willard and Dibs as we celebrate Klay Day. Michael, I wonder if you could take us back to when the relationship between Klay Thompson and the Warriors got started. Like even before the draft, Bob Myers was on our station earlier today sharing a story of a dinner that was, I think, just a party of five. And it was Larry, and it was Bob, and it was Klay, and it was you, and it was Julie. And that's it. What do you remember from that dinner?
Oh, it was just a great time to get used to everybody, get to know everybody, and it was so flattering that the Warriors thought that much of Klay that they want to bring us out to dinner to get to know us as a family, to get to know Klay behind the scenes. So it's very flattering that such a prestigious franchise was interested in bringing Klay on board. What I mostly remember is the great Jerry West, after watching Klay work out at the L.A. Clippers practice facility down here in L.A., walked up to me and said, "We're going to draft your boy, Michael. We love him." So once Jerry West gave me that kind of confirmation, then I knew everything was going to be cool. Because if you can get that kind of opinion from Jerry West, then you know you've got your foot in the door and you're heading in the right direction.
So when the draft happens and Sacramento trades up to number 10 and takes Jimmer Fredette, at that moment, did you kind of have an inkling that this was actually going to happen with Jerry West and the Warriors taking Klay?
Yeah, I knew it because at the time, Wayne Cooper, my former teammate, the late Wayne Cooper, passed away a few years ago. He was an assistant GM for the Kings, and he was begging the Kings to draft Klay because he liked Klay. And Jeff Petrie at the time and the Sacramento Kings were all in on Jimmer Fredette because Fredette was the Caitlin Clark of college basketball at the time. So they thought he'd be a huge gate attraction for Sacramento. So they were all bought in on him. And Wayne Cooper told me, man, he was begging them to take Klay, that he'd be a better fit for the Team Kings. So once I knew the Kings weren't going to draft Klay, then I figured, from what I understood from Bill Duffy, Klay's agent at the time, that the Warriors were definitely going to draft him.
Michael, I wonder, since you brought up Jerry West, if you could also take us through the experience of what actually happened with these rumors about Klay Thompson for Kevin Love, right? There's all these trade rumors out there, and the story goes, and I'm sure there's more to it than this, but the story that's out there with fans is Jerry West pounded on a table and told the Warriors, "Don't do this. That's the wrong thing to do." What do you know about that experience and what those discussions were like?
That's exactly what happened. Klay came very close to being a Minnesota Timberwolf and playing for my former college teammate Flip Saunders. Matter of fact, we talked about it. The rumors were so strong that the Warriors are going to trade for Kevin Love, and Klay was a little distraught about that because he loved playing with Steph and Draymond and the guys. He loved the Bay Area. Wasn't looking forward to going to Minnesota. So I was talking to him about it. I said, "Well, Klay, if this trade goes through, you're going to love playing for Flip Saunders. He's a great guy. He's a good coach. He'll know how to utilize you with Ricky Rubio at the time. So if you do have to get traded, Minnesota will be a perfect spot for you because Flip Saunders is one of the smart coaches in the league." So we actually talked about it like that. But, of course, Jerry West and also Steve Kerr, I guess, put his foot down and said, "Nope, we cannot do this." And if Jerry West said, "If you trade Klay, then you don't need me around here anymore if you're a consultant," and he was going to resign.
Yeah, and that was a smart thing to do at the time because, I mean, the rest is 4 championships in history. And then we get to this past season, Michael, and this past summer, and it becomes kind of clear that the two sides are going to part ways. What was that like for Klay and you and the family to realize that it was time for him to go to a new team?
That was disappointing. I was hoping, along with Draymond and Steph, like Dirk Nowitzki did, and Kobe and Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, some of the other great players in the history of the game were able to stay with one franchise their whole career. So I was hoping that he and Steph and Draymond would all go out together in a 3-4 years together. So I was disappointed that that wasn't allowed to happen. So still disappointed about it. He's made a good choice going to Dallas. It's a great franchise, playing with some great players there. But I wish that he could have stayed with the Warriors his whole career.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's lots of feelings there. I mean, Michael, I wonder, again, if you can shed some light on what we all out in the public feel we know about a situation. It's been shared now by all sides that the last 2 years were really, really mentally tough for Klay. And I know how close you guys are, so I'm sure that you were involved in talking to him constantly about what he was experiencing, feeling. What can you share about that? What was Klay going through the last couple of years?
Oh, he was just happy and thankful to be back there playing, basically. Yeah, he wanted to sign an extension and stay with the Bay Area, but he couldn't forget about the big picture, how he came back from two significant injuries, devastating injuries, and was able to continue his career. So even though things didn't work out organizationally with the Warriors, I told him to stay on the positive side and just be thankful that you can still play 3 or 4 more years. That's the bottom line.
How do you think that he's fitting in with his new team? I know that they're off to a little bit of a slow start, and he had a great start to his season in Dallas, and maybe he's leveled off a little bit. When you watch Mavericks basketball, what do you make of Klay and the fit with Luka and Kyrie?
Well, it's a different style, that's for sure, because Luka and Kyrie are so ball dominant, and sometimes the smarter shooters have to stand and watch. But I like the way the Warriors play for Klay's system, moving the ball and man movement, whipping the ball around. And so hopefully Dallas will get back to that style or get to that style eventually and really take advantage of what Klay can give them. But I prefer playing the system the way the Warriors move the ball or the way the Toronto Raptors move the ball, watching those guys, or the Indiana Pacers, fast-paced. Sometimes the Mavericks can get a little too slow-paced, and Klay would be better suited when they play quick.
Michael, I know you keep such a close eye on all these teams. I mean, are you a little surprised at the way the Warriors have started, particularly now that they don't have Klay?
Yeah, of course. They went into Boston and whooped up on Boston. Yeah, they had a hiccup in Cleveland, but then they go into Oklahoma City and spanked those guys too. So yeah, the Warriors, they're very deep. Like, they got shooters up and down that roster. They're unselfish, well coached. So yeah, they and the Cavaliers are the surprise two teams in the East and the NBA right now. The Cavaliers still undefeated, and the Warriors right there at the top of the Western Conference. So, yeah, I knew the Warriors would be good because as long as you have Steph and Draymond, they're going to be a playoff contender. But, yeah, it surprised me that they're this good so early.
And even going to Oklahoma City and beating a Thunder team, and I know they lost Chet Holmgren pretty early in that ball game with the bad hip injury, but is that a win where you look at it and you think maybe this Warrior team could be better than most people think?
Oh, yeah, that's a signature win to go into Oklahoma City, even though Chet Holmgren got hurt. But to go there and to dominate the Thunder the way they did, even though, like I said, Holmgren didn't play most of the game, but still, that's a very impressive win.
Michael Thompson is with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Michael, the press conferences Klay has had the last 48 hours, I know you get it because he's got to lock in. He's got a job to do, as you said. But Warrior fans, I think they hear what he says, and they're kind of like, it feels a little hard to hear, I guess, right? They call him this just another game, and the Warrior chapter is closed. Even though all those things are true, what would you say to a Warrior fan that's like, wait a minute, like when is that chapter going to be open again?
The players say that just to temper their emotions, not to get too caught up and too overhyped, and then you get out of your game. So guys try to downplay certain situations just to remain calm and keep the adrenaline from getting a little too overpowered. So that's why players say that kind of stuff. Just another game. We all know it's just not another game. It's a special game in this reunion game tonight.
So what do you foresee Klay Thompson and his relationship with Warriors, the Warriors fans, and the Bay Area? Like, what do you foresee that being after he's done playing?
Well, he'll be around. Plays the guy who will show up every now and then because he's got to get his number retired, get a statue put outside Chase Center. Hopefully a boat will be included in the statue, and Rocco's. He'll be around when he retires eventually because he's got such a good relationship with the Bay Area fans and the Bay Area itself that he considers that part of his home too.
What do you like in this departure too, Michael? Is there another player that you can remember in the time that you've been here? And I was talking to Mark about the list of players who've won more than 4 titles and gone on to play elsewhere. And it's a short list. It's Jordan, it's Pippen, it's Kurt Rambis, it's Derek Fisher. Is there any other departure that you can think about that compares to this one with Klay leaving after 13 years and 4 titles?
So Scottie Pippen leaving the Bulls and going back. Tony Parker leaving the Spurs to go to Charlotte, and then, of course, going back to San Antonio to play. So this has happened before many times throughout NBA history where guys have won multiple titles over a decade with one franchise, eventually leave and then come back with another team. So this isn't rare or exceptional.
Michael Thompson, Klay's dad, with us here on 95.7 The Game. Michael, if this were a perfect world, would tonight be happening a little bit later? I mean, this departure just happened 4 months ago.
I mean, yeah, you could build up to it, I guess, and save it until around the All-Star break or something like that and really let it build up. But, no, I think it's cool whenever it happened on opening night or a month into the season. It was going to happen, so whether now or 2 months from now, it doesn't matter.
Have you and Klay talked about how to conduct himself tonight or how to handle it? I mean, did you recommend that he takes the mic and address the crowd? What do you think would be the right thing to do for Klay coming back tonight in this moment?
Knock down about 10 threes. That's all he's got to do. That would be the perfect way to hello to the fans. And of course, I think the Warrior fans would love that as long as the Warriors ended up winning the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that is probably the majority opinion. Did you see Draymond say that he's going to run through Klay's chest?
Yeah, well, I expected him to say that. I just hope that when he does it, the Warriors will be in the penalty, so at least Klay gets a couple of free throws out of it.
Yeah, there you go.
He hasn't missed a free throw yet this year, I think.
That's right, yeah, 100%. So doesn't shoot that many, but yeah, he led the league last year in free throw percentage. People don't even realize that.
So, Michael, I mean, on a more real front, like the on-court interactions between these three who have been together forever, for their whole careers. What do you expect that to be like and feel like for them?
Oh, they'll be out there giggling and tickling each other and as they compete. They'll be side-eyeing each other, talking a little trash. So that's all part of it. And that's the way it should be tonight. So Draymond will be talking, and Steph is a kind of a trash talker himself. He does it a little slyer. A little bit of on the slide, but there'll be some talking going back and forth between those three tonight.
Hey, Dad, what are your emotions about this tonight?
Yeah, well, it's sad. Like I said, I wish he could have stayed a Warrior his whole career, but as long as he plays well, that's all I care about.
And hey, you don't really need a captain's hat, do you? Like they sent some to you guys, didn't they?
Not yet. I don't have one yet, so they better send me some because I need it when I cruise on my yacht in the Bahamas.
There you go. We got a couple of extra, Michael. We can make sure that we send on down your way.
Send me a text. We'll get you some hats.
All right.
Michael, thank you, my man.
Okay, guys. I'll be watching from down here, so check. Hopefully, Klay will have a good game, and we'll see what happens.
Oh, and you don't think the Lakers are actually a threat this year in the West, do you?
Of course they are. We're 6-4. Why wouldn't we be? Are you kidding? We have two of the top 10 players in the game. Why wouldn't the Lakers be a threat?
I think it's because they're holding Bronny down. They need to get him back into the rotation, Michael.
Hey, he couldn't hurt. I like that kid, man. He reminds me of Gary Payton II.
Can you imagine actually playing in a game with Klay the same way LeBron and Bronny did?
Well, I would have to start like when I was 18 years old, but no. By the time Klay was of age, I was ready for a walker.
Hey, man, all the best to you and the fam. Okay, Michael.
All right, guys. Good to talk to you.
And very good to talk to him, too. Michael Thompson joining us, Klay's dad, on Klay Day as we get ready for Warriors and Mavs, and we bring it back live out here on the Plaza, which is jumping.
It's thriving, Mark.
Oh, my gosh.
Thrive City is thriving.
It is. And, of course, the gates are just about to open here, and that's a big part of why everybody's lined up to go get their captain's hat.
Yeah, get that Klay captain hat, and everybody who comes in, unlike some teams' giveaways where the first 5,000 get it or the first 10,000 get it, every single person, including all the Warrior employees who've already gotten their hat and doffed it for Klay, everybody's getting a Klay Thompson captain hat, brought to you by Kaiser Permanente.
Brought to you by Kaiser Permanente. And we've got a development with regard to how this game and the presentation is going to start, per Steve Kerr. And then we'll go back to the phones. But I want to let everybody know, especially since we've been told for the last couple days that Steph Curry was going to address the crowd. Come on, Bonte. That Steph Curry was going to address the crowd before the game started. Well, Steve Kerr has now broken the news that after a conversation between Steph and Klay last night, they have changed their plans, and Steph will not address the crowd. The two instead agreeing that they want the focus to be on the game. How does that grab you?
It grabs me in a way where they talked, and I would imagine that, Klay probably said to him, nah, dude, let's not make a big deal out of it. Let's just play basketball. And Steph probably said, okay. And ultimately, this is about Klay, but it's about the fans and the Warrior organization remembering Klay. This is not a Klay retirement game. It's not a Klay jersey retirement. It's not a Klay statue. It's a Klay return game. So you do the video tribute and you announce his name. Everybody tips their cap. And at that point, those guys probably just want to play basketball.
I go back to something you said right off the top of the show, which is that in many ways, Klay doesn't want this.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what they said to one another. I don't know who initiated the call. But it became public that Steph Curry was planning to grab a microphone and have a moment and talk to the crowd and obviously make it about Klay. And my guess is, my very uneducated guess, is that Klay called him and said, don't do that.
Right.
Don't do that. This is already going to be enough. We don't need speeches and waving and tears. Dude, we got a basketball game to play. Guru earlier was hoping that Klay would take the microphone from Steph and say something himself.
Yeah.
And it's just it's not that that Klay's mind is just not only not there, I don't think it can be there. I go back to what every person has said about this. He's got a job to do tonight, and every one of these things makes that harder.
And I don't think that Klay is ever hardwired to do that anyway.
Yep.
Klay is not a grab the mic guy. He's about basketball and his process and his own privacy, his boat, his dog, and the rest of it. So I really don't think that he's of that mindset anyway, let alone tonight where already, and you saw him come in the tunnel and all the Warrior employees are tipping their cap to him and he's trying to play it off, and then he looks and he can't help but wave and smile, and even though at that he still is a little sheepish about it because he just wants to come in and play basketball.
Well, it's
that's what he does.
Yeah, you're in the ultimate fishbowl. Everybody's just staring at you. All this energy is thrown at you, and again, not only are you you can be thankful, but you have a job to do, and then by the way, let's be real. He's got some negative emotions about it.
Yeah,
this is not the way that he wanted it to go.
Right. He wanted to be paid and be a Warrior for life. Yeah. And Michael, his dad, we just played the interview back, and he said it 3 or 4 times, Ideally, Klay would be a Warrior. Klay would stay a Warrior and all that, but it didn't go that way. And so I'm sure there are feelings that are a little bit raw coming back here. And so, yeah, and the organization's going to do what they do. Fans are going to react the way that they're going to react. And if you're Klay, you want to be appreciative, thankful, reflective, but then you want to play basketball. And if there's a speech and then there's this and then there's that, it's enough is enough.
Right. Is the game starting at 8 or is it starting at 7?
Right.
888-957-9570. How is this hitting you? It's here. Klay Day is here. Klay is in the building. Klay's got a Mavericks jersey on, and he's getting ready to play basketball. 90 minutes out from game time here on 95.7 The Game. A half hour out from Evan Giddings on Warriors Live. Let's go to David in Santa Cruz. Hi, David. Thank you for calling. What's up?
What's going on, man? I find it interesting that Steph isn't speaking anymore, but I do think that that's important because it's all about the game tonight. I think they want to throw that sentimental stuff aside and just try to treat this as if it's that normal game in November, like Klay said, because that's important for both sides, just to be able to move on and just be able to treat it like it's basketball and not all this sentimental stuff.
It's interesting, though, David, and we appreciate the call, but I think about it from this perspective. These guys are well aware, I think more so than we want to admit, that they're entertainers and that this is an entertainment entity. That's what this is. So when we go, oh gosh, we gotta block out all this stuff and we gotta focus. Not really. Actually, games like this are what make the league go round.
Yeah.
Right? No, the plaza doesn't look like this when Detroit is here or when Charlotte's here, and it just is some other Tuesday in November. This is not a garden variety regular season November game.
We've got people pinning a tail on the backside of a picture of Klay's dog.
Thank you.
I mean,
thank you.
Are we doing that for Orlando?
I get that.
We got 4-year-olds launching threes over here at a mini hoop.
Yeah.
We got people throwing rings at a kind of a creepy skeleton hand.
It is very creepy.
Super creepy.
And these kids are shooting the same percentage that Klay did in Sacramento.
That's awkward.
I'm saying the truth.
Yeah.
Anyway.
We've got 1,000 people signing a picture of Klay that we're going to eventually send to Klay in Dallas.
Yeah. What's happening? Anyway, listen, I get it, and I want for every athlete out there. Obviously, it's their job to put themselves in their best position to succeed.
Right.
At the same time, no, don't make the entertainment go away. That's what we're doing here.
Yes, but at the same time, you don't have to
No, you don't have to. There's a line.
There's a line. And if you don't feel good about Steph getting the mic and saying, "I just want to make sure you all appreciate the Splash Brothers back. Let's get wet. Klay's here. Hey.
Let's get wet."
Whatever he's gonna say.
Oh, that'd be amazing if they had hired John Miller to be like, "That shot is wet."
Totally right.
That would have been incredible, but no one thought of that. So anyway, yeah. Listen, I understand, and I'm not rallying against it or anything like that. I think that's totally fair if Klay did call Steph and say, hey, thanks, but why don't you just tell me? Tell me if there's something that you want to say. We don't need to do it in front of 18,000 people. Because let's also be real. Klay Thompson is going to sit here and go, garden variety game, whatever, paper airplane. But it's not. It's not. And therefore, it's like, are you guys lining things up to try to make me cry? Or to try to...
Not going to make me cry,
right?
Roy.
But it's like, how many things are we going to do before you get to a spot? Okay, the fans have hats on. Now the fans are going to salute me. Now you're going to put up a video. Now Steph's going to have a microphone. What else is going to happen? Are you going to bring my grandma back from the dead? And she's going to show up at mid-court? Like what?
Hologram.
You know what I'm saying? Like
have a good game, honey.
How many things are we going to do before I just crumble to the ground and I'm like in a ball, and then they go, all right, game's on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I get it. I get it.
I do too. Yeah. I thought that, him taking the mic would have been something that would have been cool and organic, but, the word leaked out and it was going to be planned. And just judging by what we know about Klay, he wants as little of this to be about him as possible. P.S. It's all about you.
Right. But I bet Klay right now as we speak is dying for this game to start.
Oh, yeah.
And as soon as it starts, he's going to be dying for it to be over and find a bus or a plane and get the hell out of here.
Yeah, and just move on. Move on with his career and move on with his life. But in between it starting and it ending is what he loves the most, which is basketball.
Sure.
So I do think that he's just dying for it to start. Once the ball goes up and you go up and down, you get that first sweat, you shoot that first three, whatever happens. Now you're doing the one thing that you do best, which is play basketball. Win or lose, it's a make or miss league and all the rest of that nonsense. But once you get to that point, I do think he'll be able to relax.
Yeah, this is also what makes it special, though. As much as we've sat here and said, boy, this is really soon for something like this, and it's kind of unique. It's also what makes it special is that Klay Thompson's only 34 years old. He's still averaging 14 points a game, and he's still on a Western Conference team that is dangerous to you and what you want to do. We're not in that stage yet of walk slowly around the arena and wave to people. And, I remember being at the Niner Jet game on opening night, right? They brought Frank Gore out at halftime, and there was a big ceremony, and the guys are all making fun of each other because they're all now in their 40s or or 50s or 60s or whatever, and they're not playing football anymore. So they can just make it be very, very nostalgic and have it be light and fun. Klay does not. He does not have that luxury right now. That's not where his head is at. I mean, the Dallas Mavericks want to win the championship.
Well, they're 5-5. So, and they've lost 2 in a row, and he hasn't been great in those games. So I understand him coming in a little prickly because right now they're not 8-2, and the Dallas Mavericks don't have 4 rings. And so you're a new guy on a team that brought you in, hoping that you'd bring a little bit of that magic. And so far through 10 games, it hasn't really happened. And this is also different than Tony Parker. Going back when he was a Charlotte Hornet as a 38-year-old coming off the bench, Klay Thompson was given a pretty good free agent contract to come in and still be that guy.
Right, and then don't forget what is happening at the same time, which is a little wobbly out of the gate with the Mavericks in terms of your stats and your record. Oh, by the way, meantime, your former team is 8-2. They're winning in Boston. They're winning in Oklahoma City. He's damn well aware of where social media and debate shows are like,
yeah.
Why are the Warriors suddenly so much better?
Well, and who came in to take his place?
Right. And what has the fan base done with that person who came in and took his place? We've got nicknames and splash buddies and buddy buckets and I didn't realize how wonderful this stuff all has got to drive him up the wall.
Right. It would be easier if they were 2-8 and Buddy Buckets was Buddy Brickets. Then you could be like, they miss me. But when Buddy comes in and does what he's done and the team is winning, and like you said, you win at Boston and you win at OKC, you go 4-1 on a trip, and you are one of the really neat stories here in the early part of the association.
No doubt.
And they're doing it without him. So that's all part of it.
All right. A few more things. So first of all, we want to line up the lines on our way up to Warriors Live. 888-957-9570. If you're on your way to the game, if you're on your way home, and just rapid fire, what's your favorite Klay memory? What comes to mind when you think of Klay and looking back on everything and the fact that he's back in the building tonight? So we'll take your calls on that, 888-957-9570. We also want to take a moment to thank Kaya by Burma Love here at Thrive Cities, one of the brand new restaurants, which is open starting, checks watch, today.
Oh, yeah.
And they were kind enough to send a few of their bites and items over to all of us here at 95.7 The Game so we could check them out throughout the day, Steiny and Goo and us and Lucas and Tim and Matt and everybody who's out here. And let me tell you, that's pretty interesting. That's some good eats.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
And so make sure you check it out. Kaya by Burma Love, which is now open 7 days a week, starts at 11 in the morning, goes till 10 at night with extended hours on Chase Center concert and game days, which, checks watch again, is today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We had the Wagyu skewers, which were delicious.
That was really good.
The hamachi crudo, off the charts. And I'm going to get over there and get the Dungeness crab tostada, Mark, if I have room in my belly.
What they call those noodles?
Garlic noodles.
Just garlic noodles?
Fantastic.
Those were delicious.
Oh, yeah.
Those were really good.
I'm going to eat it.
Kaya, you did eat it.
Yeah, that's true.
Kaya by Burma Love, now open here at Thrive City 7 days a week from 11 in the morning until 10 at night. Your favorite Klay moment of them all. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your calls next on Willard and Dibs.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is proud to offer a 10% military discount on many items. Get details at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
The ovation you hear right now is for Klay Thompson. He walked down the tunnel and said, no, I'm not going to the locker room. This is Game 6 of the NBA Finals. I'm going to turn around, walk under his own power, got back to the free throw line.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, brother, we're here.
Let's go, dude. Let's go.
We're here.
Yeah.
It's time. Let's go.
We got Klay Thompsons all over the plaza.
Yeah, this is a scene, man.
Yeah.
This is a scene out here at Chase Center on the Thrive City Plaza. Klay Thompson is in the building. The fans are clearly turned up for this one, and this is going to be a real unique, interesting event that is about to go down.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be incredible. And the late-breaking news is not really that game-worthy, but Steph Curry will not address the crowd. Klay and Steph agreed that shouldn't happen or won't happen or isn't going to happen. So that moment is going to be one that doesn't occur, and that kind of ruins Guru's plan of Klay taking the mic from Steph.
Yeah.
Because Steph won't have the mic. So there you have it.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, me either.
Although, once they sort of say it's going to happen, then you're kind of surprised that they go back on it. But on some level, when you really start to stop and think about what's taking place tonight, it is odd. And I don't mean that in any sort of critical way or anything like that. This is just a very unique circumstance. And the way I said it earlier was, I don't know in the history of sports if any team has ever done a full-blown giveaway based on the opponent.
Right.
I don't know if that's ever happened before. And then add in this, where it's like, again, it's November 12th. These two teams are playing their 11th basketball game. Klay is still getting over what was largely, in the end, an unpleasant experience as far as the way that developed earlier this year. I think the Warriors still have a lot of feelings about it, too. Then blend in the history of Klay and this team and the positivity that goes there, and it ends up being just a very complex situation. So to then get to this night and be like, all right, sure, there's basketball.
Oh, yeah, there is that.
And we'll have a giveaway, and we'll have all kinds of special things happening around. And then let's have Steph Curry be the MC. Like, you very quickly sort of trip and fall into something that becomes way bigger than what it was originally intended to be.
And it goes beyond the pale of a regular season game, because at the end of it, what Klay said is absolutely right. It is just another regular season game in November. When you think about what this is, it's not a must-win. It's not a double must-win. It's a regular season game in November. And you know what? Draymond himself said it. I don't get up for Memphis in February or whatever he said. I'm misquoting it, but the bit works for this because this is just another regular season game. Well, Klay coming back, special. Hats for everyone, special. If Steph takes the mic, and then Draymond, and like you said, if there's a hologram of Klay's late grandma, assuming she's no longer with us, the point is well taken. At some juncture, we get beyond the pale of what normal is, and so yeah, I'm not surprised that Steph's not going to speak.
Yeah, although there's no putting normal back in the toothpaste tube on
That's
this
true.
one.
Yeah.
Anthony Slater just tweeted out, guess what? Your guy is here tonight.
My guy?
Your guy.
Oh, I got a lot of guys.
I know. Who do you think I'm talking about?
My guy. Oh, well, Charles Barkley's one of my guys, but he's
Barkley's
not
here tonight.
Draymond's here. He's one of my guys.
He's on the team.
Yeah.
Someone who is not currently on the team. Your guy. Oh, your guy.
My guy. He is my guy.
Yep.
I like Iguodala.
Andre Iguodala and many other former Warrior teammates of Klay and the Big Three are in attendance tonight. So, once again...
Will they speak?
Well...
Ladies and gentlemen, Maurice Spates would like to speak to the crowd.
Right. Be incredible if Barbosa was just like, we gonna be championship! Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ian Clark.
But you're looking at all of
the
efforts to make this by Klay Thompson, to make it normal, are quite frankly going to fall short, because you're seeing all of these other things which forcefully show that it's not normal. I mean, these guys, Andre Iguodala and others coming to be in attendance, show how at least special it is to them. And that's the kind of stuff, to me, if I'm Klay Thompson and I'm feeling some type of way about the org and I'm feeling some type of way about the fans, I'm not feeling that way about my former teammates. Those are my guys. Those are the guys I went to battle with.
Yeah.
And so I think that among other things, will hit him very, very emotionally tonight.
I'm sure it's all going to hit very emotionally, and that's why what you said last segment is true about let's just get the ball in the air, let's jump the tip, and then let's play basketball. Because, he's going to look in the crowd, and he's going to see Iguodala, Livingston, whoever else he's going to see, Barbosa. I'm sure Zaza's here. Zaza works for the team and all the rest of it. So all of that other emotion, even just walking in the building. And like I said earlier, the very idea of him going to the visitor locker room is going to hit him in the cardiac muscle, because I'm sure he's never dressed there. I'm sure he's never gone in there as an active player. So every little thing that he's done tonight incrementally is all leading to the very fact that this is an unusual night.
Did you actually bet on the Warriors tonight for real?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right, that makes me feel better.
No, I've taken a little bit of a break other than the ponies, and your boy's been quietly doing pretty well. A little Aqueduct, a little Del Mar.
Well, you should stick with that, because your football picks stink.
Whatever, you and Steve Kerr. Don't laugh at that, Tim Jordan. Last night wasn't a bad beat. It was a bad
Last
pick.
night was an Ottoman beat. Yeah, that one.
Hey, Diggs, your picks stink.
Hey, Kevon, send a memo to Sean McVay. It's okay to score touchdowns, Rams. You don't have to just kick field goals.
No.
My God.
Hey, Aaron, it's Keith Santos here. Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Not Keith.
Your picks stink.
Hey, Grandy, why don't you go ahead and take the rest of the show off, okay?
Oh, gosh.
That's so kind of you.
Hey, Take that last 3 minutes off, Grandy. You've earned it.
All right.
Bonte!
Woo! Wait a minute.
Hill's in the building.
It's loud. I can't see what he's saying. Dibs, your picks stink. That's what Bonte just mouthed to me.
No.
Yeah, he did.
What's crazy is Bonte walked through here with a crown on his head. The king is here.
That happens sometimes.
Yeah, Bonte.
All right, the energy is going to be absolutely unmatched and fantastic in this one. Evan Giddings with Warriors Live is not far away, just a handful of minutes away, and he'll jump right in here to these seats and get you ready for this basketball game. I'll let you know, I did throw a couple of Christmas presents on
What's
this
the
one
number?
tonight.
Warriors by 6?
I think it was it 2.5 or 3.5?
Oh, wow.
It's one of those. Here, let me look real quick, and I will get you the up to the minute line, because it very well might have moved since the time
with
that
your
I played
big
it.
bet coming in, that thing probably moved by a full point with that big money coming in.
Somehow, actually, it did not move it one muscle. It is 2.5.
2.5.
The Warriors are favored by 2.5.
You're not going to like to hear this, but I like the pick.
Just shut your mouth.
Hey, Grandy, do me a favor. Cuckoo!
Thank you, Grandy. Don't hit it.
Why do you hate me so much, Mark Grandy?
I actually worry about the line a little bit, because the Warriors are they're 8-2. They're at home. They're full strength, and they're playing better than the Mavericks right now. So it makes you go, why is the number only 2.5? It's the same thing you did with the Rams last night. Why is the number only 2.5? Well, because they're going to lose. That's why.
Yeah, and I mean, this one, anytime you take on a Dallas team, it's going to be close, because Dallas is better than their record.
Sure.
And are the Warriors as good as their record? Well, if they are, then they'll win this game by more than 2.5 at home.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is going to be one for the books.
Yep.
Iguodala is here.
I can't wait to see him.
Lots of other former teammates are here. And then, obviously, just from the smattering of fans during, like, commercial breaks and whatnot that I've had the chance to talk with, I was curious. Like, obviously, this is Klay Day, but it's like, to what level are you here to see Warriors Mavs, and to what level are you here to really kind of see Klay Thompson related stuff? And I'm actually surprised at how much, like, this is really about Klay.
No doubt.
For a lot of these people.
No doubt. I mean, it's a regular season game in November, and these Warrior games are always fun and awesome. You get 41 of them, but this one, we talked about in the offseason when the schedule came out, this is an absolute Sharpie star game, one that we all got excited for, and the people around us are equally excited. Let's go get it.
You want to do this again tomorrow?
Yeah, let's do it back in the studio.
Let's go back to the studio.
A little
okay.
chilly.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Evan Giddings with Warriors Live is next, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Here comes E-Dog to get you ready for Klay Thompson's return to Chase Center. Special thanks to Tim Jordan out here putting this all together, Matt Nahigian as well. But outside of that, for Dibs, for Granny, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Hey, Klay, shoot your shot. It's all you got.
He's back! Number 11, Klay Thompson!
He brought DubNation some incredible memories.
The ovation you hear right now is for Klay Thompson. He walked down the tunnel and said, no, I'm not going to the locker room.
Klay Thompson, we will never forget.
There's a few games that you just always remember. When Klay walks onto the floor the first time, I will never forget that game.
Klay Thompson has 37. I'm going to repeat that. 37 in a quarter.
He scored 60 points against the Pacers in 2016.
Klay gets free off the screen.
And he helped bring 4 championships to DubNation.
I knew it was a possibility. To see it in real time, holy cannoli. It's crazy.
Klay Thompson.